What happens when the student becomes the strategist, but the world refuses to play by his rules? Harry's control is growing, but so is the resistance. Welcome back to Grimoire Audiobooks, where today we continue a Marauder's Plan by Catsarecool with Part 9. This chapter dives deeper into the costs of influence and the rising tension between what Harry wants to do and what he must do. Disclaimer: this is a fan-created audiobook adaptation of a Marauder's Plan. All characters and the original universe belong to J.K. Rowling, while the story was written by Catsarecool. This audiobook exists for entertainment and fandom celebration. In this part, shadows begin to gather around the walls Harry has carefully built. Tensions with teachers escalate, friendships are tested, and the consequences of preparation hit harder than expected. For all the knowledge in the world, some battles still hurt. If you're enjoying this deeper, smarter take on the wizarding world, subscribe to become a Grimoire Guardian, or join our wizard army to support future fanfiction audiobooks and unlock extras. Now, let's begin a Marauder's Plan, Part 9. Holding on to Pronglet, Chapter 1. Part 9. Holding on to Pronglet, the sticking-like-glue prank. December 3rd, 1994. Spying was often a waiting game. Sirius observed Karkarov surreptitiously at dinner. He took in the tight lines of tension that ran through the other man's body, the pinched expression and shadows under the eyes that spoke of stress and lack of sleep. How Karkarov would occasionally touch his left forearm when Karkarov believed nobody was looking. Without asking him, Sirius had verified to his own satisfaction that Karkarov was being forced to assist the Dark Lord in his bid to, if not outright kill Potter, make the tournament a living nightmare for the boy in anticipation of the ritual. That Karkarov was under duress didn't surprise Sirius in the slightest. Karkarov hadn't been the only one to turn on his fellow Death Eaters for a lighter sentence of his own, but he had been the most prominent given those he had betrayed ministry workers and men of standing within the wizarding world. Sirius was certain the Dark Lord considered the betrayal deserved a death sentence for Karkarov, but no doubt had convinced Karkarov that the guillotine hanging over Karkarov's exposed neck would not fall if he helped the Dark Lord with the tournament and tormenting Potter. The freed Dennis Travers was the most probable on-site Death Eater, keeping Karkarov in line. His father had been one of those Karkarov had sent to Azkaban. It was unfortunate that observing was not enough, but Sirius had no quibble with Black's plan. He had always known that when the Dark Lord regained power that he would have to return to spying. The headmaster had been fooling himself if he had ever thought Sirius would escape it. Or maybe, Sirius mused as he finished his coffee, the headmaster was simply put out that it had been Black's suggestion and not his. Sirius found he didn't really mind that it was Black, and that surprised him. His view of his former nemesis had changed. He still didn't like him, that much hadn't changed, and Sirius fervently believed that it never would. But there was a growing Sirius searched for an acceptable word. Respect, he finally determined with well-hidden bemusement. Sirius respected Black's political savvy, his strategic eye, and his complete ruthlessness in hunting down the Dark Lord. He even had a sneaky respect for the manner in which Black handled his adopted son. It was clear that Black had rules and Potter, whose total lack of respect for authority Sirius had deplored since the boy had set foot in Hogwarts, complied with them. Perhaps Sirius considered because Potter knew Black set them out of love and not out of hate or apathy. But if he had come to respect Black, Sirius also believed, rightly or wrongly, that Black had come to respect him in return. Black certainly respected his skills. He had turned to Sirius to deliver an antidote to the potion that kept the elf and the pregnant Summers woman in a coma-like state, after all. And Sirius couldn't complain overly much at the assignment because, outside of the need and circumstances of the situation, he was enjoying the challenge. It was why he had become a potions master. Black didn't skimp on the ingredients Sirius had asked for or the equipment. Everything was top of the line and high quality. Severus also believed, given some of their exchanges in the previous weeks, that Black respected Severus's motivations, that he truly believed Severus wanted the Dark Lord dead, and revenge for Lily's death. And it seemed Black respected his ability as a spy. It was, in part, why Severus had accepted Black's proposition that he approach Karkarov. Of course, the other part of his acceptance had been predicated on Severus's own belief that Karkarov held the key to how the first task had been sabotaged, and the method by which the Dark Lord hoped to sabotage the others. Karkarov rose from his chair, and Severus waited until he had left the great hall before following him. Severus had lived for years at the school, and he knew its shortcuts. He was easily able to place himself into Karkarov's path just outside of the school in a quiet corner by the rose gardens. He shocked Karkarov into a stumble by looming up unexpectedly from the dark. Severus placed a finger on his own lips to signal for the other wizard to remain silent before gesturing at him to follow him. Karkarov glanced about anxiously, but there was no one about. Severus led the way into a sheltered corner of the gardens where he could see anyone approaching, but they wouldn't be overheard. Karkarov fidgeted nervously as Severus erected a privacy bubble. "What's this about, Snape?" he demanded. Severus pinned him with a frank stare that did more to call Karkarov an idiot than if the word had passed Severus's lips. "I have a message for our Lord." The other wizard paled, so fast Severus thought, for a moment, he'd faint. I have no idea that you are." "Oh, please." Severus sneered. "Lose that ridiculous affected accent, and stop pretending you know nothing of the Dark Lord's rise after what happened with the dragon at the first task." He held Karkarov's gaze firmly. "You've done nothing but clutch at your mark since you arrived, and more since last week's events." He smiled without humor. "I'm sure you're being reminded who is your master after your deplorable lack of holding your tongue at your trial, as will you in time." Karkarov snapped out before flushing, realizing he had just admitted that Severus had guessed correctly. Severus didn't allow any of his satisfaction show. Really, Karkarov was an idiot. Karkarov had all but confirmed that the suspicions of the War Council and Moody were correct, that Karkarov was the weak link and Severus hadn't even had to try that hard. "Ah, but I was a traitor at the Dark Lord's instruction," he said silkily, "and thus no traitor at all." "So you say?" Karkarov muttered. "Karkarov, would I be sending the Dark Lord a message if I wasn't certain of my welcome?" Severus snapped impatiently. He adjusted his robes, smoothing down the black, austere lines once again. "He is clearly gaining in strength, and I am impressed at what he and his new circle have accomplished, but he is not facing Albus Dumbledore and a disorganized ministry this time, but a powerful Lord Black, an equally powerful if youthful Potter, and a ministry keen to thwart his every move. I have continued in my service as his spy, and I have information our Lord needs." Karkarov regarded him sulkily. "I should report you to the Aurors." Severus smiled evilly. "Oh, I rather think your keeper would see you dead before you could get one word past those loose lips of yours, Karkarov." Karkarov stared at him in shock. "You're a traitor, Karkarov," Severus pointed out dryly. "The Dark Lord would have made certain of your loyalty this time and taken reasonable precautions." He was pleased when Karkarov flushed red and looked away, unable to hold Severus's contemptuous glare. "What do you want, Snape?" Karkarov snapped. "As I said," Snape said evenly, "I have a message for our Lord." Karkarov gestured at him. "Well, what is it?" Severus laughed briefly. "I'm hardly going to give it you, Karkarov. You will tell your keeper that I have information to relay to the Dark Lord, and I'm sure arrangements will be made that do not involve you at all." "I am not a messenger boy," Karkarov stated forcefully, going red in the face again. Severus raised an eyebrow. "You're whatever the Dark Lord wishes you to be, Karkarov, or you'll be." Dead. He made a shooing gesture. Run along and relay my message to your babysitter. He stared at him hard. And know that I will know if you do not, and will not be pleased. He let another cruel smile drift over his lips. It would be a shame if an unfortunate potion found its way into your food. Karkarov huffed and walked away quickly with an air of a man, wanting desperately to run, but knowing it would only provoke the predator behind him into attacking if he did. Sirius waited until he was out of sight before he gave a cough to alert his cohort that they were clear. Moody yanked the invisibility cloak away, appearing on the bench behind Sirius with a grunt. I was right. Yes, Sirius agreed dryly. And thank you for the backup, but as you can see, he made a dismissive motion in the direction Karkarov had disappeared. It was not necessary. Moody harumphed. He's a bloody idiot, all right, but even bloody idiots are dangerous when cornered, and I would say he's well and truly boxed in. Sirius had no argument to muster in opposition. He hummed instead. Well, he's at least confirmed he's involved. Moody said grimly, You think he'll pass the message on? He will. Sirius said with certainty. It was more than Karkarov's life was worth to mess with the Dark Lord's spy getting in touch with him. And then, pressed Moody, and then I will receive a summons. Sirius said simply, whether it will be to the Dark Lord or one of his latest lieutenants. That he didn't know. He rather suspected that the Dark Lord would keep him at a distance, utilizing him, but not placing himself at risk of a double cross. I'd best get on with the patrol. Moody said, You should head up and report to Black. Let him know you've made contact. Sirius desperately kept the automatic wince from crossing his impassive features. Very well. He'd also let the headmaster know. Moody whirled the invisibility cloak over him and disappeared from view. Sirius could hardly make out the Dada professor's passage out of the garden. He made his own way out of a different exit. He hovered in the entrance of the great hall, musing on whether it would be best to see Albus and allow the old wizard to inform Black rather than tackle it himself. But the thought that he was reluctant because he feared Black had him turning his feet toward the tower and Black's suite of rooms with Potter. The house elf answered the door and ushered him into the living area. Sirius looked around with interest. The space was cozy, warm, and welcoming. A host of photographs were crammed onto the mantelpiece, and Sirius examined them swiftly, settling on a muggle picture of Lily, young and carefree, smiling up at the camera. Snape. Black's voice sounded from Sirius's right, and he turned to see Black dressed entirely in muggle clothing in the doorway to an adjoining room. Come through. He instructed, withdrawing and forcing Snape to comply. Snape felt a frisson of frustration, but he swallowed it and warily entered the unknown space. It was a study, he realized immediately. It was a small room, no larger than Snape's own office off the main lab in the dungeons. Black's desk sat off to the left, one chair in front of it, another comfortable visitor chair beside it. There were shelves filled with books along the right wall, broken up only by the fireplace, which had a cozy seating area in front of it. A window looking out onto the grounds dominated the wall facing Sirius. The curtains were still wide open despite the hour, and Sirius could see the glint of stars in the inky sky beyond. He was slightly surprised when Black directed him to the seating area and didn't make him stand or take the lower visitor position at his desk. He realized why a moment later. His eyes taking in the stack of parchments Black was obviously in the middle of reading perched on the arm of a chair. Would you like any refreshments? Asked Black civilly. Tea, coffee, whiskey? No. Sirius snapped immediately before he moderated his tone and offered a conciliatory gesture. Thank you, but I've just finished dinner. He frowned at the heavy silence that permeated the rooms. Potter. Black pointed Sirius at the seat opposite his own as he sat. He's holding a meeting of the heirs of the Potter Alliance. and some of his other friends and supporters to talk about the second task in some room Dobby found for Harry up on the 7th floor. He made a dismissive wave. "I take it you made your move with Karkarov." "I've made contact," Severus confirmed, sitting stiffly in the offered chair, and he confirmed through his reactions and responses that he is involved with the Dark Lord and has some kind of keeper holding his leash. He paused. "I expect to be called to see Crouch Jr. within a week to relay the message I told them I had." "Not Valdi himself?" Black questioned, tapping his fingers restlessly on top of the parchments. "Unlikely, in my opinion," Severus said. "The Dark Lord is too vulnerable within the body of the child. He will keep his location secret until he is at full strength. But I think he still believes me loyal enough to continue as his spy, although I may have to do some groveling over my hampering quarrel." He inclined his head. "I think he will send his most trusted lieutenant in his stead, and thus, Junior." Black nodded sharply. "Makes sense. My impression is that Karkarov is acting under duress." Severus continued. "Moody will confirm my observation." Black raised an eyebrow. "I'll take your word for it." Severus stared at him blankly in surprise. He shook it away. "Karkarov is a dead man walking. On some level, I think he knows it. He has to," Black agreed. "I saw enough on the continent to know if someone was captured as a traitor, they were given no quarter." "You were captured yourself," Severus murmured. He'd been gleeful at the time when the news had trickled down to him, but he felt the first stirrings of shame at his previous response, knowing what Black must have been subjected to in his captivity. Still, Black had managed to kill his captors when he'd escaped. Yes," Black said cheerfully. "Well, I don't remember much of that experience, thankfully." He motioned at Severus. "But I do remember that spying is its own kind of hell. I appreciate your agreement to approach Karkarov." Severus nodded slowly, absorbing Black's sincerity. "It will be worth it if it leads to the death of the Dark Lord, or the saving of innocents." Black waved at the parchments. "We lucked out with the information about the werewolf attacks. Amelia and her team have put together a good counter-operation, but if Sion hadn't come forward..." Severus shivered. He remembered all too well the brief moment when he had glimpsed the fury of a werewolf and the thought of knowing that kind of attack was imminent. "It's not the full moon, so they won't be fully transformed." Black continued. "Still, they can do a lot of damage with just teeth and claws in a partial transformation. I'm surprised to hear you admit that since you put me in the path of one." The words escaped him before Severus could stop them, and he berated himself furiously for the slip because whatever truce had existed between them in their previous exchange disappeared abruptly. Black glared at him. "Please, you set up that attack when we were at school. You know it, I know it, and thankfully Dumbledore knew it at the time." Severus rose from his seat and gathered his robes. "I shall take my leave and inform the headmaster of my meeting with Karkarov." "Do that," Black said tersely. He was almost at the study door when Black called out for him to wait. He turned around and found Black on his feet, his hands in fists at his side, but a determined expression on his face. "Yes," Severus prompted snappily. "We have to work together," Black stated grimly, his low voice carrying across the space between them. "I don't like you and you don't like me, and I doubt that will ever change given our history." His words echoed Severus's thoughts from dinner, and he made to nod briskly. But then Black's gray eyes met Severus's, and Severus almost took a step back at the fierce anger that burned there. "You plotted to get Remus executed and made me an accessory to it. It tainted my friendship with Remus for years after. I won't ever forgive you for that, or for telling Voldemort about the prophecy." Black shifted weight, rocking a little back on his heels, some of the passion in his gaze dying. But I'm prepared to admit that I was a bully to you for a large part of the time when we were at school, Snape." He snorted. "Under the new anti-bullying policy here, James and I would have been expelled 1,000 times over. And I've wondered these last few weeks whether you would have been so quick to fall in with the Death Eaters had James, and I simply left you alone and allowed you your friendship with Lily without interference. So," he breathed in deeply, "I don't expect you to forgive me either. But we have to work together." Severus repeated quietly, shocked in truth that Black had admitted his culpability for Severus's school days' torment. "And as much as I hate to say it, we need to trust each other in this if nothing else. So a truce," Black offered grimly. "We leave the past in the past and focus on our mutual goal of seeing Voldemort die once and for all." "Agreed," Severus said quickly, recognizing the truth in Black's words. "A truce." Black nodded slowly in acknowledgement. "I should still report to the headmaster," Severus said, with a wave toward the door behind him. "Give Albus my best." Black sat down and picked up a parchment. Severus knew it was his signal to leave. He swept out of the study, through the living area, and out of the portrait. He paused in the corridor outside. Respect. He remembered his thoughts after dinner and grimaced. Whatever new respect they had for each other clearly wasn't enough for them to work together without occasionally butting heads. They had possibly needed to clear the air and address their enmity too. Severus reluctantly admired how Black had swallowed his pride to offer the truce at all. But it spoke to Black's determination to see the Dark Lord defeated, to Black's need to protect Potter first and foremost, because nothing was more important to Black, not petty schoolboy rivalries or past decisions that had led to nothing but heartache for them all. And if Black could do it, so could Severus. He gave a firm nod, as though to underscore his new resolve where Black and Potter were concerned, and made his way to the headmaster's office with renewed purpose. Harry rubbed at his scar absent-mindedly as Neville whistled for everyone's attention. He gazed around the room of requirement, noting the configuration that Hermione had thought up. It wasn't unlike the training room in his quarters. One area was arranged as a dueling area. Another was clearly staked out as a research point with tables, books, paper, and pens, actual pens, Harry noted with amusement, and not quills. And a final section acted as a planning area with a table staked out like a battlefield surrounded by several blackboards. One was already filled with the clues for the second task, neatly labeled in Hermione's writing. There were a couple of differences. Namely, a table at the back held a variety of refreshments gleefully maintained by Dobby and Creature, and there was a gathering area with a variety of seating off to one side for group discussions, such as the one they were having at that moment. Harry thought amused as Neville wrangled them all into silence and nodded at Harry to begin. Harry cleared his throat. "So, thank you all for coming." He adjusted his stance, hands behind his back, legs slightly apart. "And I'd also like to thank everyone for their help with the first task." A huge cheer went up from the Weasley twins, rapidly followed by applause and whistles from everyone else, except the Slytherins who clapped but didn't join in the more obvious boisterousness. Neville waited a moment before he shushed everybody again. "Thanks," Harry said, waving off the plaudits, "but I couldn't have done it without you guys supporting me. The research teams were invaluable in working out the first task was a creature and the spells I needed to learn. The dueling team were excellent at helping me practice, and I can't tell you how much it's meant to know that I have my own cheering section and sounding boards." He figured he was bright red, but it was worth it to see how pleased everyone else was to receive praise for their part. "I think I speak for us all, Harry," Neville said, "when I say it was worth all the work to see you perform so brilliantly." There was another round of cheers, and Harry was the one to quiet them down, since Neville was also cheering. "Right then," Harry said, "as we did so well with the first, we have a lot to live up to with the second." Hermione. He motioned at her to take over, and she smiled as she took a step forward. As all of you know, the champions were given clues about the second task based on the number of eggs they managed to save, and Harry received the full set. Hermione said briskly. She tucked an unruly lock of hair behind her ear with one hand and clutched her notebook closer with her other. Thanks to Remus, he's already managed to decipher the clues which were given in the Mermish language, and they take the form of a poem which is on the board. She waved at the blackboard at the planning table. Water, water, everywhere. Of your prized possession take great care, for prisoners rarely work together, and time will not last forever. So the language and the words of the poem suggest the lake as a venue. Daphne spoke up. Hermione nodded, her curls bouncing. Exactly, although whether under or above water is a question mark. We have to plan for both possibilities. Thanks to our previous research on the tournament, we know both have happened in the past. I'm going to need a volunteer to research spells needed above, and one to take below. I'll take above. Daphne said, We have a sailboat, and I know my father has a library of spells about sailing. I'll be below then, offered Luna. Daddy and I often go diving when we're on our trips, and there are all the creatures in the lake to consider as obstacles. Hermione nodded and noted both names down. It also sounds like something or someone will be taken hostage. Draco piped up, examining his nails as though he wasn't that interested. Yes. Hermione agreed, crisply. Again, both are a possibility. Harry shifted, drawing everyone's attention to him. Frankly, I'm not fussed if it's a something. He admitted, I have very few things that I would consider a prized possession, and while I'd regret losing any of them, for the most part, they're replaceable. A person is not. Well, that brings up two questions, Anthony Goldstein asserted. How would the goblet choose, and what are your prized possessions in either case? Hermione nodded. The how is the easy part. The judges are requested to supply a list of possibilities too. The goblet the morning of the day before the task, and the goblet immediately chooses something or someone. The criteria for making the choice which the goblet will use was set in the initiation parameters, and the judges are not allowed to tell us what they are. If the goblet refuses to make a choice, the judges have to come up with alternatives until it finds an acceptable match. You can guess at the lists of the possibilities, though, Potter. Theo said. Harry nodded. He sighed, uncomfortable at giving up what he considered very personal knowledge about himself, but he knew they needed it to plan effectively. On the something side, I have a photo album of my parents, my firebolt, and a couple of family artifacts that have been handed down from my father. There was a moment of silence as they absorbed Harry's minimal list. That's it, questioned Draco in disbelief. That's all you prize. Unsurprisingly, Ron bristled immediately. Some of us don't need things to get by in life. Malfoy. Only when some of us don't have things, Weasley. Draco retorted. Enough, Harry said sharply, sending them both a warning glare. Well, the good news is that you have a short list of things to protect. Anthony said cheerfully. What about your owl, Harry? Luna said dreamily. Hedwig's not a thing, though, and she's definitely not replaceable. Harry argued, his heart sinking as he realized he hadn't considered that Hedwig probably was considered by others to be among his prized possessions. But she should probably be on the list. Hermione said almost apologetically. Possibly both, as we don't know if the judges might deem her a thing or a being in her own right. Harry sighed, but accepted the addition of Hedwig with a nod. These artifacts, Anthony said, I've noticed you've not said what they are. He had hoped he'd get away with not saying. One is an invisibility cloak, Harry said, shifting again as he knew that wasn't the whole story behind the cloak, and one is a map my dad created while he was at school. I assume the power of the goblet overrides any protection on the possession if it's a thing? Anthony asked. Hermione frowned. We don't know. We don't know if there is any way that Harry has of protecting his belongings that would get around the goblet choosing it as part of the task. Why don't I take that? Anthony offered. Which leaves the other kind of prized possessions. The Gryffindor Quidditch captain spoke up, for the first time. The people you care about. Harry nodded at Angelina. It's a weird one, because we really don't know what criteria will be used. Lydia raised her hand tentatively. She had quietened down a lot since her friend Jessica had been expelled for attacking Hermione, and she'd been given a bucket load of detentions along with Ginny. She darted a look towards Hermione as Harry nodded at her to speak. Isn't Hermione the obvious choice? She asked. Just because your friend decided to make her a target doesn't mean the goblet will. Ron glared at her, and then Ginny for good measure. Harry had given up trying to get the younger Weasley siblings talking again. Ginny blushed bright red. Lydia was made of sterner stuff. She fixed Ron with a glare of her own. It was supposed to be a prank, not an attack. Lydia threw Harry a pleading look. We wouldn't attack Hermione. Harry dismissed the subject with a wave of his hand. Both of you are right on the point of the task. Hermione would be the obvious target as my girlfriend. Hermione blushed beside him. But equally we don't know that the criteria would lead the goblet to choosing her. The goblet might choose Sirius as my father or Ron as my best mate, or it could choose anyone who is notionally under my protection. The latter had a rush of murmurs rippling through the gathered students. Robert Ogden stood up. That's a good point, and relates to anyone formally in the Alliance in particular. Or a member of one of Potter's primary houses, Potter and Black. Draco said slowly, horror dawning on his face. Oh, please, Malfoy, Daphne drawled, as if you'd be chosen as a prized possession of Potter's. Draco whirled around on her angrily, but Harry dived in before he could speak. My history with Draco aside, I do consider him a cousin now, Harry said firmly, and he's an important member of the House of Black. He sent Draco a look to settle him. However, I think you'd agree, Draco, that there are others in the house who'd probably come before you on a list of possibilities. So, some of us are going to be possibilities. Neville cut in before Draco replied, but some are going to be more likely than others. Can I take the statistical stuff, please? Natalie Warren held up a hand. We can probably work out who the most likely suspects are based on a few example sets of criteria. That would narrow it down. I think it's prudent we all learn some basic defense stuff in case we get taken hostage. Ron said firmly, crossing his arms. It's only a precaution, but it's a reasonable precaution. Harry concluded with a nod. It's a good suggestion. Who'll teach us? Connor piped up. Harry. Ron stated. Harry's eyes widened a little at Ron's declaration, but seeing everyone else's pleased expressions couldn't bring himself to argue. Okay, we'll meet here once a week for a lesson. Hermione, I'll work out a time for everyone. Hermione agreed happily. Harry hoped Sirius or Remus would help him come up with a lesson plan. Maybe he could ask Moody. Right, Hermione said, bringing everyone back to the issue at hand. So Anthony will take research into prized possessions when they are things. Natalie will handle when they are people. And we all practice some defense to ensure we're not helpless as hostages. We might be able, Fred began, to come up with. George added, a couple of things to help. Fred concluded. George grinned. Maybe something. That will help a hostage. Get free. Harry grinned back at them. Great. Let us know when you have something. You know that line about prisoners suggests that there'll be more than one. Theo said suddenly. One for each champion. Blaise suggested, speaking up. That's one possibility, Hermione said, and would make sense. Why would the hostages work together? Each is supporting their own champion. But couldn't it also suggest that the prisoners will be the champions themselves? Jeremy Branstone argued. They aren't meant to work together, and isn't life itself a prized possession? Good point, Jeremy, Harry said, especially as the champions were told not to talk with each other about this task. So I guess we have 3 possible scenarios around this point. Hermione listed 1. Harry has to retrieve something that he values. 2. Harry has to retrieve someone that he cares for who will be held prisoner alongside the other champions' hostages. 3. That Harry and the other champions may be imprisoned and have to rescue themselves. Or their prized possession be it a something or someone. Add in the complexity that we don't know if it's above or below the water, added Daphne. For having clues, there are a lot of bloody unknowns. Ron said bluntly, it wouldn't be a challenge otherwise. Blaise pointed out. Ron sighed as he conceded the point. What we have is a lot of work. Hermione said briskly, we're going to need plans for dealing with each scenario. Which brings us on to dueling and physical practice. Neville said, obviously we're some way away from having spell plans for scenarios, but we'll have the defense lessons, and you're probably going to need to practice swimming, either way. Harry frowned but nodded, relieved that Sirius had taught him to swim in the summer at the Valley Clinic when they'd had their own pool, their own heated pool. He needed to think about how he dealt with swimming in the freezing conditions in the lake in February. He'd talk to Sirius about that, Harry determined. I guess the cheerleading section continues as per usual, Jeremy said. Clear up the gossip and support you as much as we can. Are you doing any more press? They'd issued a brief statement after the first task, mostly stating condolences for the dragon handler who died, with an added statement that he was pleased to get the first task completed and to have established an early lead. I think there's something planned for the new year. Harry shrugged. I'll talk to Sirius. I know he and your dad have something worked out already. Theo coughed discreetly. You said you couldn't talk with the other champions about the task. Harry nodded. So you can't ask them if they have the same clues or different ones? Theo continued. Or to coordinate with them on a strategy for their hostages to work with yours, or for you all to have a plan to work together if you were the prisoners? Harry nodded. That's right. I do know Fleur has 1 clue now because of the sabotage. Cedric has 2 and Victor has 3. Amos Diggory had complained when Fleur had been granted a clue, pointing out it wasn't fair to Cedric, who'd actually saved 1 egg. The new arrangement allowed for Fleur to be compensated for her dragon being sabotaged while ensuring each champion had a clue ratio consistent with their standing in the tournament. Blaise sent Theo a sympathetic look before focusing on Harry. You can't talk with them, but someone else could, perhaps? And Harry suddenly got it. He blushed a little as he gave Theo an apologetic smile. Yes, I guess. I mean, Bagman said we couldn't talk to each other about it before the task, I think. So, it's possibly best that I don't know about anyone else talking with other champions, or what was specifically discussed either, just to be on the safe side. Theo nodded. Understood. Blaise frowned. And the caveat is before the task, right? Which means there's nothing stopping you from talking to each other once the task begins. He hadn't thought of that, Harry mused inwardly, and gave a nod. Right then, I think we're done for tonight. Neville declared. Thanks, everyone. It took a while for everyone to leave. People meandered out in 2s and 3s, chatting away about their new assignments. He was pleased that most were bubbling over with enthusiasm and excitement. Draco approached him as the room was almost empty. Cousin. Harry nodded at him cautiously. Cousin. He knew it was Draco's method of announcing that what he had to say was family business. I have a date with Catherine Gillingwood. Draco said. The Gillingwoods are a pure-blood family who own a great deal of land, some of it bordering the Black Estates. They are not politically active per se, but have contributed to Minister Fudge's campaigns in the past. I'd like to introduce her to you and Lord Black tomorrow night. She's very pretty, Neville commented. Third year Slytherin. The Gillingwoods went abroad during the last skirmish with Voldemort. Harry nodded his thanks at the additional information. Shall we say 6 o'clock, Draco? Harry replied. It was an inconvenience, but it was part of the agreement he'd made with Draco, and he'd keep to it. Draco smiled. I'll inform Catherine. It was his parting comment, and Harry couldn't quite prevent the sigh of relief that escaped him at Draco's departure. Eventually, it was just Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville. Harry poked the boys and gave them his best, please leave Hermione, and me alone, look while Hermione was distracted, packing up her book bag. Ron rolled his eyes but allowed a smirking Neville to drag him out before Hermione noticed. It was just in time. Hermione raised her head and looked surprised at finding herself alone with Harry. She smiled shyly at him. Hey. Harry said giddily. Their first date had gone splendidly, as had their second. He hurriedly leaned in for a soft kiss, and was pleased when Hermione responded enthusiastically. He had to pull himself away. This isn't why I wanted you alone. I mean, he continued, rueful honesty, not the only reason. Hermione grinned back at him. Oh, well, I've been trying to find the perfect time, but there hasn't been one, so. Harry swiftly reached down to the floor by the refreshments table and plucked his invisibility cloak away to reveal a small box. He offered it to Hermione, nervous again. I'd like you to accept this token of my regard and hope that you will do me the honor of escorting you to the Yule Ball. Hermione's face lit up, and Harry felt relief swamp him as she immediately nodded. I've been wondering when you were going to ask me, Hermione said with a bright laugh. Victor was joking the other day that he'd take me if you didn't get a move on. Harry laughed. Victor was intensely jealous that Harry had someone who wasn't bothered by his fame, as Victor himself had problems finding someone like Hermione, someone who liked him for who he was rather than someone captured by his Quidditch success and persona. Open the box, Harry encouraged, eager for her to see the present. Now, the hard part of the invitation was out of the way. Hermione glanced at him curiously, but carefully undid the ribbon and opened the lid. Her mouth formed a wide O as she drew out the snow globe where a miniature Hogwarts was covered in an everlasting fall of snow. Oh, Harry, she exclaimed. It's beautiful. Sirius helped me, Harry said, answering her unspoken question of whether he'd made it. Apparently my dad used to make my mom one for every ball they attended. Hermione reached across the space between them and kissed him. I love it, and for the record, I would love to attend the Yule Ball with you. Harry grinned, and they were kissing again, Hermione holding fast to the globe. A knock on the door had them both breaking away with a guilty expression. Aren't you guys done yet? Ron's strident voice drifted through the wood. Hermione sighed and put her globe back in the box, reaching for her packed bag. We really have to get him together with Lavender. Or anyone. Harry agreed as he clasped her free hand in his and began the walk to the door. Anyone at all. December 7th, 1994. The Burrow was quiet in the middle of the night. Percy stared up at the ceiling above his bed and brooded about the state of his life. It seemed incredible to him that just a few short months before he had been thrilled with his life, good job with prospects, and a solid beginning for his political ambitions, a lovely girlfriend, and his family even embracing good connections to revive their status as an ancient and noble house. His dreams all lay in ashes. He had no job, no prospects, and he had let Penny go rather than keep her tethered to a dead weight such as he. He was a failure. Why hadn't he questioned the way Crouch had changed after returning from flu? His remembered pleasure at being finally recognized for his hard work soured his stomach. Percy heaved a huge sigh into the darkness. He couldn't sleep again. He felt restless, drifting like a useless piece of flotsam on the river of life. His thoughts turned relentlessly over in his head. What was he going to do? He couldn't live with his parents for the rest of his life, and he doubted whether even his mother's patience would last forever. He tossed his blankets aside and rolled out of bed. Maybe a glass of warm milk would help. He crept out of his room and down the stairs, careful to avoid the places that creaked and would bring his mother running. The living area glowed amber with the last of the fire's embers. A single chair puddled in the yellow light of an oil lamp. He paused at the sight of his father, dressed for bed and wrapped up in an old flannel dressing gown, reading. His dad looked up from his book and blinked at the sight of Percy in his pristine pinstriped pajamas, hovering. "Can't sleep," his dad said evenly, keeping his voice low. Percy shook his head, feeling like he was 9 rather than the 19 years of age he was. His dad set his book aside. "Warm milk." He was up and into the kitchen before Percy could reply. Percy trailed after him. He felt awkward around his dad, too aware that he had been dismissive of his father's advice about getting too close to Crouch, working too hard, and alienating his colleagues. His dad had refrained from telling him, "Told you so." But Percy was all too aware that he deserved that, and more. He thought again of how close his family had come to dying at the World Cup, how pained Bill still looked occasionally. He shivered. His dad pottered around the kitchen, and Percy slipped into a chair at the table. Eventually, a warm glass of milk was placed in front of him, and his dad sat down with a glass of his own. "I should tell you," his dad said conversationally, "that the reason why I'm up is that we might have a werewolf attack tonight." Percy almost choked on his milk. "What?" "Remus got wind of a rumor that Fenrir Greyback is supposed to menace Harry's supporters tonight," his dad said, calm considering the news he was imparting. "Amelia's posted a couple of oars to watch the Burrow, but I thought I'd stay up and keep watch myself too." "Does Mum know?" asked Percy worriedly, glancing up the stairs. "No, I didn't want to get her upset. Bill knows, but Alicia asked him to stay over with her, and Elphia's, so he's there." His dad confirmed. "It may not happen." He raised his glass. "Or it may happen to someone else. But you think it will happen to us?" Percy noted. "We're known to be one of Harry's closest supporters, and we've already been targeted once." His dad shrugged. "I'd be sticking my head in the sand if I didn't consider the possibility that we're top of the list." Percy suddenly wished he'd thought to bring his wand with him. He took a sip of his milk. "Well, I might as well stay up and keep you company," he offered a little hesitantly. His dad's eyes gleamed with an approval that eased something in Percy. "I'd like that. Thank you, Percy." They sat for a moment in silence. "I'm sorry." Percy blurted out. "I'm sorry for all of it. I just wanted to establish myself and prove that I was ambitious and had drive and initiative and that he wasn't like his dad, content to drift in a department he might enjoy but which didn't have potential or hadn't had potential until Sirius had intervened. And it's not your fault that Crouch Jr. took advantage of that to get the information he needed for his plans to hurt Harry and us," his dad said firmly. Percy lowered his gaze to the table. "It feels like I should have known." "According to everyone I've talked to," his dad replied, "Crouch Jr. is a very intelligent, very insane, and obsessed individual. You were lucky all he did was play you for information. Percy," his eyes shone behind his glasses, "we're just thankful you're still alive." Percy hadn't considered that in his brooding. He shivered again, suddenly cold in the warm, cozy kitchen of his home. "I don't know what to do now," Percy admitted with a heartfelt sigh. I wanted to be minister one day. And now. He winced. I'll always remain the idiot who didn't realize that he was working for an imposter because he was so caught up in enjoying the attention from his boss. Nothing is an impossibility, Percy, his dad chided gently. There are plenty of redemption stories out there. He motioned with his glass. I would never have thought that Sirius Black would be Lord Black and leading us regardless of Cornelius being minister. Percy gave a hum at that because it was very true. Nobody could have guessed at what had happened with Sirius. All I've ever wanted to do is work at the ministry, Percy said plaintively. I never truly considered another career. His dad nodded. Well, now you have to, and that's maybe not a bad thing, Percy. Maybe this happened because it wasn't the right path for you to follow. Percy frowned as he considered that. What path had he been on truly? In hindsight, he wondered at how much he had pushed colleagues away in his ambition and determination to outperform them at every level. He'd also pushed his family away, considering them a liability to his ambitions more than anything since their revival as an ancient and noble house had been so new and they'd never been interested before. His family had never deserved his scorn. He knew that deep down. His father might not have worked for an important department for a while, and he may have been considered without power by some, but he was well-liked, well-respected, and considered an honorable man. His mother had worked hard to raise them all. Bill and Charlie had good careers, and his younger siblings might need to mature, but they were smart and likely to do well once they did. Perhaps, he mused seriously, all his path at the ministry had done was to turn him into a person he wasn't sure he liked in retrospect. Maybe you're right, Percy admitted quietly. I guess I hadn't really thought about it in those terms. His dad hummed. When I was your age, I wanted to do a study of actually living in the Muggle world. Write a book, become the foremost authority on Muggles. Maybe end up teaching back at Hogwarts. Your mom was supportive, and we'd both secured jobs, so we could save a nest egg to fund it. But then we found all our plans upset by Bill's unexpected advent into our lives. Percy's eyes opened wide. He hadn't realized that Bill had been an accident. So, I stayed with the job at the ministry because we needed the income, and, well, that was that, his dad said. And yet here I am years later, considered the foremost authority on Muggles, interacting with them and their world on a regular basis in my new role, and the rest of it may come to fruition yet. You took a different path, but you ended up where you wanted to be in the end. Percy said out loud, and I have 7 wonderful children, including you, that we probably wouldn't have had otherwise. His dad said with a smile. Percy smiled back ruefully. I don't think I've been so wonderful recently. You're not the first to go through a tough time. His dad murmured. You should ask Charlie why he didn't try out for Quidditch teams. Percy stared at his dad with blatant curiosity. Not my story to tell, his dad said. You should ask Charlie. What should I do? Percy asked. I never really considered any other career. I don't even know what I'm qualified to do. There are a lot of possibilities out there, Percy. His dad said, you should consider what you enjoy doing, what you would be good at. Percy nodded. I sometimes thought about law, I guess, when I was young. But you need a sponsor to get a mastery, and I never knew a solicitor to ask, and I didn't think it was possible really. Maybe we can introduce you to Brian Cutter. His dad said, I'm sure even if he can't sponsor you, he can give you some good advice or point you in the right direction. It rankled that he needed help, but Percy swallowed his pride and nodded briskly. That sounds good. His dad stiffened suddenly. Something's crossed the outer ward by the orchard. Percy tensed. Merlin. They were being attacked. A lizard Patronus, a chameleon, suddenly glided through the wall, startling them both. Stay inside. Tonks's voice said when the Patronus opened its mouth. We have 2 werewolves on the move." His dad stood up and unholstered his wand anyway. Percy stood up and motioned vaguely in the right direction. "I'm going to get my wand." He didn't wait for an acknowledgement, just charged out of the kitchen and up the stairs. It took him less than a minute to locate it on his bedside table, but as he reached for it, he heard the smash of glass below as a window at the front broke. He froze. "Stay out. I'm armed," his dad yelled. Percy didn't think twice about it. He grabbed his wand and rushed downstairs to help defend their home. His dad was crouched behind a chair, firing silver javelin curses toward the broken window. Percy dived behind the nearest chair, aimed his wand, and did the same. There was a howl from outside that chilled Percy's bones, and then silence. Was it over? His dad stood up carefully, signaling Percy to stay down. He walked gingerly over to the window, and a brick flew through the dark and slammed into his father's shoulder. He flew backwards and landed with a thump, his head glancing off the leg of the dining table. "Dad!" Percy shouted. He scrambled out from behind the chair, scurrying across the floor to check on his dad, so motionless on the ground. Hands grabbed his pajama top from behind, and Percy yelped as he felt it tear as he struggled to get free. A clawed hand slapped his forgotten wand away and clamped around his chest. He was held fast when he tried to desperately pry the hairy arm from his body. He found himself being dragged backwards towards the broken window, legs scrabbling wildly against the wooden floor as he tried to free himself. "Let me go!" Percy screamed. His dad moaned and shifted on the floor in response. A sudden whistle through the air was the only warning as a silver javelin curse impacted the werewolf, throwing Percy clear at last, the pajama top tearing again as the werewolf tried to hold on to him anyway. "Get away from my son." His mom looked like an avenging angel in her white flowered nightie, her red hair sticking up wildly, as she brandished her wand like the weapon it was. She threw another silver javelin curse at the rapidly retreating werewolf, and then another. Percy finally got a glimpse of his attacker. A youngish man, partially transformed into a wolf-a muzzle distorted his face, and his claws were viciously sharp, the dim firelight glinting off the lethal tips. He regained his senses enough to hurry towards his dropped wand, to turn and stun the werewolf cowering from his mum's curses against the wall underneath the broken window. His mum breathed out heavily and nodded her thanks at him. Her eyes went wide at the sound of his dad groaning. "Arthur!" "Dad!" Percy was closer, but his mum beat him to it, already casting diagnostics. His dad attempted to get up, only to get pushed down again by his insistent wife. "No, Arthur, you've hit your head." His mum's tone had a touch of hysteria in it. "I'm fine, Molly." His dad insisted. There was a bang on the door. They all froze. "Mr. Weasley." Tonk's voice sounded from the other side of the door. "Mr. Weasley, are you all right?" "Answer the door, Percy." His mum said, gesturing for him to answer it. Percy went with alacrity. He hurled the front door open and pointed at the unconscious werewolf. "One of them got past you," he said, more accusingly than he had meant to. "My dad's hurt. He needs a healer." Tonks nodded grimly. "Let me secure the prisoner, and we'll call a healer for your dad." She hurried inside and cuffed the werewolf with heavy steel chains. She floated him out of the burrow, where a large mage light ball hung illuminating the area. Percy followed as she handed the werewolf off to another Auror, who immediately apparat. "He'll be placed into secure holding at headquarters for questioning." Tonks promised. "That's the last of them." Greyback wasn't with them. 2 of them tried the back, sent the other round the front. He stunned the Auror we had posted there. Percy grimaced. "He's all right, though?" "The Auror. His pride's wounded mostly. He's already gone back," Tonks said as she peered at Percy. It looks like we should get you inside and have a healer look at you too. Percy looked down to where her eyes had zeroed in on him. His pajama top hung in rags, and across his stomach were 5 long, thin scratches, the sting of them suddenly making itself known as the adrenaline faded. He'd been scratched by a werewolf. Merlin, he murmured weakly. Tonks placed a hand on his shoulder, steadying him. Come on, Percy. Let's get you inside and we'll call the healer. I'm scratched, he said helplessly. I've been scratched. Tonks nodded as she guided him back into the burrow. I know, Percy. I know. It's going to be okay. Holding on to Prawnlet, Chapter 2, December 8th, 1994. We have 9 werewolves in custody. Another 4 got away, including Greyback. Amelia said as soon as she entered Cornelius's office for the impromptu war council. She accepted the cup of tea Bertie pressed on her. She looked calm and collected, but Sirius knew she had hardly slept a wink. Sirius nodded at her. Her numbers tallied with the numbers Remus had relayed to him during the early hours of the morning. 13 werewolves, and 4 targets with Greyback attempting to get to your good self, Amelia. He listed from memory. Amelia gave a huff. It's a pity I wasn't home, she said belligerently. I would have loved to go at him. By the time the wards alerted me, and I got there, he was long gone. Cornelius looked at her in disbelief. Rather you than me. He left a message. Amelia said tersely, the body of a young lamb, with the name Susan written on it in blood. Fenrir will not be able to reach her in Hogwarts. Albus reassured her. Especially now we know the Durmstrang ship is the likely point of entry for Riddle's associates. Sirius added, the kids are taking precautions too. They've set up a good buddy system. Amelia breathed out. 3 other homes were hit, the Weasleys, the Longbottoms, and Dirk Cresswell's. The only casualties were at the Weasleys. Arthur was knocked out for a while, although the healer has cleared him for work this morning, and Percy, who is at home receiving treatment for scratches. Bertie sighed. He's very lucky it wasn't a full moon, and the scratches were given by a werewolf partially transformed, otherwise he would have contracted lycanthropy himself. He thought he had. Sirius muttered. He'll still be scarred for life. Amelia retorted, but she softened her hard words with a nod of agreement. He was lucky. The press this morning has been very positive. Cornelius said brightly, picking up his cup and saucer. He pointed at the prophet laid out on his desk. Rita managed to capture all the salient points. It was a good article. Sirius admitted grudgingly. He really didn't like Skeeter, but she had her uses. The article that morning certainly played to the alliances rather than to Wenlock's agenda. It had celebrated the capture of the rogue werewolves, had given credit to law-abiding werewolves who'd blown the whistle on the imminent attacks because they supported the recent push for new laws. There was a strong statement from Augusta, which questioned why the supporters of fairer laws had been the subject of the attacks, casting suspicion on the other political side as the originators. Augusta should have been a Slytherin, Sirius thought with amusement. He would have liked to have seen Wenlock's face when he'd seen the article. More importantly, Sirius mused as he sipped his coffee, the article and the events of the previous night had sent a clear message to Voldemort that Fenrir had ultimately failed his mission to derail the Alliance, to hassle, and hurt them. Arthur was more determined than ever in the wake of the attack, and the whole affair seemed to have given Percy a good kick up the arse. When Sirius had paid them a call at breakfast, Percy had been up at the table eating a veritable mountain of bacon and sausage, and had been talking about retraining as a solicitor focused on werewolf rights. It looked like Remus had been right about Percy. Sirius considered ruefully the young wizard had needed to find his own way. We've come out of this remarkably unscathed. Albus commented. There was a hint of disbelief in his voice. I fear this will only enrage Tom to greater acts of defiance. Sirius hummed. He'll certainly be pissed at Fenrir's failure. He set his cup down, glancing at the clock. We owe much of our success last night to the information Sion provided to Remus and Tonks. Fenrir is going to have to address the dissension in the ranks of his pack. Bertie theorized. That should keep him busy for a while, and unable to assist Riddle with any plans. He's likely to discover that you and Remus have offered sanctuary. Amelia sighed. Are you and Remus prepared for that? We already have a better location chosen for such a scenario. The chateau will become a way station. Sirius said, all the werewolves taking refuge in our pack know there is a risk Fenrir will react once he's aware of the exodus from his own. He shifted, uncomfortable with the truth of what he was about to say. Remus is also very aware that ultimately it may come down to a fight between him and Fenrir. He struggled to find the words to fit. Prepared is the wrong word, but accepting such a thing will come to pass, suggested Bertie. Sirius nodded. He's returning to France today to shift everyone to the secondary location. Sion? Amelia asked, staying at the schoolhouse in Hogsmeade. Creature is taking care of her. Sirius said. She's shaken up but holding steady. He still didn't like her much. It wasn't rational, but in some way he blamed Sion for drawing Remus away from himself and James in the past. And yet, probably out of all the werewolf contacts Remus had made back then, she was the one that had done the least to attract Remus to the packs. Sirius pushed the thought away and gestured at the clock. We should all get to the chamber. Indeed, Albus said, rising with surprising grace. The group made their way through the ministry corridors to the Wisengamot chamber, drawing looks and murmurs with every wizard and which they passed. They entered the Wisengamot together, and Sirius knew they made a statement. The head of the DMLE, the head of the DOM, the minister, the chief warlock, and himself all together. Wenlock's face was a picture. Sirius felt a rush of satisfaction similar to the rush he'd once gotten when they'd played a good prank, not one of the malicious ones, but one of the funny make-everyone-laugh types. He parted ways with the others as he walked up the steps to take his seat, the rest of the Wisengamot houses rising in respect, although Sirius noted that Wenlock was the last to rise, and he sat almost with Sirius rather than after him. It was a small rebellion, but one that told Wenlock's supporters that Wenlock was after Sirius's position, was close behind, and would one day have the houses stand for him, sit for him. Since Sirius found the whole sitting thing bizarre in the first place, he was mostly amused by Wenlock's pettiness. Augusta nodded at him across the chamber. She looked fierce in red, her head held high. According to the Auror's report, she had whacked one of the werewolves across the back of the head with a cricket bat. He glanced at Arthur, and was relieved to see him looking well despite the fading bruise on his temple. A glance up at the public gallery had Sirius connecting gazes with Amos Diggory. He looked just as furious as he had at the previous Wisengamot, and Sirius wondered whether angry was Diggory's current constant state of being. The Wisengamot was called to order, allowing Sirius to break his glaring standoff, and the usual agenda progressed with little fanfare or surprises. There were a couple of air announcements, including a change of air for Flint that interested Sirius. Marcus Flint had apparently split with his father over the issue of the Dark Lord's genealogy. Sirius cast a glance toward Lucius, who made a cautious nod of agreement. He'd speak to the boy through Draco, assess whether Marcus Flint could be an ally or, at least, a neutral. The agenda moved on. Sirius chatted with Richard Bones during the break, as he normally did. Richard was unsurprisingly concerned by the message that Fenrir had left at Amelia's, and Sirius did his best to allay Richard's concerns while recognizing that Richard had genuine cause to be concerned. Finally, the last item of the agenda was called the report from the committee reviewing the magical creature laws. Dirk Cresswell shifted to the center of the Wisengamot to make his report. He opened his mouth to speak, and Wenlock stood up. Point of order, Chief Warlock. The entire Wisengamot shifted to look at Wenlock. He'd made an effort with his appearance, Sirius realized. The robes were new, a dark, authoritative blue color, but old-fashioned in style, set to emphasize conservatism and security. His crest was prominent on the breast of the robes, silver thread catching the light and drawing the eye. Wenlock had obviously taken care in his grooming. Not a hair was out of place. He made a solid impression, and had clearly learned over the previous months that style was just as important as substance in the political arena. It was also clearly the opposite of Sirius's own style, which displayed his physicality and emphasized his reputation as a former hit wizard, a battle mage. Here, Wenlock was saying, "See how safe I am compared to the dangerous black." Sirius was somewhat amused again. "Lord Wenlock." Dullard. The clerk was on his feet, glaring at Wenlock. "What is your point of order?" Wenlock sneered at him. He'd addressed Albus, not Dullard, but the clerk was resolute, and Wenlock finally spoke. "Due to changed circumstances, any member of the Wisengamot can call for a committee to be dissolved and all suspended or withdrawn laws made under that committee's purview to be voted immediately back into law." He drew himself up. "After recent events, I wish to make such a call in regards to the committee to review the magical creature and race's laws." An outbreak of chatter in the public gallery accompanied the knowing looks exchanged across the floor of the Wisengamot by the various factions. Sirius watched instead of taking part, quietly observing the minor pureblood houses, in Wenlock's group starting to recognize that the move hadn't taken the Potter Alliance by surprise, that some of the neutral minor houses weren't looking toward Wenlock but away from him. Dullard dragged the session back to order. "What are the circumstances that would constitute a reason for such a call to be made?" Wenlock smiled as smugly as a cat that had caught a canary. "Firstly, the events of the first task of the Triwizard Tournament clearly show that dragons are dangerous creatures. Lord Potter was almost killed by a feral dragon, and the rest of the champions were gravely injured." He lifted a hand in the direction of the empty Potter's seat. Sirius raised an eyebrow at the gesture. It irritated him, but then he knew it was meant to irritate him, so he let it slide. "Secondly, the events of last night, when 3 members of this Wisengamot were attacked by werewolves, clearly demonstrates that these creatures are just that, creatures." Wenlock sniffed. "We did not have such a spate of attacks while the werewolf laws were in place, and they should be reinstituted immediately." Dullard sighed and pushed his glasses up his nose. "Does anyone object to Lord Wenlock's call for a dissolution?" It was Daniel Greengrass who stood up for the Alliance in opposition. Wenlock had wrongly presumed it would be Sirius, and so all his careful grooming was for nothing. Daniel was the consummate neutral, safe, cautious, and conservative. His own immaculate green robes lacked the newness of Wenlock's, and therefore seemed more genuinely Daniel's own style rather than an affectation. "I object," Daniel said, forcefully. "If I may take each point in order. Each task within the Triwizard Tournament is constructed to give the champions an almost impossible challenge. Dragons were used back in 53 in the first task, resulting in 2 of the champions sustaining similar injuries to the ones that we saw in this year's tournament, minor burns, scratches, and bruises. We would never normally sanction young men and women climbing into a dragon's nest to steal eggs. In fact, there is an international law prohibiting such action whether dragons are in the wild or on a reserve because of the danger to the thief. The tournament constitutes an exceptional circumstance in regards to the law." Daniel adjusted his stance, commanding all attention. "In addition to this, the dragon that went feral with assistance from wizards." Murmurs swept the Wisengamot until Albus stood and called for silence so Daniel could continue. "What evidence do you have of this supposed assistance?" demanded Wenlock. Amelia stood up, coolly gazing up at Wenlock, with considered derision. The official DMLE investigation, with the support of the magical forensics team from the DOM, found that the horntail had been drugged to be overly aggressive. In addition, the chain securing the horntail had been charmed to vanish during Lord Potter's task. It is the view of the DMLE that there was an attempt to sabotage the first task, and Aurors are tracking down the suspected culprits. Daniel nodded sagely at her succinct reporting and turned to Wenlock. A dragon sabotaged by wizards cannot be said to have changed the natural threat that dragons represent above and beyond the usual circumstances that exist and did exist at the time the committee was formed. Therefore, I believe there is no substance to the first point of Lord Wenlock's argument. Wenlock's nostrils flared in anger. His second point misses several salient facts. Daniel continued blithely. Firstly, it is certainly strange that after years of oppression, a number of werewolves suddenly have decided to attack. After all, only the most restrictive of laws regarding their employment were suspended. The main law determining execution for a werewolf attacking a wizard or a witch remains in effect. Why would they attack now, when we are making strides to help our fellow wizards and witches affected by lycanthropy? Daniel made a small wave towards Amelia again. According to the initial report from the DMLE published this morning, all 9 of the werewolves arrested last night confirmed that they attacked on the orders of their pack leader Fenrir Greyback, a known rogue who has been wanted by the DMLE for over 20 years. Daniel gazed around the Wizengamot. While last night was a systematic attack which hasn't been seen for a while, Greyback and members of his pack have been suspected in a spate of sporadic attacks over the last several years hardly, then a changed circumstance. He held up a hand as Wenlock made to argue back. Furthermore, the report clearly states that all attacks were thwarted thanks to information provided by disaffected members of Greyback's own pack, who believed that their leader was wrongly endangering the political move to review these laws. Werewolves, ladies and gentlemen, provided the information to take down their own because of the steps we've taken to review the laws affecting them, to try to provide a fairer view. He pinned Wenlock with a hard stare. I will give you that is a changed circumstance, but I would argue it is a positive one, supportive of the committee and its aims, which should proceed without any further attempt to derail the democratic political process. Silence greeted Daniel's final words. Albus cleared his throat, the sound echoing loudly. Do you have a counter-argument, Lord Wenlock? Or do you withdraw your objection? Wenlock dragged his gaze from a triumphant Daniel to look at Albus. I believe my initial argument stands. He blustered, and I have the support of the head of the department overseeing the control of magical creatures. He indicated Diggory, who nodded briskly. That was poor form, Sirius mused. Had Wenlock been so sure the alliance would be taken aback by his use of obscure Wizengamot protocol that he hadn't been prepared for a cohesive opposition? It looked like it, and calling on Diggory, who simply looked like a bureaucrat trying to maintain the importance of his own position, was not a good move. Albus smiled benignly at Wenlock. Mr. Dullard, am I correct in my belief that in matters of this protocol where a call is made for dissolution and an objection lodged, that it is my right as Chief Warlock to determine the outcome? The point was made so mildly that Wenlock almost missed it, but when he got it, he flushed a brilliant red. I was led to believe the matter is put to a vote, Chief Warlock. Wenlock spoke over Dullard as he began to answer. Dullard glared up at Wenlock. You were not recognized to speak, Lord Wenlock, and I believe the Chief Warlock addressed his question of protocol to myself as the clerk of this body. He moved to speak with Albus. And the Chief Warlock is correct. He determines the outcome. Albus beamed brightly. In which case, as I am very well acquainted with both situations that Lord Wenlock outlined, and which Lord Greengrass explained so well, I rule in favor of the objection to the call for dissolution. So noted. Dullard called out. The call for dissolution is defeated. The committee will report as per the agenda of the Wisengamot, and Sirius couldn't quite prevent his smile as everyone politely ignored the still-standing Wenlock and focused on Dirk Cresswell as he began to speak. A well-played prank, thought Sirius with glee. A well-played prank indeed. The fury of the Dark Lord was something to behold. Peter had seen it before when he'd been a spy. Mostly he'd watched in his rat form as the Dark Lord had tortured some poor bastard that Peter had revealed as a traitor or who had failed in their own mission. Peter knew that he'd been asked to witness both as an honor and to hammer home the message of what awaited him if he didn't comply with the Dark Lord's agenda, didn't complete his missions. It was a lesson Bartemius Crouch Jr. was learning for himself since he had turned up unexpectedly that morning just in time to witness Fenrir admit the failure of the werewolf raids the night before. The wizard watched enthralled and repulsed as the Dark Lord tortured Fenrir Greyback with verve and ferocity. Crouch had actually winced on a couple of occasions as the Dark Lord had applied a crucio with enough force to completely levitate Greyback from the floor. For the most part, though, Crouch looked on like a son learning at his father's hand, eager and keen. Something Crouch was deluded enough to believe was the deal with him and the Dark Lord. Peter wasn't about to disillusion him. Crouch would learn soon enough that the only person the Dark Lord cared for was himself, although admittedly he might have a fondness for the snake, his familiar. Crouch was just another tool, one who the Dark Lord used most effectively by pretending a paternal caring. Peter didn't allow his own winces to show. He kept a small smile of faked enjoyment on his face. "Explain to me again, Fenrir, what happened?" The Dark Lord sneered. The large, hairy man, lying curled up on the floor, panted. "They were prepared, Master." "And why were they prepared, Fenrir?" The Dark Lord shot another crucio toward Fenrir, who yelped as it hit. Fenrir caught his breath again. "Traitors. There are traitors in my pack." The Dark Lord made a sking sound of disgust. "You've lost control of your pack, Fenrir. How disappointing." Fenrir whimpered, hugging one side where Peter was sure the ribs had actually cracked. "I expected better of you, Fenrir." The Dark Lord continued. "You were such an alpha when you were young, but now, well, you're just an old wolf. I should have expected it." There was a growl from Fenrir, and he managed to stagger into kneeling before another spell sent him to the floor again, howling in agony. "How can I possibly agree to giving your pack absolute freedom when I have taken the government, Fenrir, when you cannot guarantee their loyalty?" The Dark Lord said, holding the spell until Fenrir's howls turned to gasped breaths. The wolf man lay curled up on the floor. It was clear that he wasn't getting up any time soon. "Tell me you know who the traitors are, Fenrir?" The Dark Lord's voice fell to a low purr. "Tell me you have not fallen so far in your leadership that you do not know." 11 are missing," Fenrir choked out, his voice a raspy mess from the screaming, "but only one since I called for warriors. She's a friend of Lupin." "Lupin?" asked the Dark Lord, as though he didn't know, although Peter suspected he did. Fenrir's lip curled. "Dumbledore's wolf." His gaze darted briefly to Peter, and Peter knew what was coming and jumped before Fenrir could push. "Remus Lupin, Master," Peter said. "You may recall that he was part of the group of friends I had within Dumbledore's order." "Ah, that wolf." The Dark Lord chuckled quietly before he snapped his wand angrily, light spilling out to hit Fenrir again, who arched upwards in pain, another bone snapping somewhere in his body. "Well, well, well. So one of your pack runs to Lupin, and all my plans for torturing Potter are undone. Unacceptable." The Dark Lord stopped, breathless, and he waved off his snake, who was peering at him with what Peter presumed was a snake's expression of concern. "Perhaps, Fenrir, we should let Lupin take your pack." The Dark Lord taunted. You sired him, did you not? Sons challenge their fathers. He held out a hand to Crouch, and Peter wasn't surprised when Crouch immediately sped to the Dark Lord's side. Bartemius, and I know this only too well. Lupin will never serve you, as Fenrir said, haltingly. He is devoted to the Potter boy, and Black, they are his pack. The rat will confirm it. Peter reluctantly nodded in agreement as the Dark Lord's red eyes fell upon him again. Remus would refuse a place by your side. Master, I am certain of it. The Dark Lord's young face turned thoughtful. He settled back on the mountain of cushions that Peter had constructed for him on the settee, and glared at Fenrir. I will give you one chance, Fenrir, the Dark Lord said. One chance to take back your pack and instill in them the need to obey me above all others. You will kill Lupin and your traitors, or I will find another wolf to do it and take your place. Fenrir's lip curled up in a half-snarl, but he nodded, his hair falling over his face to hide the tiny flame of defiance in his eyes. Come now, Fenrir, the Dark Lord chided. Your reward, if you should prevail, will be worth it. The freedom to roam unmolested, to bite those who would stand against us without penalty, all this will be yours and your pack's when I rule. His expression hardened, and he motioned at the wolf. Leave. And, Fenrir, do not come back until you have Lupin's head to show me. Fenrir crawled to the flue, and only just managed to croak out a destination. He disappeared in the green flames, and Peter immediately locked the flue down. We should move location. Crouch said, Fenrir is a liability, and he knows where we are. The Dark Lord smiled at Crouch. An excellent suggestion. I grow weary of this place. He looked around the small living area of the flat in distaste. But it will wait for tomorrow. He peered into Crouch's eyes. You are here because you have news for me, do you not? Crouch nodded somewhat less eagerly than Peter had assumed he would. Snape has made contact with Karkarov. He made contact a week ago. The Dark Lord corrected silkily. Why the delay in informing me? He threatened Karkarov with punishment if he did not relay the message, and I was interested in what he would do. Crouch admitted with a faked chagrin. The Dark Lord stared at Crouch until Crouch averted his eyes. I'm sorry, Father. I should have informed you immediately. Crouch apologized, kneeling in front of the Dark Lord, a very picture of contrition. Do you challenge me, Bartemius? The Dark Lord asked mildly, a small hand stroking through Crouch's hair in a way that turned Peter's stomach. Never. Crouch promised fervently. What did Severus do to Igor? Asked the Dark Lord, apparently appeased. A mild poison. Crouch said in a small voice. Karkarov was violently ill most of yesterday. The Dark Lord gave a twisted smile. See how wonderfully inventive my potions master can be? You should take note, Bartemius. Peter wondered whether Crouch heard the warning in the careful phrasing. He certainly did. He shivered. Meet with Severus, Bartemius. Find out what message he brings me. The Dark Lord said firmly. And do not delay again. Crouch nodded. Yes, master. Peter watched as Crouch bowed low to the Dark Lord before turning and opening the cabinet that would lead him directly to another hidden in Karkarov's quarters on the Durmstrang ship. Peter didn't like the cabinet. He feared entering it and never coming out again. The Dark Lord had talked about how he'd first come across the cabinets when he'd spotted a damaged version forgotten in a room in Hogwarts. What happened if the cabinet was damaged while you were in it? Mused Peter as Crouch entered it and closed the door, disappearing from view. The Dark Lord sighed. When I am fully myself once more, Peter, there will be a reckoning. He looked down at his tiny body with disgust. But I cannot blame Fenrir and Bartemius for believing me weak while I reside in this. Peter scrambled for a reply. If he confirmed the Dark Lord looked weak, he'd no doubt be punished. But if he didn't agree with him, they forget that the strength of your spirit is undiminished, Master. The Dark Lord smiled. I chose well when I made you my servant, Peter. You of all my Death Eaters appreciate the honor the most. Peter bowed his head, inwardly pleased to gain some recognition after weeks of Crouch being heralded as the favorite. You will convey a message to Lupin, the Dark Lord said, surprising Peter, who almost made the mistake of looking at him. Me, he squeaked instead. Who better to contact him than an old friend, Peter? The Dark Lord said, tell him that Fenrir hunts him on my order, but that if he survives, I would welcome him and his pack into my service. And in exchange, I will ensure no werewolf will ever be executed. Peter frowned heavily. Master, he will not. No, agreed the Dark Lord dryly, but I will give him the chance, one leader to another. And should the pack learn that he turned down my deal, well, he smiled again. That twist of lips that spoke of cruelty. How long before Lupin would be cut down by his own kind? You are very clever, Master. Peter babbled out quickly. The Dark Lord inclined his head. I am fatigued, Peter. A potion and then bed, I fear. Peter nodded briskly and hurried to comply, already wondering how he was supposed to get a message to Remus, and knowing if he did not, it would be him writhing on the floor in agony. December 9th, 1994. And 1, 2, 3, no, don't look at your feet, Andromeda instructed briskly. And 1, 2, 3, and... Harry gritted his teeth and carried on attempting to lead Andromeda around the dueling area of the training room, which had been turned temporarily into a dance floor. He wasn't doing too badly, he thought desperately. At least, he hadn't stepped on any toes during the current lesson, which was much better than he'd done at all his others. A polite cough interrupted them. Harry stumbled to a stop as Andromeda halted mid-step. They both turned to look at the new arrival. Narcissa stood just inside the doorway, with a wide smile on her face. Forgive me, Sirius informed me that you were both in here practicing a dance for the ball before our dinner, and well, I could not resist taking a peek. He's doing very well for someone who has had no lessons until this summer. Andromeda said defensively, I'm pants. Harry admitted bluntly. He pushed a hand through his hair, frustrated. I'm going to totally embarrass Hermione at the ball. He sighed. The champions are supposed to open it with a dance, and I can't do it. Narcissa's face softened a little. Andromeda is correct. Harry, you are doing well for someone who has not had previous training or experience. However, we cannot have you representing the House of Black with such a lackluster display. She gestured at her sister. May I? Andromeda sent her a look that said, be careful, but stepped aside. Narcissa moved into the space she had vacated. Now, I believe that your problem is just a matter of perspective, Harry. Harry frowned at her. You hear the word dancing, and it terrifies you. Narcissa explained. You stiffen up, you become self-conscious about your body, and you fail to listen to the music. It was a reasonable enough theory. So, we are not dancing but flying. Narcissa lifted his hands into the correct places, pausing to correct his posture. You hold your partner as you would your broomstick, with tender care and trust that they will follow your lead and perform the tricks you need them to make. He gazed at her, warily but got the analogy. In the air, his broomstick was his dancing partner. A waltz is very similar to the first Abrosky drill for a seeker. Do you know it? Narcissa asked. Harry nodded. The Abrosky drill, she had mentioned, was a basic searching drill, one of the first Wood had taught him because it was simple and easy to master. He felt some of the tension bleed out of his shoulders. Excellent, Narcissa said. Close your eyes and focus on the pattern and transferring your movement to a ground practice. When you have it clear in your head, move and trust that I will follow. Harry did as she instructed. The pattern was familiar enough, and he had practiced it on the ground during his first year, when he was reliant on having supervision when he flew. He signaled his intent with a brief press of his hand against her waist, a shift of his hand on the broomstick, and moved. He stepped easily through the pattern, his hands alerting Narcissa, the broomstick, and moving with him. After a while, music began to play. Harry ignored it, just as he ignored the crowds on a game day, and carried on with the drill until the music stopped and Harry opened his eyes. A smug, Narcissa beamed back at him. "Very good, Harry. Very good," Andromeda remarked as she applauded them both. "It was bloody brilliant." Narcissa lifted one shoulder in an elegant shrug. "I suggest you continue practicing the drill, Harry." She considered him carefully. "You should also practice with Hermione ahead of the ball. Both of you will be more confident if you have practiced together." "That's a good idea, Sissy," Andromeda said. The door to the training room opened, and Sirius poked his head in. "We're about to sit down for dinner." Sirius informed them cheerily. "All okay in here?" "A breakthrough," Andromeda said brightly. "Sissy is a marvelous teacher." Harry nodded. "Thank you, Narcissa." "Not at all, cousin. It was my pleasure," Narcissa said. "You may escort me to the table." Sirius sent him an amused look, but Harry offered his arm, and they walked through the rooms to the dining table, which was resplendent in crisp, white linen, gleaming china crockery, shining silver cutlery, and sparkling crystal. Hermione raised her eyes as she took in Narcissa on Harry's arm, and he knew he'd have to explain it to her later, but that was good, as it would give him the chance to ask her to join his practicing. Narcissa was right about that. He probably would feel more confident if he and Hermione had already danced before the ball. Lucius was sending his wife an equally questioning look, but Narcissa simply gazed back serenely as Harry seated her in her usual place. Draco caught Harry as he made to move to his seat. "Abrosky." Harry nodded quickly. Evidently Narcissa had used the method on Draco in the past. Somehow, that was more comforting to him. Draco was very polished in comparison to Harry, and if Draco had needed Narcissa's flying analogy in order to learn to dance, then Harry felt better about needing it himself. He sat down hurriedly as Sirius assumed his place at the head of the table. Sirius tapped it once, and each place was suddenly filled with a bowl filled with a steaming portion of creamy watercress soup, along with side plates of warm brown bread rolls and golden butter. Harry dug in hungrily. Ted cleared his throat. "Dora said that Remus has gone back to France." Sirius nodded, scooping up some soup. After Fenrir's recruitment meeting, there was an influx of werewolves trying to escape any future missions. "So, we're moving the werewolf sanctuary to the Baltics. The chateau will act as a way station instead. Remus is sorting out the details and the move over the next week or so. A sensible move after the events of Wednesday," Lucius commented, fingering his napkin. "The word is that Fenrir has sought help from a sympathetic healer yesterday to deal with injuries. I doubt that the Dark Lord was pleased with his performance and made his displeasure known to him." "Do we have to speak of such things at the dinner table?" asked Narcissa sharply. "I agree," Andromeda said firmly. "The dinner table is no place for such talk." Minerva nodded her own agreement. "After dinner will be soon enough." Harry watched as the adult men exchanged identical looks of exasperated frustration at being curtailed by the women. He ducked his head and focused on his soup. "How are the Weasleys?" asked Minerva, changing the topic. "I understand from the news reports that Arthur was injured again. Bump on the head, but he was fine at the Wisengamot yesterday," Sirius said succinctly. Percy will have some scars, but thanks to his mother, nothing worse. Harry felt a frisson of guilt ripple through him. He knew that the werewolf attacks on his supporters were Voldemort's way of coming after him, of telling him that no one Harry cared about was safe. Yes, everyone had survived, and the Weasleys had been the only ones hurt, but it felt like that was already one too many people being hurt because of Harry, because Harry had told Voldemort he wouldn't be cowed or terrorized by choosing to compete fully in the tournament. Sirius nudged his hand. "Something wrong with the soup?" he said quietly, and Harry realized he'd simply been stirring it for a few moments rather than eating. Harry flashed him a brief smile of reassurance and dived back into his meal. But his hunger had disappeared, and it was a struggle through the rest of the dinner to do justice to the meal Dobby had prepared. From the looks Sirius occasionally sent in his direction, Harry was certain he hadn't fooled Padfoot into believing that everything was fine. They all adjourned to the living area for the coffee portion of the meal, Harry eschewing it for hot chocolate, Hermione following Minerva and Andromeda with her insistence on tea. Draco accepted the coffee and pulled a face. Harry managed to wrangle sitting next to Hermione, which was the only plus point in his opinion. "If the ladies are agreed, may we speak of Fenrir now?" Lucius asked, a hint of impatience creeping into his tone. He got a trio of glares for his trouble, and Harry spotted Ted hiding his mirth in his cup of coffee. "So the Dark Lord punished Fenrir for his failure?" Sirius asked, determining the answer to Lucius's question with quiet authority. Lucius gripped his cane and gave a sharp nod. "So it would appear. He was suffering from prolonged exposure to a pain curse, cracked ribs, and a broken wrist." "My heart bleeds," Sirius commented dryly. Lucius inclined his head. He approached Wilkes for assistance this morning. He held up a hand. "Denied, obviously. Apparently, he's been tasked with bringing the traitors in his pack to heel and killing your pet werewolf as a bad influence, or the Dark Lord will find another werewolf to work with." Fenrir had been tasked with killing Remus. Harry's magic bubbled up and rattled the ornaments. He yanked it back desperately, breathing deeply to recover his control. Hermione slid her hand into his, settling him further. Sirius's hand landed on his shoulder. "You know this for certain?" Wilkes told Fenrir that under the détente he couldn't help him, and good luck finding someone with the wherewithal to help him who didn't have a détente with you, or who wouldn't refuse to help because of a deep desire not to draw the Dark Lord's displeasure by helping Fenrir with a mission given to him to make up for a failure. Lucius said. Sirius glanced down at Harry with a silent question. "I'm fine," Harry said. That's why the ornaments suddenly decided to get up and do a jig. Draco drawled from his seat on the other sofa. Harry shot him an annoyed look. "It got away from me for a moment. I'm going to call Remus and let him know." Sirius said, "Is there anything else you should have told me, Lucius? I don't know, before we'd gotten to dinner?" "No," Lucius said mildly, his eyes glittering darkly. "I think that's everything." "Then I think we should walk Draco back to Slytherin and take our leave." Narcissa's sharp tone could have cut through concrete, and evidently Lucius was aware that he'd annoyed her because he stiffened. "Draco can tell us how his date with Catherine Gillingwood went." Draco sighed heavily but got to his feet. "Well, that should take all of 2 minutes." He complained as the Malfoys left. Sirius made his excuses to the others and headed for his study to mirror call Remus. Hermione looked at Harry questioningly. "You met Catherine, didn't you? What did you think?" "She's pretty and nice," Harry said, "but I bet she bored Draco to tears within 10 minutes of their actual date." Andromeda coughed to try to hide her amusement. "Poor girl. You must have a different view, surely, Minerva." "I cannot comment, as I'm her teacher, and there are students present," Minerva said briskly. However, I will say that I feel Mr. Malfoy possibly needs someone who'll challenge him a bit more. In other words, Harry thought with satisfaction, Catherine was pretty and nice and boring just like he'd said. His satisfaction faded as he considered Lucius's news about Fenrir. Remus was in danger. Of course, they'd always known that opening up the sanctuary would mean that Remus would be in danger from Fenrir. It was a challenge to Fenrir's leadership of the pack. Harry could see that. Remus might claim that he wasn't fighting Fenrir for the leadership of his pack by offering those who no longer wanted to be part of Fenrir's pack a place to go, but really it was semantics. I think that's a good idea, don't you, Harry? Hermione's hand squeezed his, drawing him out of his thoughts. Sorry, Harry said with a mild blush. I was miles away. Andromeda smiled at him sympathetically. I suggested to Hermione that she should join us for dance practice next Friday. Yeah, Harry nodded, sneaking a look at Hermione. That's a good idea if you're sure you don't mind. Hermione shook her head, the heavy fall of her hair bouncing lightly on her shoulders. I think I'd like to practice before we have to open the ball. Minerva grimaced. Do not look at me accusingly, Harry. I was simply the messenger. And given your final performance tonight, Andromeda chipped in, I shouldn't worry. You did fine. She sighed. Narcissa would have made a good teacher, I think. She has a knack for it. Minerva hummed. Perhaps you and she would consent to teach a wider group. I'm certain there are other students who would appreciate a class on dancing ahead of the ball. Andromeda smiled briefly. I'll ask her. I'll do it either way. She winced visibly and deliberately. My poor feet. Just as well you're married to a healer, then. Ted laughed jovially. He put down his coffee as Sirius re-entered the room. All sorted. Remus had already heard on the Werewolf Network about Fenrir's latest assignment. Sirius sat down on the arm of the sofa next to Harry. He's going to take some extra precautions. Harry blew out a breath. Remus was sensible enough not only to know he needed extra precautions, but to actually put them in place too. I've put the schoolhouse on lockdown to protect Sion. Tonks is going to go over and keep her company until Remus gets back. Sirius added, Well, that should be interesting. Andromeda said wryly. Sirius frowned at her quizzically. Andromeda grinned at Sirius. According to Dora, both she and Sion are interested in Remus romantically. Ah, said Sirius, fighting to keep the smile off his face and failing. Awkward. Ted covered his face with his hands. I don't need to hear this. I'm her father. You'll be relieved then, dear, Andromeda said mildly, that Remus is looking at neither of them. Oh, well, that's a shame. Ted said, dropping his hands to reveal a look of genuine regret. Andromeda raised both eyebrows. First, you don't want to hear about Nymphadora's interest in Remus, but now you're disappointed Remus isn't interested back. Yes, Ted admitted hesitantly. He's a good man. Andromeda rolled her eyes, but she patted her husband on his arm. Yes, he is. And yes, I'm disappointed too. And on that note, I think it's time to go home and return you to the Gryffindor dorm. Hermione. Minerva placed her empty cup down and stood with the others. I'll walk out with you. Sirius winked at Harry as he steered the others' way, leaving him and Hermione alone briefly. He figured everybody knew Sirius was allowing them a private goodbye since they pointedly didn't look in their direction while gathering coats and chattering about the next week's dinner arrangements. Hermione blushed lightly, but leaned in for a lightning-fast kiss. I'll see you tomorrow. Harry nodded, heat flaring up in his own cheeks as Sirius glanced in their direction. He walked Hermione over and joined in the goodbyes. The portrait closed, and Sirius flung a friendly arm around Harry's shoulders when he would have made for the stairs. Not so fast, Pronglet. You want to talk about what's bothering you? He asked bluntly, steering Harry back towards the living area. Is that code for, "You will talk about what's bothering you"? Harry asked, tension turning his words a tone more sulky than he had intended. Sirius ignored the tone and ushered Harry back into his seat. "If you like." He sat down opposite Harry on the coffee table. "You were fine until Minnie asked about the Weasleys, and then you started playing with your soup. So I'm guessing you're upset that they got hurt in the werewolf attacks." "It was a good guess. It feels like it was my fault," Harry muttered, knowing Sirius already knew but wanted Harry to admit it. "And you know it wasn't," Sirius said firmly. "The only people responsible for hurting the Weasleys are Voldemort, Greyback, and the werewolves who hurt them. Voldemort ordered the attacks to get to me," Harry argued hotly. "Yes, he did," Sirius agreed. "He ordered these attacks because he's pissed at you, and he knows hurting the people you care about hurts you." He held Harry's unhappy gaze. "And the people you care about know that too. Nobody blames you, Harry." He wasn't sure that was true, since Ron had been kind of quiet with him since they'd gotten the news about Arthur and Percy the day before, and maybe, Harry recognized with chagrin, maybe that was at the heart of his worry. "And it's not your fault that Fenrir is going after Remus," Sirius continued briskly. "Fenrir's always been after Remus in one way or another. Really, Voldemort giving him an assignment to kill him just gives him an excuse to actively go after him." Harry accepted that point since Remus's history with Fenrir started long before Harry had even been a twinkle in his father's eye. "Not your fault," Sirius said again. He rapped Harry's knee lightly with his fist. "Any of this getting through?" Harry sighed heavily. "Look, I know it's not my fault here," he pointed at his head. "It's just, it doesn't feel like it here." Sirius tapped Harry's chest. "Yeah," Harry admitted morosely. "And I get that my being upset is what Voldemort wanted, but I can't help it." Sirius pressed his lips together, looking at Harry sympathetically. "You wouldn't be you if you didn't get upset at people being hurt, Harry. And I can't promise you that nobody is going to get seriously hurt in the future because Voldemort is lashing out at the people you love to get to you, and frankly, the people who love you will try and protect you. But everyone is taking what measures they can to stay safe. We plan for the worst and hope for the best. The Aurors did a brilliant job on Wednesday for the most part, and Molly was able to deal with the werewolf threatening Arthur and Percy. Arthur said she looked like a fury in a nightdress." Harry chuffed out a thin laugh at the image. "It's okay to be upset," Sirius comforted him. "I got upset myself after the first task about you being in danger, and had to remind myself it's exactly what Crouch wanted. Moony reminded me that it was all right to be upset. We just don't do it where Voldemort or Crouch will see us." He waved a hand around the room. "That's exactly why we've got these rooms, to give you and me a space to breathe in." His heart tightened into an achy mess at the thought of Sirius being upset, but he nodded in understanding. Sirius examined his expression, switched to sit beside him, and pulled him in for a hug. Harry hugged Padfoot back for a long while, the confession of how he'd been upset after the first task fresh in Harry's mind. "So," Sirius cleared his throat, "what's a Broski got to do with dancing?" Harry shuffled back and began to explain. The explanation led to a demonstration, and by the time Harry crawled into bed, he'd almost been able to forget that he'd been upset, and why. Almost. Was Ron angry with him about the Weasleys getting hurt? Harry sighed in the darkness of his room, wishing for once that he was in the Gryffindor dorm with Ron just across from him, so he could ask him. But he couldn't just walk over to the dorm, wake Ron up, and ask. Could he? Harry sat up abruptly, considering the idea. It wasn't like it would be the first time that Harry had gone sneaking about Hogwarts in the middle of the night. Okay, So it would be the first time that Harry had gone sneaking about while he was living with Sirius at Hogwarts, since he knew part of the reason for their own rooms was to keep Harry safe. But he didn't think there was too much danger with Moody's security people patrolling and the upgraded wards. And wouldn't it be worth it to check that everything between him and Ron was fine? He pushed his covers away, pulled on his dressing gown over his pajamas, and hurried over to get the invisibility cloak. There was no point taking unnecessary risks. He wrapped it around himself, opened the bedroom door, and cast a glance towards Sirius's. It was closed, and there was no light peeking out of the crack at the bottom. Sirius was probably asleep. Harry was careful, though. He placed a silencing charm on his feet and tiptoed down the stairs and out of their rooms, with his heart beating loudly in his chest. Quick visit, Harry determined hastily. It would be a quick visit. There and back before Sirius even noticed he was gone. He practically ran to the portrait of the fat lady and had to catch his breath before giving her the password. Sneaking up to the fourth-year boys' dorm was a cinch after that. He opened the door, arrowed in on Ron, and hurried over with Neville's snoring providing background cover. He shook Ron awake briskly. Ron opened his eyes groggily and glared up at Harry for a moment before his brain engaged and the realization that Harry was in the dorm when he wasn't supposed to be hit. Ron opened his mouth and Harry frantically shushed him. He motioned for him to follow him down to the common room. Ron nodded quickly and shoved his arms into his dressing gown as they left the dorm. The common room was preternaturally silent, the slumbering fire casting everything in amber. Harry led Ron over to a couple of easy chairs in a corner and set up a privacy bubble and a notice-me-not charm. "What's wrong?" asked Ron immediately. "Do you need us to go spy on someone, or—" Harry shook his head swiftly. He sighed and pushed his glasses up his nose. "You've been quiet since yesterday, and the news about your dad and Percy, and well..." He shrugged, unable to actually ask Ron if he blamed him, because he was so afraid the answer was yes. Ron looked abashed. "You noticed, huh?" "I noticed," Harry said, his heart beginning to sink. Merlin, Ron did blame him. Ron subsided into the chair, deflating like a balloon. "I just can't help the way I feel, mate," he began, and Harry couldn't say anything to that. "I've just felt so guilty about Percy," continued Ron, staring at the fire. And Harry couldn't wait. "What? You felt guilty about Percy?" Harry checked that he'd heard correctly. "Yeah, I thought he was a total git to everyone before he lost his job, and he's been an even worse git since," Ron explained, poking the carpet with his toe. "But he didn't deserve to be set on by a werewolf, and my mum said in her letter that he was really brave and defended Dad, so you've been feeling guilty about thinking he was a total git," Harry summarized, feeling gleeful that it wasn't about him at all. Guilt that he'd been so self-centered wormed its way through the glee in short order. "That's about the size of it." Ron sighed heavily. "What do I say? Sorry I thought you were a git, but you don't deserve being scarred for life, and I'm glad you're not dead, or a werewolf." "I guess," Harry agreed, hesitantly. "Maybe just focus on the 'I'm glad you're all right' bit. And I think it's okay that you thought he was a git before." Because Percy had definitely fallen into the git category in Harry's opinion. Ron snorted. "Yeah." He darted a glance toward the girls' staircase. "I guess I should probably make up with Ginny, too. She tried to talk to me earlier about Percy, and I shoved her off." Harry rolled his eyes at him. "She's very sorry about what happened with Hermione, and she is seeing the mind healer now." Although, admittedly, his own forgiveness of Ginny's very peripheral involvement in the attack on Hermione had been mostly because Hermione had asked him to forgive Ginny, and because Hermione had already forgiven her. Ron nodded slowly. "Right then." He glanced over at Harry and smiled. "Hey, thanks for coming and talking to me. I've maybe kind of missed this. You and me talking about stuff, just the two of us. There was another twinge of guilt because Harry was rarely alone with Ron anymore. He and Hermione made an effort to include Ron when they weren't on an official date, but Ron was probably feeling excluded anyway. It probably didn't help that Harry spent most of the Gryffindor Quidditch practices with Ginny, as she had taken over as Seeker, and his personal practice time had turned into something of a get-together for the champions. He sighed. "I was just thinking if I was in the dorm I could ask you so," he confessed. "I like having the rooms away from everyone, but I miss living here too." Ron punched him lightly on his upper arm. "Well, you can come over any time." He gave another sheepish smile. "And thanks. I'll collar our Ginny in the morning and send Percy a note." "You can use Hedwig," Harry offered, still feeling a touch guilty that Ron's issue hadn't been with him, and he might not have questioned his friend if he'd thought it wasn't. "And maybe we could go for a Quidditch practice, just the two of us this weekend." Ron's face brightened immediately. That would be great. He frowned as he got to his feet, and Harry removed the spells he'd cast. "You should get back to your rooms." "Yeah?" "Yeah." Harry grinned at him and covered himself with the invisibility cloak. "Show off." Ron complained good-naturedly and waved in Harry's direction as he stifled a yawn on his way back to bed. Harry felt a lot better as he opened the portrait hole out into the corridor. He stumbled, though, when he caught sight of the Grim sat just in front of it waiting for him, the Marauder's map in its mouth. Bugger. Padfoot rose from his sentry position, took a step toward Harry, and nudged his leg through the invisibility cloak. Harry got the message. Start walking. He was in so much trouble, Harry mused despondently, and began to walk, holding on to Prawnlet. Chapter 3. Severus sniffed derisively as he entered the Three Broomsticks. The hour was late, but the tavern was still filled with a respectable number of drinkers. A young couple were squirreled away in one corner on a date. Two old wizards played dominoes by the fire, and a gaggle of women of a certain age huddled around two tables on what was clearly some kind of birthday celebration. The ambience was one of cheerful and welcoming coziness. Severus despised it on principle. Severus sniffed again, unwound the scarf from his neck, and made for the bar. Rosmerta smiled warmly at him. "Professor Snape, we don't often see you in here." And Severus had no intention of making it a regular habit. "A private room has been arranged in the name of Prince." It was his mother's maiden name, and Snape wondered whether Crouch had looked it up or been told it by the Dark Lord. Either way, it was a good cover. Crouch could pretend to be a distant cousin looking up his remaining family. There were some relatives still alive on his mother's side. Severus mused, his great-great-great-uncle's progeny. They had left years before, moving to the States, and Severus wasn't interested in tracking them down. "Oh, of course." Rosmerta's smile turned conspiratorial. "Room 1, dear. The lady is already up there along with your refreshments." And she winked at him. Severus glowered at her and left. What cover story had Crouch constructed? He wondered as he made his way stiffly up the stairs. He knocked on the door 3 times and waited. "Enter." A female voice called breathlessly. Severus let his wand drop into his hand and opened the door. The smell of faint perfume hit his nostrils first. Lilies. He controlled the immediate burst of anger, reminding himself that Crouch had no doubt chosen it on purpose, hoping to evoke such a reaction. He stepped through the doorway and closed the door behind him. A female figure lounged on the rose-petal-strewn bed in a flimsy nightie, smiling coquettishly at him, green eyes peeking out from semi-closed lids. She was slim, pale, and had a cascade of red hair. But even in a bad light, and half-blind Severus would never have mistaken her for Lily Potter. Or rather mistaken him. Bartemius Crouch Jr., I presume? Severus sneered. The female's smile turned predatory. Severus Snape. He pouted. You don't seem to like the surprise I prepared for you. Severus glared down his nose at him. I prefer to keep business strictly business. Pity. He slid off the bed and wrapped himself in a pale pink silk dressing robe. He grabbed a packet of cigarettes and lit up, blowing out a stream of smoke. I haven't had a good shag in ages. Severus arched one eyebrow and moved to sit on the comfortable wingback chair by the dresser. He didn't unbutton his outer cloak or take off his soft leather gloves. I assume you intend for our cover story to be a clandestine love affair. Severus questioned tersely. It was a reasonable cover, he conceded to himself. And you have a known type, darling. Crouch grinned at him as he threw himself back on the bed. If anyone asks, a mutual acquaintance introduced us, and we have been owling in secret since the beginning of the summer. He gestured at a stack of parchment on the dresser. Your evidence. Severus swept his wand over the paper and found it benign. He sniffed to ascertain if there was something the paper had been steeped in, but couldn't scent anything other than the infernal perfume Crouch had sprayed the room with. He picked the first parchment up with gloved hands and read the text with little fanfare. Crouch had done a good job if the letter was any indication. Madame Albright was a widow with a gift for potions, and the letter had one half of what appeared to be a lively exchange about a past article published in Potions Monthly around August. Severus picked up the rest of the parchments and tucked them away into the inner pocket of his outer robe. He settled his gaze back on Crouch. Does the Dark Lord wish for verbal or written reports? Crouch blinked. You know, Father never said. Father. Well, that was an interesting turn of events. Severus mused, and one Crouch wanted him to know. Verbal, then. Severus said, as though disinterested in Crouch's new status. He smoothed down his cloak. You are aware that the Summers woman and your elf are now in the protective custody of Albus Dumbledore. Crouch perked up. At Hogwarts. Severus inclined his head, although only the elf was actually within the school. The Summers woman was with her brother in some DMLE safe house, known only to Scrimgeour and Bones. I have been ordered to find an antidote. Crouch shrugged. Why should Father be interested in that? The draft we used has no antidote. And so the game began, Severus thought with amusement. It is true that the Sleeping Beauty draft has no antidote except for the true love kiss of one with a pure heart, something that is unlikely to happen to either female in this case. He watched in satisfaction as Crouch's face stilled with shock. Well, Crouch said, so you may be as useful as Father said you were. After all, Potions Master Snape. Severus raised his eyebrow again. The Dark Lord is aware of my skills, and I can confirm that I will probably be able to determine an antidote within a few months. He lifted one shoulder. I will be able to delay perhaps until May, but no longer. You will delay until after the summer solstice. Crouch snarled, lurching to his feet to pace. He looked a sight, an angry, pinched-looking redhead stomping about the room in a flimsy pink negligee. And there was one more confirmation of the Dark Lord's ritual timetable, Severus noted. Albus Dumbledore was mentored by Nicholas Flamel. Severus said with an affected patience as though talking to a small child or a Gryffindor. He is able to follow my process and determine cause and effect, review my results, and know if I am prevaricating. May is the best I can do. In truth, May was likely the time that he estimated he would have a working antidote. Any sooner just wasn't possible given some of the ingredients he believed he required. It was something that the Dark Lord, with his own knowledge of potions, might know and understand. Severus watched as Crouch continued to pace, trailing smoke and ash. The Dark Lord will need to move at that time, as the elf and the Summer's woman will be questioned about his whereabouts. They don't know. Crouch responded immediately. And your elf would not be able to find you once she's awake. Would not rush to your side. Sirius drawled. Black has many tricks and more than enough house elves to send after her to get a location. Crouch stopped abruptly. He whirled around and pinned Sirius with a hard stare. So kill the elf. Sirius simply looked back at him. And expose you to the black elves instead? You are connected to the House of Black through a marriage. If you lose the protection of your own elf bond, you become visible to them. Isn't that the reason why you've kept her alive? Crouch swept his hands through his hair. Bloody black. Well, on that much we can agree. Sirius said dryly. He is superb at being the proverbial thorn in one's side. And Sirius didn't even have to lie about that. Crouch's brow lowered. I will see him dead. Sirius took note of the anger written over Crouch's female features and hummed. I was rather hoping for the honor myself. He killed Rabaston. Crouch snapped out. He's mine. Sirius shrugged, as though unconcerned. If that is the wish of the Dark Lord, then so be it. Know this, I don't trust you. Crouch said bluntly. From everything I've been told, you had a thing for Lily Potter, and I know the urge to avenge a lover. Sirius allowed a faintly amused smile to drift over his lips despite the rage that surged inside, the brief thought that Crouch was right about his trustworthiness. And why? Your source being Pettigrew the Rat, I assume? He shook his head. I wouldn't believe much that passes his lips. It is true that Lily and I were friends once, but I made my choice and she made hers. He let the smile settle. And we were never lovers. You wanted to be. Crouch accused him roundly. Of course, I wanted to be at one time. Sirius said lightly. I was a teenage boy, and she was an attractive witch, but she chose Potter. He gestured. And I committed my life to the Dark Lord. Do you deny that you tried to prevent Father's attempt to obtain the Philosopher's Stone? Crouch argued, stubbing his cigarette out in an ashtray on the bedside table. I tried to prevent Quirrell from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. Sirius countered. Had I known it was the Dark Lord, I would have made every attempt to assist him. Since he never revealed himself to me, I can only assume he wanted to succeed alone, and he would have done so had Potter not gotten in the way. Crouch was barely mollified, Sirius noted. I've watched you around the school. You are close with the old fool, with Moody, with Black. Crouch argued, and that was confirmation that Crouch had access enough to Hogwarts to note the various relationships Sirius had fostered. Have you never heard of keeping your friends close, but your enemies closer? Sirius smiled cruelly. As a spy, I have to cultivate some relationships that I would prefer to avoid, but cultivate them I must if I am to be of service to the Dark Lord. Crouch glared at him. I don't trust you, but the Dark Lord does. Sirius interrupted smoothly. Otherwise we would not be here, and since I have not brought the Aurors or worse Black to your door, one might assume that the Dark Lord knows best. He stood. Crouch stared at him. You're not leaving. I have imparted the information. I have. Sirius said, Of course, if you have further instructions from the Dark Lord, I will stay and listen. He gazed at Crouch questioningly. The younger wizard looked perturbed, but he drew himself up sharply, a keen gaze entering his two bright eyes. I may need you for something we have planned for Yule. He waved towards Sirius. I will send you a parchment as Madame Albright when I wish to convey information rather than use Karkarov. Sirius began to wind his scarf back around his neck and head. Very well. I trust that you can leave the room in a state befitting a romantic tryst. I will ensure I'm not seen as I depart. Crouch smiled sharply. Goodbye, lover. Sirius scowled and walked out, A shudder ran through him as he closed the door on Crouch. He cast a disillusionment spell on himself and went out through the staff exit, down the back stairs, and through the kitchen. He apparat to the Hogwarts gates and hurried back to his quarters. He needed a drink, Sirius determined as he entered the living room, grateful for the warmth of the fire crackling in the hearth. He divested himself of his cloak and scarf, but kept his gloves on to draw out the stack of parchments Crouch had handed him and placed them in a wooden box. He would test them for poisons and potions the following day, he decided. He finally peeled the gloves away careful, not to touch the outside of them, tossing them into the fire in case they had become contaminated. Constant vigilance, Sirius thought wryly. Moody would be proud. He glanced at the clock as he poured himself a drink. Albus would be awake, probably Moody too, although he expected Black and Potter to have retired for the night. Still, his report could wait until morning. Apart from the news that something definitely was planned for Yule, something they had already suspected, there was nothing new to report. Other than Crouch was indeed batshit insane, and apparently thought the Dark Lord had adopted him. Sirius shuddered again and tossed back his whiskey. He wondered whether Crouch was aware that the Dark Lord was simply playing on his daddy issues. He doubted it, and what would happen when he was faced with the truth of it? Sirius mused. Possibly it would be enough to send him over the edge completely, which might not be a good thing. The Dark Lord was evil and clever and cruel, but he was sane. And a sane wizard could be predicted. A crazy wizard, on the other hand, a crazy wizard did things like dress up like the ghost of a dead woman to seduce a spy and test his loyalties. Sirius poured himself another drink and tried to ignore the scent that lingered, the fantasy Crouch had guessed at so accurately. He grimaced at Crouch's tactics. There was always more than one way to torture someone, and Crouch had succeeded in tearing open most of Sirius's barely healed wounds, although Sirius was assured that he hadn't allowed any of them to actually bleed in Crouch's presence. Crouch was remarkably dangerous, Sirius concluded with reluctant admiration. Crazy, dangerous, and out for Black's blood. A lethal combination. For the first time ever, Sirius found himself worried about Sirius Black. Merlin knew Black had wounds all over him, ready to be ripped open, and Black would bleed himself to death for Potter. Sirius shook his head. He'd talk with Black in the morning, warn him. Knowing Black, he probably already knew Crouch was insane and dangerous, but it was a point worth repeating. He glanced at the wooden box with its potentially lethal contents and picked it up, heading into his private lab to begin testing them immediately. Potions had always settled his nerves, and he was prepared to admit, if only to himself, that he needed them settled. December 10th, 1994. Boys, thought Hermione, reading the note from Harry explaining why he was grounded to his suite of rooms for the weekend, barring his mind healer session and dueling elective and other official commitments that Sirius deemed he had to do, with exasperation. Why hadn't he just waited and talked to Ron in the morning? She shot Ron an annoyed look as he fed Hedwig a piece of bacon. It was just the two of them that morning, as Neville had a date with Hannah, and the rest of the Gryffindor fourth year had apparently decided to sleep in. Don't blame me, Ron said, not looking at her. I didn't ask him to come to the dorm. That was true. And he promised me we'd do a Quidditch practice, just the two of us, this weekend. So it's not as though I haven't lost out because Sirius caught him either. Ron complained, a faint look of disappointment on his face. It was the disappointment that convinced Hermione more than anything that Ron hadn't been complicit in Harry's midnight run to the Gryffindor dorm. Why didn't he just wait? Hermione wondered out loud. Ron's freckled face turned sheepish. He, kind of picked up that I was upset about Percy, and he sighed, feeding Hedwig another piece of bacon, came to talk to me. The last part was mumbled and Hermione was pleased that she'd had 3 years already of interpreting Ron. It was sweet of Harry to have been concerned about Ron. Hermione sighed, finally letting go of the topic to tuck into her porridge. And just like Harry, to have gotten the idea to go talk with Ron, and instead of waiting, just gone ahead and done it. The risk had been minimal, Hermione thought. Harry had the invisibility cloak, and while they knew Crouch and company had masqueraded as fake Durmstrang students, the patrolling security were also well aware and on the lookout for students out of place. The dorm and Harry's room were also both in Gryffindor Tower, so it was unlikely that Harry would have run into trouble, but Harry had sneaked out. It was that more than anything that had probably prompted Sirius to ground him. If Harry had woken Sirius up and just asked him, Sirius would probably have agreed, and, probably escorted him there and back just to be safe. She couldn't really blame Sirius for grounding Harry for sneaking out. It was just annoying. She had hoped to talk to him about the whole Ron situation. And she guessed from Harry's offer to Ron to spend time, just the two of them, that Harry had noticed that things were awkward too, despite her and Harry trying to ensure Ron felt included, which created another issue. Hermione figured, in that in trying so hard to include Ron, both she and Harry had started resenting his presence at times. They'd known. Hermione reminded herself briskly. They'd known, when they'd started dating, that the dynamic between the three of them would change. They'd just naively assumed it would be easy to deal with. The truth was that her own changed dynamic with Harry made Hermione feel slightly breathless and dizzy with happiness every time she thought about it. Harry wasn't perfect, but he always made her feel important and special when they were together, even if it was just holding her hand or occasionally smiling at her across a classroom. He had turned out really good at romantic gestures, too. The roses that he had given her on their dates and to ask her out initially had been dried and preserved by Dobby. The snow globe sat on her bedside table. It had been oohed and ahed at for a long time by the other girls in the dorm. He was very good at kissing Tunat that Hermione had previous experience, but compared to some of the horror stories she'd heard, sloppy withdrawal, too hard and aggressive, too much tongue, she believed he was good enough, especially as it made her heart beat faster and her blood buzz with pleasure. Hormones, thought Hermione logically, but it didn't take away the fact that she enjoyed kissing Harry. So, she and Harry were good, great even. The problem was Ron. It wasn't exactly Ron's fault. Hermione knew that. They had been the ones to assure him that he wouldn't be left out once she and Harry started dating. And perhaps that was just the problem. She and Harry were making every effort to make sure Ron was okay at the detriment to the time they should be spending together. And perhaps the truth was that it wasn't so much that Hermione wanted more alone time with Harry, although that would be nice, but that Harry had such limited time anyway. She could understand Ron not wanting to let go of any minute to spend with his best friend, when said best friend was no longer living in the dorm and eating in the Great Hall, no longer on the Quidditch team, and was generally less available. If Harry had been dating anyone else, Hermione believed that Ron would have already been sulking over losing even more time with Harry. As it was, when she and Harry weren't officially on dates, it was still the three of them sometimes if Neville joined them at lunch. It was a difficult balancing act. Hermione still believed a lot of it could be alleviated if Ron would start dating himself, and so had someone else to spend time with. Lavender was perfect. She was very interested in Ron, thought he was adorable, and even thought his cluelessness was adorable. Maybe she wasn't going to end up Mrs. Ronald Weasley, but Hermione thought she was a good first girlfriend for Ron, one who genuinely seemed to care for him. Hermione had never thought she would be the type of friend who started dating only to push others to do the same, but it was a solution to the problem of rarely getting time alone with Harry. There was no better time to start pushing Ron towards some kind of realization, Hermione thought, than right at that moment. It was only the two of them at breakfast. She wasn't counting Hedwig, who delivered the missives from Harry, and Lavender was nowhere in sight. So, Hermione set her letter from Harry aside. Have you thought about who you're going to invite to the ball? Ron's head whipped around so fast she thought he might give himself whiplash. He paled under his freckles. Well, we're all going together, aren't we? Hermione's heart sank because she had known on some level that Ron had been thinking that, and she just wasn't doing it. She wanted a special night with Harry, and fortunately the tournament gave her an excuse. That's not going to be possible, Ron. She shook her head before he started to argue with her. The champions are going to open the ball with a dance, something neither Harry nor I are looking forward to, and then we sit on the champions table and have to do the whole political thing of mingling afterwards. She looked at him sympathetically. We'll spend time with you after. Of course we will. But no, I get it, Ron said morosely. He crossed his arms. What am I going to do? Well, who do you like? Hermione asked bluntly. Fleur. Ron blushed, red adorning his cheeks, almost the same color as his hair. I mean, she's perfect, and it would be perfect because then you, Harry, and I would be together too, doing all the champion stuff, I mean. Hermione hummed. I think she's going with Robert Ogden. Oh. Ron sighed heavily. That's just the thing, isn't it? All the good-looking girls will have been snatched up by now. Not all, Hermione said quickly, swallowing the urge to ask him why looks were the only criteria he was basing his choice upon. I know Lavender and Parvati are still looking for a date. Ron frowned. Maybe I'll ask Ginny, he said as though Hermione hadn't spoken. She won't get to go unless someone asks her, and it'll make up for, It wasn't a half-bad plan. And in other circumstances, Hermione knew she might have encouraged it since Ron's silent treatment with his sister did need to be fixed. What's wrong with Lavender? Hermione said pointedly. Ron blinked at her, as though confused. We're talking about Ginny. You're talking about Ginny, Hermione said, exasperated. I'm talking about Lavender. She pushed her finished porridge to the side and reached for the fruit bowl. Why are you talking about Lavender when I'm talking about Ginny? Asked Ron, perplexed. Because you weren't listening to me tell you that Lavender is without a date, Hermione said firmly. I heard you, Ron said impatiently, and I said that I'd ask Ginny. Hermione took a deep breath and reminded herself getting frustrated with Ron would not be conducive to getting him to agree to ask Lavender to the ball. Why not Lavender? Hermione asked again. Ron sighed. Look, I know I've been a pain with Ginny since the whole thing with you getting attacked by Jessica, and I want to make it up to her. The ball's a good way of doing that, and I don't have to do all this ponceing about getting a date. I saw that globe thing Harry gave you. I don't have time to do anything like that. Hermione bit her lip. Okay, I see that it would be a nice thing for you to do for Ginny, and I'm sure she'd appreciate it as a gesture of reconciliation. But it's a special night, and don't you want to spend it with someone other than your sister? And I appreciate that you don't have time, or skill, Hermione filled in silently, to do something extra special to ask someone else. But I doubt anyone will expect a snow globe. I'm sure the most they'd expect is something like Harry gave me for our first day rose or some other flower as a gesture. Maybe, Ron said doubtfully, but still, I think I'll ask Ginny. He fed Hedwig once last piece of bacon and offered a letter to her. For Percy, Hedwig. Harry said you wouldn't mind delivering it. Hedwig cocked her head and stuck her leg out. Ron tied on the letter, and Hedwig took flight. I wish you'd reconsider, Ron. Hermione tried one last time. Lavender really likes you. She'd say yes. Ron shook his head. I told you, I'm asking Ginny. He brightened. In fact, why don't I do that right now? He was away from the table before Hermione could protest. She battled the urge to hit her head against the solid wood of the table. Once Ron got that stubborn set to his jaw, there was no arguing with him. Well, Hermione told herself briskly, you could argue, but it would only lead to angry words. So, Hermione thought somewhat despairingly, her first attempt at matchmaking was a dismal failure. Luna slipped into the seat beside her and started to help herself to breakfast fare. You seem contemplative this morning, Hermione. Hermione nodded. I'm thinking I make a poor matchmaker. But you're more worried that perhaps you make a poor friend. Luna said in the direct way she had that Hermione both admired and was shocked by in equal measure. Maybe, Hermione admitted, squirming under the observation. I don't want Harry all to myself. I don't. His friendship with Ron is important to him. He wouldn't have sneaked out in the middle of the night to talk with him if it wasn't important to him, and my friendship with Ron is important to me too, although perhaps secondary to Hermione's friendship with Harry. Never mind her relationship. But it's hard to rebalance when one person steadfastly remains in the same position while the other two have moved. Luna offered. Yes, Hermione said. That. But why would Ron finding someone to date move him from his current position? Luna asked, her attention apparently on the mushrooms she was spooning onto toast rather than Hermione. Hermione was caught by the question. Well, he'd understand about needing time alone with his girlfriend. Luna raised her thin blonde eyebrows, and Hermione sighed. Or maybe not, she admitted ruefully, especially if the choice was forced upon him rather than one that he wanted. You're right. You're right. She threw her hands up in defeat. I'm pushing Ron into something, and it's not the solution. She sighed. Not if I want to be a good friend. And a good matchmaker. Luna added sagely. Hermione chuckled. That too. She pressed her lips together. It seemed like such a good solution. Lavender really, really likes him, and I think Ron would enjoy having a girlfriend of his own. What does Harry think? Asked Luna. Hermione propped her head up on her hand, her elbow on the table. He's kind of agreed with me when I've said we should get Ron together with Lavender, but Harry had a tendency not to argue with her when she put an idea forward. If he disagreed, he just worked around her. In hindsight, he'd often agreed with her about finding someone for Ron in a jokey way rather than a serious one. And hadn't Harry, in terms of his actions, gone to the trouble of seeking Ron out, talking to him, offering to spend one-to-one time with him? And that maybe was the difference between their approaches, Hermione thought with chagrin. Perhaps Harry had the right of it. Maybe what Ron wanted wasn't to encroach on Hermione's time with Harry, but to re-establish some time of his own with him. Hermione sighed. I think Harry thinks Ron would like to spend time with Harry on his own. Luna hummed and finished her mouthful of food. And I should be thinking of ways to help them achieve that rather than trying to push Ron at Lavender. Hermione nodded briskly. Maybe Ron would get together with Lavender. Maybe he wouldn't, but it was not for Hermione to decide, and she felt lighter without it weighing on her. She'd talk to Harry when he wasn't grounded and figure out something. Thanks, Luna. I haven't said anything very much. Luna pointed out. You asked all the right questions, Hermione replied dryly. And it's definitely sometimes what you don't say than what you do that makes the difference. Luna smiled brightly. I did have another reason for sitting beside you. Hermione straightened. Yes. I think I've noticed a new form of bug, Luna said cheerfully. Kind of related to a beetle perhaps, but it flies, and it has a peculiar facial decoration. It also seems to have strangely random habits, and from what I've observed, isn't that interested in eating but following humans around. I was hoping you might help me observe for a day. Since she owed Luna for the whole Ron Lavender advice, because she had a feeling there wasn't an actual bug, just another of Luna's imaginary creatures. Hermione nodded. I have some electives this morning, but we can go bug watching this afternoon. Perfect. Luna beamed at her. That would be perfect. Feeling slightly better about the situation with Ron, Hermione practically skipped away from breakfast, returning to Gryffindor Tower to collect a couple of books for her healing elective. It was fascinating, and it had reconfirmed to Hermione that it was what she wanted to do with her life. Her sense of lightheartedness disappeared as soon as she entered the common room and walked in on Ron and Ginny center stage yelling at each other. She absently noticed that everyone else in the common room, the Weasley twins included, had taken defensive positions in the corners, giving the squabbling siblings a wide berth. "And I say you're not going out with him," Ron yelled. "It's not your decision to make." Ginny shouted back, "I can go out with whoever I like." "You haven't exactly been making good decisions lately," Ron retorted. Ginny's eyes blazed at her brother. "Don't you dare throw that in my face. You know, Lydia and me didn't have any idea that Jessica was going to attack Hermione. You didn't get detentions for nothing." Ron shot back at her. "You admitted you'd all talked about it." "Talked, Ron. I didn't think any of us were thinking of doing anything seriously, and neither did Lydia," Ginny said hotly. "And yeah, we are punished for it anyway, and Hermione has already forgiven me." "Leave Hermione out of this," Ron ordered. "She has nothing to do with you dating Michael Corner. You were the one who brought it all up again, and I'm not dating Michael." Ginny snarled back. "I just agreed to go to the ball with him." "Over my dead body," Ron said. "That can be arranged." Ginny muttered and stormed off up the girls' staircase where she knew Ron couldn't follow her. "Bloody come back here," Ron shouted up the stairs. The faint reply of "bugger off" drifted down to the common room. It was probably best Ginny was wary of the anti-bullying policy after the whole thing with Jessica. Hermione considered hearing the anger that vibrated through the words. Ginny had a very mean bat bogey hex when she was riled. Hermione assessed the situation and wandered over to Ron, noting everyone else was carefully continuing to keep their distance. "Ginny's going to the ball with Michael Corner." Ron shoved his hand through his hair. "Bollocks." And Hermione wondered what Ron was most upset about, that Ginny was going to the ball with Michael or that she wasn't available to go to the ball with him. She placed a consoling arm around his shoulders. "Come on," Hermione said gently. "I'll just grab my healing books, and we can go to dueling. It's our only chance to see Harry today." Ron nodded, some of the color fading from his face. "Yeah," he said gratefully. "Let's go and see Harry. Maybe you can rearrange your Quidditch practice with him," Hermione suggested. "I'm sure he was looking forward to it too." "You're brilliant, Hermione," Ron said, grinning at her. "Just brilliant." Hermione tried to hide her wince. "I have my moments," she said, and scarpered up the stairs before he realized just how not brilliant she had been at breakfast. December 11th, 1994. The Black Farm near the River Batova was beautiful. It was a rural work of art, large rambling farmhouse, enough worker cottages and outbuildings to provide individual space for any number of people, and completely self-sufficient. It was easily defensible, had a good amount of land, and was actually already surrounded by a 9-foot fence which threw a lightning bolt at anyone who came near it, both from the inside and the outside. It was the perfect place for a werewolf sanctuary. Remus mused again at how forward-thinking Sirius could be at times, remembering their first conversation about where to put a sanctuary. "I don't think the chateau is right in the long term," Sirius commented, his image blurring slightly in the mirror. Remus sighed. "I'd rather stay in France. I know the French alpha, Robert, somewhat, although it was many moons ago, and I know he'll deal fairly with other werewolves." He forced himself to say the full truth. Another pack, encroaching on his territory. There are no other suitable properties in France," Sirius murmured, a crease forming between his brows as he thought about it. "So the chateau it is," Remus said briskly. Sirius shot him a look over the mirror. "Look, Remus," I can understand wanting to stay in France, the territory, so to speak, and admittedly it will be easy for anyone from Britain to get there since portkeys are 10 a canoe to France, and there's plenty of Muggle transportation to boot. But, prompted Remus, but at some point Greyback is going to learn of the Exodus, and frankly, the chateau is not set up for either a siege or for defense. It was a holiday place for the Potters with the side benefit of producing wine. Sirius's expression grew fond and nostalgic. Really, really great wine. Remus ignored the last comment and focused on the main point. I take it you have another suggestion? The farms out in the Balkans you mentioned would probably be more suitable, particularly the black one. Sirius said simply, "Look, let's start off in France. It's close, you have the relationship with Robert, and the chateau doesn't have a great deal of work to do on it before it could house guests. In the meantime, build up a relationship with Gregor." Remus supplied as Sirius floundered. "And take a gander at the Balkan properties. Choose one of them as a backup plan for when Greyback finds out." Sirius said. It had been a very good idea, Remus thought wryly, as he took in the delighted faces of the 38 other werewolves around him as they settled around the large communal table in the farmhouse kitchen. He was infinitely more pleased when Clara slipped into the seat beside him. He allowed himself a moment of appreciation for her red cap of hair, warm brown eyes, and wide welcoming smile. "This place is great," Clara declared brightly. "I love it." Remus nodded. "It's certainly more secure than the chateau." And there was a hint of relief in his own voice at that. He'd known intellectually that he and Fenrir were heading towards a showdown, but finding out that Voldemort had made his death a requirement for Fenrir to have Voldemort's support for his violence had rocked him a bit. It had always bemused Remus why Fenrir followed Voldemort. Fenrir was definitely an alpha. He was very much a leader and expected his word to be followed as law within the pack. When Remus had been involved with the pack peripherally during his spying days, he had steered clear of direct confrontations with Fenrir, but he had gotten to know enough pack members that he knew Fenrir's leadership style. It seemed bizarre that Fenrir kowtowed to Voldemort, but maybe there was an attraction at being given legitimacy. Remus mused as he dug into the beef stew the elves had prepared. With Voldemort, Fenrir was recognized as a leader by someone other than his own pack, albeit a leader not equal to Voldemort himself. And there were the benefits Voldemort dangled in Fenrir's face: freedom to roam unmolested, unchallenged, permission to bite whomever and wherever he wanted, a heady temptation for someone who embraced the violence of his wolf, who was more the wolf than he was the wizard he had once been. The dinner was a lively affair. Remus watched over everyone to assess how they were settling. Cliques were beginning to form. The couples in the original group, who had first been at the chateau, had grouped together somewhat, forming solid friendships. The others, including those who had fled after Fenrir's call for volunteers for raiding, had formed into two other groups. One group of single werewolves who were all relatively young, and a second group of couples. It was a good arrangement in some respects, Remus thought. Each grouping provided support and companionship in a relatable way for its members. There wasn't any sign of hostility among the groups or the individuals, which was a relief. There would no doubt be conflict eventually. 38 different people meant 38 different personalities, and some would clash. He'd be expected as alpha to intervene and make judgments in conflicts. He needed a beta, Remus mused. His gaze shifted to the woman beside him. Clara was a strong wolf, very much like himself in her views and opinions in her education. He felt deep down he could trust her to make the calls in his absence. Moreover, she was the exception to the groupings, seemingly content to drift between them, and therefore held no allegiance to any other than the entire pack as a single entity. There might be an issue with some of them with him choosing a female for a beta, but Remus set his jaw stubbornly. If he was going to have a pack, then his pack was going to be what he wanted. Of course, he was really going to have to think about it more, because someone Sirius might claim that putting Clara as his beta was more about Remus fancying her than about her being right for the job. And someone Sirius might be right about that, Remus thought wryly. He mopped up the last of his stew with freshly baked bread and sighed in contentment as the dishes were whisked away, the very excellent beer refilled, and a dessert of sour cherry tart appeared with sweetened natural yogurt as an accompanying sauce. It looked delicious, and Remus was about to tuck in when Jugan, the head elf at the farm, popped in beside him. "Honored steward," Jugan said in heavily accented English, "there be Balkan Wolfie at the gate." Remus frowned. He'd had a flu call with Gregor the day before to confirm Gregor's acceptance of the pack, establishing its base in Gregor's territory. Perhaps he should have expected a personal visit of some kind. He nodded briskly at Jugan and stood up. "You should not go alone." Patrick, the single wolf who had been with the pack since the beginning at the chateau, and who was probably the other natural candidate for beta, stood up. He was a relatively young man. 16 when bitten at the end of the previous war, he had fallen into the fringes of Fenrir's pack. He had been as unhappy with Fenrir as leader as Sion, and just as seemingly incapable of challenging Fenrir himself. Despite that, Patrick was good at organizing, and had fallen naturally into helping Remus with the move to the Balkans. He was also very sociable, and well-liked by all the werewolves in the pack. He loved pack life in a way that Remus couldn't grasp, and was self-educated in a range of different eclectic subjects. Clara nodded in agreement. "Patrick and I will accompany you. Remus." And there, Remus thought with a sigh, was the pack's leadership team forming right in front of him. And it probably wasn't a bad thing, because Clara and Patrick balanced each other out. As if in agreement, the others were nodding, content to stay at the table, and allow the pair to assume the task of protecting the alpha. Remus didn't protest either Patrick's or Clara's presence. He led the way out of the kitchen, and as soon as they were clear of the farmhouse, they apparat to the gate. He recognized the werewolf standing there immediately, and gave the command to allow him entry even as he went to greet him with a wide smile. "Tomas." Tomas smiled back, easy and friendly. "Alpha Lupin." "I've told you before, call me Remus." Remus instructed with a sigh as he clasped forearms with Tomas. He gestured at Patrick at his right shoulder and Clara at his left. "Tomas, this is Patrick Keefe and Clara Holliday." "Patrick, Clara, this is Tomas Lubric. He serves in the Auror Guard for the Bulgarian minister, and is a member of the Balkans pack." Tomas nodded at Patrick and Clara, who nodded back warily. Remus ushered them all back to the farmhouse, bringing Tomas sidelong with himself. Within seconds, Remus and Tomas were ensconced in the cozy den, plates of cherry tarts served along with fresh beer for Remus and coffee for Tomas as they settled down to talk. Patrick and Clara had left to join the others in the kitchen and reassure them all was well. Alpha Popov sends greetings and well wishes to the Lupin pack. Tomas began after the elves disappeared. "The Lupin pack thanks him for his consideration and his graciousness in allowing us to stay within his territory." Remus said formally, "We are in his debt." "There is no debt between friends and family." Tomas returned. "Gregor believes this more than anything." Remus smiled. He liked Gregor very much, and he had a feeling the Slavic pack leader saw himself as some kind of a mentor to Remus. "He has asked that I serve as a liaison between our packs." Tomas continued, "If that is acceptable to you, Alpha, more than." Remus said, "I'll introduce you to the rest of the pack after our discussion. You should probably meet Sirius and Harry formally at some point too." He always made an effort to reinforce that he considered them his pack. "I would like that," Tomas said simply, rubbing his fingers on a napkin. "You have chosen your beta?" Not exactly, Remus said, shifting under Tomas's regard. Patrick and Clara both volunteered to escort me to see who was at the gate. They're the prime candidates. If it was Clara, I know there might be gender issues. Probably not when in human form, Tomas interrupted, but it is most likely when wolves. Remus nodded slowly, reconsidering his earlier thought. He didn't think as a wolf, Remus mused, and that was a disadvantage as a pack leader. So, probably Patrick then. Remus said out loud, with your Clara as a den mother. Tomas added, they will make a good balance. And Tomas had put into words what Remus had subconsciously noted as they'd left the kitchen. I was just thinking that myself. Remus admitted with a chuckle. Tomas nodded and drew out an envelope from his robes. From the minister's office. Remus raised both eyebrows in surprise. He hadn't expected to get such a fast reply to his request for a personal meeting with Bogdan to discuss an issue of security with the Durmstrang ship at Hogwarts. He opened the envelope and scanned the letter. An invite to breakfast the next day. That was fast. Wow. Remus murmured. He is eager to meet with you to discuss the issue you stated. Tomas stated. Gregor also has told him about allowing your pack to occupy the farm, and I believe the minister is looking to bid you welcome. Remus nodded slowly. It wasn't unexpected that Gregor had informed his government, but it set nerves flying in Remus's belly. I look forward to our breakfast. He placed the letter back in its envelope and set it aside. Let's go introduce you to the others. I'll pen a reply while you speak with them. He declared. An hour later, Tomas had departed. The pack was in their chosen accommodations sleeping, and Remus was talking to Sirius on the mirror. You and Bogdan really did get on like a house on fire, didn't you? Sirius commented. Remus waved away Sirius's words. I think it has more to do with us moving our pack to his country. Well, good, if it means we can speak with him quicker. Sirius said, pushing a hand through his hair, and looking every year of his age. How's it going with Harry? Asked Remus, getting to the source of Sirius's concern. The mirror call the day before had been one long complaining session by Sirius about Harry sneaking out. Sirius sighed heavily. He's fine. Pissed? Inquired Remus. Sulking? No. Sirius shook his head. He's actually fairly accepting that he broke the rules, put himself at risk, and therefore has to pay the consequences. He's been quiet, but fine. He grimaced. Do you have any idea how many times I sneaked out of the tower after curfew, Remus? Remus repressed the urge to sigh himself. Sirius really struggled with being a disciplinarian. It wasn't Sirius's fault. Sirius had never said, but it had been obvious even as kids that Sirius's parents had been abusive. Sirius tended to equate being disciplined with being hurt, and while he'd had a couple of years under Charles Potter's system, Sirius had never lost that learned belief. It was likely that Sirius, on some subconscious level, felt he was hurting Harry disciplining him. Of course, some of it simply was Sirius feeling like a hypocrite for telling Harry off for breaking the same rules Sirius had broken as a teenager. Remus figured every parent had their own moment of hypocrisy, and Sirius should stop dwelling on it. But then, as much as he loved Harry and was invested in raising him, he had the freedom of not being the actual parent, and therefore possibly had no idea how it felt punishing a child for doing something he'd done himself. He obviously knows you have to punish him, even if you did do it yourself in the past, Remus reassured Sirius. And besides, you didn't have people wanting to kill you when you sneaked out. Harry does. Snape. Sirius retorted. Not the same thing, and you know it. Remus frowned. Speaking of Severus, has he heard anything more about the Yule thing? Now who's impatient? Questioned Sirius archly. He shook his head. It's only been a couple of days, and Yule is weeks away. He may not hear from Junior for quite a while. I still can't believe he told you to be careful. Remus said out loud. Sirius shrugged. His official diagnosis of Junior was that he's madder than a box of cats hyped up on catnip and dressed up in Easter bonnets, and therefore unpredictable. "Have you told Harry?" asked Remus. "I've told him Snape has been informed that something is being planned for Yule." Sirius fidgeted. "I haven't said anything to him about Snape thinking Junior's definitely going to come after me in some way at some point. He already knows Junior blames me for Rabaston. There's no need to spell it out, and ultimately it's only Snape's opinion. Harry has enough to worry about." Remus nodded slowly. He agreed with Sirius's decision. "How's the second task planning coming?" "The kids have done well pulling together a plan. Most of the Alliance cooed over it. Daphne Greengrass sweet-talked her father into sending her half a library on sailing and magical spells for boats." Sirius said with a grin. The grin faded. "Harry's worrying over whether someone he cares about will be taken, but we don't know what criteria were set in the task for the goblet to choose. It could be a thing." Remus countered. "It could be Harry himself." Sirius waved a hand, distorting the image in the mirror for a moment. It doesn't make any difference to him brooding over it. He sighed heavily. "Healer Allen says it's natural enough and he'll work through it, but it's not as though I can promise Harry nobody will get hurt. I'm not sure anything we say will help take away his anxiety about losing someone he cares about." Padfoot. Remus said sadly. "He lost James and Lily. That's the root of it. Even if he doesn't remember losing them, he knows how his life was without love in it, and he fears that history will repeat itself." They all did. Remus felt a familiar tug of worry pull at his own gut, a tug that whispered that he'd lose his pack again, be alone again, be bereft again. And mostly he knew that it was because of his certainty that if Harry ever died, Sirius would either be dead from trying to prevent it from happening or die in the attempt to avenge him. Sirius's gray eyes met his knowingly in the mirror. "We're a right bunch, aren't we, Moony?" And that gave away Sirius's own anxiety over losing the people he loved again, Remus mused. Sirius motioned for Remus to ignore his last comment. "Get some sleep and enjoy your breakfast with the minister." The mirror winked out without any further notice, and Remus huffed in annoyance before conceding that Sirius probably had been upset at the last part of their conversation and needed to hide for a while. He should be there, Remus thought guiltily. He should be there rather than in Bulgaria playing alpha to werewolves who needed a sanctuary and someone to stand for them. Bugger. Remus pushed a hand through his hair and took himself off to bed. Breakfast at the Bulgarian ministry was intimidating. The minister's dining room was huge, able to accommodate huge parties, and the large table claiming the center of the room reflected that in its many, many chairs. Only 2 places had been set at the top of the table. The head place which Bogdan occupied and the seat to the right of him, which the officious secretary who had shown Remus in pulled out for him as Remus shook hands with Bogdan. "Sit, sit," Bogdan said in Bulgarian, ushering Remus into the chair. An instant later, waiters arrived with a veritable feast of breakfast foods. Remus succumbed to Bogdan's obvious hospitality and accepted an array of bacon, sausage, fried potatoes, mushrooms, tomatoes, and a beautifully fried egg sunny side up. He noticed Bogdan stuck with a porridge-like bowl of cereal and some fresh fruit. "Diet," Bogdan said with a grimace, patting his rounded stomach. "My wife insists." Remus nodded politely, his mouth full of sausage. "I welcome you and your pack to Bulgaria." Bogdan said warmly, "I was most pleased when Gregor informed me you had requested permission to build a sanctuary here. Thank you, and I'm glad you approved the move." Remus replied, patting his mouth with his napkin. He had a feeling Gregor would claim that he had told Bogdan, then requested his permission, but he wasn't getting in the middle of their relationship. "How could I not?" Bogdan said with a good-natured smile. I trust, Remus. Thank you. Remus said again, thinking back to how Bill had once commented that he'd be worried about Remus building a pack if it wasn't for the fact that it was Remus building the pack. It gave him a warm glow to think people trusted him so much. I have also received your request from Tomas regarding the Durmstrang ship. Bogdan's brow lowered. You are certain that there are Death Eaters hiding on the ship? Remus nodded quickly. Certain of it. Igor Karkarov has admitted as much to our spy, and the circumstantial evidence suggests that they used the ship as the base when they attempted to sabotage the first task. However, there isn't any official evidence that carries enough weight for the British government to present a formal request through international diplomacy. And in the meantime, these dogs continue to use the Durmstrang ship. Bogdan hit the top of the table with his clenched fist. Bastards! Hence the informal request from Lord Black, although Cornelius Minister, Fudge, is aware that we are approaching you and supports us. Remus said seriously, if we could have your permission to search the ship, we could find these men and arrest them. Bogdan's face fell. He sighed and picked up a segment of grapefruit with a sour expression. Unfortunately, it is not that easy, my friend. He waved his small spoon at Remus. What do you know of Durmstrang, the school, not the ship? Remus paused in slicing another piece of bacon up. Very little. He admitted. It has a very good reputation as an educational institution, although its curriculum slides across some dark magic too much for British tastes, which skew to the light. And its location? Pressed Bogdan, glaring at the grapefruit as though it could change its taste. Well, I have to admit, Remus said hesitantly, until it was confirmed it was Bulgarian territory for the tournament, I wasn't aware of the exact location. I know it's a well-guarded secret. It is because Durmstrang has no exact location. Bogdan said, giving up on his grapefruit and reaching for his strong black coffee. The school will move year to year between the states commonly grouped under East Europe and the Baltics. This year, Bulgaria. Next year it may be Russia. The year before Croatia held the honor. You see, Remus inclined his head. He saw only too well, he feared. It is to do with history. Bogdan said. Durmstrang came into being because each state required a magical school, but our populations were too small to build a school like Hogwarts ourselves. Our ancestors pooled our resources, and no one could agree on a fixed location, and eventually one wizard determined that the school would move each year, thus each country would share in the power and honor of hosting the school, if only for a short period each time. It works well for us, and is tradition now. I understand. Remus said, what you're telling me is that you cannot make a blanket decision to allow the search because the Durmstrang ship is only nominally under Bulgarian sovereignty and in actuality involves the sovereignty of many states. Bogdan nodded. If it were my decision alone. He jabbed his spoon as though it was a wand. I would have my Aurors searching the ship now. Remus rubbed his head, trying to think of another solution, another way to convince Bogdan, but his mind was a terrifying blank. I want to assure you, Remus, that I will take the informal request to my opposite numbers and request their permission to allow my Aurors to search, but Bogdan sighed heavily. It will take many weeks. While only a few are sympathetic to these Death Eaters, diplomacy will take some time for pressure from others to come to bear, especially as this is an informal request and not an official approach. Thank you, Remus hastened to say, grateful that Bogdan would pursue it. Something is better than nothing, and in the meantime, we may get the evidence we need for a formal approach. Bogdan smiled at him widely. Now, enough talk of this. You must tell me all about the first task of the tournament. Remus was happy to oblige the minister, and they happily whiled away the rest of the hour. It was with a full belly that Remus apparat back to the farm. He decided a walk was in order to clear his head and physically make himself feel better about his very delicious breakfast. It was almost half an hour later that he ran into Clara as he reached the Trilani at the back of the farm. She was dressed warmly in sweatpants, a fleecy jacket, woolen gloves, and hat. She had clearly been running and had stopped to stretch. She gave him a brilliant smile. "Remus." Clara grinned at him. "How was your meeting?" "Good," Remus said, surprised to find that he meant it. Somehow on his walk he'd come to accept getting permission for the search of the ship would take time. "He's happy to have our pack here." Clara waved at the farmhouse. "Heading back?" "Yes," Remus said. "I'll walk with you." "I'd like that," Remus admitted with a smile. He had a whole stack of work to plow through. He really needed to think about finding an assistant. His eyes went to Clara. Maybe his idea of her being a beta for him wasn't appropriate given the pack dynamics, but she was an educated witch who would be perfect in the role of his assistant. "Clara, have you thought about your employment situation?" "I thought we were all going to be working on the farm." Clara turned to him, surprised. "Yes," Remus said. "That is the plan, but you're qualified to do a lot more than farm work." "Perhaps." Clara tilted her head. "Did you have something else in mind?" "I find myself in need of an assistant," Remus said. "Between the organization of the pack, my stewardship of the houses of Black and Potter, the bloody tournament, and I'm drowning in work." Clara hummed. "Patrick could assume most of the pack stuff as your beta." "Agreed," Remus said. "I'll talk to him about that later, but there is the rest of it. Believe me, there's more than enough work to go round." "What does Lord Black say?" Clara asked directly, which was a good point. Did Remus actually have the authority to appoint his own assistant? He and Sirius had a rather loose relationship as Lord and Steward, but possibly he should ask. "He'd need to sign off on your appointment, naturally, but..." Remus shrugged. "I'm sure he'll trust me to use my own judgment." "And what about the girl you've moved in with?" Clara said delicately. "I understand she's another werewolf." Remus frowned as he realized she'd heard the gossip about Sion before he'd had a chance to tell her. "As far as the work goes, Sion has her own business as a jewelry designer, and I haven't moved in with her," Remus corrected swiftly. "Sion came to us with information about Fenrir, and the DMLE wanted to put her in protective custody." Sirius agreed. She could stay in the same property, where I'm currently residing, as a compromise when Sion asked not to be in Auror custody. Clara looked at him perplexed. "But the others were saying you're friends?" "Close friends. Sion and I are just friends," Remus said firmly, drawing them both to a halt before they reached the farmhouse, and someone decided to interrupt them. "Old friend Sion was someone who tried to get me to join a pack back in the 80s. He smiled a tad, shyly. "And beyond, I can assure you there's nothing between us." Clara gave a startled laugh. "I'm sorry, Remus. It's none of my business, really." He reached out and took her hand. "Isn't it?" he asked hopefully. Color flooded her cheeks, and a host of things flashed in her eyes. Regret, chagrin, and concern for Remus, enough to know that he'd read her all wrong, and she had no interest in him romantically. "Well," Remus said before she could speak, "this is awkward." He let go of her hand and gave a rueful smile. "I'm sorry, No, Remus." Clara hurriedly reached for his hand and held it tightly. "I'm the one who is sorry." She looked down at their clasped hands and back at Remus. "As a wolf, I find you very attractive. You're an alpha, my alpha. I can feel it here." She placed her free hand on her sternum just above her heart. "But as a witch, I prefer women, Remus." "Oh." Remus blinked at her. Clara gave another small laugh. "I thought you knew." Her eyes met his meaningfully. "I did talk about my ex, Allison, a lot." "Allison?" He'd assumed she was just a friend. Remus shook his head. He remembered Tonks's graciousness at his rejection of her, how she had made it easy for him, and determined he could do the same for Clara. Since I clearly lack the right gender, I guess I'll settle for being your alpha, then, and your friend. He gave her a crooked smile and squeezed the hand she held. She shot him a grateful look back. And if Lord Black agrees, my boss, she said wryly. She nudged him and released his hand. Perhaps it's best if I do work for you, that things aren't going to get complicated with a romance. That's possibly very true. Remus concurred. He waved at the farmhouse. Shall we? Tell me more about this job, then. Clara invited, looping her arm through his as they started walking again. He felt a momentary pang of regret at the loss of his possible romance as he began describing the duties he thought his assistant would assume and pushed it away. Still, the ache lurked, and he couldn't deny he was relieved to reach the house and have an excuse to draw away from Clara's presence as the elves demanded his attention. No doubt, he thought ruefully, Sirius would laugh himself silly when he told him. Holding on to Pronglet, Chapter 4. December 15th, 1994. There were times when Sirius regretted taking up his lordship. That afternoon was quickly becoming one of those times. Having returned from 2 tense meetings with minor pureblood houses who were clearly trying to maneuver for a détente without actually admitting they wanted a détente, which meant 2 whole hours of Slytherin fencing, and saying everything by saying nothing. He paused in the doorway of his study at Hogwarts, scanned the heap of paperwork on his desk, and groaned loudly. Penny gave him a commiserating smile from her seat in front of the fire. She'd spread out her work on the sofa. Sorry, but Remus says they all need your review and signature. Remind me again why I thought this was a good idea. Sirius asked as he threw himself into his chair and dragged the first parchment towards him. Harry. Penny answered as she continued to open envelopes with a brisk wave of her wand. Right. Sirius said brightly. Because Harry was the reason, and he made it all worthwhile. The quiet pop of Dobby beside him brought much appreciated refreshments, and Sirius dug into the work with a renewed, if grim, determination. Most of the paperwork consisted of financial reports from the various properties and businesses that the House of Black managed. Remus had used Muggle yellow sticky paper to highlight the salient points and direct Sirius's attention to decisions that he needed to make as Lord. The report on the fevrier negotiation for the Italians' version of the Lumiere document was filled with numerous yellow stickies, all basically saying, not bloody likely in respect to Fevrier's need for more money for odd items he deemed necessary supplies. Halfway through, restless and bored with the financial reports, Sirius changed tack and delved into another pile. It was a tactic he used to keep himself motivated. As soon as he started to chafe at one task, he'd switch for a time to another to ensure he kept working. He'd just reached for the first parchment when Bill knocked on the open study door. Sirius waved him inside. What's up? Thought you'd want to know the talk with the Ravenclaw ghost didn't go well. Bill sighed and slumped against the door jamb. She basically told the headmaster to sod off. Sirius arched an eyebrow, torn between amusement because he would have loved to have seen that, and frustration because the search for the damn diadem in Hogwarts was going nowhere. Next step, asked Sirius mildly. The headmaster's going to ask a few of the other ghosts, but... Bill shrugged. Caro and I figure we'll continue searching out from the original route we devised and take it from there. I don't think we're going to be done anytime soon. Sirius sighed. It was hard not to be discouraged. You heading home? Bill nodded. I have a date with Alicia. Is that Vila still following you around? Teased Penny. Quarter Vila, Bill said defensively, and nodded. I have told her I'm not available, but she insists she just wants to be friends. And you don't want to break her heart by telling her to take a hike. Penny concluded. Sirius cleared his throat, and the two of them made apologetic looks, Bill quickly excusing himself and Penny returning her attention to her work. With the interruption over, Sirius grabbed the top parchment, which turned out to be a hiring request from Remus. He had detailed out his assistant's job, the salary and benefits, his view of his suggested appointment's relevant skills and experience. Attached was Clara Holliday's curriculum vitae, references, and a letter from her to Sirius detailing out her reasons for assuming the role. Sirius frowned as he reread over everything. On paper, it looked like a good fit, especially since Remus had revealed nothing of a romantic nature was going to happen between them, with Clara's interest being permanently elsewhere, although Sirius wasn't certain he was going to forgive Remus for a whole hour of whining about Clara's lack of interest over the mirror. Clara was an intelligent witch with good references, and her own letter had revealed a dry wit and a sensible attitude. He had an inkling he'd like her very much, but that wasn't the point. He scrawled a message to Remus stating that they hadn't covered whether Clara would be able to do the position wholly from the farm, if that was the intention, and he'd like to meet her before saying a definitive yes. He had to admit Remus had been right about Percy as a prospective candidate, that Percy had needed to find his own way. Sirius had learned from Arthur that Percy had been taken on by a friend of Brian Cutter's as a legal secretary with evening classes to complete a mastery in law. It looked like a good move for him. Sirius's eyes sneaked to Penny. She and Percy hadn't resumed their romantic relationship, although he knew Penny had gone to see him soon after the werewolf attack, and had come back happier with the overall situation. Sirius thought it was a shame. They were a good match as a couple, but then maybe they weren't if Percy could ditch her at the first sign of trouble. There was too much lovey-dovey stuff flying around the place, thought Sirius with sardonic amusement. Between Remus's romantic misadventures, Penny's brokenish heart, and Harry's first foray into love with Hermione, Sirius felt surrounded. A tiny pang went through him, longing for something of his own, regret that he didn't have a love in his own life. But then there was a larger part of him that was relieved that he didn't have the ups and downs of a romance to deal with on top of everything else. He also wasn't entirely convinced that Harry was as sang-froid about serious dating as his son had claimed. So all in all, better that he was free and single and Sirius. Penny's puzzled tone cut through his thoughts and dragged Sirius back to the reality of his desk and the mountain of paperwork. Sirius threw over his shoulder. This letter is telling me that as I am neither Mr. Padfoot nor Mr. Mooney, I should keep my beaky nose out of it. Penny said, amused, as she waved the parchment at him. Sirius's blood ran cold. His wand was out immediately, casting detection spells for harmful hexes and curses. They came back negative, and Penny looked at him wide-eyed. Sirius, give me the letter. Sirius ordered. It's from Worm, Pettigrew. Penny blanched and hurried over. He levitated it from her hand, sealed it with an aura spell to preserve evidence, and finally grasped it. The instant the parchment was in his hand, the writing Penny had seen disappeared, and new writing began to reel across the paper. Padfoot, the Dark Lord has ordered Greyback to kill Mooney. He will offer Mooney a deal if he survives, and expects when Mooney declines, another member of the pack will kill him instead to become alpha and take the deal. Wormtail. Bloody bastard. Sirius snarled harshly, unsure if he meant Voldemort, Greyback, or the rat. He closed his eyes briefly. He froze the writing so it could be read by others. Dobby. The elf popped in immediately. Take this to Amelia Bones. Tell her it came in the mail and is from Peter Pettigrew. Sirius said. As soon as Dobby departed, Penny turned to him. Do you think, is he on our side now? No, Sirius said curtly. He motioned his apology with a vague hand wave. Peter is all about looking out for number one. I would guess he's playing both sides, just like he did last time. He leaned a hip against his desk and folded his arms. I'm not even sure that this wasn't done without Voldemort's sanction. Peter still has to be a willing servant for the ritual to work in the summer, and I'm certain Peter won't risk not being exactly what he's meant to be, because if he got the ritual wrong, Voldemort would kill him. Penny sighed. So we can't trust anything he says. We don't trust his motives and confirm everything he tells us through other sources. Sirius confirmed. And in this particular instance, he's already late in his news. He pointed at the rest of the correspondence she had been working through. If you get something else from Pettigrew, set it aside immediately for me to examine. I know our mail flows through Gringotts, and they deal with the hexes and everything, but it doesn't hurt to take precautions. I will. Penny promised. She made a tempest charm and frowned. Mrs. Malfoy should be here shortly. Sirius repressed the urge to groan. You get yourself home. He instructed. Did Narcissa say what this meeting was about? Just family business. Penny said, moving to retrieve her work and pack up her things. She had just finished by the time Dobby announced Narcissa was waiting in the living room. Sirius escorted Penny out and returned to greet Narcissa formally. He kissed her cheek and ushered her to sit again. Tea. That would be lovely, Sirius. Narcissa said, rearranging the skirts of her ice blue velvet robes. They were trimmed with some white fur that probably wasn't fake, and diamonds glittered at her earlobes and wrist. Her blonde hair was free around her shoulders, falling in a silken waterfall. She looked as beautiful as an ice sculpture, and about as approachable. Dobby set the tea and a plate of homemade shortbread on the table. Narcissa smiled at him tightly. Thank you, Dobby. They're my favorite. Dobby gave a cautious nod and popped away. Sirius remembered belatedly that he had once been the Malfoy's elf. Narcissa played mum, pouring their drinks with elegant grace before she subsided into her chair and picked up the delicate china cup. Sirius regarded her thoughtfully. Why the meeting, sissy? Her blue-gray eyes flashed at him for the nickname. I wish to inform you, as my head of house, that I am with child. She couldn't help her lips curling up at the edges into a sweet, awestruck smile, or the softening of her expression. That's wonderful news. Sirius said sincerely. He placed his cup aside and leaned over to kiss her cheek. Congratulations, cousin. Thank you. Narcissa said, allowing the smile to form properly. I'm very happy. And Lucius? Sirius asked politely, picking up his cup again. He agreed to the attempt, but I haven't informed him yet. Narcissa explained. Protocol. Protocol was for her to have told her head of house first, and Sirius held primacy. He winced visibly. I'm sorry. You could have told him first. I wouldn't have minded. I would have. Narcissa said, simply. She gazed at him with something that looked like amusement. You've restored honor and status to the House of Black, Sirius. I'm proud to be a daughter of the house, and I am deeply satisfied to have you as Lord Black. It was no hardship to tell you first before my husband, who agreed to give me this child as a way of keeping me biddable. Sirius wondered if he should feel as pleased as he did at her praise for his performance as Lord Black before he focused on her comment about Malfoy. I thought things were fine between you two. They are. Narcissa said firmly. But our dynamic has changed, and Lucius prefers to believe that within our home he holds primacy. He knew I wanted another child, and hopes that by giving me one, I'll continue to support him with you. That I won't push to shift from my position as the woman behind the politician to being the politician when we host his alliance. Sirius sighed and drank his tea rather than say something he'd regret. But for all that, he's a good father, Narcissa continued, and he's an acceptable husband. He doesn't beat me or mistreat me. His dalliances have been discreet and never within our home. He doesn't love me, but neither do I love him. What had he been thinking about romance and love? Sirius mused darkly. You deserve better, sissy. Sirius said softly. I have my children, a beautiful home, and a husband that appreciates me. Narcissa lifted one shoulder in a graceful shrug. It is more than I hoped for when Father told me there would be an arranged marriage. If you ever change your mind, Sirius said lightly, you need Lucius at present, Sirius. Narcissa commented dryly. He's your only check on Wenlock where the pure blood houses are concerned. She didn't mention Lucius's value as a link with Voldemort and the former Death Eaters. True. Sirius demurred. But circumstances change, and if they do change in the future and you want out, you should let me know. He held up a hand to prevent her from arguing the point. Let's talk of the child. How far along are you? I'm due at the beginning of July. Narcissa said, brightening. She's a girl. You said Lucius agreed to the attempt, so presumably he'll be pleased with your pregnancy? Sirius asked, what about Draco? We discussed the prospect of another child with Draco, and he agreed. Narcissa's lips twisted. However, he may have some difficulty adjusting to the reality of his no longer being an only child. How do you want to do the announcement? Sirius said, I'll inform Lucius tonight. Narcissa said, I thought he and I could speak to Draco before tomorrow's family dinner, and it could be announced to the family then? She paused. I would like your advice on a formal announcement. Lucius will want to do it regardless of primacy, I assume. Sirius shrugged. I'll work it out with him. His eyes narrowed as he considered the increased risk to Narcissa from her pregnancy. You may become a target for Voldemort. He kidnapped 2 pregnant pureblood women for this ritual we think he's going to do. You're not impregnated by a muggle, but he may see me as an acceptable substitute, as I am the vassal of a marked servant of his. Narcissa's hand grazed over her belly protectively. Creature. Sirius called for the black elf, who arrived promptly. Lord Black. Creature's ears waggled. Narcissa carries a child of the House of Black. Sirius said, Your primary duty, accepting any other order from me or my heir, is from this day forward to protect and serve her until she has the child. Creature bowed low to Sirius and then to Narcissa. I best honored Mistress Narcissi. Thank you, Creature. Narcissa said, Appoint another elf to look after Black Manor and the schoolhouse. Sirius ordered and dismissed Creature. Thank you, Sirius. Narcissa said, I will admit that I am comforted by the additional protection. Sirius nodded. Creature's fanatical about the house. He'll take care of you. He drank down the rest of his tea. So a girl. Any idea about names? I was thinking of either Doria or Regina as possible names. Regulus would have gotten a kick out Regina. Sirius said, thinking of his younger brother, with regret. Narcissa nodded. I think so too. She sipped her tea. He tried to warn me, you know. The last time I spoke to him, he told me I should take Draco and move to Mother's relatives in France, that the Dark Lord was not the promise he purported to be, and Lucius would be lucky to escape with his life. She pressed her lips together. I didn't listen to him. Sirius had no idea what to say. Grief at losing Regulus stirred again. I wish he'd come to me, he said quietly, before he'd ran off and tried to take on bringing down Voldemort on his own. He would have wanted a position of strength when he did come to you, Sirius. Narcissa said evenly, It would have been important to him. Sirius nodded. That sounded like Regulus. Sounded like himself. Sounded like every Black he'd ever known. He poured himself another tea and topped up Narcissa. Did you ever meet Bartemius Crouch, Jr.? Once, Narcissa said, spooning sugar into her freshened cup. Bella brought him round for lunch soon after he was marked. I was sworn to secrecy, as no one was supposed to know outside of the Lestranges. What did you make of him? Sirius asked, interested to know the answer given Narcissa's sharp observational skills. Narcissa took a sip of her tea. He had taken the mark out of love for Rabaston, and for no other reason. He was not politically minded. He was uncommitted on the issues, whereas Bella always had strong opinions. Sirius supplied when Narcissa considered her words. Yes, Narcissa agreed softly, and therefore I turned the conversation to other things, and there he was, an intelligent and articulate wizard with interesting theories about charms and potions. His magical ability was downplayed, but the depth of his knowledge indicated practical application. Yet he was charming, and I didn't call him on it. So no hint that he'd turn into a raving madman, commented Sirius idly, contemplating a charming, witty Crouch taking lunch with Sirius's cousins. Only when the subject of his parents was raised. Sirius's head snapped up, and he stared at her, silently requesting more of an explanation. She smoothed a hand over her skirt. He was adoring of his mother. Bella teased him that he was a mummy's boy, but it was more than that. He spoke of her in almost reverential tones. She sighed. His father was the complete opposite reaction. Angry, terse comments. You could tell that he wouldn't have thought twice about killing him, even then. Problems in his childhood, theorized Sirius out loud. Stern father, sympathetic mother. More damage than that, I fear. Narcissa murmured speculatively. His parents were quite the couple in society terms before their son was imprisoned. She was beautiful and quiet, an adornment for her husband's authoritative leader demeanor. But for me, there was always the sense that something was rotten underneath the surface, and their son, he was the embodiment of that picture, surface perfection, and yet underneath, hostility and resentment and ruthless cruelty all bubbling away in a soup that would boil over eventually. She paused as though she had surprised herself. So basically he was nuts even back then. Sirius concluded, mulling over her comments in his head. Narcissa shot him a warning look. Damaged. She corrected sharply. Possibly his mother giving her life to obtain his freedom, coupled with his father's imprisonment of him, destroyed whatever sanity he might have had left. Not to mention Sirius killing his lover. She didn't say it, but she didn't have to, Sirius thought wearily. Why the question? Asked Narcissa. There's some increased concern that I'm a specific target of his. Sirius said. Narcissa's eyes narrowed. Through Severus, I presume? I assume you know he's attempted communication with the Dark Lord? Avery couldn't wait to tell everyone. At my request, although Lucius isn't to be told of Snape's exact loyalties. Sirius said mildly. He figured Sissy liked Severus enough not to put him in danger, but his words made sure of it given the vows she had taken. I understand, Narcissa said after a moment. And I assume Severus has concluded much the same as I in regards to Crouch. If you're talking about the completely nuts, you'd be right. Sirius said brightly. There was a chime that sounded through the rooms, and Narcissa set down her cup, understanding it signaled the end of the school day. I should be getting home. She stood, and Sirius did the same, kissing her cheek before she curtsied to him. Take care of yourself, you and the baby, Sissy. Sirius said. She inclined her head and left. Sirius sat down to wait on Harry's arrival, while Harry's punishment had effectively ended with his weekend grounding. And Harry hadn't seemed unduly moody in the aftermath at all. Sirius couldn't help the churning gut of unease that disciplining Harry always left him with. He knew Harry knew Sirius loved him. He was certain Harry loved him back. But punishing Harry always made Sirius feel as though their relationship was off kilter somehow, and he very much wanted everything back to normal. It didn't take long before Harry walked in the door, and Sirius was unsurprised when Ron, Hermione, and Neville followed him, all of them talking over each other, babbling about the last lesson of the day and their history of magic homework. Harry waved at Sirius as they took seats at the dining table, pulling out books and parchment. Sirius got up and went over. "Good day," he said, placing his hands on the back of Harry's chair. "Tons of homework," Harry replied, motioning at the school work littered across the table. "Tons," Ron parroted morosely, "which is why we should start it now," Hermione said briskly, rearranging her own space into a tidy area of stacked books. "Inkpot, parchment, and quills." Neville nodded. "She's right, though. If we can get the history of magic essay done tonight, we have all weekend to spend on the herbology project." "You just want to spend the weekend on the herbology project, mate," Ron retorted, not denying it. Neville said cheerfully. Harry chuckled. Hermione rolled her eyes expressively. "Let's just get on with it. I'll get Dobby to bring you some snacks," Sirius said. He ruffled Harry's hair and got a fondly exasperated look in return. Sirius headed for his study and his own stack of work. He glanced back at the dining table and saw the kids all immersed in their study, quite happily ignoring him. Well, he'd wanted everything back to normal, Sirius thought wryly. December 19th, 1994. Harry gazed intently at Hedwig on the perch beside him. She returned his look with an amber glance of reassurance. She spread her wings in a wide arc, bent her legs visibly so he would see the bend, and then the release as she launched herself into the air. He watched as she adjusted the angle of her wings as she glided to the second perch across the room, watched as she banked her wings, stuck her legs out, and landed, breaking with her wing movements gracefully. A moment later, she returned to his side, and he watched the landing up close. It was his turn. He took as much of a deep breath as he could in his raven form. He spread his wings, bent his legs, and he was aloft. He was so giddy at the rush of flight that he almost forgot what he was doing, the landing perch suddenly a lot closer than it had been a moment before. Hurriedly, he stuck his legs out and banked his wings. It wasn't a good landing. He teetered on the perch for a long minute, flapping his wings wildly and gripping like mad with his claws before he regained his balance and settled, his heart pounding wildly against his ribcage. Minerva clapped from where she stood, with Sirius observing at the side of the training room. "Well done, Harry. Now back again, please." Harry took another deep breath and tried to calm his heartbeat. He just needed to nail the landing, which meant not getting so enthralled with the flying. He launched himself back across the room, focused his gaze on the perch, and he managed to land without overbalancing, but he still needed to flap his wings madly to stop himself. Hedwig nuzzled his neck and gave him an approving hoot. She arched her wings, launched, flew once around the room, and landed on the perch again. Lesson 2, Harry thought with unbounded delight. He launched into the air. 10 minutes later, Minerva brought the lesson to a halt. "Time to change back, Harry." Harry grumbled with a disgruntled caw. He loved flying, but his wing muscles were achy, and he had almost overshot the landing again on his last flight. He launched off the perch and onto the chair Minerva brought over before making the change to his human form. Minerva had insisted that he wouldn't have the flying lessons until he could make the change between his forms seamless. Still, he checked everything was back to normal as Minerva beamed at him proudly, and Sirius placed a hand on his shoulder. "How do you feel?" Sirius asked, his hand rubbing Harry's shoulder as though he already knew it was sore. "Like I've just played a few hours of Quidditch," Harry admitted ruefully, rubbing at his wrists. He felt drained. His shoulders felt pained, and his arms hurt. "A hot shower," Minerva advised, We use different muscles when we operate in our animal form, and it can take a while for those muscles to build up stamina and strength. She smiled at him. But I'm very pleased. You did very well, and I'm sure your flying teacher would agree. Hedwig shifted position on the perch and dipped her head in a parody of a nod. I suggest you change and fly every night until you can manage a half an hour comfortably without too much ache in your human muscles afterwards, Minerva said authoritatively. Harry had just enough energy left for a grin. I can do that. Sirius sighed, but his eyes were twinkling. I guess we can add it into your schedule. He nudged Harry off the chair. Go, get your shower. Minerva smiled at him. I'll see you tomorrow in class. Harry. Harry escaped the training room, Hedwig following him up the stairs. She made for her perch in his bedroom. He locked himself in the bathroom and stood for an age under a barrage of hot water until he figured his muscles had relaxed enough to be able to get out of the shower. Back in the bedroom, he pulled on some sweats, wincing as his muscles protested. Maybe he shouldn't have demanded one last flight, Harry thought grumpily. A soft knock dragged him out of his pity party. It was probably Padfoot checking on him before dragging him down to dinner. He blushed a little, remembering the stern talking to he'd endured over sneaking out. He had kind of deserved it, but it had still stung. The 2 days of grounding had been much more bearable than seeing the look of disappointment in Padfoot's eyes. Come in, Harry called. It was a surprise to see Ron poke his head around the door. Sirius said I should come up. You decent mate. Yeah. Harry waved him inside. What are you doing here? Ron slumped into the chair by the window with a hefty sigh. Did you know that Lavender's going to the ball with Dean? Harry winced. Nope. Sorry, Ron. He hated seeing Ron's morose expression, but on the other hand, it wasn't like Hermione, and he hadn't tried encouraging Ron over the past weeks to ask her out sooner rather than later. I asked her in front of the whole common room. Ron blurted out suddenly. Bugger, Harry surmised with a sinking heart. And Dean was properly hacked off me with. Which, if I'd known, I wouldn't have. Ron flapped his hands expressively and lifted his gaze to the ceiling. His cheeks were almost as red as his hair. He didn't hit you, or anything? Harry asked, concerned. Nope, just glared at me the whole time as she told me. Ron sighed heavily again. I couldn't stay in the common room. Neville's on a date with Hannah, and Hermione's out bug searching with Luna again. Is it okay if I have dinner here? Okay with me, Harry said. He quickly called Dobby and asked him to check with Sirius, and if Sirius was fine with Ron staying to send word to Minerva. Thanks, mate, Ron said, relief written across every freckle. He fidgeted for a long moment. I think I'm going to go home for Yule. Harry's eyebrows shot up, and his eyes widened in shock. Why? Ron looked away from him. Well, I just think my dad got hurt, and there's Percy. I probably should apologize in person. Ginny's not talking to me because of the whole thing with Michael, and he sighed. It's not like I have anyone to go to the ball with, so... He shrugged as though unconcerned, but Harry knew it was the complete opposite. Ron, there are plenty of people without dates. Harry assumed there were plenty of people without dates anyway. Nobody from our year in Gryffindor or in the other houses. Parvati's going with Blaze. Ron ticked off one finger. Sally is going with Ernie. Lisa is going with some sixth-year bloke. And even Draco's nabbed that Selwyn girl despite his, woe is me, I'm no longer the only child misery. There's no one left to go with me. There's bound to be someone. Harry pointed out, although he wasn't entirely certain Ron's information wasn't right. Ron crossed his arms over his chest, pulling his uniform robes askew. The only one I know is Eloise Midgen, and I am not going with her. And She probably wouldn't want to go with Ron if she knew she was a last resort, thought Harry. Or maybe she would in preference to going alone. He really had no clue where girls were concerned. Dobby popped in and announced dinner. Harry dragged Ron to wash his hands before they made their way downstairs, and they sat down at the table where Sirius was waiting. "You all right there, Ron?" Sirius asked as the food steak pie and chips with a side of mixed vegetables appeared. "I'm just a disaster with girls." Ron half mumbled before pushing an overly ambitious forkful of food into his mouth. Sirius nodded sagely. "Most men are." Ron chewed quickly and swallowed, looking a tad more relieved. "Yeah, absolutely," Sirius said, scooping some pie crust. "Look at Remus. He approached a girl the other week, and it turned out she preferred the fairer sex herself." "Wow." Ron blinked. "That's wow." So, not an unusual thing for a man to make a fool of himself over a woman. Sirius continued. "James tripped over himself with Lily 1,000,000 times before she actually consented to give him the time of day." "Right." Ron's shoulders straightened a bit, and Harry shot Sirius a grateful smile for cheering up his best friend. "So has this one had a chance to tell you about his first flight as a raven?" Sirius asked, winking at Harry. Harry brightened and immediately began to tell a rapt Ron about his animagus lesson. He grimaced as he finished explaining and rolled his shoulders experimentally. "I am going to have to practice because it is a bit painful," Harry said cheerfully. "You'll have to do the same when you master your form." Ron gestured with his loaded fork. "Rather you than me with the whole flying thing, mate," he said. "Sides, I don't think I have to worry about all that stuff for a while. I can only transform a toe of my dog form." It had surprised everyone that Ron had found his form before Hermione, who still struggled to maintain the meditation long enough to make sense of any vision of her potential forms. Ron had simply fallen into a meditative snooze, one lesson, and woken up with the surety that he was a dog. He had been slightly grumpy about not being a lion, but he liked the idea of how useful a form being a dog was and had embraced his lessons. "I only had a paw for about 2 months," Sirius commiserated. "Eventually, I managed to get the whole leg, and then that was it. James could do everything separately but couldn't put it together for a while, and one day, boom. It all came together. Bloody scared the life out of the rest of us." Ron nodded. "I'll keep working at it." His gaze held a wealth of promise, a loyalty that Harry knew resonated in the symbolism of his chosen form. The plates were scraped clean, just as the door chimed. Sirius motioned for them to carry on with dessert as he went to answer the door. Luna and Hermione were ushered inside and took seats at the dining table with Sirius's invitation. Hermione sliding into the empty seat beside Harry, Luna taking the one next to Ron. Harry blinked at the bizarre butterfly clip that was attached to Luna's hair and focused on his dessert. "Dobby," Sirius said dryly, "I'm going to take my dessert in my study. You kids enjoy yourselves." He wandered off, leaving Harry alone with his friends. Harry felt a pang of guilt that they'd somehow forced him from the room before his attention was snagged by Ron. "I guess you heard what happened," Ron said sheepishly, poking at the peach and plum cobbler he drowned in custard. Hermione nodded sympathetically. "I'm sorry, Ron. If I'd been there, I would have warned you. Lavender told me this morning, but I haven't had a chance to tell you." "It's all right." Ron sighed heavily. "I made a prat of myself, and Dean's not happy with me. Dean said to say he figured nobody had told you when you looked so mortified, and I quote cool with the whole thing." Hermione shook her head at Dobby's offer of cobbler. "Lavender's pretty gutted. I think she really wanted to go with you, but there's only a week to go. And, well, Dean asked her, since Parvati, who he wanted to go with, agreed to go with Blaze." Harry shook his head. When had Hogwarts turned into such a soap opera? He mused grumpily. It was like that awful Australian soap his Aunt Petunia had watched, where the kids kept swapping girlfriends and boyfriends and getting married and falling pregnant, not necessarily in that order. It was all the fault of the ball, he determined. Ron nodded at Hermione, downcast. Harry and Hermione exchanged a mutual, helpless, "What do we do now?" look. Suddenly, Ron's head shot up, and his eyes went to Luna, wide with hope and realization. "Luna, you're a girl." Luna smiled serenely at Ron. "Yes, Ronald. I will go to the ball with you." Ron's smile lit up the room. "Really?" Hermione frowned heavily at him. "Ron, that's a terrible way to ask someone if they want to go to a ball with you. It makes it sound like you only asked Luna because Luna's a girl." Ron squirmed under her disapproving gaze, but Harry sympathized with Ron. It wasn't easy asking someone to a ball. Luna shrugged. "I don't mind, Hermione. I'd like to go to the ball. And it will be nice to go with a friend, even if I'm only a last-minute choice." Ron shot her a pleased look. "Thank you, Luna." He smiled at her warmly. "And even though the way I asked was pants, I promise you won't regret it." Luna smiled sweetly at him. Ron smiled goofily back at her. "Oh," thought Harry and cast about desperately for a change in subject. "Bug. You guys were out bug searching. Did you find the bug?" Luna's silver eyes sparkled, as though she'd guessed why he'd asked, and was very amused. "Not yet, but we think that the bug and the press people may be related. The one time I've seen the bug was the evening the press corp were visiting Hogwarts for the Yule Ball press conference thing you and the other champions did," Hermione said, a gleam in her eyes. Harry winced. That had been excruciating. "When I went over the times Luna's seen the bug, she's also only noticed it on days the press is around." Hermione tapped her fingers against the tabletop restlessly. "There has to be a correlation. It is a surprising relationship." Luna said breezily, "We're going to be prepared for the next time the press is around. That'll be the Yule Ball." Harry pointed out because he really didn't want Hermione distracted by a hunt for a bug when they were at the ball. Hermione frowned, understanding without him saying anything. "Well, we can keep an eye out while we have fun, and maybe plan a proper trap for the time after that." Luna nodded, her blonde hair swinging, and her butterfly clip flapped wildly on the side of her head. "It's so exciting discovering a new species." And as talk turned to the bug, Harry let out a small sigh of relief that Ron's ball woes were over. He slipped his hand into Hermione's, and for the first time began looking forward to it. "Merlin," Hermione said suddenly, "I'd better get back to the dorm. I promised Neville I'd review his herbology project report." She kissed Harry's cheek as she eased out of her seat, and Harry felt the usual surge of fluttering delight that accompanied their kissing. Luna said, getting up. "I should go and finish my charms essay. And I'd best get back and do my apologies." Ron said grimly. He shook himself and smiled shyly at Luna. "Shall I walk you back to Ravenclaw?" "Thank you, Ronald," Luna said. As the girls made their way to the door, Ron hung back with Harry. "Thanks, mate," Ron said sincerely. "Anytime," Harry said back. Ron nodded, cast a look to check on whether the girls were far enough away, and leaned in with an anxious face. "Merlin, Harry, dancing. What do I do about dancing?" he hissed. And so much for the end of Ron's ball woes, Harry thought, amused, dragging a hand through his dark hair, even as he made comforting noises about practice to his best friend before shooing him out of the door. December 24th, 1994. It was a miserable day. Sirius glared out of the window of his study. Rain fell relentlessly out of the sky, washing everything gray. The sky was opaque, filled with cloud and blocking out the weak winter sun. He didn't need to set foot out of the door to know there was a freezing wind since all the trees in view were bent under its force, the few students traversing the outside huddling into their clothes and each other for warmth and protection. School had officially ended the day before with the first and second years, along with those students in the upper years who didn't have a date for the Yule Ball, or who didn't want to attend, shipped home to their parents and guardians. There'd been an increased aura presence at Hogsmeade, and King's Cross Amelia wasn't taking any chances. But everything had gone to plan. The homebound students were safely home, and Hogwarts was half empty. The rattling and echoing hallways and corridors suited the eeriness of the day. He shook away his mood in a move that was reminiscent of Padfoot shaking off water. He strolled back into the living area and found Remus reading the paper on the sofa. Moony looked well-rested. The full moon had passed without incident. Clara had begun work as Remus's assistant, and Remus had appointed Patrick as his beta-back at the farm. Sirius felt a spark of satisfaction that Remus looked if not happy-contented. The fire was crackling merrily away, for stockings hung above it named Pronglet, Padfoot, Moony, Minnie, and Dobby. The rest of the room was similarly decked out for Christmas, swathes of gold and red tinsel with a real tree tucked into the corner, full of the traditional Potter Christmas ornaments that had been rescued from the cottage at Godric's Hollow. They'd only done the tree the night before at the family dinner, and it had been a wonderful evening even with the Malfoys present. Eggnog and good food, all of them decorating the tree. There was the lingering scent of a cranberry candle, chestnuts, and mulled wine. Sirius had told stories about the ornaments he remembered. Narcissa had supplied a couple of others when she noticed a few that must have come from the black side of the family, and Harry had listened to everything with wide-eyed eagerness at learning more of his history, his heritage. It was Harry's heritage and history that was the plan for the day. A visit to the Potter vaults and Godric's Hollow, the cemetery. Sirius swallowed hard and breathed deeply, searching for the calm and strength he knew he would need to get through the day, and be there for Harry, for Pronglet, for his son. "We don't have to do this today," Remus commented, not raising his eyes from his newspaper. "Harry asked to do this today," Sirius retorted, folding his arms over his heavy cable-knit black jumper. "And Harry would understand if you want a delay." Remus did look up as he argued. "If you're not ready." "I'm ready," Sirius stated firmly. Remus stared at him, and Sirius caved under the concerned warmth of Remus's gaze. I have been back to the cottage, but not inside, and I'm a little worried about freaking out and scaring Harry," Sirius confessed, talking quickly because he didn't think he would be able to say it otherwise. "I think you'll be far too concerned about Harry and being there for him for any freaking out, Sirius," Remus said quietly. His head lifted as he heard movement above them. "That'll be him now." He stood up and brushed down his clothing, a black V-neck jumper over a plain gray shirt with black corduroy trousers. Sirius grimaced at the expanse of black, but he'd gone for the same. Black jumper teamed with black denim jeans. And Harry was decked out the same when he came down the stairs. Black jeans, but a dark green jumper. His hair was its usual mess, and the green eyes behind his gold frames were dark with trepidation. "Ready?" asked Sirius, dredging up a smile from somewhere. Harry nodded jerkily. "If you want to change your mind about doing this today, you can," Sirius reassured him. "Neither Remus nor I will mind." Harry sighed and pushed his hands into his jeans pockets, rocking back slightly. "I need another wand," he said stubbornly. "And we're all agreed that since it's illegal to buy another wand, which I don't really get why it's illegal to buy another wand, just for the record that my ancestors' wands are likely to be the best match for me." Sirius sighed. "I would argue that I don't make the laws, but I kind of do, but I can argue that I didn't make that particular law, and it's to do with the limited supplies of wand cores." Remus explained, breaking into Sirius's ramble. 50 years ago, the Wisengamot and most other countries determined an embargo on buying more than one wand. Replacement wands in the event of loss or breakage were fine, but not buying two wands at the same time. It's not actually illegal to carry two wands just to buy two wands, and I don't know why I'm telling you this. He trailed off at the bemused, glazed expressions on Sirius's and Harry's faces. Harry patted his arm. I guess I understand why it's illegal now. He frowned at Remus. Are you sure you're okay with leaving Sion alone for the day? Tonks is with her, Remus said dismissively. I actually think Tonks has moved in, he admitted, a confused look darting over his features for a long moment. It's all part of her dastardly plan to get you into bed. Now Clara's turned out to like women more than you. Sirius commented. Remus's hands clapped over Harry's ears. No talking about me and Tonks in front of Harry, please. Harry rolled his eyes at Sirius, mischief and amusement all over his face as he batted Remus away from his ears. Hermione thinks she's just protecting her territory and making sure Sion doesn't make a move on you since Tonks wants you herself. Remus went bright red. Hermione, he repeated faintly. He turned around and glared at Sirius. Who else have you told? Nobody. Sirius said hurriedly. His friend searched Sirius's innocent expression and started to turn away. Just Andy. Sirius said brightly, watching with amusement as Remus went stiff as a board. And she's probably told Ted. Maybe, possibly, most definitely I also told Simeon when I was chatting to him the other night, but that's everybody, I swear. Harry chuckled and tried to turn his chuckle into a cough when Remus glared at him. There will be retribution. Remus stated calmly, straightening his shoulders. And it will be mine. Sirius felt a tiny frisson of alarm shiver through him, because Moony was never to be underestimated. Right. He clapped his hands. Coats. He grimaced once they had pulled on outerwear, because they were all in black, and it very much looked like they were off to a funeral. He sighed and led the way out of Hogwarts, so they could apparate directly in front of Gringotts. Sirius side-alongied with Harry. He taught Harry how to apparate, but only over short distances. Remus split with them once they entered Gringotts, as he had business with Kitbold. Sirius and Harry took the cart down to the Potter Vault. The goblin assigned to guide them, there actually giving them a smooth ride. It backed up the view from Dirk and Cornelius that the goblins were pleased with the steps that the Wisengamot had taken to review the laws around magical creatures and races. Harry stepped out and placed his hand on the Potter Vault door. It swung open, and Sirius followed Harry inside. The last time they'd visited after Harry's inheritance ceremony, there had been no time to properly explore. Harry had dived for James's old-school trunk, and that had been about it. As Harry wandered further inside, Sirius's gaze wandered around the cavernous vault. Money was set to the right in large heaps, gold galleons piled on top of one another as far as the eye could see, nuts buried beneath so it was gold as far as the eye could see. The left was storage space, furniture and trunks, and old sleeping portraits, mostly landscape, that had wound up in the vault instead of a Potter property. Most of it was stacked haphazardly with no organization except for the section at the front that Remus had overseen, where the trunks from Godric's Hollow were placed in order of rooms and items. Harry had bypassed them, wandering through until he stood in front of a shelving unit filled with odd ornaments and items. Sirius's eyes skated over the trunks from the cottage once last time and went to join Harry. He was almost beside him when Harry reached out and plucked a box from the shelf in front of him. It wasn't an ornate box, just a simple wooden lockbox, but it had Sirius's heart pounding when Harry pulled it closer to examine it. Harry, what are you doing with that? Sirius hated the sharpness of his tone and wasn't surprised when Harry's gaze snapped to him with guilty innocence. It just called to me." Harry raised the box to show it to Sirius. "What is it?" "Well, the box is just a box, but inside the box." Sirius resisted the urge to tap it. "Is the resurrection stone." "The other hallow?" Harry quickly stuffed the box back on the shelf and pushed his glasses up his nose. "It is creepy that it called to me, like the wand. My cloak doesn't do that." "It was a good point. I'm prepared to go with creepy." Sirius admitted. There's nothing in the story that said the Hallows could call to the Peveril they'd been given to, but then we know the story is really just that, a story. We really don't know enough about their true properties beyond the obvious. He needed to have Richard or Augusta go back out to Paris and push Fevrier. He didn't want to do it himself, because that would mean leaving Harry alone. Maybe because the cloak is the hallow of your actual ancestor, and you embraced it from the start, it doesn't call to you? Sirius theorized out loud. It doesn't need to call to you. You're resisting the stone and the wand, and even if it was the family magic that created them, they're once removed in familial terms. Harry bit his lip. I guess. Sirius shrugged and smiled. Remus will have another theory if you don't like that one. Now, he said, redirecting the conversation, we are supposed to be looking at wands. He pointed towards a small trunk labeled wands that they'd seen on their last visit with unerring accuracy. They opened the trunk together and looked at the arrangement of wands with surprise. The trunk was a specialist model, Sirius realized. Small trays neatly labeled with each generation, and as Harry pulled out the uppermost tray, neat rows of leather loops held each wand separately with a label underneath denoting whose wand it was. Harry reverentially ran his fingers lightly over his father's and mother's. Remus must have arranged for them to have been removed from the Godric's hollow trunks and stored correctly. Sirius felt a hard lump in his throat form, a weird mix of pain that Harry had never had the opportunity to know such wonderful people, that they had never had the opportunity to know him, and jealousy that as much as he was Harry's father, in one important respect he wasn't. He pushed the thoughts away angrily. He was there as moral support for Harry and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. There are two possible ways to do this. 1. You work your way up your family tree, testing each one to see if it works for you, and start with theirs. Or, prompted Harry gruffly, or see which ones resonate with you by passing your hand over the tray, and only test the ones that give you tingles. Sirius completed. Harry looked at him fully with askance. Tingles. It's a technical term. Sirius defended his description briskly. Either way, while Gringotts do allow a wizard to use their magic within their own vault, they do get antsy if they detect a lot of magic, since they do have the whole no wizard magic rule within the bank itself. So, he saw Harry draw in a long breath and breathe out again as he considered his options, weighed the prospect of using his parents' wands against the need to find the wand that worked for him quickly. Option 2, then. Harry murmured. Sirius acknowledged his choice with a tilt of his head. Harry spread out his hand and moved it slowly across the tray. He sighed and shook his head. No tingles, teased Sirius gently, hoping to alleviate the disappointment he saw glistening in Harry's eyes. Harry smiled at him, lightning fast, and moved onto the next tray. And the next. And the next. They were on the last tray, and Sirius was getting very worried they were going to have to bribe Ollivander into making them a second wand and giving it to Harry in some way to get around the illegality of it, when Harry's hand paused over a wand. Sirius glanced at the name. Ignotus Peveril. Merlin. Well, not Merlin, but it was close enough. That one. Sirius asked, proud that his voice came out calmly enough. Harry slid it out of the loop and closed his eyes briefly as the wand fitted into his hand. Holly. Sirius realized, recognizing the wood. He watched amazed as Harry swished the wand and lifted the trunk, levitating it without any problems. He lowered it and straightened his shoulders. Expecto Patronum, Harry said clearly. Prongs clattered out of the wand in a stream of silver light. He snorted as he looked around for the threat and saw none. He trotted over to Harry and nudged his shoulder. I know, Harry said. I've been calling you when there's nothing around, but I have to practice. Prongs seemed to agree with that, carefully nuzzling into Harry's chest and accepting the petting of his creator with apparent relish. Sirius ached to touch the stag, but he held back. It wasn't really James, he reminded himself, any more than his Patronus was his alter ego, Padfoot. Sirius's eyes slid to the innocuous box that Harry had picked up before and shook away the temptation. The box had been locked by Albus at Bertie's request, and Sirius had since realized Albus had locked it using the Elder Wand. He doubted that any wizard excepting Harry had the power to unlock it. Harry patted the stag's nose gently one last time and dismissed it. It disappeared in a whirl of light. He examined the wand with a frown. It's colder than my wand. Colder? Questioned Sirius. When I use magic with my wand, it's warm. Harry shrugged. I wonder what the core of this wand is. We could take it to Ollivander. Sirius suggested. He'd be able to tell us, I would think. Harry shuddered minutely. But not today. But not today. Sirius agreed. He examined Harry's pale face with concern. Are you sure you want to visit Godric's Hollow today? We can go another time. I'm sure. It just feels like something I have to do. Harry said softly. I've never been to their graves, and I want to know where we lived, and everything really. Sirius nodded in understanding. So much had been kept from Harry before he'd taken guardianship that he could understand Harry's need for the knowledge, to see for himself where he had lived with his parents, where they were buried. But Sirius also believed that Bill had been right to warn them against returning and facing the scars writ large in the shape of a cottage that had once been a home, in headstones that took the place of living, breathing loved ones. Harry slid the tray door shut and closed the trunk before sliding his second wand into the deep inner pocket of his coat. He glanced himself towards the resurrection stone box before turning away again and making for the door of the vault. Sirius fell into step beside him. Remus was waiting for them as soon as they got out of the carts. I've arranged for us to port key from a Gringotts transportation room, Remus explained, holding up a wooden key. Word got round that we were here, and, well, something of a crowd's gathered at the front of the bank. Gringotts won't let them in, as they don't have business with the bank, but I don't think we want to fight our way through and try to apparate. Good idea, Sirius said, placing an arm around Harry's shoulders protectively. Lead the way. Even as they crossed the main floor of the bank, the babbling chatter fell to a hushed rush of whispers as wizards and witches turned to peer and stare at them, specifically Harry. Sirius wanted to glare back at them, but he knew most of the attention wasn't malicious, but simple curiosity, since Harry had been hidden away at Hogwarts for a few months. Good luck with the tournament, son, shouted one old wizard, brandishing his cane. You go and win it. Yeah. Another witch called out. You win it, Harry. A smattering of applause started, growing in strength until most were clapping, whistles and cheers echoing through the large hall. Sirius noted the few holdouts and older, which with a face like a dried-up old prune pretending nothing was happening, a glowering rotund man with a purple face, and a couple of youngsters who sneered at the display as obviously uncool. Harry slowed their progress to a halt as he stopped to acknowledge the outpouring of support with a wave and a shy grin. Thank you, he said loudly. I need all the luck and good wishes I can get. There was a delighted outbreak of laughter at Harry's words. Sirius smiled sharply at the crowd, tightened his grip on Harry, and nudged him along. They were too exposed. Thankfully, Remus must have felt the same because he slipped into position between Harry and the crowd, providing a shield on the other side of him. The transportation room was a blessed sight. Sirius was pleased when the goblin guard shut the door behind them, and they were safely inside. Remus held out the key, and they all gripped it. Sirius kept an arm around Harry, who still had problems keeping his feet during a portkey. Remus muttered the trigger word, and Sirius felt the pull behind his navel. He bent his legs and landed heavily, only just managing to keep Harry upright. Remus staggered, and only just managed to keep his balance. "Well," Remus said, brushing down his black woolen jacket, "that wasn't one of my better landings." "Mine either," Sirius admitted. Harry shrugged. "I never have a good landing, but I didn't fall on my face this time." Sirius grinned at him. "It's an improvement." Harry was about to respond, but his gaze was snagged by a tree swaying to his right. It drew his attention to the ruin of the cottage. "Is this?" "Yes." Sirius managed to get the word out. He breathed in deeply and shifted to look fully at the house the way he'd done the night he'd escaped Hogwarts. He moved to stand behind Harry, who was staring at the cottage, drinking it in. He placed his hands lightly on Harry's shoulders. "It's a bit run down now, but you should have seen in its prime. It was a wonderfully cozy and welcoming home." Remus supplied gently. Sirius pointed at the front of the house. "Your mum planted those window boxes. They were full of herbs and flowers she used in her household potions. The front garden was filled with honeysuckle and lavender." Remus added, "You can't tell now, but in the summer the scent of it filled the house. The knocker was a present from your granddad when they moved in. Well, really the whole house was a present, but he got the griffin knocker, especially because Lily loved the griffin knocker at Potter House." Sirius picked up the reminiscing as though he and Remus had practiced. "Is that why we have the griffin knocker at home?" Harry asked. "Yes," Sirius confirmed softly. "It is." And there was so many things they still had to tell him about Lily and James, Sirius mused. So many little things that were forgotten and only remembered in remembering. Harry tensed under his hands. "Can we go inside?" "Structurally, it's a mess," Remus warned. "You'll need to keep a tight rein on your magic, or it may bring the whole house down. Do you think you can do that?" There was a pause while Harry gave Remus's words serious consideration, and Sirius was pleased with Harry's cautionary nod. Sirius also nodded at Remus, who waved his wand at the ward stone. Sirius took a deep breath, his hands cramped into fists as they began the slow walk up the path. It was important he kept control too. He knew that. But memories bombarded him with every step: Lily gardening and planting the border, James opening the upstairs window to shout something down to him, Harry on a blanket in the front garden during the summer after he was born, Remus resting one day on the stoop tired from the full moon, and Peter. No, he wasn't thinking of the rat. Not then. Not ever. Sirius dragged his mind back to the present and cast a look at Remus. Moony wasn't doing any better than him. Sirius determined, taking in the tensed jaw and grim expression. He moved his attention back to Harry. His son stood in front of the door, pain and heartache, hope and curiosity written blatantly across every inch of his being. And it made all of Sirius's angst melt away like a snowflake caught in a beam of sunshine. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "We're right here with you, pronglet." And they would take every excruciating step with him. Holding on to Pronglet, Chapter 5. The door swung open. Harry stepped inside, his heart pounding so loudly he was surprised that Sirius and Remus couldn't hear it, or maybe they could. He took 2 hesitant steps forward. The stairs were against the wall to his right, ascending upwards in a straight, steep line, wooden and bare, white paint peeling from the skirting boards and banister. He placed a hand on the newel post and wondered if his father had ever placed a hand on it. His mother. There was no hallway per se, just a few square foot of space which would have been used for a coat stand and a table. Harry pictured it so clearly that he wondered if it was a memory. Coat stand and table. He asked quietly, gesturing to where they might have stood. Sirius's gray eyes flashed with surprise. Yes, Alice bought them a pine stand as a present when they moved in. It used to grab your coat from your back if you didn't hand it over straight away. Remus cleared his throat. You remember? Harry rubbed the back of his neck. I don't know, he said. I just see it in my head, and it might very well be a memory buried down in your subconscious. Sirius said, apart from a couple of months at Potter House. You lived here. Yes, babies do formulate and store memories as far as cognitive scientists can determine. Remus said, falling into his lecturing mode. But they believe that the memories are encoded differently as babies are still developing speech, visual, and auditory acuity, and that's why we struggle to recall the memories as adults. Well, there are competing theories, and Harry stopped listening and moved into the main living area. The fireplace wall was whitewashed brick, the fireplace itself empty, the grate blackened and dirty. There were a few sticks of wood in front on the hearth that might have been part of a basket of firewood once. It wasn't a large room, only space for a sofa and a chair, maybe a coffee table, and a sideboard at the back. Again, Harry wondered how much of the picture in his head was his own imagining, and how much was an actual memory. Sunlight streamed through the front windows and cast the pattern of the window frame on the carpeted floor. It was a monstrosity, purple and yellow flowers meandering in a curving circular pattern. It looked like something his Aunt Petunia might have liked. He frowned at it heavily. Your mum's choice, Sirius said, seeing the direction of his gaze. She thought the flowers looked pretty. Harry grimaced at the notion that his mum had something in common with his aunt, but then they had been sisters, raised together, and perhaps that might account for it. James hated it. He wanted this geometric pattern that was just as horrendous in truth. Remus commented dryly, but he never could refuse your mum anything. It was the 80s. Sirius demurred. Harry's gaze caught on the dark streaks across the wall, spell damage from the battle his father had fought against Voldemort, fighting to save his family, to save his wife and child, to save Harry. His breath caught at the back of his throat, and he had to hold on to his magic hard as it threatened to surge up in horrified realization. Sirius followed his gaze and made a choked sound. His eyes darted to the front of the room by the staircase, and Harry knew that was where his dad had fallen. He slid his hand into Sirius's. Sirius gazed at him through a film of tears, but managed a small smile. He pointed at the door to the back with his free hand. Shall we go through to the dining room? Which is a grand title for what is a little cubbyhole of a room. Remus said, as they all made for the door. Harry drew in a shaky breath as he entered. It was a tiny space, barely the size of his old bedroom back at Privet Drive. It would fit a dining table and some chairs, but nothing more. They had this really large table that they crammed in here because Lily wanted to be able to entertain. Sirius remembered fondly, a chuckle escaping and driving back the tears Harry suspected had been threatening. They had us all round for dinner the first week, the Marauders, Frank and Alice, a couple of other friends of your mum's, and nobody could move. Remus shook his head. We all ended up laughing, even your mum, and I don't think it was ever used after that. Sirius nudged Harry through the door to the kitchen. This was really the heart of the home. The kitchen was a good size in comparison to the cottage-sized living and dining areas. It held an array of pine cupboards to the right, around an old aga, and an empty space to the left where Harry guessed a table and chairs would have been placed. They had James's old sofa from the flat in London Street along this wall. Remus wandered over and splayed out his arms. Just here. Merlin, It looked horrible. It was really comfy, that sofa, grumbled Sirius, all soft and squishy, and orange. Remus finished. Harry felt his mood lighten with the banter. Your mum hated it. Remus informed him in a conspiratorial tone. James and I had to sneak the damn thing in when she was out. Sirius reminisced. Her face when she came back and found us both asleep on it. Why'd she keep it? Harry had gotten the sense that his mum had been in charge of the decorating from what had been said before. Because she loved James as much as she hated the sofa. Sirius said simply, and he had told me, well, he went slightly red. He told me that there was a real possibility that while they'd been waiting for me one time at the flat, you'd been, conceived. Harry's hands flew to his ears. Too much information. He barked. I agree with Harry. Remus said, stepping back hurriedly, as though the sofa was still in the room with them. Sirius shrugged. Well, let's just say I was much less interested in keeping it in the flat when he told me. And yet you fell asleep on it. Remus pointed out, poking Sirius with a long finger. It was bloody hard work moving the thing, Mooney. Sirius rubbed his arm and pouted. Harry wandered over to the kitchen window above the sink. His mum had probably stood in the same spot. He mused with delighted awe. She'd probably washed dishes and looked out at the very overgrown and untidy garden. He frowned. It was a mess, but he guessed it had been different back then. Can we go upstairs? He asked without turning around. In the window, he saw Remus and Sirius exchange a look. The damage is worse upstairs. Remus said almost hesitantly, Are you sure you want to look? Harry nodded, and they filed back through the house to the stairs. The landing was small, a maroon and gold carpet covering it and disappearing into every room. It was marginally better than the carpet in the living room, Harry decided. This was my room. Sirius tapped open the first door in front of them. The guest room. Remus corrected. Sirius raised an eyebrow at him. Right, your room. Remus conceded with a sigh. I was injured. Sirius said brightly. I needed help walking and stuff. He motioned at Harry. There was a single bed, a bedside table, and an old wardrobe. Nothing else would fit, but it was cozy. How long did you live here? Asked Harry, curious at the wistful nostalgia in Sirius's voice, the faraway memories that glimmered in his eyes. Well, I was released from the hospital beginning of July, stayed put after your granddad died, and your folks moved to Potter House with you in the winter, and didn't return to London Street until your parents moved back in here to hide. Sirius listed out matter-of-factly. It was awkward sometimes with all of us here. I won't deny that. I mean, your mom and dad loved me, and I loved them, but they were a couple, and things, well, let's just say it wasn't fun when they'd had an argument, especially about something, and I had to have breakfast with them. But we muddled along, and I think they were grateful for an extra pair of hands when you were born. Harry slipped out of the room and into the next, which turned out to be a tiny old-style bathroom with a clawed-foot bathtub, a square sink and a water heater in a cupboard, an old-fashioned loo with a cistern up high, and a dangling metal chain to use to flush the toilet was in the next small room beside it. He meandered into the next room, which was obviously his parents' bedroom. It was large with a fireplace, and he could see the alcoves had been turned into built-in wardrobes. He ambled over to the window and looked down at the front garden. I wasn't allowed in here. Sirius said from the doorway, Your mum's rule. Neither were you, for that matter. She was quite strict that bedrooms were private spaces, and you had your own room, and so you wouldn't be in theirs. Another similarity that sent a shudder through Harry, since his Aunt Petunia had been the same about hers and Vernon's room, even with Dudley. Maybe it was something Harry's maternal grandparents had instituted, Harry thought wonderingly. My room. Harry questioned. Sirius gestured for him to follow. Remus hung back near to the staircase, and Harry understood when he stepped inside the final room. It was about the same size as the room Sirius had used, and there wasn't a great deal of space, but it would have been large as a nursery with only a rocking chair, a cot, and a dresser for clothes. The damage was evident, the cracks in the inner wall and one outer wall missing completely. His gaze caught on the mural. He headed over to it, and a flash of how it would look through the bars of a cot zipped through his head, so fast that he almost staggered. And another image on the heels of the first lodged in his mind's eye, his mother in front of his cot, her back to him as she defended him against the shadowy figure in the doorway. Not Harry. Please have mercy. He stopped abruptly, breathing heavily and feeling his magic surge to simmer at the surface. Harry, Sirius murmured, and Harry simply turned and buried his head in Sirius's shoulder, as though he could hide there from his memories. Harry's eyes were dry as he sobbed, trying to catch his breath, to breathe past the pain and the horror that they were in the room where his mum had died saving him, where he had destroyed Voldemort's body in return. Sirius hugged Harry to him, his arms strong and tight around Harry's back. "It's all right, Pronglet," he said softly. "Come on, let's get out of here." Harry didn't protest. They stumbled down the stairs with Sirius's arm locked around him, and a moment later, they were out of the house and standing outside of the front garden, breathing in gulps of fresh air as the skies opened up and the rain started to pitter-patter down. Remus erected an impermeable charm over them, keeping them dry. He looked up at the gray sky doubtfully. "Do you still want to do the summit?" "Yes." Harry cut him off rudely and flushed. "Sorry, I need to do this. Please." "Then we'll do it." Sirius agreed, soothingly. The walk to the cemetery was short, down the lane and back through the village square. Sirius cast a notice-them-not charm to keep anyone from looking too closely at them, but in truth Harry didn't see anyone on their walk through the sleepy streets. The graveyard was fenced in with some kind of prickly hedge with an old kissing gate allowing entry from the street rather than the side entrance from the church driveway. Harry and Sirius followed Remus through the meandering pathways of tombstones. Harry's gaze took in the names on some of the tombstones with interest. There was an Abbot, a Corner, and a Goyle. He almost stumbled at the sight of a Dumbledore. So many names he recognized, he mused. If he had lived in the village, would he have made friends with other kids? Had siblings? Not for the first time. The weight of his loss, the life he could have had, pressed down on him. He kept walking, though, his focus on getting to see his parents' grave for the first time. "Here," Remus said. He brushed some dead leaves from the top of the tombstone. Harry's heart seized in his chest as he read his parents' dates of birth. He hadn't known his mum was older than his dad only by a couple of months, but her birthday was January. "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death." He read the inscription with a growing scowl. Who the hell came up with that? He pointed at the words. "The headmaster." Remus answered grimly. "He arranged everything." "It sounds so Death Eater-ish," Harry complained, pushing his glasses up his nose. "It wasn't what he wanted on his parents' tombstone, that was for certain." "Bible," Remus replied. "Corinthians, I think." Like Harry would know what that meant. And suddenly, he realized Sirius had been silent since they'd stopped. Harry's eyes immediately went to check on Padfoot. His heart almost broke at the pain on Sirius's face. His pale complexion seemed pure white, skin stretched taut over his high cheekbones, and his eyes had filled with tears he was holding back with sheer force of will. Guilt surged up and washed over Harry like a tidal wave. He'd never thought about how his trip to the grave might affect Sirius. Or Remus, Harry mused as he checked on the other man, and noted that Remus looked particularly grim too. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Harry berated himself, internally, mentally kicking himself for good measure. How had he forgotten that the two men had lost people they loved too? Or not forgotten, but just not thought about it. While a part of him wanted to argue that he had lost the most his parents, his life with his parents, he knew Sirius and Remus had arguably lost more since they had known his parents for longer, loved them for longer. And maybe it wasn't a competition. They'd all lost his parents, but at least they'd found each other. Harry slipped his hand into Padfoot's. "You okay, Padfoot?" He warmed under the approving glance Remus sent his way. "Just," sniffed Sirius, brushing away a stray tear. "Just makes it real. I knew, I saw." His voice cracked, but I didn't get the chance to say goodbye, and Harry hugged him. So hard he thought his arms might break, but then Sirius was hugging him back, and it took a moment for Harry to realize that his own face was wet, and he was crying. Sirius lifted an arm and murmured, "Moony," and Remus was there too, holding onto them just as they were holding onto each other. He had no idea how long they clung to one another. The sky was clearing by the time they eased away, Remus separating from them completely to shove his hands deep in the pockets of his coat and wander away to collect himself while Sirius and Harry simply shifted positions. Sirius wrapped an arm around Harry. It's a bloody, awful quote, and Harry was irrationally pleased and relieved that Sirius agreed with him about it. Harry kept a hand tight on Sirius's coat. "We should change it." Sirius reached out and touched the tombstone, the etched writing transforming under the insistence of his magic. "Where there is love, there is life." Harry looked at him, startled. "No good?" questioned Sirius, fidgeting a little. "No, it's great, but it's a quote from a Muggle leader called Gandhi." Sirius explained a little self-consciously. "Your mum made me read his biography once." He flushed a little. "The quote stuck with me." "It's perfect," Harry declared. "I think it's perfect too," Remus said, surprising them as he walked back up to them. "I remember that book. She made us all read it when we were thinking about joining, well, the fight against Voldemort." Harry nodded. He bit his lip. "We should have brought flowers or something." Remus drew out his wand and conjured a bouquet of gold and red chrysanthemums. He handed it to Harry solemnly, and Harry carefully placed it on the ground, tucked up against the white stone. Sirius breathed out in an audible rush. "I wish," he said as he gathered Harry back to his side. And Harry didn't need to know what he wished or if it was the same thing as Harry. He was pleased he'd seen where they had lived and where they were buried. But his life wasn't with them, and as much as he regretted that, he loved Padfoot too much to wish for anything different anymore. He put his own arm around Sirius's waist and squeezed. "Let's go home." "My darling Severus, I can't believe it's been so long since we last talked like this. Our sojourn in Hogsmeade was wonderful, though, and it was good to finally see you in person. My father was dismayed about the potion you're working on being ready in May rather than June. You sure you can't delay it just a teeny tiny month? He wants your help on another potion, but he won't need that until June either. I believe I may need you Christmas Day or, should I say, during the Yule Ball. You will be attending, no doubt. I have a surprise for a friend of ours, and I may need you to help bring him to where I'll be waiting. You'll understand better when you see my present to you tomorrow. All my love, B." Severus frowned at a twinkly-eyed Albus as the headmaster reread the letter out loud. The rest of the hastily gathered war council were blatantly displaying their amusement with the exception of Moody and Black. Thankfully, Cornelius was absent, tied up with ministerial duties. "Well, this is a wonderful end to Supremely Fuck Awful Day," Black muttered. His words managed to drain the amusement out of the others. Black did look drained, Severus realized, wondering what the other wizard had been doing all day. "How was the visit to Godric's Hollow?" asked Bertie almost gently, and Severus felt the shock of the question charge through him like electricity. Black had gone back there? No wonder he looked like he'd been Crucio-ed. He'd probably have preferred to have been Crucio-ed. Upsetting for all involved. Black replied tersely, "That's why Remus stayed back with Harry tonight." Amelia poured him a cup of tea, sweetened it, and pushed it into his hands. "Drink your tea, Sirius," she said sympathetically. Black drank his tea. "Well, the letter does reveal a couple of things other than young Bartemius's obsession with Sirius," Albus said, placing it down on the desk. "Firstly, that Tom is worried about you finding an antidote. He fears being found or something that the elf or Miss Summers might tell us." Moody grunted in agreement. "The other potion he mentions could well be the ritual potion." Bertie said, "He may have decided not to leave it in the hands of someone like Pettigrew. If I assist him, I may be able to sabotage the potion." Severus murmured, "I would rather we didn't help Tom regain his body." Albus replied, evenly, "But sabotaging the potion may do more harm than good. Necromancy is difficult and draws on some quite dark arts, my boy." "I agree," Bertie said. "Sabotaging the potion is not the way to go. Hopefully we'll stop him before he gets a chance to use it, but the potion itself is better created well and to specification rather than anything else. All of the research Bill and Caro have done suggests that sabotaging it will simply create a monster, so rather the devil we know than the one we don't." Amelia gave a firm nod. "Agreed." Severus inclined his head. The thought that they might create something worse than the Dark Lord was terrifying, and the last thing the letter confirms is that Barty has something in mind for tomorrow night, and something to do with me. Sirius sighed heavily. Clearly he's expecting me to deliver you to him in some way. Severus mused out loud. Sirius sighed again. "How? He knows we're not exactly friends, and it's not as though I would let Harry out of my sight after what happened at the World Cup. And if someone were to suggest Greyback had Lupin at his mercy?" Severus rejoined, "Or perhaps he'll even take one of the students under the protection of the House of Potter or Black and tempt you away from Potter that way." He knew his words had hit home when Black dropped his glare first. "We do have an opportunity here to take down Junior," Moody pointed out with ruthless efficiency. "He thinks he's baiting a trap for Black, but we could turn the tables on him and bait a trap for him. Not without revealing Severus's true loyalties," Albus said sharply. Severus shrugged. "I might be able to argue with the Dark Lord it was Crouch's incompetence that led to his arrest, not any action on my part. Removing Crouch may even give me that direct access. Or it could lead to your death when Voldemort decides it was your fault." Black said baldly, "We don't know how he would jump. I'm prepared to take the risk." Severus argued, trying to keep his temper from seeping into his voice. "I'm not prepared to let you." Black retorted, "You're much more valuable to us alive." Ignoring how Albus beamed at Black like he was the second coming, Severus wondered at what Black exactly meant by that. Possibly no more than the face value, he determined. If Severus died within the next few days, there would be nobody to complete the antidote for the elf after all, and while Pettigrew seemed intent on slipping bits of information to his former friends, there was no way they could trust it, so they needed Severus as a trusted spy gathering information. "I hate the thought of letting Crouch walk, if we're going to know where he is at an exact time," Amelia complained. "The longer he stays at large, the more it makes the Aurors look incompetent. It's bad enough with Pettigrew. And either way we need to ensure that his surprise for you, Sirius, is thwarted." Bertie added. Sirius held up his hand. I agree we need a plan, but giving up our only real spy in Voldemort's camp, isn't it? Snape should do exactly what Barty tells him to do. Even if that means delivering you to your death, asked Severus scathingly, because how Gryffindorish of Black to acquiesce to being delivered to his death. He might have known. It was fine for Black to be in danger and heroic, but not Severus. 1. Black said, holding up a finger, "Thanks so much for your faith in my ability not to get dead. And 2, we'll be planning a whole thing to ensure you don't deliver me to my death. And 3. He paused. I'm not sure I have a 3. He rolled his shoulders. It's been a long day. 3. You would do it if it was going to keep your boy safe, and there was no other plan. Moody said grumpily, folding his arms over his chest and glaring at him. I've been reminded with ample evidence today that sometimes there's no choice. Black shot back. Can we move on to the part where we plan how I won't end up dead? Amelia jumped in. There are too many variables for a real plan. Sirius. We have no idea what the surprise is. It may be him. It may be some kind of monster he's created or called forth. It may be a physical trap to harm you without you even seeing him. Not knowing the location is the sticking point. Moody grumbled. If we knew, we could have men in place to come to your aid, as though by chance. But if we don't know, there's no way we can guarantee being able to get to you before anything happens. And maybe even a woman or two. Amelia said pointedly. Moody rolled his magical eye in her direction. The details may be in the present he promises to deliver to you tomorrow. Bertie commented. Severus raised his eyebrow. It doesn't leave a lot of time for planning, even if he does give a location away. It has to be here or close by, though, right? Black said, tapping his fingers in an annoying rhythm against the china cup he held. Good point. Moody said gruffly. It's probably somewhere on Hogwarts grounds, or in the forest. His lips twisted his face into a more ugly shape. They probably won't use the Durmstrang ship, since that would draw unwanted attention, and it's probable that they know we suspected of harboring them because of Karkarov. So, regardless of the present tomorrow, all the patrols are informed to be aware of a potential situation, Black said authoritatively. We already suspected something would happen, and the extra caution isn't going to be suspicious. It's entirely possible he will grab someone else to force me into leaving Harry. You wear a tracking charm. Amelia stated in a no-nonsense tone that had Black bowing his head in agreement. And I suggest you prepare for the unexpected. Sirius. Albus said. I can't believe that whatever he has planned will be pleasant. There was a beat of silence as they all absorbed that. Will you tell Harry? Asked Amelia. Black sighed and nodded. I don't want him running after me to save me from Snape, and the best way of ensuring that is to tell him the truth. You actually imagine he'll be content to simply let you confront Crouch or Crouch's surprise without him? Demanded Severus. Black just looked at him. I know you need to be a good liar to be an effective spy, Snape, but sometimes honesty really is the best policy. Severus glared at him. Black stood up, effectively ending the discussion. I'm going to go and enjoy what's left of Christmas Eve with my son. Snape, send word when you receive Crouch's present. He departed with muttered goodbyes to the others. I wish I could do more to relieve Sirius of the heavy burden he carries. Albus murmured. Amelia sighed, shifting back in her chair and lifting her cup. It's obviously not a good day for this news to emerge given their visit to the house at Godric's Hollow. I believe they also intended to visit the cemetery. Bertie sighed. I'm sure today has been a very hard day for both Sirius and Harry. Severus hid behind his usual impassive mask as he inwardly agreed with Bertie. He had only ever visited the cemetery once, and that had been just after Lily's death. He had not visited again, and doubted that he would ever again. It was too stark a reminder that she was gone. Sympathy swelled up for Black and Potter, that he quickly suppressed. And we had to go and make it worse. Amelia said softly, "Are we certain that he's after Black?" Moody asked suddenly. Albus frowned at him, as did Severus. "As certain as we can be given he's insane." Severus replied caustically, "Don't get your panties in a twist, lad." Moody said brusquely, "I'm just wondering if he's dangling Black like a red herring. If we get too focused on protecting him tomorrow, it may mean we miss protecting the actual target." Amelia grimaced. Severus inclined his head, his dark hair falling forward as he considered Moody's point. "The mutual friend does limit the candidates to either Black or Karkarov. We spoke of no one else. I believe we shouldn't try to overcomplicate this," Bertie commented, rearranging his robes and gesturing at Moody. "We suspected Riddle would want to make some kind of statement at Yule. We know his focus and obsession is Harry. If he's given Crouch a mission to do something that weakens Harry, the most obvious target would be Black. But truthfully, it could equally be one of Harry's close friends. Hermione would be the other obvious target." Amelia pointed out, "Alastair's right. We can't simply assume that it is Sirius who is at risk. I believe Severus is right to point out the mutual friend illusion refers to those they've spoken about, and Sirius is Bartemius's own obsession." Albus nodded sagely. "These things suggest we are on the right track." Severus hummed, "I also think Crouch wants to make Black suffer. Whatever it is, I don't believe he'll kill Black quickly or painlessly." Amelia set her cup down. "All we can do is plan for the worst." Moody grunted, "Damn right. And possibly hope for the best." Albus said brightly. Amelia shot Albus, "And are you for real?" look that Severus wished he could. She stood up. "I need to leave. Richard's expecting me for a family drinks thing." Bertie followed her lead. "I should be heading out myself. I wanted to visit Lawrence in St. Mungo's." "How is he?" Albus asked the question on the tip of Severus's own lips. Severus had tried his best to stave off the curse that had inflicted Lawrence Appleby with the potion he'd created, but the Dark Lord's curse on the old gaunt ring had been too strong in the end, and it had only led to a short delay of the inevitable. "The healers believe he'll be gone by New Year," Bertie said, sorrowfully. Moody moved once Amelia and Bertie had departed through the flue, and Severus got up too. He had no wish to be trapped into spending time with Albus. He respected the older wizard, but he wasn't in the mood for one of his lectures on bonding with Black or protecting Potter. "Drink?" Moody asked as they clear of the staircase leading the headmaster's office. Severus nodded stiffly. They made their way, without discussion, to the staff room. Moody conjured glasses and poured them both a drink from his flask. The aroma was a familiar peaty smell that had Severus lifting an eyebrow. "Whiskey? Balvenie?" Moody confirmed. "My mate Gilbert swears by it." Severus sniffed appreciative and took a sip, savoring the taste and the kick of alcohol. He found himself slowly relaxing as the crackle of the fire warmed him in the comfortable silence. "Are you going to be able to handle tomorrow?" asked Moody abruptly. It was a good question. In the first flush of being a Death Eater, he had never questioned whether what he was doing was morally right or wrong. And when he had questioned it, he was already installed within Hogwarts on the Dark Lord's order and distanced from doing anything as a Death Eater other than spying and passing information which he could ignore would lead to deaths and violence that might be constituted as morally ambiguous. But if he was to assist Crouch in delivering Black to him, Severus himself would have a hand in whatever happened to Black. Severus grimaced. There had been a time not so long ago, he mused, where he would have leaped at the opportunity to hand Black over to Crouch regardless of his promise to Albus. Only somehow since then he'd come to appreciate that Black meant to end the Dark Lord, was as fervent in his desire as Severus was, and they had agreed a truce that somehow made Severus already feel partially redeemed for his part in what had happened to Lily. I shall handle whatever happens. Severus said simply, because truthfully there was no other choice. It has all the makings of a clusterfuck. Moody said, I hope Potter stays out of it. Severus inclined his head and didn't say anything, allowing them to lapse back into blissful silence, because he had a feeling Potter would be doing anything but staying out of it. December 25th, 1994. The wet cold, nose pressing into his hand roused Harry from his sleep. He blinked blearily at the Grim sat beside his bed, tongue hanging out and tail thumping loudly on the floor. He yawned. It's so early, Padfoot, he complained. And he knew that because the room was very dark with the only light filtering through from the open bedroom door, and Hedwig hadn't moved an inch from her perch, her head firmly tucked under her wing. Padfoot reached forward and gripped the edge of Harry's pajama top cuff, dragging him slowly but inexorably out of bed. Harry managed to grab his glasses and his dressing gown as he grumbled under his breath, and allowed the Grim to pull him out of the bedroom and down the stairs. Remus sat in one chair, wrapped up in an old dressing gown. A grumpy expression creased his face, and his usually neat hair was askew. Minerva sat in the other chair, her hair in outlandishly large rollers. She wore tartan slippers and a tartan dressing gown over what looked to be a full-length nightie. Harry colored slightly. He'd glimpsed Minerva in her nightwear when she'd stayed with them at Griffin House, but it always felt slightly wrong to see his professor in such clothing. Padfoot herded him to the sofa. "What time is it?" asked Harry as Dobby popped in and placed a tray of tea on the coffee table. The elf sank to sit beside it at Padfoot's bark. "Early," Minerva stated briskly. "Too early, but someone couldn't wait." Padfoot shifted, and Sirius stood there in his usual warm maroon dressing gown. He grinned at them and clapped his hands. "Merry Yuletide." He motioned at them all. "And here we all are." His grin got even wider. "We can do the presents now." All of their grumpiness subsided, draining away in Sirius's enthusiasm. Harry smiled up at Sirius, pushing the last of his sleepiness away in an effort to join in and make sure Sirius wasn't disappointed. "How long do you think he's been awake?" asked Remus in a side whisper to Minerva. "I don't think he actually went to sleep," she replied dryly. She sighed at Sirius's overdone pout. "Very well, Sirius, continue. I'll pour the tea." Sirius clapped his hands again with a gleeful exuberance and bounded over to the tree, which suddenly had a stack of presents under it that hadn't been there before. Harry accepted the cup of tea Minerva handed him and settled back, thinking how different that morning was to the previous Christmases he'd had. The miserable Christmases spent with the Dursleys seemed another lifetime ago, but even the comfort of the previous Christmases at Hogwarts suddenly seemed like distant memories against the bright, vivid joy that Harry could feel spreading through him. It would have been nice if Hermione, Ron, and Neville could have joined them, Harry mused, but he knew Ron wanted to open his presents with his family, and both Neville and Hermione had declined Sirius's invitation to the present opening first thing, citing other plans. He suspected that both his friends didn't want to intrude on Harry's first Christmas with Sirius. They were all coming for a large family lunch, though, and he would see them then. "You first, Harry," Sirius said, handing him a small package wrapped in tartan. He knew immediately who it was from. His gaze darted to Minerva, who smiled at him softly. Harry undid the wrapping carefully, ignoring Sirius's grabby hand motions to get on with it, and one moment where he thought Sirius intended to take over himself. The box inside was a sturdy wood with a simple hinge. Harry opened it up, and he stared down as the golden snitch inside unfurled, its wings stretching. "It's a practice model used by the professional teams," Minerva said briskly. "We can't have you getting out of practice. I expect my Starseeker back on the Gryffindor team next year." Harry moved to awkwardly give her a hug before sliding back onto the sofa, as Sirius solemnly handed Minerva her first gift, which was from Sirius and Harry. Minerva looked at the shiny gold and red paper with a pleased expression before ripping through it as though it was tissue paper. "Make a note, pronglet," Sirius said admiringly. "That is how you open a present." Minerva shot him a chiding look before beaming at the door plaque that read Aunt Minnie. It was styled in the same lettering as the other plaques in Griffin House, and it was a present to underscore their decision for her to move in during the next summer. "Thank you both." Minerva sniffed, and her eyes were suspiciously bright. Harry was relieved when Sirius bounded up to Remus with a present, breaking the moment. Remus sighed at the wrapping paper. Dogs were running backwards and forward excitedly. "From you, Padfoot?" Sirius nodded and sat down next to Harry as Remus took off the wrapping and revealed an old copy of a battered book with the title Growing Up with Lycanthropy, A Wolf's View by R.J. Lupin. He'd told Harry the tale behind the book when he'd showed it to him before wrapping it. Remus had written the book back at school and had managed to find a small publishing firm to produce a handful of copies. "My goodness." Remus tore his gaze away from Sirius to stare at him. "Where did you find this copy? I thought the Ministry burned them along with the other pro-werewolf literature a few years back." "My vault," Sirius said, gesturing vaguely. "I kept a copy thinking it'd be valuable one day, and it is because it's the only one left. You should have it, Moony." Remus's fingers trailed over the spine. "I only sold a handful, but they were all recalled with the Ministry's edict. Of course, this one missed the magical recall because it was in a bank vault." "Well, it's right you have a copy back," Sirius repeated. Remus shot Sirius a grateful smile. Sirius reached under the tree and pulled out a package which he handed to Dobby. "From me and Harry, Dobby." Dobby's ears waggled excitedly. He also carefully undid the wrapping, setting it aside. He gave a squeal at the gift of a knitting basket filled with skeins of brightly colored wool, different sizes of knitting needles, and a package of patterns for different types of sock. "Dobby is pleased to be making socks," he said, delighted. Remus smiled brightly and caught Sirius as he moved back to the tree. "You sit." He grinned when Sirius pouted again. "I'll get yours." He hurried over to the tree and pulled out a large present which he handed to Sirius with due fanfare. "From Harry." Sirius threw Harry a questioning glance, and Harry nervously smiled back, hoping Sirius liked his present. He immediately tore off the wrapping paper and came to an abrupt halt at the framed picture of himself and Harry. It was a portrait of one of the candid shots that the photographer had taken during Harry's first press interview in the summer. The photo had showed Harry and Sirius standing next to each other in his study, Sirius's hand on Harry's shoulder, and them both smiling at one another with so much genuine love and affection that Harry had initially been embarrassed by it. But he knew Sirius loved the photo, and so Remus had helped Harry get it turned into a portrait with the frame specially made and engraved with a small plaque at the bottom that simply said Padfoot and Pronglet. Harry knew that the portrait represented more than just a picture of the two of them, though. It was magical, and even after they were both dead, which Harry hoped wouldn't be for a long while, the essence of them painted into their portraitures would always remain together. "This," Sirius declared, unable to stop looking at the picture. "This is perfect." His eyes were bright and shining when he raised his head. "Thank you, Pronglet." He reached out and pulled Harry into a one-armed hug before ruffling his hair and letting him go. "I love it. It is lovely." Minerva commented softly. "The artist captured you both wonderfully." Sirius didn't let go of his gift. Instead, he hugged it to him and nodded at Remus. "Bring over Harry's present, would you, Moony?" Remus grinned and hurried over to the tree, reaching behind it and pulling out a very familiar-shaped gift. Harry's eyes widened, and he didn't take care with the wrapping as he tore it away to reveal a new Broomstick the Flaming Arrow. It's kind of a tradition, me buying you a broomstick." Sirius murmured beside him as Harry's hand traveled reverently down the wooden body and over the tightly placed twigs. "I bought you your first broom that first Christmas. Lily wrote to tell me you'd fly around the room and scare the cat." And the previous year, Sirius had gotten him the firebolt. Harry leaned over to hug him again. "Thank you. It's brilliant." And it meant that he could retire his firebolt and make sure that it didn't get destroyed or broken something that had been bothering him. The whole mind healer thing. She blushed furiously and darted a look at her brothers. Neville followed her gaze. The twins and Ron were all wrestling over the tin of their mother's biscuits. He turned back to Ginny. "How's that going?" Ginny shrugged. "It's hard, but I think I'm facing what happened with the whole thing in my first year." He wouldn't press her for details, Neville determined. If she wanted to tell him, she would. "And I can see how Harry rescuing me didn't help my—" She winced. "Crush." She waved her hand as though to wave away her words and admission. "I can see now that Hermione was right. I should have focused on being a friend to Harry rather than just hoping he'd notice that I was more than Ron's little sister if he saw me around enough." Her cheeks were bright red, and Neville had no idea what to say. "So that's what I'm going to do now, be his friend," Ginny stated with finality. "Lydia, too. We've promised that if either of us slips back into fangirl mode, we'll say something to each other." "That's good," Neville said. Ginny nodded, her teeth worrying her lower lip. "I just hate that it took Hermione getting hurt for me to see how silly that I'd been acting. But it's good that you saw it," Neville pointed out gently. "And I think you're doing the right thing seeing the mind healer and making sure you focus on being Harry's friend first and foremost." Ginny nodded briskly and shifted position, tucking her legs beneath her as she got more comfortable. "So you and Michael?" questioned Neville. She shot him an irritated look. "I've already got 6 older brothers, Nev. Don't you start." "As your friend, you can't blame me for being concerned," Neville said. "It's not all that long ago you were head over heels for Harry and Michael asking you to the ball, and you saying yes kind of came out of nowhere. He used to be Ron's best friend." Ginny said dryly. "I mean, they were 5 years old at the time, but—" She shrugged. "The Corners used to live just down the road, but they decided to move to their London house because of Mr. Corner's work. So we lost touch. Michael came and said hello at the beginning of my first year and asked how I was. And we do chat occasionally." But from the defensive tone, Neville was guessing it wasn't that often. His asking me was just a friendly gesture. Ginny continued. "He'd stopped to see if I was all right after the first task, and I was complaining about the ball. And so he asked me, we're just going as friends." Neville didn't know Michael all that well. He hoped Michael had done it as a friendly gesture rather than taking advantage of Ginny's vulnerability after all her travails over Harry and the incident with Jessica. He also hoped Ginny wasn't subconsciously using Michael either as a way of showing Harry she was attractive, of feeling attractive. He was so glad he'd decided to pursue Hannah and not pursue the tentative attraction he'd felt for Ginny in the summer when he'd been thinking about potential girlfriends. He might have very well asked her to the ball himself if Sirius hadn't turned all their worlds upside down and nothing had changed for them, Neville realized. "Well, I hope you have a good time," he replied diplomatically. Ginny nodded. "You too." There was a sound from the girls' staircase, and Hermione poked her head around and smiled at them all. Ron managed to wrench himself free from his brothers and smoothed down his jumper. "Hermione, Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas. Looks like it was a good Christmas for you all," Hermione commented as she joined them, already fully dressed in a jeans and a bright red jumper. She sank down to the floor and picked up the book on underwater plants. "Oh, can I borrow this after you've read it, Neville?" Neville's lips twitched into a smile as he exchanged a knowing look with Ron. "Of course. I was thinking it might be useful for the research team." "Definitely." Hermione nodded her head enthusiastically. Ginny nudged her gently. "What did you get for Christmas?" "Mom and Dad bought me some jewelry to go with my dress for tonight." Hermione's cheeks took on a red flush. "Nothing fancy, just a necklace and some earrings." Ginny smiled. "I'm sure you'll look beautiful." Hermione put down the book and rubbed her arms. "I'm just hoping Harry and I managed to complete the first dance without tripping each other up." "What did Harry get you?" asked Neville. "We haven't exchanged gifts yet." Hermione admitted. "We wanted to open them together, so we thought we'd do it at lunch." "Talking of food," Ginny said, getting to her feet and brushing down her clothing, "we should get ready and head to the hall for breakfast." Neville figured her sudden want for breakfast had more to do with a desire to get away from hearing more about Hermione and Harry than it had to do with hunger. Ron patted his tummy. "I could eat." "You've just munched." Fred began. "Through a tin." George continued. "Of Mum's biscuits." Fred completed. Ron grinned at them. "I'm a growing boy." "That you are." "Ronnikins." Hermione burst out, giggling at Ron's appalled expression at the nickname. Ginny gave a faint chuckle, grabbed her presents, and made her escape. "Come on." Then, the twins hustled Ron up the boys' staircase, leaving Hermione alone, with Neville. "How is she?" asked Hermione bluntly. Neville shrugged. He wasn't going to give away any confidences, but he could answer Hermione's question. "Working through things, I think." "I hope so," Hermione said, shifting with a sigh to tidy up the wrapping paper that the Weasleys had left strewn around the room. She and Lydia seemed to be building a real friendship now. Neville helped her feed the paper into the fire. "And they're both intent on focusing on friendship with Harry, for the time being. That's something." "It is," Hermione said. "I just hope they're sincere." "I think they are. They've both apologized to Harry and me." She brushed her hair back from her eyes. "I just hope her going to the ball with Michael isn't the wrong thing for her to do." "Me too," Neville said. He glanced around the room. There was no more wrapping paper left. He picked up his presents. "I'll just be a jiffy," he promised. Hermione waved him off, and Neville made his way to the dorm. Seamus and Dean were sleeping, the curtains pulled tightly on their beds. There was a faint hint of noise coming from the bathroom, water running and an off-key rendition of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. He dumped his gifts on his bed, glancing over at Harry's old bed, which remained empty. He missed Harry in the dorm, but he had to admit that Harry having his own rooms with Sirius was the best thing with the tournament. Remembering that Hermione was waiting downstairs, he picked up his towel, hastily made for the bathroom, and was a half a step from a shower stall when Ron stumbled out from his, wet and bedraggled, a towel wrapped around his lower body. They exchanged a nod of acknowledgement, and Neville made to close his curtain. "Neville," Ron said, taking a step toward him and leaving a puddle of water behind on the bathroom floor, where he had been standing. He looked a tad uncertain, and that was what arrested Neville's movement more than anything. Neville raised his eyebrows questioningly. "Ginny," Ron said awkwardly. "The twins and me noticed she was talking with you, so..." "And so they'd left them to talk. Is she..." Ron struggled to get the question out, and Neville took pity on him. "She's all right, Ron," Neville said firmly, just working her way through it. With the prized possession thing of the tournament clue, he couldn't wait to get outside and try the new broom out. Ron was going to go nuts about it. Minerva sighed wistfully. "We would totally destroy Slytherin with you on that broomstick." He grinned at her. Next year. He promised. And as Remus went to get the next present, Sirius still hadn't let go of the portrait, and Minerva threatened retribution for a gift of cat toys. Harry embraced the happiness bubbling up inside him and let all the other worries and anxieties about the tournament and Voldemort fade away. Christmas morning found Neville camped out in the common room with the rest of the Weasleys. He'd issued Sirius's invitation, knowing that it was Harry's first with Sirius, and if it hadn't been for the Yule Ball and the tournament, all of them would have been spending Christmas with their own families. They both deserved, for their first Christmas, to be primarily the two of them. He had felt a pang of regret the evening before, but Ron had dragged him down to sleep with the twins in the common room, after a plea not to be left alone with his pranking siblings, and come morning Ginny had joined them. They'd effectively taken over the space in front of the fire to open their presents. Neville found himself forgetting his previous regret as he was swept up in the fun and joie de vivre that only the Weasley twins could radiate in waves. Ron was also making an effort to make sure Neville was included, and Neville marveled at the change in their friendship. Since the summer, when Neville had thought the youngest Weasley brother only tolerated his presence because of Harry, something that had been confirmed for Neville when Ron had pushed him after they'd realized Harry was with a mind healer. But since that had happened, he and Ron had slowly moved past the fraught start and built a friendship of their own. And Neville liked Ron with his affable manner and usually easygoing persona. For all, Ron could be a stubborn mule when he got an idea in his head. By the time they'd finished unwrapping the gifts, all the Weasleys were wearing their usual Molly-knitted Christmas sweaters, big woolly monstrosities with their initial and in varying colors. Ginny had complained at pink, Ron at the vibrant lime green, and they were all surrounded by a heap of wrapping paper and untidy piles of presents. Neville was also wrapped up in one of his gifts, the new black woolen cloak that his gran had sent him. It went well with the new leather gloves and a black woolly hat with the crest of Longbottom embroidered on the front that he'd received from Sirius. Clearly, there had been a conspiracy between his gran and Sirius. Ginny sat down beside him and fingered the bottom edge of the cloak enviously. "This is really beautiful, Nevada. Gran's gone all out this year," Neville said. He suspected some of it was that their finances were in a better place. She'd never said anything, but he'd known for a couple of years that they were on a budget. He'd assumed that was one of the reasons why she'd been so insistent on his having his dad's wand, that they couldn't afford a new one. But he knew a lot of the gifts that she'd sent him were to make up for the previous years when she'd bought mostly stuff she thought he should have wanted rather than things that he actually wanted. He patted the book on underwater plants with fondness. She'd really taken note of his interests and bought stuff he could use this time. He mused. The best present, though, had been a photo album filled with pictures of his mom, dad, and himself. It was something he treasured. Ginny sighed beside him. "You all right?" Neville asked quietly. She nodded, her red hair falling forward. She tucked it back behind her ears. "Just missing home," she admitted. "It's not the same staying at Hogwarts." She glanced up, checking where her brothers were. "It makes me wish I hadn't said yes when Michael asked me to the ball." Her fingers twisted together. "I was just so flattered, and—" She bit her lip. Neville frowned. He and Ginny had been friends of sorts during her previous Hogwarts years. "If you don't want to go with him, you don't have to go." "Oh, I know. And it really isn't about the ball." Ginny smiled, but there was an air of sadness about her. "Just missing home, like I said." He returned the smile. "I know how you feel. I kind of wish I was back at home with Gran, although I'm looking forward to taking Hannah to the ball." "It's your first real date, huh?" teased Ginny, some of the sadness fading away. Neville had a feeling he looked sheepish. He certainly felt sheepish. "We did do a lot of practice dates," he admitted. Ginny snorted a laugh, but she patted his hand. "I'm pleased for you, Nevada. You're so much happier this year." There was a hint of a question in her tone, a note of wistfulness. "I am happier." Neville admitted. Things have really changed for me since Sirius took over Harry's guardianship. Grands, she's like a new woman. I look at her now, and I think if this is the mother my dad knew, then it was no wonder he was brilliant, because she's just great. He motioned at Ginny. She sees me now, you know? You're closer to Harry, too. Ginny commented. She hunched in on herself as though expecting him to berate her for mentioning Harry. Yeah, I am. Neville said gently, and he couldn't deny his friendship with Harry had been a large part of the reason why things had changed for him. Harry's support had given him confidence, and Neville wouldn't trade it for the world. He looked at her downcast face. How are things going for you now? Ginny grimaced, her pretty face contorting for a moment. You'd think Lydia and me had been the ones to attack Hermione. She sighed and rubbed her nose. I know we went a bit overboard with following him around. And okay, we talked about messing with Hermione and pranking her, but neither of us would actually have attacked Hermione. And it's not like we told Jessica to do it either. I think Harry and Hermione know that. Neville said comfortingly. They do, Ginny confirmed. They've even said so to both Lydia and me, and forgiven us for the other stuff. She pulled on the stretched cuff of her jumper. It's just you'd think nobody else knew it, which everybody does. And it's just hard having most everyone else in the school treat us like pariahs for something that wasn't even our fault. Neville nodded understandingly. In some ways he sympathized. Jessica had been the attacker, and neither Ginny nor Lydia had supported her actions. Lydia had run immediately to her brother for advice since it would affect the house of Ingleby, and Ginny had immediately confessed all to Hermione. On the other hand, he kind of felt they'd made a rod for their own backs in how they'd stalked Harry without any real regard for how he might feel about it and how it would look to others. Ginny's sigh pulled him back out of his thoughts. It's worse since Lydia went home for Christmas. Ginny admitted. It's like it's all on me. At least when she's here, there's the two of us. He picked up on the note of warmth in her voice. You're really friends now, then? Yeah, Ginny pushed a hand through her hair and gave a sheepish smile. Lydia admitted after Jessica got expelled that they'd both befriended me because I knew Harry, but she asked for a second chance. And well, with everyone else against them, Ginny hadn't wanted to refuse. But since then, we've been proper friends. Ginny said firmly. We talk, and she's been great about. Ron nodded briskly. Right then. He grabbed hold of his slipping towel and pushed a wet lank of hair out of his eyes. Neville couldn't resist asking. You and Michael used to be best friends. The scowl on Ron's face was ferocious. I don't know about best friends. He said, we used to hang out as kids before they moved away, kind of how Ginny and Luna used to. He lifted one shoulder in a half-hearted shrug. He told the twins that he'd asked her to the ball to cheer her up, and Mums told us to back off, so. Ginny said they were just going as friends, but we can all keep an eye on them tonight. Neville promised. Relief flooded Ron's face. Thanks, mate. He gestured, almost losing the towel again. I know I'm being an overprotective brother, but she's been through a lot. He colored pink under his freckles. Neville figured Ron felt a bit guilty about the hard time he'd given his sister over the whole thing with Hermione. Neville nodded and pointed at the shower behind him. Best get on, or Hermione will hex us for making her wait. Ron grinned at him. Right you are, Nevada. He hurried out of the bathroom. Neville closed the curtain. There was an air of seasonal jollity permeating Harry's rooms that warmed Hermione from the inside out. She sat next to Harry on the sofa, her hand in his, as she took in the atmosphere. Part of it was the decorations, the bright red and gold tinsel, the deep green holly, and the twinkling Christmas tree bedecked with ornaments that were pieces of Harry's heritage. Some of it was the sense of family that shone out with every fondly exasperated smile that a casually dressed Remus and Professor McGonagall aimed at Sirius. Even Remus's werewolf friend Sion looked amused, as did the Weasley kids crammed together on one sofa with grins on their faces. But as Hermione noted how Harry teased Neville, and how he and Sirius were decked out in matching Weasley jumpers, mostly Hermione attributed the ambience to the pure happiness which radiated from Harry and Sirius. It was as though they'd set aside all the worries about a potential attack later, and concerns generally of the tournament and the situation with Voldemort, and decided to simply enjoy themselves and enjoy being together at Christmas. Her heart ached a little as she suddenly missed her own parents with a fierceness that took her by surprise. She pushed it away. She wouldn't spoil things for Harry and Sirius, Hermione thought determinedly. She would do the same as them. She'd just enjoy the moment. She smiled brightly at Dobby, who handed her a cup of eggnog. "This is great. Thank you for having us, Sirius." Sirius beamed at her. "Happy to have you all." He clapped his hands and bounced up and down on his heels. "We have a few surprises later. Merlin, help us," Professor McGonagall said dryly, but her eyes were twinkling with humor. Fred grinned. "We love surprises." George completed. Sirius smirked at them. "Excellent." He motioned towards Harry. "Harry, why don't you and Hermione go into my study and do your present exchange now? We have a few minutes before everyone else arrives." Hermione nodded her agreement to Harry's quick glance to check it was all right with her. "I'll just grab your gift from my room," Harry said. Sirius shooed her in the direction of the study, and she rolled her eyes at him as she complied, picking up her gift from the arm of the sofa. She resisted the urge to frown as she caught Ginny ostensibly looking away from her. As much as Ginny had resolved to get over her crush on Harry, Hermione believed it was a work in progress. The study was cozy. A fire crackled in the hearth, and thin sunlight streamed through the window, bathing everything yellow. She waited anxiously, but it only took a minute for Harry to rejoin her, nudging the door closed behind him. Harry grinned at her. Hey. He leaned in to kiss her softly, and for a long moment she enjoyed the thrill of being with him before the reality that they wouldn't be left alone for long intruded. She reached behind her and presented him with the box solemnly. "Here." Harry set her present down and took hers. She pushed her hair back over her shoulder and bit her lip as he sat down on the arm of a chair and carefully opened it. He set aside the wrapping paper and examined the box with interest before undoing the clasp at the front. The thin brown strip of leather held a beautifully carved wooden rune, the Norse rune for protection. "Oh wow," Harry said. "Nashi wore something similar to this." Hermione nodded. "I don't know if you remember, but you wrote about the leather necklaces that Nashi and his family wore in the journal. It was why I suggested braided leather for the tournament bracelets when the beads were ruled out. You really seem to like them. So I thought, and this rune, protection," Harry said, identifying straight away. She smiled at him widely, knowing that only a year before he wouldn't have known, and if he had, he would never have said. "Yes. Put it on me?" Harry asked, handing the necklace to her. She took it and carefully tied it behind his neck before moving round to his front. Her fingers traced the rune, and Harry leaned forward to capture her lips in a sweet kiss. "Thank you," he said. Hermione blushed and stepped back. She'd smeared her blood onto the rune and repeated the words she'd uttered during his blessing before she'd wrapped the gift. She didn't know if it would make a difference the magical theory suggested it would, but she hoped it would. Any extra protection Harry had as he faced the rest of the tournament, and ultimately Voldemort, would be good thing. Harry picked up his present to her and handed it over with a nervous smile. She unwrapped it as carefully as he had unwrapped hers. The jeweler box took her by surprise. She opened it and gasped at the beautiful golden charm bracelet. "Oh, Harry!" The design matched the earrings and necklace her parents had given her, and she realized that Harry must have colluded with them. "It's so beautiful," she murmured, picking it up to examine it closer. The thick gold chain had 4 tiny charms hanging off it. The first was a miniature potions bottle, the second a tiny mirror, the third was an egg timer, or what was meant to represent a time turner. She realized her heart pounding as she suddenly made the connection. They represented the years she and Harry had been friends and the adventures they'd had. It made sense. The 4th charm was a tiny cute dragon. "It's brilliant," Hermione said, "beautiful and sentimental." She smiled at him and offered him the bracelet and her wrist. "Put it on me?" He grinned at her, the nerves she'd seen in his expression drifting away as he focused on the clasp. He made to step back, and she quickly moved to kiss him softly. "Thank you," Hermione said gently. There was a gentle knock on the door, and while they didn't spring apart as the door opened, they did settle into positions that had more space between them. Sirius poked his head into the room. "All done." They nodded. "Come on then," Sirius said with a grin. "Our first surprise is here." He opened up the door and winked at Harry. Hermione looked at him suspiciously, and Harry grinned back at her. "It's a good surprise." And of course Harry knew what the surprises were. She walked through the study door and froze as she took in her parents sitting on the sofa. "Mom, Dad." She raced over to hug them as they stood up, wide smiles on their faces. She eased back and stared at them. But how? She was barely aware of everyone else in the room smiling broadly at the reunion. "Professor Dumbledore cast some kind of spell on us. It runs out at midnight." Her mum replied, "I feel very Cinderella-like." "So you're staying for the ball?" she asked, torn between pleasure that they would see her dressed up in her finery and with Harry on her first official ball, and horror that she would have her parents watching her all night. It wasn't that she and Harry intended to do anything but dance and enjoy the time with their friends, but no, her mum gave her a knowing look. "We'll be here to take some pictures of you and Harry in your glad rags, and then Andy and Ted will take us home." Hermione belated saw Andromeda and Ted standing to the side. The Malfoys, Theo, and his father stood next to them, and were all looking distinctly uncomfortable about being in the presence of Muggles. She hurried over to greet them before she turned to Harry with an accusing frown she couldn't quite keep on her face. "You knew." Harry nodded and grinned back at her unrepentant. The door chimed. "And that will be surprises number 2 and 3, Sirius said gleefully. He bounded over to the door and opened it wide. The first person through was Augusta Longbottom. Neville got to his feet immediately, a wide smile lighting up his face. "Gran." And then Molly entered. "Mum." The Weasley siblings chorused, racing over to greet her as their father and remaining brothers stepped through. After that, it was complete pandemonium for a long time. It wasn't until they were all seated at the dining table magically expanded to accommodate them all that Hermione felt like she could catch her breath. Sirius stood at the head of the table, Harry at his right, and Remus at his left, with Professor McGonagall at the foot of the table in the place of the hostess. Beside Harry, Andromeda and Ted sat together. Tonks was absent and on duty, and then Hermione and her parents. On the other side of the table, Narcissa sat between Remus's friend Sion and Lucius, with Draco next to his father. He kept staring at her parents, as though they were strange creatures, just as he had done every time he met them. Beside Draco, Neville and his gran provided a buffer between the Malfoys and the Weasleys. Bill, Charlie, and Percy sat beside Augusta, with Theo and his dad rounding out that side of the table. Fred, George, Ron, Ginny, and her parents on the other, with Arthur beside Hermione's dad. Sirius coughed and raised his glass. "I'd like to thank you for coming and joining us for a special Yuletide luncheon. It is occasions like these that we remember how important family is, and we are family whether by blood or by friendship. It's also when we remember those who are no longer with us and who we miss, reminding us all that we should treasure those we have in our lives each moment. Here, Augusta said quietly, and which is why sharing days like today is important and why we're all gathered here." Sirius continued with a smile aimed in Augusta's direction. "Merry Christmas." Hermione grinned at her parents, and they all raised their glasses as they joined in the toast. "Merry Christmas." Holding on to Prawnlet, Chapter 6. We need a moment of your time. Both Lucius and Not looked at Sirius expectantly. Sirius swallowed the urge to say something mean to them in response, and reminded himself it was Christmas and the season of goodwill. He glanced around the room, where everyone else was pulling on outerwear in anticipation of heading out into the snow-covered grounds. After Harry had spilled the beans about his new broomstick, the Weasleys had suggested an impromptu game of Quidditch, and Sirius had agreed. It would be good to get out in the fresh air. He signaled to Remus to take the crowd out. He motioned at the study door, and went towards it without checking that the other two men were following. He wandered over to stand in front of the window as Lucius closed the door behind him. "Wilkes contacted me just before I left to travel here this morning." Not said. "Last night, there was an alarm triggered on one of his properties." Sirius turned around with a frown. "And I would be interested in this because he had his elf check out the disturbance this morning. The property is in the north of England and unoccupied. There has been the occasional wildlife in the past that has triggered the alarm." Not continued as though Sirius hadn't spoken. The elf reported that it wasn't wildlife, but 4 men. Sirius straightened, his heart stuttering and then pounding in his chest. Had they found Voldemort and his cronies? Not held up a hand. The elf recognized Crouch from his wanted poster, and the other 3 as former associates of Wilkes, Oliver Mulciber Jr., Augustus Rookwood, and Dennis Travers Sr. "That's impossible," Sirius murmured, momentarily shocked. "They're all in Azkaban." "Yes." Wilkes was surprised too. Not said dryly. "Clearly, either they are still in Azkaban and someone is impersonating them, or a breakout has been effected." "But you think the latter?" questioned Sirius intently. While Crouch used polyjuice to impersonate his father, he had fresh hair samples. It is unlikely he had hair samples for those 3 individuals. Lucius said matter-of-factly, "I believe the breakout is at Tom's behest." Not said quietly, "If the rumors are true, and he has tasked Fenrir to kill your steward before he can take his place beside Tom again, and with Crouch and Pettigrew focused on the tournament and your son, he needs another group of followers to help him. There's a rumor of something planned for this evening. He may view those who went to Azkaban as loyal and dedicated compared to those of us who escaped imprisonment." Lucius confirmed, "They present less of a risk." Not added, "They have nothing to lose in rejoining him, unlike those of us who have maintained or grown our social, financial, and political power in the years since." It made too much sense. "Where is this place that they're hiding?" Sirius asked. Lucius brushed a piece of lint from his clothing. "The property was formerly owned by the Mulcibers. Senior sold it to Wilkes just before he died, and the Dark Lord was injured in 81. It's entirely possible that Junior doesn't know it's now owned by Wilkes." "Very interesting. Where is it?" Sirius pressed. "Unplottable." Not replied. "I'm unaware of the exact location. I believe it's near Newcastle, but I am in the same position as Benjamin. I don't know the exact location." Lucius lifted a hand from his cane. "Mulciber Sr. offered it to me first, and I turned him down as I had and have no interest in owning a property that far north. Wilkes is the only person with that knowledge. Not said. If he was to have the Aurors visit him and inform him of a rumor of a possible trespassing on the site, I'm sure he'd confirm the location for them to check it out. Bloody Slytherins, Sirius bitched inwardly. They were always thinking of covering their own arses. And he was doubly annoyed, as they could have told him before the lunch had begun. I'll be sure to pass that on to Amelia. Sirius said dryly. I'm guessing Wilkes didn't report it because he doesn't want to tip his hand on his own position. Not raised an eyebrow, and neither man spoke, but their silence spoke volumes. Sirius sighed. Any other rumors that we need to know about? Not a rumor, but a fact. Lucius said, Severus Snape has been spending a lot of time with his old friend, Avery, lately. Sirius harumphed. He knew Snape had been spending time with Avery. Avery was an idiot and a wonderful stooge for Snape to inform the Death Eaters that he'd been in touch with Crouch, and through Crouch, the Dark Lord. They'd all agreed that Snape trying to pass that information through Lucius as he had done in the past wouldn't work. Snape trusting Lucius when he under the House of Black Primacy was impossible if Snape was truly to look like he was on the side of the Dark Lord. Snape informed Avery that he'd actually met with Crouch. Not continued. His eyes were sharp as they met Sirius's guarded gaze. You may think you know differently, but Snape spied on Dumbledore and spied for him at the behest of the Dark Lord. Whatever you believe of Snape's loyalties, you would be wise to watch your back. I can assure you that I don't trust Snape. Sirius said easily. He trusted that Snape wanted the Dark Lord dead, that he would protect Harry in that goal. But did he really trust him to save Sirius's life or not place it in danger? No, not really. Their truce was a thing of fragility and newness. Wise. Lucius said shortly. Sirius glanced out of the window. Unless there's something more, we should join the others. Tell them I'll be out shortly. I have to call Amelia. Nothing more. Not confirmed. And you're right, we should see who is winning the Quidditch match. Although if they actually manage to get Theodore on a broomstick, I'll give a galleon to whoever persuaded him. Sirius ushered them out of the study and picked up the ministry-issued communications Mirror Amelia had given him for emergencies. Black to bones. The mirror suddenly flared, and Amelia's head appeared. Sirius cleared his throat. There's a possible Azkaban prison break from Azkaban involving Travers, Mulciber, and Rookwood. What? Amelia asked sharply. Wilkes had an alarm triggered on a property that was once owned by Mulciber last night. His elf identified, all three plus Crouch. My sources say they don't know where the property is, just somewhere north near Newcastle. Since it's unlikely that the advanced polyjuice would work without current hair samples, and that Voldemort may have believed that he needed extra hands for whatever he has planned next, and may feel the Azkaban lot are the most loyal or least risky to trust. Bugger. Amelia snapped. Well, there goes the rest of my day. I'll have to go to Azkaban and verify myself before I can confirm. Figured. Sirius said. It was suggested Wilkes might give up the location if the Aurors were to visit and say there was a rumor of a trespassing making the rounds. I'll send Rufus. Amelia promised. Bugger. She said again before her gaze narrowed on him. Has Snape received the present from Crouch yet? Not as far as I know, but it sounds like Crouch has had a busy time. Sirius said dryly, if I were him, I'd leave it to the last minute and make it difficult for anyone to plan anything to counter. Amelia stared at him through the mirror. Take care of yourself, Sirius. I'll call if I have news from Azkaban. The mirror blanked out, and Sirius picked up the mirror, made it smaller, and tucked it into his jeans pocket. He hurried into his warm woolen coat and leather gloves, and headed out to join the others. There was quite a crowd by the time he got to the stands. He took the stairs 2 at a time and squeezed down the seats to a seat next to Remus and Minerva. Albus stood on the other side of her, beaming with benevolent happiness at the sight of so many students either playing or watching. Sirius pointed out at where a line of students waiting on broomsticks hovered, waiting for their turn. Hooch was in the center of the pitch, and as she blew her whistle, one chaser on either side veered off from the game to join the end of the line, while 2 of the students at the front moved to join their teams. "What's going on?" he asked. "Tag Quidditch." Minerva replied enthusiastically. "We had so many students wanting to join the pickup game that the Weasleys suggested it instead. 2 teams. Team 1 plays for the North Hoops, Team 2 for the South. If you're the first in line, you're playing for Team 1, second for Team 2 regardless of which team you were in when you started. When the whistle blows, 1 team member from each team has to leave, regardless of your position preference. When you join the team, you play the position just vacated unless another member of the team switches with you. It's very exciting. The Seekers are the only players allowed to remain in the game without a changeover. Harry and Draco are the Seekers, Team 1 and 2 respectively." Sirius scanned the sky for Harry and found him circling the North Hoops. "He does look good on that new broomstick, Sirius." Albus commented. "It is a shame he won't be able to play until next year." Minerva murmured. Albus chuckled. "I'm sure Miss Weasley will do marvelously." He glanced over at Sirius. "Everything all right, my dear boy? Remus said you'd been delayed." His twinkling eyes darted to Lucius and not further along the row at the end. Remus and Minerva looked at him expectantly too. "I'll tell you after the game," Sirius promised. He felt a chill on the back of his neck and shivered. It was cold out. He stomped his feet and rubbed his gloved hands together. Remus cast a warming charm on him. "I guess not managed to keep his galleon," Sirius said dryly, nodding towards where Theo and Hermione had settled, her parents watching enthralled at the broomstick acrobats. Theo was chatting happily away with Hermione's dad. Actually meeting Muggles had intrigued the Slytherin into intelligence gathering, and Sirius knew that Theo was undergoing something of a mind shift. It was what was needed throughout the wizarding world, Sirius mused. He'd have to talk with Cornelius and Arthur about that. Arthur stood chatting away to Ted, arms waving excitedly about whatever the subject was. The only 2 Weasley boys on the ground, Bill and Percy, were chatting with Sion, and Sirius was glad that someone was keeping her occupied. Percy had remained quiet through the day, almost shy with his family as he slowly repaired the damage between him and his siblings. His relationship with Arthur seemed closer, and Sirius was glad to see they'd made progress. Sirius's lips twitched at the sight of Molly huddled together with Augusta, Andromeda, Hermione's mother, and Narcissa. A snatch of conversation drifted over to him, and he suddenly understood how they'd found common ground. They were discussing Narcissa's pregnancy. Remus met his eyes in perfect understanding. They both gave a delicate male shudder at the topic of water retention and decided they were best ignoring the group. Merlin, Sirius thought as he felt another chill run through him. It was freezing even with the warming charm. Minerva suddenly grabbed his arm. "Look," and Harry was diving. He shot forward on his flaming arrow, gracefully diving to the ground. Draco followed, but everyone could see it was too late. Harry was going too fast for Draco to catch him up. The snitch was Harry's, and he grabbed it inches from the ground, lying flat on the broom to make the catch. He flew upwards as everyone but Team 2 cheered. Albus clapped enthusiastically. "Oh, wonderful game." Sirius cheered and whistled some more, but he was glad when they started to make their way down the stands to the ground. He arranged to meet with Albus in his office and went to collect his son, who was surrounded by a group of teenagers, all cooing appreciatively over the broomstick. Harry disengaged himself as soon as he spotted Sirius and greeted him with a wide smile. "It's fantastic. Bloody brilliant." Ron agreed cheerfully. "Glad you like it, Pronglet." Sirius ruffled his hair, and Harry dodged him to nod a greeting at Hermione, who slid her hand into Harry's while ostensibly ignoring her smirking parents behind her. "Well, I don't know about you all, but I think getting inside out of this cold is a good idea." Harry frowned. "It is chilly." Hermione shrugged. "I'm fine, but I just saw Lavender, and she said most of the girls are heading in to start getting ready now. So I should go too, I think." "Yeah, Susan and Hannah have left to get ready," Neville commented. There was a flurry of goodbyes and a promise to meet up with her parents for photos later, once Harry had collected her from the tower. Ron watched Hermione leave with a frown. "I don't get it. I mean, the ball isn't for another 3 hours. Why are the girls all getting ready now?" Sirius patted Ron's shoulder comfortingly. "We are men, Ron. The mysteries of womankind are not for us to know. And don't you forget it, Sirius," Andromeda said, laughing. Molly poked Ron in the ribs. "I can explain why the girls need more time to you in great detail, if you'd really like to know, Ronald." Her face was lit up with a mischievous smirk, so like the twins that Sirius almost did a double take. Arthur was grinning at his wife, love shining out of his fond gaze at her teasing their son. "She would and all." He commented. Ron's face was a picture of horrified terror. "No, that's okay, Mum." "Really?" They were all laughing as they entered the castle, and Sirius attempted to forget the possible prison breakout and the potential attack later that day, as he focused on soaking up the feeling of family and contentment. It was so different to the previous year when he'd spent the day skulking about the edges of the Forbidden Forest, avoiding the Dementors and trying to catch any kind of a glimpse of Harry. For a second, Sirius couldn't catch his breath. Harry nudged him, a questioning look of worry in his eyes, and Sirius shook away the bad memory and smiled at him. He slung an arm around Harry and hugged him as they walked. The new dress robes looked good. They reminded Harry of the morning dress suits that he'd seen some men wear for weddings and in old Fred Astaire movies that his aunt had watched in the afternoon sometimes, tailored in the body before flaring from the waist into tails at the back. His robes were a deep emerald, tightly buttoned over a matching stiff dress shirt. They were almost black with their only embellishment, the embroidered crests of his houses on his upper right arm. Harry wore a matching cummerbund teamed with tailored black dragon hide trousers. New dress shoes, polished black leather, completed the outfit. Harry looked at himself critically in the mirror, noting that his hair was fashionably ruffled. His spectacles were the same gold that Hermione's jewelry was made from and would match. He smoothed a hand over his chin, noting the absence of bristles and stubble. Sirius had taught him the charm for shaving in the summer, but Harry hadn't needed it back then, unlike most of his dorm mates. It seemed like his body had started to catch up with the others, though, and he had made the decision to get rid of their facial hair when he'd started getting ready for the ball. He checked his appearance one last time and did a quick Tempest charm. He was picking Hermione up early and bringing her back to the rooms for the photos her parents wanted to take. Ron, Draco, Neville, and Theo were similarly bringing their dates. He had time, though, so he took a deep breath and checked on the corsage that Neville had helped him put together. It was a wristband of white carnations set onto a deep emerald green band. He had no idea of the color of her dress, but he knew she knew what color he was wearing, and Andromeda had hinted they would be coordinated. A soft rap on the open bedroom door had Harry glancing towards it. Sirius smiled at him. "You look good." His father looked good too. Dressed all in black, he looked dangerous and deadly. Sirius was ostensibly escorting Minerva, although Harry knew he was a way for Sirius to be close in case there was an attack directed at Harry. "Thanks." Harry felt a rush of nerves at the thought of the actual ball. As many times as he'd rehearsed his dance with Hermione, he was still anxious about it, and about what could happen while he was dancing. "You're going to be really careful, aren't you?" Harry blurted out. "About going off with Snape?" Sirius walked into the room and placed his hands on Harry's shoulders, meeting his eyes firmly. "I will be very careful. You just try to enjoy the ball. And remember, your job is to keep an eye on your baby ravens, okay?" Harry rolled his eyes at the nickname Sirius had coined for the heirs of the Potter Alliance, and his other friends, any of the students who could feasibly be targeted by Crouch. He suspected Sirius had given him the task of watching over them as a way of keeping him away from whatever was going to down with Crouch through Snape. In some ways, he was relieved to be kept out of it. He knew Sirius had agreed a kind of truce with Snape, but Harry didn't trust him, and never would. If the mind healing had helped him understand and come to terms with the Dursleys' abuse of him, it had also helped him understand that Snape hadn't been all that much better in how he'd treated Harry. He recognized that Snape had been much more civilized towards him since the start of the year, but it didn't change Harry's distrust of him. "I'm not sure it's worth putting yourself at risk," Harry said out loud. "No, you're not sure Snape is worth putting myself at risk for," Sirius countered, his hands squeezing Harry's shoulders gently. "Spying is hard, Harry. It's hard and it's dangerous, and it's necessary if we're going to be able to anticipate Voldemort's endgame. Snape," he sighed, "as much as I dislike him, he's invaluable to us as a spy, and as a spy, our spy, he deserves a measure of protection and support for the risk he's taking, which means we do our best to make sure his cover isn't blown until it absolutely has to be blown." Harry flushed a little at Sirius's words, but they were simply an explanation, lacking the note of chastisement that Harry felt should have been there because Sirius was right. Snape was taking a big risk with the spying, and they should be supportive. And if Harry was supportive of Draco and Theo, who were in a similarly risky place supporting Harry from within the heart of Slytherin, then he would be supportive of Snape. "You're going along with him to protect him as much as to protect his cover, aren't you?" Harry mused out loud. Sirius looked at him with amusement. "I was a hit wizard once upon a time. Some of the instincts don't go away," he admitted ruefully, and the grim animagus form would reinforce Sirius's protective instincts. Harry considered with a nod of understanding. "Moody and Remus are backing you up, right?" Harry asked, not for the first time. "And half of the Auror department, who are patrolling," Sirius said firmly. Harry nodded again. "Has Amelia been in touch again? Wasn't the Rat Squad going to check out the hideaway?" "She has been in touch, but unfortunately to confirm Travers, Rookwood, and Mulciber are in the wind." Sirius sighed. The Rat Squad verified that the property looked like it had some squatters overnight, but was empty again. "I figure one of them, probably Mulciber, realized the wards didn't respond to him anymore. I can't believe that they broke out of Azkaban so easily," Harry commented. Crouch had impersonated the minister to get them released into his custody, and the Azkaban warden hadn't checked his identity. Amelia had apparently fired him on the spot. "Frankly, I'm more worried about the 5 missing Dementors that went with him to ostensibly guard the prisoners," Sirius commented. Harry grimaced. "Yeah. Look," Sirius said, "go and have a good time. We're as prepared as we can be. I have more tracking charms on me than a 3-year-old and good people backing me up if Crouch does stage a confrontation." Harry's throat closed up as words crowded at the back, eager to be spoken, and yet he didn't want to speak them because he knew Sirius couldn't promise not to die. Hey. Sirius waited until Harry met his gaze again. "He won't kill me, Harry," he said with quiet authority. "He hates me. I killed his lover, and he wants revenge. A quick death won't give him the satisfaction of hurting me." It's more likely that he's going to try to capture me, and I'm going to do everything I can to deny him getting his hands on me, all right? Harry reached forward and hugged him. Just you have to promise to be really, really, really careful and don't go herring off or anything. Careful will be my new middle name, Sirius said, hugging him back tightly. I promise. Now you'd better get going, or Hermione will think you're standing her up. Alarmed, Harry shifted to perform another Tempest charm. Sirius was right. It was almost time to leave, but he still had plenty of time, and he breathed out with relief. Sirius went to ruffle Harry's hair and stopped at Harry's glare. No ruffling. Do you know how long it took me to get it like this? Asked Harry as he picked up the corsage, and they made their way downstairs. I really don't want to. Sirius joked. Oh my. Molly clasped her hands to her chest. You do look very handsome, Harry. Miriam Granger beamed at him. Oh, I can't wait until you and Hermione are both here. It's going to make a wonderful photo. Harry smiled at her. I'm going to get her now. The walk to the fat lady seemed unusually long. The Gryffindor portrait took one look at him and sighed. Do you know the trouble this is causing me? Young men of all houses just turning up with the password. And where did they get it? Professor McGonagall gave it to me, offered Harry nervously. A likely story. The fat lady harumphed. Well, what is it? Ladybugs. Harry answered promptly. The portrait swung open. Harry hurried inside to find a group of guys already waiting in the common room staring at the girls' staircase, an anxious-looking Michael Corner included. He was stood beside Anthony Goldstein, who waved Harry over. Hey, Harry. Michael was holding a corsage of pink carnations, and Harry couldn't help but think that they were going to clash with Ginny's Weasley hair despite the message of friendship in the flowers. Hey. Harry greeted him and nodded at Anthony. He took out his wand and conjured his Patronus, causing a few of the boys to hustle backwards as the Patronus stampeded out of the wand and into the room. Go to Hermione and let her know I'm here. Prongs, please. The Patronus went off to carry Harry's message, and he found himself the center of attention. He went red, but smiled sheepishly. I don't suppose you can resend your stag to get Gladys Kid for me? Anthony Goldstein grinned at him. Gladys Kid was in Ginny's year, but she and Ginny had never been close. Harry grinned at Anthony. If he comes back before she comes down, I'll send him. He promised. His heart sank a little as he saw calculated eagerness start to enter the rest of the guys' faces, but luckily their attention was arrested by footsteps on the staircases. Ginny appeared first. Harry had to admit that she looked stunning. She wore her red hair loose, and it fell in a gentle wave to rest on her shoulders. Her dress was modest, long sleeves and a square neckline with a high waistline in a beautiful cornflower blue that showcased her coloring. She had fastened a matching blue satin choker with a pretty cameo clasp. For the first time, Harry recognized that she was an attractive girl rather than simply thinking of her as Ron's little sister with the unfortunate crush on him. Ginny's face lit up as her gaze fell on the sight of the three boys waiting. Harry surreptitiously kept back as Michael took a hesitant step forward. If Ginny's gaze lingered for a moment on Harry, he wasn't going to draw attention to it. He was dimly aware of Anthony moving to greet Gladys, who had followed Ginny down the stairs. Michael finished fastening the corsage on Ginny's hand, and Harry finally thought it was all right to approach. You look lovely, Gin. Harry said, sincerely, resolutely ignoring the blush that rose on her cheeks. Are you and Michael going to wait for Ron before heading over to your folks at my place? Anthony cleared his throat. Neville and Ron headed out for their dates just before you got here. Ginny glanced at Michael. So we should make our way then. She turned back to Harry. Unless you want us to stay and wait for Hermione with you." "That's okay," Harry said. "You know the way, and Molly would kill me if I delay you." He grinned at her. He caught Michael darting an apologetic look at Anthony, and Harry suddenly understood the two friends had intended spending the evening together, as they were buddies under the protection system that the heirs of the Potter Alliance had devised. "Oh, hey, you can go along too, Tony." Harry invited him quickly. "Sirius won't mind, and I'm sure your parents will want the photos he's bound to take of you and Gladys." Both Michael and Anthony gave him pleased smiles. Anthony looked as though he was about to say something, but before he could, Harry heard footsteps on the staircase and turned to see Hermione step into the common room. She took his breath away. Her hair was piled high on her head in a complicated do that left tendrils dangling, framing her face and drawing attention to her graceful neck. The dress was a figure-hugging floor-length sheath of dark green satin. There was one shoulder strap and her arms were bare. The gold jewelry of her Christmas presents glinting at her wrist, neck, and ears. She was wearing green satin high heels and had a small gold evening bag in one hand which he figured contained her wand. Harry walked up to her, without even realizing he was closing the distance between them, taking her hand and kissing her knuckles. "Hi." "Hi," Hermione said. They grinned at each other for a long moment, Harry absently keeping hold of Hermione's hand. He eventually remembered the corsage and offered it to her. "You look so beautiful," Harry said softly. If Ginny's appearance had helped him to see Ron's little sister as a girl in her own right, Hermione's had given him a heads-up on the beautiful woman she was becoming. Hermione smiled widely at him. "Thank you." She let him slip the corsage onto the wrist, which was bare, and patted his arm. "You look great, too. Shall we?" Harry offered her his arm, and she happily took it. He turned around and was pleased when he didn't see Ginny and Michael or Anthony and Gladys. It would give him more time alone with Hermione as they walked to Harry's quarters. Hermione was relieved when Andromeda shooed all of the kids out of Harry's and Sirius's rooms to the ball. As much as she loved her parents, she wasn't sure she could take one more photo. She glanced at Harry and returned the shy, delighted smile he gave her. He always made her feel special when he gave her that smile, as though he couldn't quite believe he'd been lucky enough to be going out with her rather than the other way around. They both slowed with trepidation as they approached the doors of the great hall where Professor McGonagall was presiding over the entryway. Ron clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder and squeezed sympathetically. "Rather you than me, mate." "Thanks, Ron," Harry said dryly. Luna tugged Ron towards the hall. "Good luck with the dancing jibby-dallies." Hermione rolled her eyes, but decided it was a good name for the nerves fluttering in her belly at the idea of dancing in front of everyone. Neville smiled at them softly, his hand clasped tightly in Hannah's before he followed Susan and her date, a fourth-year Hufflepuff called Oliver Rivers, through the doors. "Good luck with Abrosky, Potter," Draco drawled as he passed them with his date hanging off his arm like a limpet, although, Hermione inwardly conceded, the dark-haired, dark-eyed Moira Selwyn was a stunning contrast to Draco's light coloring. And despite the limpet tendencies, she also had enough gumption to be able to carry off a poised and articulate performance in being introduced not only to Draco's parents, but Sirius and the rest of the House of Black. Theo and Jeremy wished them good luck as the rest of the Weasleys clattered past. Fred and George had snagged fellow Quidditch team members Katie and Angela as dates. Ginny was presumably already in the hall, having left with her date ahead of the rest of them. "Ah, good." Professor McGonagall smiled at Hermione and Harry as they brought up the rear. "We now have all our champions. Just wait here." She nudged them into position by the door. Cedric grinned at them. Cho looked stunning in a yellow Chinese dress, beautifully embroidered in bronze and turquoise with black accents, the colors of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw combined. Cedric, in black, looked debonair. "You two look amazing." "Thanks," Harry said. "So do you both." "I love your new broomstick." Cho said, "Can I join your next practice session? I'd like to see it in action again." "The flaming arrow is a good choice." Victor chimed in. He looked distinctly uncomfortable in his dark, purple formal, but his date, Natalie Warren, looked stunning in a contrasting shade of lilac. It was funny that the head girl and head boy had ended up being the dates for the visiting champions, Hermione mused as she caught sight of Robert Ogden smiling happily at Fleur. Robert had kept to classic black too, but Fleur looked princess-like in shades of pink. She let the conversation drift over her, since it centered on Quidditch, and took in the Great Hall. The ceiling was swarmed with 1,000 candles casting a soft glow over the changed school dining room. Instead of the usual tables, small round seating areas filled the edges of the room, leaving a dance floor in the center. The band, tucked away in the corner, gave a trumpet call, and the headmaster glided up to the center of the dance floor. He was dressed in a vibrant sherbet lemon color with a matching cap. He beamed out at them all. "Welcome, honored guests." There was a wave towards the VIP table where the minister and other ministry dignitaries sat. The members of the press, professors, and students all. Dumbledore smiled warmly. "And a very happy Yuletide. It has been here at Hogwarts today. Let us enjoy this Yule Ball and our Christmas feast just as much." He flung an arm out toward the champions. "To begin, our champions will perform an opening dance. Give them a warm round of applause and encouragement." The headmaster sidled off the dance floor as the music started. "Off you go, Mr. Crumb." McGonagall said briskly, "Now, you Miss Delacour, and you, Mr. Diggory." She gave Harry an encouraging look. "Try to enjoy it, Harry." "I think I'd rather face the dragon again." Harry muttered as he pasted a smile on his face and led Hermione onto the dance floor. She gave a breathy chuckle as they separated to bow and curtsy at each other before moving into a classic dance hold. They moved slightly stiffly, too aware of the audience to relax, but they performed the steps perfectly, finding the pattern immediately thanks to all the practice they'd done. "At least you're with me this time," Harry whispered. She smiled at him happily, giddy from the comment. "I would have been with you fighting the dragon if I could have been." She wasn't aware of relaxing, nor of Harry doing the same, their feet continuing the moves as their bodies began to subconsciously match the rhythm and sway of the music. Harry smiled back at her. "I know." She sighed as she caught sight of Sirius sneaking into the hall to stand beside McGonagall as her escort. Her grip on Harry tightened, and he drew her closer to comfort her automatically. Hermione really wished they could have one night of not worrying about Voldemort or Crouch. But the Yule Ball was too tempting a target, and the likelihood of nothing happening was remote. The best they could do was plan, and hope they thwarted the attack. Harry had confided in her that they were worried that Crouch was targeting Sirius, and Hermione just knew Harry would have preferred to have had Crouch go after himself rather than Sirius. He had also said that it was an additional worry to the ongoing concern that someone from Harry's group of supporters would be targeted. The Potter Alliance and Harry's friends were all paired up in a buddy system to ensure everyone's safety. Ron and Neville had organized everything, briefed Harry, and told him not to worry. Still, Hermione knew Harry felt a responsibility to everyone who was in the Alliance, to his friends. As much as she wished that they were going to relax and enjoy the evening, she knew the truth was that they would spend most of it watching out for everyone. She couldn't really complain about Harry's protective tendencies. She wouldn't be alive if Harry hadn't spotted she was missing and tried to find her when the troll had invaded Hogwarts in their first year. But the part of her that was a 14-year-old girl, simply yearning for a romantic night with her boyfriend, was a tad resentful and disappointed. Hermione could admit that to herself, but she never had intention of letting Harry know. He'd be hurt, and that was the last thing she wanted. The music ended, and they separated to bow and curtsy again before making their way to the champions' table. Each table had 10 places. 8 of the places were assigned to the champions, and their dates, while the other 2 had been assigned to Professor Dumbledore and Madame Maxime. Karkarov didn't look too happy being consigned to the Ministry VIP table. She absently noted that Sirius and Professor McGonagall were sitting on the same table as Dean, Ron, Draco, and Theo along with their dates. Snape was on the table next to them with Neville, Seamus, Blaise, and Daphne, all of their dates, and Dr. Jordan. Dumbledore picked up the menu in front of him and smiled. "I will have soup to start." Immediately, a bowl of soup appeared in front of him. The champions all followed Dumbledore's example, and it wasn't long before they were eating and chatting away. "I am looking forward to ZE dueling tournament starting in ZE New Year," Fleur said, responding to a question Dumbledore had asked her. "My friend Claire, she is very good. My cousin Eric is entering," Victor confirmed. "It's just as well Harry isn't eligible." Cedric joked. "According to our dueling instructor, he could be professional." "I prefer Quidditch," Harry commented with a flush. "Hermione's planning to enter though, aren't you?" Hermione nodded. "Me and quite a few of the others in the dueling clubs." She gave a self-conscious shrug. "I think Daphne has a good chance of winning it. She's very good." "Green grass." Cho sniffed. "She's very young." "So's Harry, but he's leading the tournament." Robert pointed out, dryly. "Greengrass is ruthless in the dueling ring. She put Harry through his paces the last time we had a practice session." "What about you, Madame Maxime?" Harry asked politely. "Did you duel professionally?" "Alas, no." The French headmistress smiled at him approvingly. "I was never any good at ZE dueling." "Nonsense, Olympe," Dumbledore said chivalrously. "Why, I remember a certain European school championship, where, if I remember rightly, you just missed out on a medal position." As Natalie asked to hear the story, the table settled into a comfortable atmosphere, and it wasn't long before they'd coaxed a tale out of Dumbledore as they moved to the main course. The subject meandered after that through a variety of topics, and everyone was enjoying dessert when an owl entered the hall causing a commotion. "Who would send mail at this hour?" Victor said grumpily as the owl swooped down to land beside Snape. Hermione frowned as Harry tensed and glared at the gift. "It's probably a late Christmas present," she theorized. "Who would be sending Snape, Professor Snape, a Christmas present?" Cho demanded with a cautious look at Dumbledore over the slip of respect. Dumbledore raised his thin white eyebrows at her, but gave her a mischievous smile. Sometimes I forget that students don't think we have lives outside of school." Cho blushed prettily. "I'm sorry, Professor." "Not to worry, my dear," Dumbledore said, his blue eyes landing keenly on the gift-wrapped package that Snape had taken from the owl. "I believe Professor Snape was particularly looking forward to this gift. I am relieved it has arrived, finally." Hermione shot an anxious look toward Harry, who managed to dredge up a smile for her. But then he darted a glance toward Sirius, who nodded at him slowly. The game was afoot, it seemed, Hermione mused with exasperated worry, wondering what was the deal with Snape's present. She was aware that there was more going on with the situation with Voldemort than Harry had told them. There were secrets from the summer that he hadn't shared, a trip to the Ministry that had upset him for weeks afterwards, the mind healing which Hermione figured had something to do with that than either the lingering damage of his childhood with the Dursleys or the newer death threats. It was also clear to Hermione that while the official story was that Bill and Caro were providing extra security for the tournament, they were in fact searching for something in Hogwarts, something that they thought they might find in the Chamber of Secrets or Godric's Hollow, but hadn't. Then there was the matter of the headmaster's wand. Harry had told her that the wand ownership was a bit of a mess, having once belonged to an old ancestor of Harry's before being stolen, although because the headmaster had won it in a duel, he had a legitimate claim to it, and so there was apparently an ongoing question of who the wand belonged to. Again, Hermione thought she wasn't getting the full story. She would be annoyed with Harry was annoyed with him deep down if she was honest, but she understood that whatever he was keeping secret, he was probably keeping secret for a reason. And in all probability that reason was probably protecting her, and his other friends who he hadn't confided in either. She knew Ron had no more clue of the things she felt Harry was keeping from them than she did. But the present and Snape's reaction was the latest thing, and now she was Harry's girlfriend. Hermione felt she had a right to know. She turned to ask Harry, but the words faded as she realized Harry was doing a review of the hall, checking that everyone was accounted for and safe. She didn't need to ask him. Hermione thought with sudden blinding clarity. They all knew Snape had been a Death Eater, ostensibly a spy for Dumbledore, but still a Death Eater. If Snape hadn't truly changed his loyalties and had been in touch with Voldemort or Crouch somehow, the present was a signal, part of the anticipated attack. Hermione was sure of it. But why hadn't Harry confided in her, Ron and Neville, if he suspected Snape of being a traitor? Maybe he was trying to protect them. Or Harry knew what the present represented because Snape had told them, had been in touch with Voldemort and Crouch because Snape was spying. But Harry didn't trust Snape. She was sure of that. And she didn't trust him either. She knew the headmaster trusted him. And perhaps before the summer Hermione might have accepted the headmaster's word on it, but not since his involvement in placing Harry with the Dursleys and his part in denying Sirius a trial had emerged. It was no wonder Harry was worried, Hermione concluded. He couldn't trust Snape, and knew something was going to happen. Oh, she wished he had confided in her. Dessert was finished. Professor Dumbledore moved to announce the feast was over, and the dance floor was open. The band struck up a cheerful tone. "Would you like to dance?" asked Harry, offering his hand. She managed a smile. "I'd love to." The music swept over them, and Hermione was pleased to see other people heading for the dance floor. She kept tight hold of Harry. She had no intention of letting him out of her sight the entire night. Harry's steps faltered, and she followed his gaze to where Snape was slipping out of the hall. "Harry," Hermione prompted him gently, and he gave an apologetic smile as he started them dancing again. "I guess Snape's gone to open his presents somewhere private," she said briskly, hoping Harry would take the opportunity to open up to her. He nodded but didn't say anything, and Hermione sighed, swallowing down her irritation at his continuing silence. She didn't want anything to spoil their evening. Instead, she leaned into him and wasn't surprised when he drew her closer, accepting the silent offer of comfort where he wouldn't accept the invitation to confide. The staff room had been closer than going to his own rooms, and Severus knew it was empty since all the remaining professors, except for the patrolling Moody, had been in the great hall when he had left. The fire crackled in the staff room, but Severus was oblivious to it as he focused on unwrapping the package. It was a book, a Muggle book. There was a note in the cover. "To my lover, B." Severus flipped through the pages and found a photo tucked between the pages. It was a picture of Crouch standing in a clearing in the Forbidden Forest, the clearing where the dragon pens had been. He realized with a frown. There was writing on the back. "Bring black. 10 p.m. Severus made a quick check of the time. There was just over another hour before they were supposed to make rendezvous. The feast had just finished, but the ball was anticipated to last until midnight, so Crouch's time made sense. Everyone would be milling around by 10. Some students would no doubt be wandering the grounds rather than in the hall. The professors and the patrols would be distracted. Crouch had chosen wisely. He tucked the picture into the inner pocket of his dress robes and frowned at the book. It was a Muggle book called Danny, Champion of the World by Roald Dahl. Sirius had never read it, but he knew of it. He was the story of a boy and his father getting the better of a rich, arrogant landowner. He wondered if Crouch believed himself to be the hero, the tenacious Danny, with the Dark Lord cast as William and Black as the landowner. Had Crouch even read the book? Sirius mused. Crouch was a pure-blood wizard with little exposure to the Muggle world. How would he have even known about the book? And if Crouch had not read it, Sirius mused, then the choice must have been someone else's. He remembered the Dark Lord had kept an extensive library filled with Muggle and wizarding books. He had been one of the rare few allowed to see it. His mind slipped back to that meeting. I understand from Bella that you are almost ready for your interview with Albus Dumbledore, the Dark Lord said. Sirius bowed his head. I am, my lord. The Dark Lord twisted his lips in a semblance of a smile. You avoid my gaze well, Sirius. A good defense against a Leglemans, but if you avoid his, he will know you have something to hide. And Sirius knew this was the test. He breathed in deeply and raised his dark gaze to meet the red-tinged eyes of the Dark Lord. There was no time for preparation as the Dark Lord immediately attacked. For once, Sirius was actually thankful of the pain Bella had caused him in her constant attacks on his mind because, damn her, the barrier he had built in fury to keep her out helped. The pressure on his mind had been immense, and for a second Sirius thought he would falter and allow the Dark Lord inside. But then the panicked realization that if the Dark Lord got inside his mind, he might see how utterly disgusted he'd been at Bella and Rodolphus at their violence and the abhorrence of their political views, had him slamming the Dark Lord out of his head with a furious push. Good, Sirius, the Dark Lord said with a thoughtful gaze. You are a natural, as am I. He turned suddenly. Come with me. He moved, his robes billowing out behind him dramatically. Sirius followed, because there was no other course of action available to him. He was surprised when the large room he was led into was a library wall-to-wall shelves filled from floor to ceiling with books. Muggles do have one area of superiority over wizards, the Dark Lord said, thoughtfully. Imagination, the ability to create and weave worlds out of nothing but words. Do you read, Sirius? Occasionally, my lord. Sirius murmured, although his reading was mostly potions-related. You will need imagination in your role as my spy, Sirius. The Dark Lord said quietly as he moved to a bookcase and began to peruse a shelf. You will need to create a character, one that is remorseful of his past choices and deferent to the old fool. You will need to live this character every day, Sirius, until it is as comfortable as your own skin, and never allow the real you to be shown ever again. In hindsight, Sirius wondered if the Dark Lord had given away more about his philosophy on life than advice on spying. Because wasn't that what Thomas Marvolo Riddle had done? Hadn't he reinvented himself as the Dark Lord, worn the character of Voldemort until the heir of Slytherin had been the skin that encased him? Which meant Sirius sat down and carefully started to page through the book. He found what he was looking for on the page, where Danny suggested using the sleeping pills in the raisins to capture the pheasants. The writing transformed as soon as Sirius touched it. Sirius, you and I know the truth of your loyalty. Only a prince can inherit the crown and understand that in sacrificing a rival queen, the reward is the gift of her king's loyal dog. What kind of father would I be if I did not give my son an heir a present at Christmas? I trust you'll find a way to keep the pheasants asleep. There was no signature, but there didn't need to be. Severus swallowed around the tight lump of panic in his throat. Dear Merlin, the Dark Lord had cast Severus in the role of Danny, and it was all a ruse, a manipulation to ensure that Severus was loyal and assured of his position, despite the presence of Crouch, who seemed to have the Dark Lord's favor. Severus might even believe that there was a kernel of truth in the words. He and the Dark Lord shared some commonalities which disturbed him, a disinterested Muggle father being the primary one, with the need to be the consummate Slytherin another. And what better way to assure Severus of his place as the one true son than to offer him a false promise of paternal pride and inheritance of the Slytherin title? He would have fallen for it when he was a young Death Eater, when he had craved the Dark Lord's acceptance and approval, when he had believed in the cause, when he had been as angry at his own father as Crouch no doubt was of his. But even on his darkest days, he would never have exchanged Lily's life for an opportunity to kill Black. Never. And the Dark Lord had never understood that. Wood popped loudly in the fire, bringing Severus back to himself. He called for a house elf. Take this to my quarters. He instructed brusquely. He checked the time again. 40 minutes. Crouch thought the Dark Lord was giving Black to him, but the Dark Lord's words were clear. He meant for Severus to have him. There would be an opportunity, when they were alone, for Severus to kill him, and Severus could easily hide the body in the forest and blame Crouch. He had the Dark Lord's backing for any upset Crouch might feel at being denied his prize. Of course, he wasn't actually going to kill Black. There were a number of excuses at hand. No chance of a surprise attack with Black suspicious of him, and that it was too risky for his cover among them. Then there was always the Bartemius needed the reward more than him. Excuse because wasn't serving the Dark Lord its own reward? Yes, any number of ways to demur over the gift of Black's head on a platter. Of course, the gift was only to sweeten the order of keeping the elf and the Summers woman asleep. Severus tapped the book lightly. The Dark Lord was absolutely determined that they remain asleep, which meant that they knew something important. And it probably wasn't where the Dark Lord and his minions were located. Severus doubted that they were in the same place that they had been staying in immediately after the Crouch residence. All of which meant that the reason why the Dark Lord was worried was not about the location being known so much as something else. Something important, something the elf or the Summers woman had overheard or seen. Moody stepped into the staff room. Snape, I thought I saw you skulking back here. He closed the door with a slam, and Severus admired the tactic that would give the impression to anyone lingering outside that he was confronting Severus, not meeting with him. He also wasn't surprised that Moody did a quick sweep of the room to check it was empty. He erected a privacy bubble. Well, 10 o'clock in the clearing that was used for the dragon pens. Severus said succinctly, "You can't place Aurors within the forest in that area without something like dragons to scare away the Acromantulas on the east, and without the advance permission of the centaur herd to the west. Anyone following us to close the gap between the forest and Hogwarts will be easily spotted. So, you'll be alone?" Moody grimaced, his scarred face creasing in unexpected ways. "I'm sure Black and I are capable of handling things." Severus said with more confidence than he actually felt. "There'll be a patrol by your position at 10:10. Moody said gruffly, "Tell Black." Severus nodded. Moody harumphed and stomped away to the door, yanking it open. "Go and dance, Snape. Stop skulking in rooms." Severus rolled his eyes, but when he swept out of the staff room, he was surprised to see Karkarov hovering at the end of the corridor. "Are you lost, Igor?" Severus asked, allowing his disdainful rein. Karkarov glanced around wildly as though he was expecting Crouch to jump out of a tapestry as he hurried to Severus's side. "It's a trap," he hissed. Severus raised an eyebrow. Of course it's a trap, Igor. Karkarov glared at him. For you. Oh. And Sirius hadn't actually considered that part of it with the Dark Lord's missive, because the Dark Lord clearly still trusted him, whereas Crouch did not, and Sirius had almost forgotten that part of Crouch wanting Sirius's help to deliver Black was as much about testing Sirius's loyalty as it was about actually getting his hands on Black. Igor, do you think I'm stupid? Sirius snapped, irritated that he had almost forgotten to be wary. Karkarov tossed him a disgusted look and raised his hands. Go ahead then. Don't say I didn't warn you. If I do say anything, Sirius pointed out dryly, it would no doubt lead to your death. He sniffed and whirled away. He checked the time again. He had 25 minutes to get Black and be at the rendezvous point. He hurried down to the Great Hall. Black sat on a table conversing with the Bulgarian and French ambassadors, Cornelius hanging on his every word like an eager puppy. Sirius caught Black's eye and slipped back out of the hall, waiting impatiently in an alcove. He caught sight of a dozen young couples meandering through the school and out of the door without coats as though it wasn't December. He mused that in normal circumstances he'd probably be prowling through the rose garden checking to ensure that the couples weren't alone long enough for anything to happen. Hogwarts hadn't been home to a teenage pregnancy for over 100 years, and the staff took pride in that record. It wasn't long before Black exited the hall. He immediately made his way to Sirius. Leon Macduff. Black said brightly. Sirius wondered at the use of Shakespeare. Wondered if the reference had meaning. Possibly. He was seeing symbolism where there was none after the wordplay in the Dark Lord's message. He sighed and motioned for Black to follow him. This was going to be a disaster, Sirius thought, because Karkarov was right. It was a trap, and he was leading them right into it. The greenhouse was filled with the perfume of the flowering blue and white winterbell plants. The rushing sound of the watering system provided a constant backdrop to the chimes and echoes of the bells. It's so beautiful here, Nevada. Hannah sighed. I'm glad we came here rather than the rose garden. The rose garden would have been freezing. Neville had suggested the greenhouse with its beautiful scent and array of flowers, a heated greenhouse, no less instead. It was a suggestion that had met with approval by Hannah and by Susan. Harry's rules. No couple in the Alliance or Harry's friendship circle went outside of the Great Hall without another couple in attendance. The rule had been met with a chorus of complaints when Harry had announced it at the last heirs meeting, but Harry had been insistent. The couples didn't have to stay together all the time, but they had to be within yelling distance of each other. It had been that, Harry had said, or nobody went outside of the Great Hall. And those in the Alliance had felt it then. The hard tone of an order backed up with the power of the magical oath they had sworn. Harry was protecting them. They were honor-bound to follow his lead. Neville shook off the memory as he focused on Hannah. She looked incredibly pretty in a dress of pale sunshine yellow that played up her blonde hair and blue eyes. The tight bodice flared into a bell-shaped skirt that fell to the floor. The white carnations corsage he had presented her with was wrapped around her wrist. He stopped her in front of the small rock garden that took up the far right corner of the greenhouse. The trickling sound of the water running over the dark stones was a perfect backdrop for their first proper kiss on a real date. Of course, they'd kissed plenty of times on their practice dates, but this was special. Hannah smiled at him brightly, a hint of mischief in her eyes. We should kiss, Neville, before we're late getting back and Harry gets all worried about us. Neville rolled his eyes. But it was a fact. He'd said they'd be back in 20 minutes, and if they were a minute late, he was fairly certain that Harry would come looking for them. You look beautiful, Neville said, taking hold of Hannah's hand. You look good too. Hannah grinned at him. Mum is going to be stoked with the pictures your gran took. I can't believe you charmed her into taking extra copies, Neville said, pulling her closer. I'm very charming, Hannah said with a grin, rising up on tiptoes to brush her lips against his. A scream tore through the bell chimes and babbling water. Hannah wrenched herself away from Neville. Susan. Neville went after her immediately, following as she ran towards where they'd left Susan and her date Oliver. Oliver was in their year, another Hufflepuff. He was quiet but personable enough. They ran around the corner and found Susan alone, her hands covering her face as she sobbed. Susan. Hannah ran over to her best friend, panicked. Susan lowered her hands and threw herself into Hannah's arms. Oh, Hannah! What did he do? Hannah snarled, morphing from the sweet girl Neville had been kissing to a fiercely furious female in a heartbeat. Did he try something? If he did, I'll hex his balls off. Susan burrowed closer into Hannah's shoulder and carried on sobbing. Neville floundered helplessly. Should he go after Oliver and hex him himself? A part of him wanted to at the sight of a clearly upset Susan sobbing her heart out. Harry was going to be furious with Oliver, and with him for letting Oliver do whatever it was that had upset Susan. Wasn't the whole idea of the buddy system making sure none of them got hurt? What happened, Susie? Hannah said in a low voice, rubbing Susan's back sympathetically. Susan lifted her head just enough to shoot Neville an embarrassed glance before she shook her head and lowered it again. Hannah frowned and made a shooing motion at Neville. Can you wait outside of the door or something? He wanted to protest, but Susan was already upset, and clearly his presence wasn't helping. I'll be just outside, Neville promised. He could guard them from there. He went outside, shivering as the cold air hit him hard after the warmth of the greenhouse. He closed the door, just enough that the girls wouldn't feel the cold, but he could still hear them. What happened? Hissed Hannah. He tried to kiss me, Susan blurted out. And when I said no, he just grabbed me, and Neville was going to kill Oliver. He glared out into the darkness and frowned when his eyes caught on movement in the dark. Two figures dressed in black were walking swiftly across the grass to the forest. He squinted, and he realized that it was Sirius and Snape. Strange. His heart beat a little faster. Maybe they'd gotten some information on whatever Voldemort had planned. Should he follow them or tell Harry? Or he said that it was obvious that because I dragged us along with you and Neville, that I must want to kiss him. Susan's distressed voice drifted through the partially open door to him. He said it was my fault. It was not your fault, Hannah assured her heatedly. Oliver was a dead man, walking, Neville thought. I told him I'd only agreed to come to the ball with him as a friend. Susan replied, her words still thick with tears. He wouldn't listen. Did you hex him? Demanded Hannah. I kicked him, Susan replied. Then I screamed, and he ran off. Coward, Hannah muttered. Wait till I get my hands on him. There was going to be a line Neville considered wryly. Susan was very popular. Oliver was going to find himself very unpopular for trying to force her into a kiss she didn't want. A noise to the side of the greenhouse caught his attention. It had sounded like scuffling. Was it Oliver? If it was, he was going to hex him into the back end of beyond. He frowned and walked slowly over to peek around the corner. There was nobody there. The side of the greenhouse stretched out in front of him, empty and dark. He shivered again as a brush of wind reminded him he was without any outdoor clothing. He should go back inside the greenhouse and persuade Hannah and Susan to return to the castle. If they waited any longer, Harry was bound to come looking for them anyway. He rubbed his arms and turned around. The sight of something swinging towards him filled his vision for a split second before the side of his head exploded, and everything went dark. Neville's late. Harry frowned and checked the time again. He hadn't been keen on any of the alliance leaving the Great Hall, something a lot of them had picked up on, and so they hadn't moved, but Neville had said that he'd promised Hannah a real first kiss, and Harry had understood immediately that Neville could hardly do that in front of everyone in the Great Hall. Hermione lowered her glass of punch and did her own Tempest charm. They danced off and on since the end of the feast, retiring to a table where Ron had set up camp since he and Luna had apparently agreed that he was only obligated to give her one dance. Luna had spent the rest of the evening dancing with a host of others. Ron had quietly assessed each guy who'd wandered up to invite Luna with the practiced eye of a big brother. Harry's best mate had spent an inordinate amount of time glaring at Michael Corner for the first part of the evening. He hadn't needed to, Harry ruminated briefly. Michael and Anthony had stuck together with their dates, heading to the dance floor together, stopping for a drink of punch together, and wandering over to sit with Ron even. They hadn't left the Great Hall, and slowly over the last hour, Ron had started to relax about Ginny's date. "You're right," Hermione said, as though it had been in doubt. Ron tore his eyes away from where Luna was being whirled around by Fred on the dance floor and joined Harry in frowning. "Neville's never late," which was worrying because it hadn't even been 10 minutes since Harry had seen Sirius leaving with Snape. Every single thing in him was screaming that something was wrong. Only he really didn't know whether it was worry about Sirius or whether it was Neville being late. Maybe he and Hannah are just taking their time. Hermione offered awkwardly. It's a special night for them, since this is the first real date they've been on. And Harry hadn't really made it all that special for Hermione since the feast had ended, since he'd seen Snape take the present. Harry gave her an apologetic smile and slipped his hand into hers. "I'm sorry. This is supposed to be a special night for us too, and I know I'm being a worrywart about everyone, but I can't help it. He didn't want anyone else getting hurt because of him." Hermione squeezed his hand lightly. "I understand." Ron cleared his throat, drawing their attention. "So Neville, mate?" Harry bit his lip. "I think we should go look for them." Neville said he was going to the greenhouse with the winter thingies. Hermione rolled her eyes at him. "Winter bells. We just wrote an essay on them." "I can't remember what they're called either," Ron said, leaping to Harry's defense. "I have a lot on my mind right now." Harry added, "Such as what's going on with Professor Snape?" Hermione asked pointedly. Sometimes, Harry reflected, he really hated that Hermione was so smart. "Yes," he said tersely. "And no, I can't explain." He saw Ron and Hermione exchange a shared look of frustration at that. "Look, you know there's some stuff I can't tell you," Harry said defensively, rubbing the back of his neck. "Sirius agrees, and it could put you in a lot of danger to know it. And it could put people like Snape in danger if they knew, and Voldemort got his hands on them. We just want to help," Hermione said, folding her arms over her chest, a familiar stubborn tilt to her head. "We understand the danger." Ron nodded enthusiastically. But they didn't understand, not really, Harry thought tiredly, because as much as he claimed they'd been with him through his adventures, they'd never faced Voldemort the way he had. And he never wanted them to face Voldemort the way he had, the way he was going to have to eventually. "We should go and find Neville," Harry said firmly, getting up. He felt rather than saw the exchange between them, but Hermione skipped a few steps to catch up with him and slip her arm around his while Ron fell into step on the other side of him. Theo materialized from somewhere just as they got to the doors of the Great Hall. "Problem. Neville's late," Harry said. "We're going to look for him. Can you keep an eye on things here?" Theo simply nodded. "Consider it done." Harry left without another word. He felt something pushing him, pulling him, forcing him to walk and find Neville, to hurry. The greenhouses looked benign as they approached. Only one was lit up, and Harry assumed it was the one Neville had gone into with Hannah. The outside of it looked deserted. Nobody else was around, and Harry shivered violently in the cold. Hermione tapped him with her wand, and Harry felt the rush of warmth as the charm took hold. He sent her a grateful smile. Voices drifted out of the partially open door as they got closer. Hannah and Susan, Harry recognized as he started to distinguish them. Where were Neville and Oliver? Harry released his wand into his hand and carefully nudged open the greenhouse door. He poked his head around it, and his eyes widened at the sight of Hannah and a very upset Susan sitting in the corner. He pushed open the door fully and hurried inside, Hermione and Ron at his heels. "What's happened?" Harry asked bluntly. Susan bit her lip and looked away from him, clearly embarrassed. Oliver tried to kiss her. Hannah replied, angrily. She tucked a lock of Susan's hair back behind an ear. He wouldn't take no for an answer, and Susan had to kick him and scream for Neville and me. Anger swept over Harry in a rush. "Oh, Susan." Hermione hastened to Susan's other side and placed an arm around her. "That's terrible. Are you all right? Where is the bastard?" Ron snarled angrily, voicing the question Harry wanted to ask. He ran off. Hannah said. Harry grimaced as he started to have a suspicion about why Neville was late. Neville went after him. Hannah's head shot up, and she shook it emphatically. "No." She pointed at the door. "You didn't see him? He just went outside to give me and Susie a bit of privacy, and—" She blanched. "He should be out there." Harry's heart stuttered in his chest. Neville had been outside of the greenhouse on his own. There had been no one outside the greenhouse. He was missing. "Maybe he went after Oliver anyway," suggested Ron, nervously. Harry didn't think so. Yes, Neville was more confident now to have gone after Oliver over what had happened with Susan, but not if it meant leaving the girls unguarded. Hermione's eyes met Harry's frantically in silent agreement with his assessment. "Harry, the map might show—" He lifted his hand. "Accio Marauder's map." He called. Stupid. He berated himself. He should have had it on him all evening. The map zoomed through the door and smacked into his hand. He opened it quickly and tapped it with his wand, giving the password in a muttered half-breath that was too low for Hannah and Susan to overhear. The map unfurled, and Harry's eyes darted around trying to see where Neville was as they all crowded around him. Oliver, Susan's date, was back in Hufflepuff Tower. The rest of the Alliance was in the Great Hall. A few of the Durmstrang students were on their way back to the ship. Hagrid and Madame Maxime were in the Rose Garden along with Rita Skeeter. He shook his head. There was no sign of Neville anywhere. There was also no sign of Sirius and Snape. They must have gone beyond the Hogwarts wards. No Neville. Hermione confirmed. "Where is he?" Hannah demanded, clearly frightened. "He was right outside the door. I swear." "I don't think he's in Hogwarts anymore," Harry said tersely. "Is there some way his presence could be hidden from the map?" asked Hermione. "I don't know," Harry admitted. "We should ask Sirius." Ron said. He frowned. "Where is Sirius?" he asked, puzzled, pointing at the map. "Why isn't he on the map?" "He went to check on something with Snape." Harry almost growled in frustration as he collapsed the map. There was no doubt in his mind that Voldemort's Yuletide attack had begun. Neville had been taken, and Sirius was walking with eyes wide open into a trap. He had to find some way of telling Sirius about Neville, Harry thought frantically. He could send his Patronus, but then, if Prongs arrived in the middle of the confrontation with Crouch and distracted Sirius at the wrong moment. No, he had to go himself. But he still had the job Sirius had given him to do, and which he had already failed at since Neville was gone, Harry reflected with bitter disappointment, and he had no idea where Sirius had gone with Snape. "Harry," Hermione murmured, reading him with ease. "This isn't your fault." Her hand rested gently on his arm. Harry swallowed down the urge to snap at her. "No, it's mine," Hannah said in a small voice. "I was the one who told him to wait outside." Her self-loathing kicked Harry into action. "Hannah, it's not your fault," he said firmly. He took a deep breath. The map had shown him Moony was on patrol by the forest with Tonks and Moody. Moony would be able to answer the question about the map and might know where Sirius was headed. "All of you go back to the Great Hall. Get everyone gathered together in my quarters and make sure nobody else is missing." He handed the map to Hermione. "What about you?" she asked anxiously. "I'm going to find Remus," Harry said. "He can help with the map so we can find Neville and help Harry locate Sirius so he could tell him." She bristled immediately. "You can't go alone. That could be exactly what Crouch wants." "She's right, mate." Ron backed her up. "I'll come with you." "Why you?" Hermione asked tartly. "I'm just as capable of backing Harry up as you." "But I'm his best friend," Ron retorted. "I should go with him." Hannah piped up. "Neville's my boyfriend." "Enough," Harry shouted. "We don't have time for this. You're all going back to the Great Hall." His magic swirled around them, and he yanked it back under his control. "We still have the rest of the Alliance to protect. That's your job now." But they had a point about him going off on his own. It was how he'd almost got caught at the World Cup by Crouch. If Neville hadn't turned up that time. "Accio, my invisibility cloak," Harry said, lifting his hand. A moment later, there was a firm smack as the cloak landed in his palm. A pool of silvery material. "See, I'll use this, and I'll be fine." Hermione sighed but nodded, giving in. Ron's jaw firmed. "Just be careful, mate. Look after everyone, Ron," Harry ordered, ushering them out of the door. Hermione paused beside him and kissed his cheek. The swirling emotions in her eyes gave away her unhappiness, but there was nothing for it, Harry determined, as he watched them leave the greenhouse. He owed it to Neville to find Remus as soon as possible. He headed out as soon as he was under the cover of the cloak, heading for the last position he'd seen Remus on the map. Sirius shivered violently and wished he'd thought to delay Snape enough to grab a cloak. Being outside in Scotland in mid-December without a coat or a warm wool cloak was stupid. He resisted the urge to turn into Padfoot to gain the benefit of his form's thick, furry coat, and instead did another warming spell. Snape looked as frozen as Sirius felt. His usually sallow face was white with cold. And perhaps Sampy's lips were turning blue, Sirius mused. It was hard to tell, when the only light was the starlight falling through the tree canopy. "Have you done a warming spell?" demanded Sirius. Snape stared at him with blatant confusion. "It's freezing out here," Sirius said. "Neither of us have coats. Do a warming spell before you freeze to death." He rubbed his arms. "Perhaps you should take your own advice." Snape carped as he removed his wand and tapped his robes. "I've already done 3. Sirius huffed. "They're not making a dent." Snape frowned. "Then you're doing them wrong." He huffed out a breath, a silvery mist that drifted in the cold air. "You always were hopeless at charms." "I was in the top 3. Sirius shot back. "Lily was top. James was second. And Lupin was third." Snape said dryly. "Huh." Sirius rubbed his upper arms furiously and wondered whether he had lost feeling in his fingers. "Fine. I was in the top 5. Snape made to open his mouth. "What the hell time is it? And where the hell is he?" Sirius demanded before Snape could correct him on class order again. "A good question," Snape said. Suddenly, Sirius felt a bad chill at his back, and his mind slipped into a flash of memory. James lying dead on the floor, the cemetery, and the tombstone that made it all real. Sirius shook himself furiously and whipped around, his wand pointing out towards the advancing cold. "Dementors," he called out as his back bumped into Snape's. It was no wonder. He was bloody cold. "We're surrounded." Snape hissed out. "Can you make a Patronus?" Sirius asked tersely. "Yes." Snape snapped back. Yes," Sirius said darkly. "But after so many years of exposure, I don't do well around Dementors. I'm not going to last long." Snape breathed in sharply at Sirius's admission. Would Crouch know that? Sirius bit off a swear word. "Probably. It was all over the Ministry that I had a bad reaction to the Dementors at the tribunals set up for the Death Eaters caught at the World Cup. There will be a patrol here in 10 minutes. Snape said brusquely. "We just need to last that long." Right. Because he'd lasted all of 1 second in the courtroom. Sirius swallowed down his panic. It had no place in a fight. He needed to focus. He needed to fight the Dementors and get back to Harry. The dark shapes by the trees glided closer. Sirius thought of Harry, of opening his presents with Harry that morning. Expecto Patronum. His silvery grim erupted from his wand and ran toward the Dementors. He heard Snape cast his own Patronus. For the next 5 minutes, Sirius cast Patronus after Patronus. But as one Dementor would be occupied, another would glide forward to take its place. His strength was weakening, his focus futzing in and out as memories flickered through his mind as the Dementors drew out the worst of his life. Behind him, he could hear Snape's voice grow hoarse as he called out another Patronus. Snape's breathing was labored, and Sirius didn't think Snape was going to last much longer. Sirius dragged in a sharp breath of air. His mind was going foggy, but he knew there was one option left open to him, and he took it. Familius Magicus Protectus. The gold and silver magic of the Potter and Black families swarmed around him, wrapping him and Snape up into a protective blanket, while at the same time tendrils spread out to shove the Dementors back. But it was draining, and Sirius was already weakened. He could feel his hold on consciousness slipping away and tried desperately to hang on. If he was out of it, he couldn't prevent a follow-up attack. But it was no use. As the chill of the Dementors faded, his eyes closed and didn't open as he fell to the floor of the forest with a soft thud. The sound of black falling would have usually had Severus spinning around, but he was more focused on remaining upright as the tendrils of the family magic black had called faded away. He felt as weak as a kitten. Summoning a Patronus was advanced magic and took a lot of power. Summoning several in a short space of time had used up a lot of magical energy. A slow clapping had him lifting his head defiantly to assess the new threat, or rather the threat they thought they would face, Crouch. He was disguised again as Cornelius Fudge, of all people. A gold talisman hung around his neck, and Severus recognized it as a ministerial artifact. There were several of them in existence, and all had the same purpose: to protect the wearer against the effects of the Dementors and to be able to order them around. He assumed Crouch's had once been his father's. Crouch Sr. had been the director of the DMLE at one point. He put together the facts that had emerged that day quickly. Crouch had effected an escape from Azkaban pretending to be Fudge the night before for 3 Death Eaters, and in doing so had taken a number of Dementors with him. Clearly, he was putting the Dementors to good use by weakening Black before he took him or killed him. The latter was more worrying, especially since Severus knew he would struggle to put up a fight to save Black with his current energy levels. He could barely lift his wand. My. Crouch smirked at him evilly, which just looked so wrong and out of place on Cornelius Fudge's face that Severus's stomach turned. "You delivered." His eyes glittered. "Well done, lover." Severus shivered, and he knew the Dementors were drawing close again, sapping what little was left of his energy. He inclined his head. "What do you intend to do with him?" Crouch grinned. "I guess there's no harm in telling you." He dug into a pocket and drew out a collar. I found this in the family vault. Shall I show you? Let me show you. He practically skipped over to Black and placed the collar around his neck before Severus had drawn breath enough to lift his wand. Black morphed in front of his eyes into a grim. Severus frowned heavily. That was bad. If Crouch kept the collar on him, Black wouldn't be able to transform into a wizard and escape. Of course, Black might be able to escape as a Grim. Severus was hardly an expert where the animagus was concerned. I always wanted a dog, Crouch said gleefully. And now I have one. He looked over at Severus. The collar will keep him obedient too. It delivers quite a sharp shock if he disobeys me. He clapped his hands together. I'm going to love our training sessions. Severus shivered again at the anticipatory gleam in Crouch's eye. Well, I must get the puppy home. I do mean to give him a home for life, and not just for Christmas after all. Crouch said abruptly, turning back to Severus with a smirk. And we must provide you with some reason why you don't stop me from leaving. His wand snapped up, so fast Severus wondered if he'd blinked and missed it. He tightened his own hold on his wand, sensing that an attack was imminent. I'm more than capable of maintaining my cover, Crouch. Severus snarled. Tut, tut, lover. I'm only thinking of you, but I am afraid I will need to leave the Dementors here. Crouch smiled nastily. I'm sure someone will have come looking for you before they feed. Lover. He was so focused on Crouch that the spell hitting him from behind took him by surprise. His body snapped into paralysis and fell heavily to the forest floor, crushing the dead leaves and grass beneath him. He could see everything, could see Crouch and another man, Rookwood his mind supplied, helpfully take hold of Black, and produce a portkey. They disappeared in a whirl. The descending cold told him the Dementors were closing back in. Fear crept into his belly. Black was captured and immobilized. Severus was surrounded by Dementors and paralyzed. The odds weren't looking good that either of them would survive the trap Crouch had set for them, and they had willingly walked into. Remus strode purposefully towards the forest. It wasn't quite a march, but it was a fast walk, one that Moody was having trouble keeping up with. Tonks had started to lag too, her innate respect for the retired Auror seeping into her performance as she allowed her pace to match his. Remus respected Moody, but he wasn't willing to sacrifice a moment in reaching Sirius and Snape. He had agreed with Harry when Sirius had first told them of the anticipated trap. Remus thought furiously. Sirius going with Snape into a trap was a really, really bad idea. The decision to wait for 10 minutes for a patrol to trip over them in the forest meant that there was 10 minutes when Sirius would be alone to face whatever Crouch had thought up because Merlin knew Remus didn't trust Snape to want to back up Sirius, and in stark terms, to protect his cover, Snape might choose not to back up Sirius too. Go on with Lupin, girl. Moody snapped. Don't wait for me. Thank Merlin. One of them had their heads screwed on. Remus thought as Tonks ran up to join him, abdicating her place at Moody's side finally. A twig snapped up ahead of him, and Remus caught the scent of something. His wand was out and pointed at thin air as he came to a sudden halt. The air shimmered, and suddenly Harry's head and neck emerged from his invisibility cloak. It's just me, Remus. Remus's heart sank. He'd so hoped Sirius's ploy of giving Harry the job of watching out for his friends and alliance members would mean that Harry wouldn't attempt to interfere with Sirius's decision to go with Snape. No matter that he agreed with Harry, he didn't want Harry getting caught up in whatever was going to go down between Sirius and Crouch any more than Sirius did. Harry. He opened his mouth to berate Harry for delaying them. What the hell are you doing here, lad? Moody snapped out. Neville's missing. Harry explained briskly. I need to tell Sirius. Do you know where he is? I'll tell him. Remus said swiftly. We're on our way to back him up now. You get back to the school, and make sure nobody else is missing." For a second, Harry's jaw tightened in a manner that Remus recognized all too well from his friendship with James, but Harry nodded abruptly, perhaps sensing Remus's inner urgency. Harry reached for the hood on the invisibility cloak, but before he could pull it up, the sound of hooves racing over the ground had them all turning to meet a young centaur, who halted just in front of them, rearing up as he stopped. "I come to warn you, Raven," the centaur said breathlessly. "Dark ones that feed on the souls of others are in the forest. Our weapons are useless against them." "Dark ones?" questioned Harry. Moody grunted. "Dementors. Bloody hell." Harry's eyes widened in horror, and Remus had a feeling his own face reflected the same. Sirius was incredibly sensitive to Dementors. His friend stood no chance if faced with a number of them. "Where?" Harry's question yanked Remus out of his thoughts. Where the pens of the fire-breathers were placed. The centaur had hardly stopped talking when Harry took off running. Remus swore and followed him. From the pounding footsteps he could hear, Tonks was just behind him, and so was the centaur. They entered the forest at speed, the trees looming up in front of them only for Harry to dodge them with ease, finding the path as though he'd traveled it before. They broke into the clearing, and Remus felt his entire body go cold. 5 Dementors circled a dark figure on the ground. Remus couldn't tell who it was, and one of the 5 was reaching for the man's head. "Expecto Patronum," Harry yelled. Remus stared at the sight of him. Harry looked every inch a powerful wizard. He stood proudly, his back straight, his wand pointed firmly without a hint of shaking or tremors. His face was white with tension, but his green eyes were dark with grim determination. Prongs clattered out of the wand's silvery stag that charged immediately for the Dementors, chasing them away with ease, sending them tumbling into the forest into Acromantula territory. An unholy scream ripped through the air, and there was a cacophony of chittering. Dear Merlin, the Acromantula were eating the Dementors. His stomach rolled uneasily, and Remus ignored the surge of nausea as he followed Harry, as he hurried over to the fallen wizard. It was Snape. Remus's heart sank with disappointment, and he didn't have to look at Harry to know he was devastated. The potions professor blinked up at them, a flush of humiliation filling his cheeks. Finite Incanidum. Harry snapped out. Snape sagged onto the ground for a moment before he rolled and got unsteadily to his feet. Remus repressed the urge to help him, knowing his assistance would be unwanted. "Where's Sirius?" Harry demanded as soon as Snape got vertical. Crouch took him. Snape bit out, and even though he'd prepared for those words, they hit Remus like a sucker punch. He closed his eyes briefly. "I'm sorry, Potter." Snape's uncharacteristic words had Remus's eyes snapping open. "Merlin." Remus flushed with shame. He'd forgotten in his own pain about Harry. Again, he was an idiot. Remus rebuked himself harshly. Sirius would expect him to be there for Harry. He turned to say something comforting or reassuring, or something to Harry, and stopped before a word passed his lips. Harry looked as though he'd been carved from granite, hard and unyielding. His expression was shuttered, closed down, giving away nothing of the emotions that had to be running through him. "There was nothing I could do to stop Crouch taking him." Snape sounded disgusted with himself. "The Dementors, they weakened us both, and—" Harry held up his hand, and amazingly Snape followed the silent command to stop. "Was Neville with Crouch?" Snape's face flickered with surprise. "No. Was he meant to be?" "He's missing. We should get back." Harry started walking back towards the school, but paused by the centaur. "Thank you for the warning." "You are welcome, Raven," the centaur said quietly, shifting restlessly like a nervous foal. Harry continued walking. "The lad's not wrong. We need to get back and round up the cavalry." Moody huffed as the rest of them all hesitated in the clearing. He turned around and started to limp after Harry. Remus sighed as Tonks fell into step beside him and offered him a grim smile. "He'll be okay, Remus," Tonks said determinedly. "I know he will." He wondered who she meant, Sirius or the boy walking up ahead of them, looking as though the weight of the entire world rested upon his shoulders. Sirius snapped into wakefulness with an inner sense that his very life depended on it. He stopped himself from opening his eyes, though, and took deep, careful breaths to continue the impression he was out for the count while he assessed his circumstances. Firstly, he wasn't human. He'd sometimes slip into Padfoot when he was asleep, particularly if a dream involved him running around as Padfoot, but those instances were rare. They had been even in Azkaban if he'd been stupid enough to fall asleep in human form and tempt the Dementors with his dreams. Add to that he'd been battered unconscious by magical exhaustion, not asleep, and he ruled that out as a reason for his sudden change in form. Which meant his turning into Padfoot hadn't been by choice. He assessed his physical state. Tired. Achy. His body was pained as though he'd been back in Azkaban for a year. The exposure to the Dementors had done its work. His mind was cobwebby, but clearing up fast, though thanks to his occlumency. He wasn't injured, or not much anyway. All his limbs felt intact, but there was a solid bruise along his left flank, possibly from hitting the deck when he'd passed out. Otherwise, there was no sting of scratches or pain to indicate an injury. There was something around his neck. A heavy cold feeling like a necklace or a collar. Well, that was disturbing. There was a heavy metal circle around one ankle that he remembered all too well from his days in Azkaban. So, turned into his animagus form, collared and chained. He breathed in deeply to take in the sense around him. He wasn't in the forest anymore. He scented dust and concrete beneath him. Would burning a fire at the other end of the room, maybe, since he couldn't feel its warmth anywhere close by. There were the underlying sense of Azkaban, unwashed bodies and hair, systematic decay that couldn't be eliminated with a quick wash and scrub after only a day outside of the prison. He was wherever the escaped prisoners were then. Maybe another Mulciber property. Maybe. Would they be in the same place as Voldemort? His heart beat a little faster at that thought. Maybe not. He couldn't see Voldemort allowing the prisoners close to him while he wasn't at full strength. He'd keep them once removed like he'd done with Snape. Sirius spared a thought for the spy. He hadn't a clue what had happened after the family magic had driven the Dementors back, but perhaps not away. Hopefully, it had given Snape a chance to get away. Someone close stank of fear. Sweat mixed with too much cologne. It was familiar, something he had already scented earlier that night. He let one ear flap open and listened carefully. The drag of a chain on the ground near to him meant that the other person was a prisoner just like him, and his heart stuttered in his chest as he realized it meant someone else had been taken. He needed to open his eyes. He opened one cautiously. His vision was fuzzy, but cleared as he blinked a couple of times. Neville filled his gaze. Pale and scared, curled up in a corner and tied to the wall with chains. Crap. Neville's frightened gaze was fixed on something on the other side of what looked like a large and empty room, and Sirius followed his line of sight until he saw Crouch with two other men. He vaguely recognized one as Mulciber, and the other looked like Rookwood. From what Sirius could make out, the two were getting their instructions on guarding Neville and himself. Crouch glanced in his direction, and Sirius wasn't quick enough to look away or close his eye. "Oh, look, the puppy is awake." Crouch skipped over to Sirius. Sirius moved because he was damned if he was going to lie on his side in the presence of a threat like Crouch. Plan, thought Sirius hastily. Keep Neville safe, get them both back to Harry, who would be going out of his mind with worry. hopefully kill Crouch on the way. And the first order of business was to change back into his human form. It only took a second for him to realize his mistake. Sharp pain flooded through him like needles all over his skin. It left him panting and shaking, belly to the floor, as he tried to regain his breath and his senses. Dimly he became aware of Neville shouting, "You're a monster." Now, that's no way to speak to your new father, my boy," Crouch said, smoothing a hand over Neville's hair. Neville yanked his head out from under Crouch's touch. He glowered at the wizard despite the fear that lurked in his gaze. "You're not my father. My father is worth 10,000 of you." Crouch went to hit him, and Sirius moved, his animal instinct surging forward. His jaws snapped around the other man's wrist, and he bit down, heedless of the pain that flooded him again. Crouch howled and tried to shake him off to no avail. Sirius clamped down until he tasted blood, heard the snap of Crouch's arm beneath his teeth. And suddenly, a spell impacted his body and sent him scuttling back, impacting the wall with a smack. He was hurt. He could feel a slash across his flank, the blossoming bruises on the side that had hit the wall, but his grim form was more resilient than his human form in truth. Padfoot was immediately on his feet, snarling and growling. The 3 Death Eaters surrounded him. Crouch grimaced as he took in the damage to his arm. "You'll pay for that, Black." He gestured with his uninjured limb. "Don't touch the boy. Play with the dog as much as you want. Just don't kill him." His smile was malevolent. "That honor is mine." He started to walk away to a door on the far side of the room. "I'll be back." Sirius watched him go dispassionately. He didn't relax, though. There were 2 Death Eaters remaining, and he knew they wouldn't hold back. Mulciber laughed, a high reedy sound. He wasn't sane, Sirius determined, taking in the other man's darting eyes and sweaty, trembling demeanor. He looked like a drug addict, jonesing for a fix. Rookwood was as still as a rock in comparison, and Sirius knew he was the more deadly even before he spoke. "You take the dog. I'll take the boy." Mulciber at least paused at that. "Crouch told us not to touch the, boy." "Crouch isn't the boss the last time I checked," Rookwood said harshly. "And until I see the Dark Lord myself and get told Crouch should be listened to, I'm not taking his orders." He motioned with his wand for Mulciber to get to his task. Sirius really didn't like the way Rookwood was looking at Neville. Neville was doing his best to look defiant, but his eyes gave away exactly how scared he was. Sirius wasn't going to let anything happen to Neville. Frank had been his friend. Alice had been his schoolmate. He might not be Neville's godfather, but he owed them both the simple duty of protecting their son, just as much as he was sworn to protect Harry. Rookwood advanced towards Neville. "Deal with the dog." But Padfoot wasn't a dog. He was a Grim, and Grims were magical guardians who protected the souls of the innocent. They were portents of death for evil. And without hesitation, Sirius made a conscious decision to sink completely into Padfoot, allowed himself to be submerged by the instincts of the Grim because his intuition told him it was the only way he could protect the boy beside him. And as Mulciber raised his wand and Rookwood took another step toward Neville, Padfoot moved. The chain holding him to the wall broke under Padfoot's grim strength. Mulciber fumbled his wand in shock, and it was satisfying to chase him away with a threatening snap of his already bloody jaws. Neville yelled for Rookwood to leave him alone, and Padfoot leaped up to land on Rookwood's chest, using his paws and the force of his momentum to push Rookwood away from the young wizard. Rookwood was thrown backwards and Padfoot twisted, so he came down on all 4 paws. He stood between Rookwood and Neville, facing Rookwood with a lowered head and an angry growl. Rookwood lifted his own head and got the message. If Rookwood wanted Neville, he'd have to go through Padfoot to get him. Rookwood brought up his wand, and Padfoot snarled in satisfaction. The fight was on. Holding on to Pronglet, Chapter 7. Padfoot snarled and launched himself at Rookwood, heedless of the brandishing of the wand in the hand of the wizard. The first spell caught him on the flank A cutting hex, a second on the shoulder A burning hex. He paid no attention to either hit nor to the others that landed as he focused on his target, Rookwood's throat. He was vaguely aware of Neville, huddled further into the wall, eyes wide, taking in the fight in front of him. Neville knew about Sirius's animagus form, but Sirius had always been careful to ensure that no one had ever seen Padfoot as anything but a friendly, affable dog, not the full-on magical Grim, with the strength and power that the creature was fabled with possessing. He only hoped Neville knew that he would not hurt him. Padfoot's jaws snapped in the air by Rookwood's neck as the wizard finally threw himself backwards to evade the attack and sent a weak, blasting hex to push Padfoot away. He yelped as the spell hit him and sent him flying, but he ignored the pain in his chest from the blow and leaped up as soon as he hit the ground. He rushed at Rookwood again, dodging spell after spell, ignoring those that had landed. He was forcing Rookwood backwards towards the fire, further and further away from Neville. Rookwood aimed a deadly purple-colored spell towards him, and Padfoot jumped. He landed on Rookwood, sending them both crashing to the floor. Before Rookwood could recover, Padfoot attacked, not going for the man but the wand. It snapped in two as Padfoot's teeth clenched around it, and he spit out the wood and the taste of something vile. Rookwood scrabbled back, panting hard, his eyes wild as he realized that he was losing. Padfoot stalked after him and sprang. He landed on the other man's back, and his jaws closed on Rookwood's head, teeth sinking into the scalp as he bit deeply, satisfied as the bitter iron gush of blood soaked his tongue. Rookwood howled and screamed as he bucked wildly, sending Padfoot flying. But Padfoot recovered quickly and jumped on him again. This time Rookwood was on his back, his eyes wild and shocked as they registered the reality of his situation. Padfoot used his magical strength to pin the wizard to the ground, some part of him, the serious part, still arguing that he could render Rookwood unconscious, give him mercy, see justice done with the return of the Death Eater to Azkaban. But Padfoot was a Grim, and Rookwood had threatened an innocent, was still a threat if Padfoot were to let him up. He growled and sank his teeth into Rookwood's throat. Rookwood gurgled as he tried to scream. The Grim kept hold of his prey. Finally, Rookwood stilled and Padfoot let go, his jaw aching, his mouth and muzzle soaked with blood. Mulciber was cowering in a corner of the room, arms and hands over his head, mumbling as he rocked himself back and forth. Padfoot staggered off Rookwood and slowly crawled back to Neville. They had to get away, escape. But his wounds were finally making themselves known, and his body hurt in a way that he didn't think was a good thing. He slumped to the ground in front of the boy he had protected and whined helplessly, desperately trying to keep conscious. He had tracking charms. Neville was safe, and someone would come soon. The pain of his injuries cascaded through him in waves of agony, and all Sirius could do was hope help was on the way and try to hold on, because the truth was that his strength was gone. The headmaster's office was filled with people all yelling at each other. Harry had wandered over to Fawkes as soon as he'd entered the office, and he figured people had forgotten that he was there as it had filled with others. Dumbledore, Bertie and Amelia, Snape and Remus, Moody and Tonks were all gathered around the headmaster's desk. Minerva, Bill and Caro had been sent to watch over the Potter Alliance kids, all gathered into Harry's quarters. Augusta Longbottom had been called back to Hogwarts, and she'd arrived, white-faced and anxious. She was currently arguing with the headmaster over how someone had managed to get Neville on Hogwarts grounds. Harry kind of thought she should be yelling at him for that one. He'd been the one who had allowed Neville to go out to the greenhouse with Hannah, who'd taken his eye off the snitch by not even thinking of having the map with him. The map was currently spread out on the headmaster's desk and continued to show a complete absence of either Sirius or Neville. Everyone else was arguing over how the tracking charms Sirius had worn were being magically blocked somehow, each putting forward their own theory and trying to argue for it. All of the back and forth wasn't getting them anywhere, though. And why they were more focused on the map of Hogwarts than on actually finding Sirius and Neville elsewhere wasn't something that Harry was going to understand anytime soon. What did it matter about the map? Sirius and Neville weren't in Hogwarts. Snape had seen Sirius portkeyed away, and he'd told everyone that before the arguing had broken out. Harry rubbed the side of his temple, where a dull throb of a headache had set up home as soon as he'd realized Neville was missing. He felt his magic stir in anger and frustration. It had been almost an hour since Crouch had grabbed Sirius. They were wasting time Sirius and Neville might not have. And with that thought, his magic slipped out of his control and lashed out in a violent whip, shattering the window behind him and silencing the room. "Harry," Remus said hesitantly as Harry fought to regain control. Deep breaths. Fawkes flew over to Harry, crooning at him gently. Harry felt the waves of the Phoenix's empathic calm settle over him. His magic stopped churning a touch. "Perhaps you should." The headmaster began. "What?" snapped Harry, his control on a knife edge despite the warm weight of Fawkes on his shoulder. "Go wait with the other kids while you lot continue arguing about something that isn't helping to find them." They all flinched back from him. Some adopted sheepish expressions, though, as the truth of his words swept away the embarrassment of being called out on their behavior. "This isn't helping," Harry said. "Crouch has them, and—" A strong feeling of déjà vu rushed through him, halting the words in his mouth, and for a moment it was as though he was suspended in another time, the memory so strong it replayed in front of his eyes. His mother standing with magic swirling around her in a room in the ministry as others had argued about finding Sirius, and Harry assuming control to find him with the family magic, and the moment he became heir, the silver snake of the black family magic promising him that they brought Sirius home to Harry once before. Harry's hand was out before he consciously registered the decision to call the magic the pooling swirls of gold and silver on the floor of the headmaster's office a testament to his inner decision. "Oh," Bertie said in gleeful comprehension, "good thinking." And from the corner of his eye, Harry could see Remus sagging against the edge of the desk as he, too, remembered the memory they'd been shown of how Sirius had been found when he'd been captured by Death Eaters in the war. Harry wasn't surprised to see the Longbottom Bear appear as the Griffin and Snake took form. He'd known instinctively that the bear would come because of Neville, but Augusta's gasp gave away her shock. "Find them and bring them home," Harry ordered urgently. "Hurry!" The Griffin spread its wings, taking the bear in one claw and the snake in another before it lifted up and flew out of the open window. Harry felt a flutter of embarrassment at the damage, and with a wave of his hand and a muttered "Reparo," the window repaired itself. "What?" Augusta began to ask. "The family magic will find them and bring them home," Harry explained quickly. The headmaster reached for his chair and sat down with a thump. He looked pale. "Are you all right, Albus?" Amelia asked. Dumbledore glanced at Bertie before nodding. "Yes, just an old memory making itself known. The obliviation must have broken," Harry mused. Augusta frowned. "Are you certain?" Harry nodded. "I've done it before." He muttered. "He has Augusta." Bertie confirmed. "He brought Sirius back once. I'm sure it'll work again." "I should have thought of it earlier," Harry said apologetically, guilt surging through him again. "Since you were only a baby the last time you did it, and have no memory other than the memory Arcturus left behind of the incident, Remus said, walking over to him and placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "It's a wonder that you thought of it at all." "I should have remembered," Bertie said with a sigh. "I was there." Something flickered at the edge of Harry's awareness, a pull on his magic. "They're coming." And they were. The totems suddenly appeared in the center of the office, the bear dropping his burden of a pail but apparently unharmed Neville onto the floor before the Griffin and Snake relinquished their burden. A bloody and battered Padfoot. "Sirius." Harry wasn't aware of taking the few steps to gather the Grim into his arms, but he must have done, because the next thing he knew, he was gathering the whimpering animal up, heedless of the damage to his own smart dress robes. Padfoot whined deep and low, but he burrowed into Harry's embrace. "He needs a healer," Remus said anxiously, hovering beside them. Tonks moved to kneel beside Harry and put her hand on his shoulder. "He's alive, though. That's good, right? I'll get Dr. Jordan." Dumbledore confirmed swiftly. Neville raised his head from his grand's relieved embrace. "I'm sorry, Harry. He got hurt saving me." Harry figured Sirius preferred that he had gotten hurt over Neville. "It's okay, Neville. He would have hated it if you'd gotten hurt on his watch. I should never have let you go outside of the hall." No, Neville said hurriedly. "It was my fault for going outside the greenhouse on my own. I got distracted, and I was knocked out before I could get my wand or call for help, and—" Dr. Jordan hurried out of the flue and towards them, cutting off their conversation. She raised her wand and— "Stop." Bertie caught hold of her wrist. "Wait, he's wearing an obedience collar." "A what?" Harry made to touch the heavy leather object around Sirius's neck. "No," Bertie shouted. "Do not touch it. If you're not the person who put the collar on him, touching the collar will probably send a magical charge through Sirius, causing him a great deal of pain. I think it did that when he tried to change back." Neville said thinly, "And when he bit Crouch?" "He bit Crouch?" Amelia prompted. "Perhaps you should tell us what happened, Neville, and we can work out a way to help Sirius." "Well, I got knocked out, like I said, and when I woke up, I was chained to this wall in a room, I think it was a basement. Sirius was there. Anyway, not long after I woke up, so did Sirius. Only when Crouch spotted him, Sirius tried to turn back, I think, and the collar hurt him." Neville swallowed, his eyes shining brightly with repressed tears. "I said something to Crouch, and he went to hit me, and Sirius, he just grabbed Crouch's arm with his mouth, and even though the collar was hurting him, he held on. One of the others had to knock him away with a spell." "And Crouch?" asked Amelia urgently. "Left. One of the Death Eaters was going to hurt me, but Sirius broke his chain and put himself between us." Neville brushed away the tear that had gotten free. "They fought, and—" He gestured at the Grim. "He wouldn't give up, and he won, but he was in a bad way, and then the totems arrived. I think the snake ripped apart the Death Eater that was, dead. He looked bemused. I don't know how, but 1 minute we were there, and then we were here." His face took on a downcast expression. "I didn't think to call the family magic." Harry stroked a hand over Padfoot's head. "Are you sure we can't start healing him?" he asked anxiously to the room. Bertie shook his head. "I'm sorry, Harry, but any magic but that done by the master of the collar will simply cause him pain." Jordan pushed Tonks away to sit beside Harry. "I can start a visual examination at least." She placed a hand on Harry's. "You'll need to set him down, Harry." Padfoot whined unhappily. Harry's hold tightened on him, but he slowly lowered the Grim to the floor. He kept a hand stroking across Padfoot's head, though. He was vaguely aware of Amelia moving Neville and Augusta to the side of the room, and Moody following. Snippets of her questioning Neville about the location drifted over, as Harry watched Jordan carefully make a tally of all the hurts Sirius had suffered. "Bertie," Dumbledore said, "what do you know of these collars?" The headmaster had crept closer, while Harry had been distracted, and had made a visual examination of the collar, while Jordan had examined Padfoot's wounds. "Not much," Bertie admitted. "Just that an animagus wearing one shouldn't be subjected to magic from someone other than the owner of the collar, and that they cause a great deal of pain when set off. Perhaps then we should try to banish it," Dumbledore said. "It would be risky," Bertie said. "It could set it off." Padfoot gave a bark. "You want to try?" asked Harry, looking into the unhappy gray eyes of the Grim. Padfoot barked again. Harry looked up at the headmaster eagerly. "Please." Dumbledore nodded and motioned for Harry to move away from Padfoot. "Stand back, everyone." Harry stood up, but didn't move too far. He kept his eyes on Padfoot's. Dumbledore raised the Elder Wand, and without saying the spell aloud, light burst from the tip, arced across the room, and hit the collar. Padfoot howled, his body shaking furiously. "Stop," Harry ordered, not even aware of how the wand responded to him, cutting the spell dead. He was so intent on falling to the floor again and gathering an unconscious Padfoot up, as though his physical presence would keep the Grim safe. "I'm going to ask Minerva to join us. She may know something, being an expert on being an animagus," Dumbledore said quietly. Harry nodded and stroked a hand over Padfoot's head. "It's going to be okay, Padfoot," he murmured. Minerva came through the flue and paused at the sight in front of her. "Merlin," she breathed. She walked over and crouched down, examining the collar carefully, without touching it. "It is an animagus control collar. They were once used in training animagus to maintain their forms, but they were outlawed a long time ago." "How do we get it off him?" Harry asked bluntly, frustrated that they hadn't come up with a way to help Sirius. They were usually designated for family use only. Minerva explained quickly. "If this is the crouch collar, only someone related could touch or interact with the animagus without it setting off the magical charge. It's allowed Harry to touch Sirius without any problems." Remus said slowly. "Of course, both the Blacks and the Potters are related by marriage to Crouch." Bertie said with a sigh of relief. "Harry, maybe you would be able to unlock the collar." Harry drew his wand nervously. He didn't want to hurt Padfoot again if it didn't work. He positioned himself carefully. "Alohomora." The collar shook, but it didn't unlock. Harry frowned and tried again, pushing more of his power through his holly wand. It didn't work. "Maybe there isn't enough of a relationship," Remus theorized out loud. "Harry's related through marriage, but the blood connection is very weak." "Well, we have to find some way of getting this collar off," Minerva said briskly. "He'll remain in his animagus form otherwise." Harry turned the problem over in his head. "It feels like it could work," he said. "I just can't push enough power through the wand to make it happen without burning my wand out." Because his wand wasn't powerful enough. His eyes flew up to meet Remus's knowing gaze as they both reached the same conclusion at the same time. Dumbledore coughed politely. "Perhaps you would like to borrow my wand, Harry?" His gaze was nothing but understanding and compassionate as he offered the Elder Wand to Harry. The office had fallen preternaturally silent. Harry reached up and took the wand. Its power sang through his veins as it settled into his palm, a heady rush of glee as though it was pleased to be with him, to belong again. He felt its presence wrap around his core, mutter about the goblet binding and the scarring, and settle into him with a happy squirm, like someone getting comfortable in a favorite chair. "Harry," Remus said worriedly. He'd closed his eyes. Harry realized opening them. Magic was pooling around him like thick honey, gold dust swirling into the air. He swallowed hard against the sense of rightness as he aimed the wand and thought the spell. It leaped from the elder wand immediately, diving across the small space. The collar unlocked with a loud click, and Padfoot became Sirius in a blink of an eye. A bloody, battered, unconscious Sirius. Harry immediately fell to his side, his shaking hand landing softly on Sirius's head. Remus kicked the collar into a corner of the headmaster's office as Jordan hurried forward again, casting a diagnostic. She shook her head. "We need to get him to St. Mungo's," she said. "I'm going to need assistance healing all of the damage, and—" Her head whipped up, and she looked directly at Minerva. "We'll need your expertise. I think as the injuries were sustained while he was in his animal form." "Of course," Minerva said immediately. Jordan conjured a stretcher. She waved Harry off and levitated Sirius onto it. Dumbledore was already constructing a portkey, which he handed to Minerva. Remus pulled Harry away from the stretcher. "You'll need to stay here, Harry." "But—" Harry began to protest. "No buts," Remus said firmly. "It's too risky, and Sirius would kill me for allowing you to go to St. Mungo's. You'll stay here where you're safe." He placed a hand on Harry's arm. "I'll go with him and take care of him. I promise." And Harry reminded himself that Remus loved Sirius as much as he did. Moony would take care of Padfoot. He nodded jerkily. Remus motioned at Tonks. "You'll stay with Harry? Consider that your assignment for the rest of the night, Tonks." Amelia said crisply, "I'll go with Sirius and Remus. Hopefully when Sirius is awake, he'll be able to provide more information on where they were." Tonks placed her hands on Harry's shoulders as they watched everyone gather around the stretcher. "Madam Longbottom," Jordan turned to Augusta. "Neville needs to be checked out by Poppy." Augusta nodded. "We'll see to it. I'll escort you to the infirmary." Moody said, "You need to come along too, lad." He caught Snape's arm as he maneuvered them out of the office. Snape bristled, but Harry wasn't surprised when he went. Nobody refused Moody's orders for very long. Remus caught his eye once again just before the whirl of the portkey had them disappearing. And suddenly the office seemed incredibly empty. Harry fingered the wand he held and slowly placed it on the desk. Something inside of him keened at the loss. "I need you safe for when I really need you," he thought at the wand, at the bonds it had already wrapped around him. "Professor Dumbledore will keep you safe." It quieted, a sleepy, happy tingle around his core. It was being kept safe, not repudiated. It belonged to Harry, and there was no question of that now. It could stay with the old wizard until it was time. Harry stepped back from the desk. "Thank you, Harry," Dumbledore said softly. "I'll come with you and ensure that the students return to their own dormitories. I'll deal with the collar." Bertie grimaced. "And I'll drop by Cornelius and give him an update on the situation." The walk to his quarters seemed long, and all Harry could think about was how pale Sirius had looked, the blood matting his hair, streaking down the side of his face, long, painful scratches across his body. Hermione rushed to hug him as soon as he was inside. He hugged her back, all too aware of how many eyes were watching them. Dumbledore clapped his hands. "Everyone, Lord Black and Mr. Longbottom, have been recovered." "What happened to them?" Ron asked bluntly as the students shifted restlessly, relieved but not reassured by the headmaster. "Crouch took them." Harry stated before the headmaster could say anything. "Neville's fine. He's getting checked out in the infirmary now. His gran is with him." His eyes went to Hannah and saw her smile tearfully back at him and silently tried to convey just how okay Neville was. "And Lord Black?" asked Draco pointedly. "Sirius was injured protecting Neville." Harry didn't want to tell them about the collar, and since the headmaster shot him an approving glance, he figured it was a good thing not to say anything about it. He's been taken to St. Mungo's. He lifted a hand before the questions could start. He managed to injure Crouch, according to Neville, so it's unlikely anything else is going to happen tonight. His eyes flashed. We still haven't determined how Crouch got Neville without being seen, so make sure you're with someone at all times for the next few days until we learn more. Wise words indeed, Harry. Dumbledore said, smoothly. Bill, if you could escort the Ravenclaws to their tower. Carl, if you could take the Hufflepuffs. And if the Slytherins would like to follow me. Tonks, if you could see to the Gryffindors before settling in with Harry. Tonks nodded. They all started to traipse out, and Harry let Hermione pull him away from the door into a quiet corner, Ron following them less than discreetly. How's Sirius? She asked, getting to the point remarkably quickly. Harry shook his head. He was in bad shape. Tears prickled at the back of his eyes. They wouldn't let me stay with him. Hermione squeezed his hand. Ron patted his shoulder clumsily. He'll be fine, mate. Hermione, Ron. Tonks called for them. Hermione hugged him again. Try not to worry, Harry. I'm sure Sirius will be up and about in no time. I'm sorry tonight got ruined. Harry said, Don't worry about it. Hermione kissed him briefly. Nothing more than a press of her lips against his, but it had Ron turning away in embarrassment. We'll come by tomorrow. And then they were gone. Harry wandered listlessly into the living room. The bright, cheerful decorations seemed out of place with everything that had happened, without Sirius there. He touched a hand to the stocking with the name, Padfoot, stitched onto it, and blinked back tears. They'd had such a good day, and he shook his head and tried to regain some composure. Sirius had been taken, but Harry had gotten him back. And Sirius was going to be fine. He was hurt, but he'd get better. Harry just had to hang on to that. Another failed attempt to get to Potter's camp. Another minion feeling the blunt consequences of their failure, Peter mused. Mulciber whimpered and tried to crawl away to safety, but Barty's Crucio lanced across the room and slammed him back onto the concrete floor. Peter watched with detached interest. Barty had turned up at the new hideout a couple of hours before with his wrist a bloody mess and a request for help in healing his injury. It had been heartening that while the Dark Lord had been gleeful at Barty's successful capture of Black and the Longbottom boy, he had been just as unsympathetic to Barty's injury as he had been to Peter's. Of course, the Dark Lord was going to be furious at what Peter and Barty had found when they'd returned to get Sirius and Longbottom for a brief meet-and-greet with the Dark Lord himself, namely, that both had escaped. Peter let his eyes roam over the basement of the Muggle house Rookwood had apparently bought years before as a bolt hole. It was located in one of the central suburbs of Muggle Birmingham. The entire house was magically warded by Rookwood himself to ensure the Muggles never noticed it. Peter was grateful for the magical soundproofing element of the wards, as he was certain Mulciber's screams would not have gone unnoticed otherwise. Rookwood's body lay sprawled by the fire. It looked like he had been torn apart by a wild animal. Bloody rents and tears littered his torso. His face was a frozen rictus of terror. Bloody smears along the concrete floor and splatter across the walls gave away that the battle had been terrifying and difficult. Peter knew he would have ran and hidden like Mulciber apparently had. They had found him cowering in a corner of the room and blathering about ghostly snakes and griffins, and a bear of all things appearing from nowhere to spirit away the prisoners. More likely, Peter mused, Sirius had killed Rookwood himself and found some way to get Longbottom out of the house and back to the wizarding world. Sirius was a formidable wizard. Bastard! Barty snapped, and Peter flicked his gaze back to where the other wizard was torturing Mulciber, only to realize Mulciber had finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Peter's gaze drifted to the body of Rookwood again. The Dark Lord isn't going to be pleased. I'm not pleased, Barty barked furiously. I left them for an hour. An hour. And I left them specific instructions, and did they listen? No. He kicked out at Mulciber, landing a blow in his stomach. No, they did not. Mulciber had been very talkative about how Rookwood had decided to play with Longbottom, causing Sirius to somehow find the strength to break the chain, tying him to the wall in order to fight. Typical Sirius, Peter thought almost fondly. It didn't explain the rest of Mulciber's babbling, but Peter got the impression that Mulciber wasn't quite with it. Ah. Barty whirled around and sent a forceful blasting hex at Rookwood's body. Idiot! Moron! Peter watched dispassionately as the body blew into pieces. This place is a mess. Barty shot him a sneering look and whirled away. How did this go wrong? It was perfect. Perfect. He paced back and forth, gesturing with his wand. I had Dennis and his father make sure Karkarov grabbed a kid for me, and Longbottom was a perfect choice. It was fate giving me back the son I would have had with Rabaston. Peter's eyebrows arched in surprise. You should have seen him as a baby, Peter. Barty stopped and simpered suddenly. He was so perfect. Tiny little toes and fingers, and so rosy-cheeked. Just perfect. He wasn't going to admit that he'd seen Neville Longbottom as a child, Peter decided firmly. With Alice and Lily being such a good friends, it hadn't been unusual for one to be found with the other, especially as they were both young mothers together. And Rookwood thought he could hurt my son. Barty vibrated with fury again. He turned and paced back to the fire, his shoes squelching on some bloody portion of Rookwood's body. Cuckoo, Peter thought with wearily. Barty was completely cuckoo. If he wasn't dead, I would kill him again, bring him back to life, and kill him again. Barty snarled. Peter sighed. We should return to the Dark Lord. He gestured at Mulciber. Are we taking him with us? Barty glowered at him before a grimace made its way across his features, and he shook his head. He flicked his wand. The killing curse sang out in deadly green, and Mulciber didn't even twitch as he lost his life. They apparat back to the small holiday cottage in the Lake District, which was their latest hiding place. The cottage was an old farmhand's dwelling. It was made of thick stone, had a thatched roof, and nobody lived for miles around it. It was perfect. Peter had idly wondered how the Dark Lord had found the property, but he had decided long ago never to question the Dark Lord, and it was working as a plan. They entered the cozy kitchen by the back door. The Dark Lord sat at the table balanced on two large cushions. His appearance had deteriorated further, with much of the small child's hair now gone completely bar a few wisps. His eyes glittered red, and his face was as pale as sour milk. You have returned, but without the guests I thought you were bringing me. The Dark Lord said evenly. The tone of his voice meant bad news. Peter recognized it instantly. He immediately went to his knees. Forgive us, Master, but Mulciber and Rookwood have failed you. Peter said, prostrating himself. Barty proved not to be stupid. He followed Peter's example and got to his knees, bowed his head, and asked for forgiveness. I should never have left them. He wailed. Silence. The Dark Lord ordered. Tell me exactly what happened. Barty hesitantly told the story Mulciber had told him, of Rookwood's disobedience, the fight with Sirius, and how they'd been spirited away. The Dark Lord's eyes narrowed at the description of the snake, griffin, and bear. An unusual description. The totems of the family magic. Barty said dismissively, but I don't believe Mulciber's ramblings. They don't have the ability to act independently and just show up. Black probably called for the protection element silently, and the boy followed his example. Rookwood died. Black apparat them out. The Dark Lord's fingers tapped restlessly on the arm of his chair. I would speak to Mulciber about what he saw. Oh, crap. Peter darted a look at a suddenly very pale Barty. I punished him with death, father. Barty murmured, his voice barely raised above a whisper. The Dark Lord's eyes flashed with anger. And when did you decide that you were the arbiter of who should be punished and by whom? Barty lowered his head. I'm sorry, father. I was so angry at him for ruining your Yuletide gift that I simply acted. I warned you, Barty, that my indulgence would not last forever. The Dark Lord said tersely, You have failed me tonight. You failed me when you allowed an injury to divert you from guarding your prisoners. You failed me when you failed to ensure Rookwood's compliance to your orders. You failed me when you killed Mulciber, the only witness to what occurred before I had the chance to speak with him. He pointed his finger towards a small door to their left which led to the cellar. Barty looked at the Dark Lord with horror. Please, father. No. Go. The Dark Lord ordered. Or it will be 2 nights you spend down there. The shout was enough to have Barty scuttling towards the door. He opened it and walked through it, closing it softly behind him. A spell immediately impacted the wood, looking the door tight. Peter tried not to flinch. Idiots! The Dark Lord snarled, slamming the small fist of the child he occupied onto the table. His gaze landed on Peter, who immediately lowered his gaze to the floor. This is a disaster. Peter decided to stay silent rather than risk drawing attention and being tortured. I need to know what happened. The Dark Lord snapped. I had Travers return to Hogwarts to get Karkarov to report on what was happening there. Go and find out what is going on. Now, Peter glanced at the cabinet with foreboding but bowed his head and went. He wasn't foolish, and he knew it was more than his life's worth to disobey an order from the Dark Lord in such a mood. The inside of the cabinet stank of mold and decay. Peter hurriedly opened the other side and stepped out into Karkarov's private quarters aboard the Durmstrang ship. Dennis Travers and his father sat at Karkarov's desk, playing cards. Where's Karkarov? Peter asked bluntly. Our Lord wants the report now. Dennis looked at his father, and Peter had a brief moment of panic when the thought that the two had killed Karkarov popped into his head. Well, Peter demanded. He has 1 more minute to get back here before he loses a toe, so... Travers Sr. said flatly. As though to underline the point, Karkarov chose that moment to burst into the room, sending the door flying as he hurried inside. Dennis waved his wand absently to shut the door again, sealing the room in a privacy bubble. Well, do you know how close I came to being apprehended by Moody again? Karkarov snapped, a dull red color suffusing his cheeks. Do we look as though we care? Travers Sr. sneered. He pointed at Peter. He's here for your report. You'd best give it to him, since he was sent by our Lord. Karkarov flushed again and sat in an empty chair, deflating. I was able to sneak into the infirmary. The long-bottomed boy was there with his grandmother, Moody, and Snape. From what I managed to overhear, Potter managed to rescue him and Black with the family magic somehow. Although Black was apparently injured getting in between Longbottom and Rookwood. Potter's in lockdown in his rooms, and Black's been taken to St. Mungo's by the werewolf. He was supposed to have a collar on him. Peter began hesitantly. Karkarov shook his head. Potter got it off him. He's distantly related to Crouch, isn't he? Maybe the collar responded to him. Peter frowned, but didn't argue. He'd never been overly interested in magical theory. I should check out St. Mungo's. He muttered. Merlin knew he'd do anything to delay his return to the Dark Lord with more bad news. Do you have any of the polyjuice left? Dennis was the one to reply, with a nod. He moved to a small bureau and withdrew a vial. He also extracted a small bag of hairs. He made a big show of removing one with a pair of tweezers and adding it to the potion. Peter's lip twisted into a grimace as Dennis handed him the glass vial. He accepted it and drank it down. The transformation into a nondescript, brown-eyed, brown-haired, middle-aged wizard with a small mustache was quick. Here. Karkarov handed him a portkey. It's one of the emergency ones the ministry gave me in case a student needed medical attention, and we couldn't get to the infirmary for some reason. Peter took it and said the trigger word written upon it. A moment later he appeared in St. Mungo's emergency transport room, a stern-looking, which was manning the triage desk, and she looked at him with a hard glare. The nature of your emergency? Oh my, Peter wittered. I found this on a street in Hogsmeade, and read the word by accident. He handed her the portkey. I'm so very sorry to have disturbed you. The witch sniffed, and Peter hurried out of the door into the main waiting area of the hospital reception. It was bustling with activity, but he couldn't see anyone he could recognize. He was considering his options when he saw Rufus Scrimgeour arrive with another oar. Peter followed them surreptitiously to the magical trauma ward. He quickly darted into an alcove, out of the way, when he caught sight of a group of huddled wizards and witches by the nurse's desk. He could see a worried Remus pacing, McGonagall close by, Andromeda Tonks and her husband talking quietly together. Scrimgeour approached Amelia Bones and began a discussion that Peter could barely hear. Snippets drifted over to him of searching all of Mulciber's old properties, and Bones replying to begin searching the properties of Rookwood and Travers. Peter shuddered slightly at the close call. If the Dark Lord hadn't wanted to see Sirius and Longbottom immediately if he and Barty had gone back at the wrong time. Well, if the Aurors did search the house in Birmingham, they'd find nothing of value there. They'd find the bodies of Mulciber and Rookwood, and the evidence that it was where Sirius and Longbottom were held, but it was a dead end otherwise. Peter darted further down a corridor away from the gaggle of people waiting for news of Sirius. He pushed open a door and entered what looked to be a doctor's locker room. It gave him an idea, and he quickly transfigured his clothing into healer robes. Confident that he would blend in with the scenery of the hospital, he quickly strode out and walked swiftly past Remus and company past the nurse's desk and into the main patient area of the ward. Nobody gave him a second glance. He was merely another healer hurrying about his business. Peter gave a quick smug smile as he began to search for Sirius's room. He dived out of sight when a door opened suddenly, and a few healers emerged talking excitedly about injuries sustained as an animagus. He watched them for a long moment and saw one of them break away to update Remus. The open door beckoned to Peter, and he went inside to verify that it was Sirius's room. It was. His old friend lay curled up and still on the hospital bed. Sirius had been dressed in a hospital gown and his injuries treated since, as far as Peter could see, there was no sign of bruising or blood on the visible parts of Sirius's face and arms. He picked up the clipboard at the end of the bed and tried to read the notes. Contusions and scrapes. Spell damage. Nerve damage. Unresponsive to stimuli. It looked like the effects of the collar and Sirius's fight with Rookwood had taken their toll on him. Sirius wasn't out of the woods, mused Peter, and their security was appalling. He could easily raise his wand, and he hesitated, wand out, and pointed at Sirius's still form. The memory of Sirius's words both the day in the shack and in the tunnel echoed in his head. Sirius had been his friend. He had loved Peter, perhaps not as fiercely as he had loved James, but Peter had never questioned the other man's friendship and loyalty to him. And perhaps once upon a time, Peter had felt the same friendship and loyalty towards Sirius. Flashes of their time at Hogwarts tumbled through his head, of Sirius stepping in front of him to protect him, of conspiring gleefully on a prank, of Sirius helping him become an animagus and never giving up on him. Peter lowered his wand. He carefully unclipped a piece of paper from the clipboard, turned it over, and wrote a warning on the back. Moony, you should be more careful with Padfoot's safety. It might not have been me who was sent to get news of him. Wormtail. P.S. Tell Harry Merry Christmas. He poked his head out of the room, and a quick glance saw the healers still deeply in conference with Remus and the others. He hastened away in the opposite direction, taking the back stairs down to the main entrance. He was almost out of the main door when he heard a commotion by the stair door he had just exited as it was thrown back against the wall, and Remus ran out with the Aurors on his heels. Peter could see the crumpled note he left held tight in one of Remus's hands. Remus's amber eyes met his across the busy reception, and Peter knew, he just knew, that Remus knew it was him. He gave a half-hearted nod and pushed the door open, hurrying into the bustling street outside, and apparating almost immediately. He apparated a few times more to hide his trail before finally returning to the cottage. The Dark Lord was where Peter had left him, sat at the table with an expectant and impatient look. Peter knelt before him and ignored the whimpering sounds from Barty that were drifting up from the basement as he reported to the Dark Lord. Peter stayed still as the Dark Lord considered the news. He was half afraid that he'd be crucioed anyway. You have done well, my most faithful servant, the Dark Lord said, finally. Perhaps this was not the victory Barty had planned, but we have dealt them a crippling blow if we have put Black out of action even for a handful of days. He nodded his agreement with the Dark Lord's positive spin on events, and was grateful when the next order was for him to put the Dark Lord to bed. He'd survive the day, and maybe, just maybe, Sirius would too. Neville. Hermione turned at Ginny's shout, and the entire common room did the same. Neville was in the process of climbing through the portrait hole, and had to hurriedly get himself straight as Ginny threw herself at him, hugging him tightly. Hermione was pleased Hannah wasn't there to see the embrace. She didn't think Neville's girlfriend would take too kindly to Ginny's way of welcoming Neville back from the infirmary. Neville patted her awkwardly on the back and extricated himself, as everyone seemed to gather around him. Ron gave a huff of impatience and wrangled his way through the press of people, pulling Neville out of the huddle and towards the sofa Hermione had commandeered for them that morning. Oi, he shouted. Let him have some space. Neville shot him a grateful look as the crowd dispersed, floating back to their previous positions in the common room. Thanks for the rescue. He sat down next to Hermione as Ron sprawled in the chair beside them, and Ginny followed him over and sat down on the floor in front of them. Any news? Hermione shook her head, her curls bouncing against her shoulders. Professor Dumbledore told us at breakfast that Harry's still in his rooms under guard, but he didn't say anything about Sirius. Her teeth worried at her lower lip. He told us to let Harry rest this morning and give him some space to come to terms with what happened. Ron snorted, which accurately conveyed his feelings on the subject. Neville frowned. I would have thought space was the last thing Harry needed. Exactly what I said, mate. Ron agreed enthusiastically. Hermione shot him an exasperated look. She didn't like not seeing Harry either, but Professor Dumbledore had made it clear that his suggestion was more like an order. What about you, Neville? Are you okay? Fine, thanks to Sirius. Neville said, dismissing his experience with a wave of his hand, although Hermione could see a shadow lurking in his eyes. It was scary and horrible, but Sirius didn't let them touch me. Guilt coated his voice, and Hermione reached out to pat his arm consolingly. It's not your fault, she said softly. I shouldn't have gone outside of the greenhouse. Neville said miserably. He'd screwed up and allowed himself to be vulnerable, an easy target for someone to grab. I don't even know who grabbed me. I doubt it was Crouch, Hermione said, thinking out loud. It would have been too risky for him to have been on the grounds. He must have sent someone else. I overheard my grand talking with Moody. Snape thinks it was Karkarov. Neville said. Karkarov was the only one who could have gotten close enough to have done it. Hermione nodded slowly. Of course, there was Snape himself. He could have suggested Karkarov as a way of diverting attention from himself even if he'd done it as a spy. But then the timing didn't add up. Snape couldn't have grabbed Neville and gone with Sirius to the clearing. So maybe it really was Karkarov. Not that they were going to be told. Either way it seemed. Hermione gave a huff of frustration. Neville, Ginny asked gently, what exactly happened? If you want to talk about. She trailed off hesitantly. Neville sighed and rubbed his head. He sketched a privacy bubble around them, and Hermione was impressed at its strength. She could see the rest of the common room frowning, as they found they could no longer earwig in on what they were saying. I remember going outside to give Susan and Hannah some privacy, and I heard a sound. And that's it. I woke up chained to a wall, with Sirius beside me in his animagus form and Crouch, and a couple of other Death Eaters guarding us. He swallowed hard. When they noticed we were awake, Crouch came over, and he was hurting Sirius, so I told him to stop, and when he went to hit me, Sirius bit him. Crouch went to get himself medical attention, and told the other Death Eaters they could play with Sirius, but they were supposed to leave me alone. Only they didn't. Hermione guessed. One of them didn't want to follow Crouch's order, so he was going to. Neville stopped abruptly before breathing in sharply, his eyes not meeting theirs. Sirius, he just went ballistic. He chased away the other Death Eater and started fighting to keep me safe. How did you escape? Ron asked bluntly. Dumbledore only said you were recovered, but not how. Harry, Neville said simply. He called on the family magic to find us. His face changed from relief to chagrin. I wish I'd thought of that. He frowned. I thought Harry would have told you. Ron snorted again. He didn't get a chance to tell us much of anything before they hurried us out last night. And this morning, well, space. The sarcasm on the last word was heavy and bitter. We've talked about this, Ron. Hermione began. Ron pointed at her. No, he said sharply, you talked and wouldn't listen. You don't honestly believe leaving Harry alone is best for him, do you? Hermione bit her lip. Professor Dumbledore left Harry with the Dursleys for years, so I don't think his opinion should count. Ron shot back. She couldn't refute that. She sighed. And as I've said already, Professor Dumbledore was only the messenger. Remus no doubt has a good reason for keeping Harry under guard and not letting us see him, Ron. Maybe Harry was magically exhausted again after rescuing Neville and Sirius, but he had seemed all right the night before. But Remus is at the hospital, Neville said, breaking into her thoughts. They all turned to look at him with varying expressions of confusion. Neville, we know Remus went to the hospital last night with Sirius, Hermione said, folding her arms tightly across her chest. Harry told us, but obviously he would have come back by now, and Neville shook his head furiously. He's still there. Her mouth dropped open, and she snapped it shut again in a hurry. What? Nobody's returned. Neville explained. Madame Pomfrey told Gran this morning. But then Hermione began worriedly. Who's with Harry? Demanded Ron forcefully, sitting forward and glaring at Neville. Neville shrugged. I think Tonks was with him last night, but she left this morning to go to work. Hermione said, I saw her leaving when I came down for breakfast. They all exchanged a silent, anxious look. Bollocks to this, Ron proclaimed, standing up. We should just go and see him. He glared at Hermione as though expecting her to argue. I thought Remus was with him. She said defensively. If I'd known, I would never have agreed to leave him alone. Let's go then, Ginny said, getting to her feet. Hermione felt a frisson of irritation skitter down her spine. She was Harry's girlfriend, not Ginny. She got up and led the way out of the common room. They clattered out of the portrait hole and almost stumbled over Luna. There you all are. Luna said brightly, twirling one long strand of blonde hair around her finger. Are we going to see Harry now? Yes, Hermione said firmly. They trooped along to the rooms Harry usually shared with Sirius and rang the door chime. The portrait opened up to reveal Professor Trilani on the other side. Hermione stared at the divination professor, who was decked out in layers of red and green. Professor Trilani. Luna cooed. What a wonderfully festive outfit. The divination professor blinked owlishly behind her glasses before smiling vaguely at the group. It is important to keep harmony with nature, she declared and hiccuped. Was she drunk? Hermione glanced in horror at Ron, who sported an impressive scowl. We're here to see Harry, Luna said cheerily, moving forward into the rooms and forcing Trelawney to step back and allow them all to enter. Trelawney swayed slightly as the portrait closed. Children, I'm not certain. Harry's upstairs in his room. Luna continued, walking briskly to the staircase before Trelawney could utter more than a token, but as a protest, Hermione ignored the ditzy professor and followed Luna. How could Dumbledore or anyone with half a brain think leaving Trelawney to guard Harry was a good idea? She muttered under her breath. Well, who better to guard someone than a witch who can see the danger before anyone else? Luna murmured, her eyes twinkling. She tapped lightly on Harry's door and entered as soon as Harry responded. Harry got up from his seat on the bed as soon and made his way over to Hermione immediately. She hugged him back as his arms tightened around her. Neville and Ron took seats on the bed, while Ginny made her way over to the window, ostensibly ignoring Harry's embrace with Hermione. Luna wandered over to Hedwig's perch and started stroking the owl's feathers. Hedwig nuzzled into Luna's gentle touch appreciatively. Hermione patted Harry's back and eased away gently. How are you doing? Nobody's telling me anything, Harry proclaimed. A flash of anger stormed through his green eyes. Dumbledore came by first thing this morning to tell Tonks that Remus wasn't coming back yet, and that I wasn't allowed to go to the hospital. That's it. He lurched away from her and paced. Then Tonks goes to work, and Trelawney turns up and tells me that she's going to be watching me for the rest of the day. Harry threw up his hands. Trelawney. I hear you, mate, Ron commented. Hermione couldn't blame him for his incredulity. It was a weird and absurd choice. I know, Hermione murmured. What was Dumbledore thinking? He pointed a finger at her. Exactly. I mean, she's not exactly with it. In fact, she's even worse than the batty old woman who used to babysit me when I was a kid. He slumped down into the chair by his desk. And the worst thing is that Dumbledore wouldn't even tell me if Sirius is okay. He just gave some rambling answer that time would tell, and a whole load of other stuff that tells me absolutely nothing. Oh, Harry. Hermione went over and perched on the arm of the chair, placing her own arm around Harry's shoulders. I heard Madame Pomfrey tell my gran that Dr. Jordan had sent word last night that Sirius was still unconscious and would be receiving treatment for at least a week. Neville said quietly. Harry's head whipped up, and he stared at Neville for a long moment. Still unconscious. Neville nodded. Harry's lips thinned, but his eyes softened as they took in Neville's anxious expression. What about you? Are you okay, Neville? Yeah. Neville waved a hand at him. Sirius never gave them a chance to touch me, really. I just had some bruises, and Madame Pomfrey sorted those out. He took a breath. Oliver was imperiused. He was brought into the infirmary last night. It must have been a setup. Ron proclaimed loudly. They had Oliver pressure Susan, knowing she'd scream and cry and have to have a girly moment with Hannah, or that Oliver would run off and leave Susan alone. Hermione offered slowly, a shiver running through her. She was grateful when Harry reached over and took hold of her hand. Neville nodded, understanding Harry's point. I guess it didn't matter which of us they grabbed. They just wanted to engineer, one of us being alone. Bloody clever. Ron complained. Harry sighed and nudged his glasses up his nose. I don't understand why they won't let me see Sirius. The sound of the door chime echoed through the room. Harry immediately shushed them and moved hastily across the room to open his bedroom, door enough that they could listen to whoever was downstairs. Ah, Sybil. Dumbledore's bright, cheery tone had Harry's face settling into a cold fury that Hermione hated seeing. I just wanted to check on our young Harry. Harry yanked his bedroom door open and ran down the stairs before they could stop him. Hermione went to follow him, but Ron yanked her back and placed a finger on his lips, his blue eyes shooting her an anxious, warning look. She looked around the others for support to join Harry, but found none. Luna shaking her head emphatically. Hermione settled back and tuned back in to the confrontation downstairs. I don't see why I have to be locked up here when Sirius is in hospital. Harry's strident tone carried easily up the stairs. Hermione winced and wrestled with her immediate thought that Harry shouldn't speak to Dumbledore in such a way when deep down she could understand his anger. Sirius would not want you putting yourself in harm's way, Harry. Dumbledore remonstrated gently. Remus was very clear that you were to remain here and out of danger. Then why can't I speak with Remus? Harry demanded. Alas, he remains at the hospital, and I am certain that you would not wish to deprive your father of the comfort of his oldest friend. Dumbledore continued. Manipulative old bastard. Ron muttered in Hermione's ear. She sent him a disapproving look, but couldn't really argue with him. Well, why hasn't Remus called me on the flu to say how Sirius is? Harry snapped angrily. He's my father. I'm the one who rescued him. I deserve to know. Dumbledore's sigh was heavy enough to travel up the stairs. I am certain as soon as there is good news to share, Remus will let us know at once. But now, Harry, I must have a quick word with Professor Trelawney, so if you could give us a moment alone. Hermione wasn't surprised at the stomping sound of feet on the staircase a moment later, as Harry stormed back up to them. He lifted a finger to his lips when she would have spoken and hovered outside of his bedroom, listening intently to Dumbledore. Now, Sybil. The words suddenly became muffled, and Hermione realized that Dumbledore must have erected a privacy bubble. From Harry's sour expression, he'd realized the same. Only moments passed before their voices became audible again. And so I shall leave Harry in your capable hands and take my leave. Dumbledore said cheerfully. The sound of the door closing echoed up the stairs. Elf. Trelawney's shrill tone called, suddenly breaking the silence. Dobby here, Professor. Dobby said loudly. Eggnog. Bring me more eggnog. And Trelawney stopped abruptly. Professor. Dobby inquired hesitantly. Harry took a step toward the stairs to investigate, and Hermione followed him automatically, aware the others were also just behind them. They crept to the top of the stairs and peered out through the wooden banisters. Trelawney stood swaying just in front of the portrait door, her eyes fixed and staring. Dobby hopped madly from one foot to another in front of her, clearly worried. His large, round eyes sought Harry's, and Harry had just opened his mouth to say something when he who wore the cursed object finds eternal peace this day, and the loved ones he has grieved for welcome him to their bosom. He who wore the cursed object finds eternal peace this day, and the loved ones he has grieved for welcome him to their bosom. Trilani suddenly snapped out of her trance and pointed at Dobby. Eggnog. Dobby glanced upwards to Harry, and Harry nodded almost imperceptibly before getting up, pushing past them all and racing back into his bedroom. Harry. Hermione followed after him hurriedly. She found him pacing back and forth, furiously agitated. Harry, she had a vision. Harry snapped, whirling around and waving his hands passionately back towards the downstairs. Sirius is going to die. You don't know that, Hermione countered. She might not have been talking about Sirius at all. Hermione is right, Harry. Ginny chimed in, folding her arms over her chest as she hovered by Hermione's side. Luna, asked Harry, turning away from them to pin Luna with a fierce, questioning gaze. I don't know if it is Sirius, Luna admitted quietly, but her vision was truth. See, Hermione eagerly seized on Luna's initial comment. It might not be Sirius, Harry, but it could be Sirius. Ron stated loudly. Exactly. Harry shot her a triumphant look and darted a grateful smile in Ron's direction. Hermione shot Ron a frown in response. Harry, she began. I have to go to him. Harry interrupted her. I have to go and see Sirius. Maybe I can stop him from dying. How? Asked Hermione plaintively. I don't know, Harry admitted passionately. But I can't stay here and do nothing. His green eyes met hers, and Hermione felt her resolve to be logical and rational and not give in to Trelawney's wild meanderings weaken under Harry's pleading gaze for support. What do you want to do, Harry? Neville's quiet statement had both of them finally breaking the intense moment between them. Harry took a deep breath. I want to go and see Sirius. Maybe her vision wasn't about him, but I can't risk it. If there's any chance that I can save him, I have to take it. Well, said Hermione, forcing herself to focus on helping Harry rather than arguing against his plan. If you want to see Sirius, there are a couple of obstacles. Like the patrols, jumped in Ron. And Trelawney, Ginny added. You are locked in here. The headmaster's going to know if you sneak out through the front door. How are we going to get to London? Neville asked, a crease forming between his brows. We, asked Harry frowning. You don't honestly think we're going to let you go alone? Hermione looked at him sternly. There was a chorus of agreement from the others in the room. Harry's expression softened, and he shook his head. I guess not. His expression sobered. But, you know it's going to be dangerous? Voldemort could be watching the hospital for me, and he won't hesitate to try and grab one of you again. Neville nodded grimly. We stick together, and we protect each other. Agreed. Ron stated. He walked across the bedroom and plucked Harry's new broomstick away, where it was leaning against the wall. And I think I know how we get out. He pointed the broom at the open window. Ron, you're brilliant. Harry slapped his best friend's back with gusto. Hermione blanched. She was better at flying than she had been, but the thought of flying out of the high window and all the way to London. I'll take the new broomstick, Harry said to Ron. You can have my old broomstick, and I'll get Dobby to bring up Sirius's broomstick. He nudged Hermione, drawing her attention. You can fly with me. Ron can take Luna, and Ginny can take Neville. Luna beamed at Harry, twirling a strand of blonde hair around her finger. What about invisibility? I can disillusion us so no one can see us, but we can see each other. Professor Flitwick taught me the spell. Harry said firmly. And nobody's going to be looking up. Harry called for Dobby, and the elf's ears waggled unhappily as Harry gave him instructions to fetch food, another broom, and outerwear for them all. Dobby Best coming too, Dobby wailed. Harry shook his head. We need you to stay here and watch Trilani, Dobby. Keep her drunk and distracted. Dobby's eyes took on a glint of mischief as he nodded wildly. And if we don't come back by midnight, Harry continued soberly, you'll need to go and find Remus and tell him. What seemed like only moments later, Hermione found herself bundled into her winter cloak, her Gryffindor scarf wrapped around her throat, and thick gloves on her hands. Sandwiches and bottles of pop had been secreted into her pockets by Dobby. Harry finished making them all invisible before he mounted his broom. Hermione climbed up behind him, vaguely aware that the others were doing the same. The memory of the ride on Buckbeak flashed through Hermione's head as she wrapped her arms around Harry. She squeezed him tightly, and Harry turned around to give her a reassuring nod. They'd been going to save Sirius that night, too, Hermione remembered. She gave him one back, and with a push, they were off flying through the open window and into the thin winter sunlight. She set her lips in a thin line. They'd saved Sirius then, and they'd save him again. She wouldn't let Harry lose another parent. The flight to London was cold and tiring. Harry felt it in every one of his muscles, and a quick look at the others showed the same physical stresses on their bodies. Luna was almost entirely curled into Ron's back, and Neville's countenance was grim as he held onto a weary-looking Ginny. Hermione had helped navigate the city's landmarks to find St. Mungo's. They landed on the roof with more speed than finesse, stumbling off the broomsticks and onto the concrete surface. Harry checked out Hermione's condition as soon as he could. His girlfriend looked cold and tired, but her eyes were filled with determination. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Everyone all right?" he asked. They all nodded, but he noticed Ron was rubbing his upper arms, trying to get the aches out, and Ginny's expression was pained. The sooner they got into the warmth, the better. Harry shrunk the broomsticks and placed them in his pocket. He pointed at the roof door, and they all walked over stiffly. It wasn't even locked. Hermione made a moue of disapproval at the evident lack of security. "What are they thinking?" "Easy access for the injured," suggested Ginny, huddling inside her cloak. "Doors like this are routinely locked and alarmed in Muggle hospitals." Hermione informed her briskly. "Well, this isn't a Muggle hospital." Ron hissed, bristling. Harry ignored them. He checked for a trip alarm the same way he'd seen Bill do, but his spell came back with a negative response. He frowned again. He had to agree with Hermione. The security was appalling, even if it was making their lives easier. "Where to?" Harry asked, waving down the stairs. "We should probably try the magical trauma ward." Neville whispered, "It's on the 4th floor." Harry nodded sharply in acknowledgement and started down the stairs. They all paused in the stairwell as they got to the right floor. Harry peered out at the bustling corridor, and his heart sank. It was going to be nigh on impossible to sneak into Sirius's room. Sure, they were disillusioned, but it wasn't a hard spell to break since an eye could catch the distortion in the visual field, and all 6 of them made it more than likely that someone would spot them. "Now what?" asked Ron impatiently. "Well, we can't just walk out there." Hermione pointed out logically. "There are too many people. We split up and go out in a staggered way." Harry said decisively, "Ron and Luna can take the right corridor. Neville and Ginny will take the left, and me and Hermione will take the corridor right in front of us. We go and search for Sirius. Meet back in 30 minutes. "Right you are, mate," Ron said. Neville gave a nod of agreement, as did Ginny. "Good plan, Harry," Luna remarked with a bright smile. Harry and Hermione went first. Harry caught hold of Hermione's hand and held it as they walked slowly and carefully through the open double doors and down the corridor, carefully keeping to the sides to ensure they didn't bump into anyone. Hermione tapped Harry's hand and pointed to the nurse's station. He got her message straight away. Hopefully they'd have some record of Sirius's room. The only problem was that it was very busy. 2 nurses, one young, blonde and bubbly, and one old gray, and grim stood behind the desk, while 3 healers chatted in front of it, clearly debating something. An Auror leaned on the counter at one end, a cup in his hand, and his eyes on the young nurse rather than on the corridor. Hermione nudged him again, and he mouthed the word distraction at her. Hermione's lips thinned as her eyes narrowed at the scene in front of them. She pointed her wand at a large picture on the far side of the station and whispered a spell. The picture fell off the wall with a loud clatter, eliciting a shriek of surprise from the young nurse. Suddenly, they were all rushing away from the desk to the fallen picture. Harry and Hermione moved swiftly. Harry kept watch on the crowd around the picture, who were theorizing about why it had fallen off the wall, while Hermione looked through the records. The sound of rapidly approaching footsteps from further down the corridor heralded the arrival of another Tonks and Remus. Moony looked tired and drawn. He wore the same clothes he had done the day before, wrinkled and dirty. There was stubble along his jaw, and his eyes looked bloodshot. Harry moved to the back of the desk and pulled Hermione down. His heart pounded in his chest, fast and furious. The faintly antiseptic smell of the hospital had him feeling nauseous, but he realized that it was probably helping to mask his scent from Moony. What the hell is going on out here? Remus growled. Tonks lay a hand on his arm, a gentle restraint. Remus, calm down. I won't calm down. Remus snapped. We've just lost, and Sirius is... He stopped abruptly. A choking sound lodged in his throat. Harry's tripped over in his chest. Was Harry too late to save him? Tonks' hair went from her normal pink to blue, then black. Remus. Harry cringed as Remus jerked away from Tonks and stormed back up the corridor. More footsteps had Harry instinctively ducking back behind the desk as Bill Weasley arrived. Bill looked shocked, pale under his freckles. Tonks. Bill called out. Is it true about? Tonks nodded sadly. Caro took him down to the morgue. Harry's whole body froze at her words. Bill's face dropped, and he shook his head, grief roughening his tone when he talked again. This is turning into a right old day. Tonks nodded. Look, Remus and Croaker are back in Sirius's old room. Do you want me to take you? Bill nodded. Harry. Hermione's shocked whisper pulled Harry out of his frozen state. Her eyes met his in stunned disbelief. It sounded like Sirius was dead. Harry couldn't believe it. He didn't believe it. Sirius couldn't be dead. He had to see Sirius. He had to see if his father was dead for himself. Until then, as far as he was concerned, he wasn't dead. He stood up, and Hermione snagged his hand. She kept beside him as they trailed Tonks and Bill up the corridor. Harry gave a sigh of relief as they left the room door open when they went through it. Remus stood at the window, and Bertie Croaker stood beside him. Both men were pale and silent, staring out into the wet weather that had turned the London skyline gray and foreboding. A stripped bed stood to the right of them, empty and ominous in its nakedness. Bill cleared his throat. Bertie, I just heard. Bertie sighed heavily. It's a rotten day. He shook his head sadly. The pain was just too much for him, and we couldn't do anything for him. So Sirius. Bill murmured. Sirius is gone. Remus replied without turning around. He lowered his head. How am I going to tell Harry? Bill reached back and closed the door, shutting out the rest of the conversation. Harry staggered back against the wall of the alcove and rubbed at his chest. His heart ached, clenched in denial and pain, and so much sorrow he could hardly breathe. Sirius couldn't be dead. He couldn't be. Hermione's arms encircled him, and he rested his head on her shoulder, accepting her comfort. We have to get back to the others," Harry whispered, fighting back his tears and anguish. He clung on to the thought that he wouldn't believe Sirius was gone until he saw it for himself. Hermione nodded, and the tears in her eyes fell. She brushed them away, and the two of them walked slowly back to the stairwell. Their friends were already there, but their animation, their excitement from their adventures in exploring the hospital, faded as they took in Hermione's and Harry's devastation. Harry let Hermione fill everyone in, lost in his own melancholy. He was only vaguely aware of the horror, pity, sorrow, and guilt that flitted over Ron, Ginny, Luna, and Neville. "I won't believe it until I see him," Harry said grimly. He wasn't going to believe it. He wasn't. You want to go to the morgue, mate?" whispered Ron, clearly horrified at the idea. "I want to see him," Harry insisted quietly. I can't believe it until I see him." "If that's what you need to do, then you should do it," Luna agreed softly. Her eyes glimmered with an all too compassionate understanding. "When I lost Mummy," Harry reached out and stopped her talking, just folding his hand over hers. I don't know what to say, Harry," Neville murmured. "It's all my fault, and—" "It's not," Harry stated firmly. "It wasn't Neville's fault. It was Harry's. He was the one Voldemort wanted to hurt and weaken. He was the reason why both Neville and Sirius had been targeted. It's not your fault, Neville. The morgue is in the basement," Ginny said quietly. "I saw a sign." She waved back at the door, indicating the bustling corridor outside. "Basement it is," Harry said. Hermione nodded briskly. "It might not be him, Harry." Her tone was crisp and bright, evidently intended to be positive and to cheer him, bolster his confidence. But he could see the doubt in her eyes that Sirius was alive and well. It tore something in him, something fragile that was trying to hold on as much as he could to the refrain that until he saw Sirius dead with his own eyes, he avoided her gaze and started down the stairs. Peter fiddled nervously with his tie and tried to look as though he belonged in the corridors of St. Mungo's. He shivered. He'd had to change into his animagus form to sneak inside the building, since his appearance the day before had clearly caused them to increase the security on the front door. The two Aurors had been stopping people at random and doing spot identity checks. It was unnerving. And if Peter had had any choice in the matter, he wouldn't have stepped foot in the hospital again. But he had no choice. Barty Crouch had been a whimpering mess when he'd been released from the cellar that morning, and the Dark Lord had indulged him, wiping away his tears and pandering to his son's heartfelt protestations that he would never disappoint the Dark Lord again. With Barty out of action, the Dark Lord had turned to Peter and ordered him to return to the hospital and preferably kill Black while the wizard was weakened and vulnerable. Peter really didn't want to kill Sirius. He hadn't wanted to kill Sirius when he blasted the street to pieces back in 81. He hadn't wanted James and Lily dead. Certainly he'd been ambivalent about Harry, but his friends, Sirius had been his friend. Well, not wanting to kill Sirius was a problem, but he'd get over it because the alternative going back to the Dark Lord and admitting he hadn't killed him wasn't going to happen. Peter knew he'd be the one locked in the cellar if he did that, and no doubt locked in the cellar after being tortured for a while. No, he would kill Sirius. Given a choice between his own life and Sirius's, the choice was easy. But the more pressing problem was that after his poking of the werewolf the day before, he feared that he wouldn't be able to get near enough to Sirius to kill him. Remus had clearly already instigated extra security at the front of the hospital, and Peter knew his old friend would be stationed near to Sirius, guarding him. The Dark Lord had helped him put together a potion that would temporarily mask his scent, but Peter knew it wouldn't be enough. He stared down the corridor towards Sirius's room and took cover behind a large plant while he debated how he could get past the aura stationed by the desk. He almost jumped out of his skin when a picture fell. He was about to take advantage of the distraction and move when he realized that there was a file floating from midair back to the station desk, as though someone invisible searched for something at the abandoned desk. He narrowed his eyes, trying hard to catch where the light distortion would give away a disillusioned wizard or witch, and was satisfied as he made out two forms, two young people. He gave a cautious sniff, and as the pair moved, a familiar scent drifted through the air. It was Harry. No sooner had he made the discovery when Remus stormed in. Peter frowned at Remus's words. Surely Moony didn't mean that Padfoot was already dead? Peter felt his spirits brighten with the thought that he wouldn't have to kill Sirius before a twinge of the boy. He had been felt a flicker of guilt and pain at the loss of his old school friend. He hunkered down behind the plant as he sensed the air shift as the young couple moved to follow Remus down the corridor. Perhaps they were trying to find out if Sirius was dead too. He aimed his wand carefully and placed a listening spell on Hermione. Immediately, his ears caught the conversation the pair was overhearing. The body had already been removed. It was probably in the morgue. He wasn't surprised when the door was closed. The pair made their way back along the corridor and out towards the stairs, where they were reconciled with even more Hogwarts stowaways. Peter took a moment to wonder at Dumbledore's stupidity in allowing so many students to run away from the school while he maintained his position. He carefully listened to the kids' conversation until almost 15 minutes later, he overheard Harry insist he have proof of Sirius's death. Peter considered his options quickly. He needed proof that Sirius was dead himself, and he could win even more points if he somehow managed to capture Harry's reaction. The Dark Lord would be pleased. It was more than enough to send him running for the elevator, eager to get to the morgue ahead of Harry and his cohorts. As soon as he got downstairs, he hurried to the morgue. The wide double doors were signposted and slightly ajar. After a quick look to make sure nobody was round, he changed into his rat form and sneaked through the gap. He stopped at the sight of the morgue attendant talking with a woman in the robes that designated her as an unspeakable. There was a body in front of them of an old man, one of his arms wasted away from a curse. He scurried underneath a nearby table before they spotted him. "And you shouldn't worry, Miss Caroline. We'll take good care of old Lawrence." The elderly smiled toothlessly at the young woman. He was a good un. Such a shame he went the way he did. Thought he knew better than to pick up cursed objects. "You can tell old Bertie that I'll take care of him." "I will do. Is it right that Lord Black's gone to the valley for healing?" The attendant continued, blithely unaware of the listening rodent nearby. The unspeakable sighed. "So Bertie said. I can't say I'm surprised. They were struggling last night to deal with his pain, and the Valley Clinic is the best. Not to mention it's probably safer for Lord Black there than here. Security in this place is a joke. You heard we had an unwanted intruder last night." And suddenly, Peter got it. Sirius wasn't dead. Someone had died the dead man on the gurney in front of him, but Sirius himself had been taken away for healing. The Valley Clinic was almost mythical, with its location kept very secret. And the time bubble aspect meant that it would be another week before Sirius returned. Poor Lawrence. I didn't know him well, but he was a good man. The young woman sighed. My partner, Bill, is going to be disappointed that he missed saying goodbye. I should go and find him. Peter's mind whirled with the possibilities. Sirius wasn't dead, which was a problem because Peter was supposed to kill him. But on the other hand, Harry thought Sirius was dead, which was even better because how destroyed both father and son would be by that. Would the Dark Lord be pleased if Peter simply ensured that Harry continued to believe that his wonderful new father was gone from his life? It was a tricky decision. Peter dithered and dithered as the morgue attendant left with the young unspeakable. Finally, Peter changed back and drew the sheet back on the body. He knew he was running out of time. It only took a moment to change the features on the wasted body to mimic those of a battered Sirius Black. The door beginning to open as though by magic by itself was enough to alert Peter that he had run out of time, and he changed back into his rat form, diving back under the table. The trip to the morgue had been quiet, all of the teens lost in their own thoughts, and none more so than Harry. His mind whirled with the idea of Sirius's death. He just couldn't believe that Sirius was gone. The picture of his father alive in his arms after Harry had removed the collar played continuously in his head. Yes, Sirius was hurt and in pain, but he hadn't been near death. Harry was certain of that. But, and there was a but, Harry also couldn't shake the sight of Remus looking so devastated, the empty bed in the infirmary room, Trelawney's vision of someone dying. He pushed uncertainly at the doors to the morgue and stepped inside the frigid space. He was aware of Hermione just behind him, Ron and the others at her heels. There was a body in front of him on a gurney, but it was covered by a sheet. Harry moved to stand beside it without conscious thought. Hermione stood to his left, and Ron to his right. Neville, Luna, and Ginny stood on the other side. Everyone stared at the body. There was a ripple as Harry's spell fell, and they all became visible. Ron exchanged a less than subtle look with Neville, which Harry ignored. Still, he wasn't surprised when Ron noisily cleared his throat. You want to see him, right? Ron said. Harry gave a jerky nod. He could hardly hear anything over the pounding of his heart. He took a deep breath and reached for the sheet. Hermione stepped closer to him. Everyone seemed to stop breathing completely as the sheet peeled back. It was Sirius. Hermione lifted a hand to cover her face, and Harry vaguely heard Ginny's soft cry and Ron's murmur of horror. Harry moaned a low denial. He felt his legs turn to water and momentarily gripped the edge of the gurney to stop himself from falling, before letting go abruptly. Harry backed away from the gurney, from the horrifying sight of his father dead. Harry wasn't sure how he was still breathing, why he was alive, when Sirius lay dead in front of him. Harry's heart hurt so much he was sure it was breaking. His magic roared up. "Harry!" Hermione reached for him, and he sidestepped her hand. Harry tried to keep control, but his magic slipped and slid through his desperate mental fingers. The air stirred around him, a hard wind suddenly swirling through the morgue. It ripped the sheet from Harry's numb fingers and sent it whirling. He knew he was going to lose control. He wasn't certain he wanted to stop it. He wanted the pain to stop. It was all his fault. He was the reason Sirius was dead. He was the reason why Neville had been hurt. He would be the reason why Hermione would get hurt in the future. Voldemort would come after her too. And Ron. Anyone who Harry loved. Through the haze of his grief, his gaze fell on Hermione's scared face, pale and frightened. She was frightened of him. And she should be. He'd only hurt her, or get her hurt. He had to let her go. Had to keep her safe. "I'm sorry," Harry said, roughly. Something must have shown on his face, something through the maelstrom of magic that surrounded him, because her expression shifted swiftly from fear to shocked understanding to panic. "Harry," Hermione said, urgently. "Don't do this, don't." "No," Harry shouted, backing away from her. Backing away from a shocked-looking Ron and a nervous-looking Neville, from a confused Ginny and an understanding Luna. "You don't have to do this," Hermione said. "You don't. I have to keep you safe." Harry cut in sharply. Look at me. I've managed to put you all in danger. Dragging you out here, And Sirius is dead. Sirius is dead because of me. I won't let. His throat closed suddenly on the words, and he gave a choked back sob as he struggled for breath. His magic swarmed over the room, twisting the metal on the tables, turning the walls gray and foreboding as they rewrote the world to show Harry's pain. Harry was oblivious to it, and oblivious to the fact that it never harmed a hair on anyone's head, not Hermione, not Ron, not the others who'd so faithfully followed him to London, nor the body on the table. Harry straightened his shoulders, his jaw tight as he made his decision. His eyes met Hermione's again, and he saw her read his determination because her lips turned stubborn and her brow lowered. "You don't get to make a decision for me." She snapped at him angrily. "I know what it means to be your girlfriend, and I'm okay with it." He smiled sadly at her, his eyes flickering to the body and back, a silent message of what could happen to her. "But I'm not." He held up a hand to stop her from arguing, and with a silent thought wished her and his friends back to Hogwarts, to safety. The wards on St. Mungo's shattered like glass as his magic tore through them, transporting his friends away. The building shook as Harry gave a sob, control slipping rapidly as his grief took hold. He took one hesitant step towards Sirius, and then another, and another still, until he placed a shaking hand on the gurney. "I'll stop him, Sirius. I'll stop Voldemort, and then we'll be together again. I promise." Harry stepped back, trembling and uncertain of where to go. He couldn't return to Hogwarts. He'd just be placing everyone there in danger. No, he had to leave and hide, track down Voldemort on his own somehow, and then he could be with his family, with his mom and dad and Padfoot. Harry swiped at the tears cascading down his face and apparat away. Peter slunk out from under the table and quickly made his way out of the hospital before he was discovered. He was almost dancing with glee when he returned to his human form. His ploy had worked so much better than he had expected. Harry thought Sirius was dead and gone off alone. Not only that, but Peter had witnessed the strength of Harry's power and could report it to the Dark Lord. His master would be pleased. Peter cackled, almost hysterically, and apparat back to the hideout. Holding on to Pronglet, Chapter 8. "No!" Hermione screamed as they landed on the floor in the Hogwarts infirmary. The wards of the school responded instantly to the magical intrusion and locked down the infirmary wing. Hermione staggered to her feet and hurried to the door, attempting to get it open by shaking it. When that didn't work, she pulled out her wand and aimed it at the thick wood. "What the hell are you doing?" shouted Ron, grabbing her wrist and pulling it down sharply so it pointed at the floor. "Let go of me." She wrenched out his grasp. "I have to get out of here and back to London. I have to get back to Harry." She didn't care that her voice sounded too high and too panicky. Ron stared at her furiously. "Don't you think we all want to do that?" He pushed his hands into his wild red hair. "Then why are you stopping me?" "Because the wards have been activated, and you aiming a spell at the door might kill us." Luna said matter-of-factly, wandering up to stand beside Hermione. "Oh." Hermione's body slumped with disappointment, and hard on its heels was the overwhelming urge to burst into tears. Sirius was dead. Harry had just lost Sirius, had just lost his father. And instead of allowing her to comfort him, he had sent her away. He had broken up with her to protect her. Yes, but broken up with her. He was alone, and she covered her face with her hands. Ron patted her awkwardly on the back. "He didn't mean it, you know. He's just trying to protect me. I know." Hermione rubbed at her watery eyes and frowned. "He doesn't get that I don't need protecting. I should be with him." "No." Luna spoke before anyone else could. She was gazing into the far distance, seeing something nobody else could. He needs this time to forge shield and sword and spirit to prepare for the battle ahead, because ultimately he and he alone will face the dark. She blinked suddenly. What did I just say? Hermione opened her mouth to respond, and snapped it shut again as the wooden door opened, revealing an impressive-looking battle-ready Dumbledore, with Professor Snape and Moody just behind him. "Professor," Hermione said hurriedly, jumping in before anyone else could. "You have to help us." Dumbledore frowned heavily at them, while Snape sneered. Moody motioned at her. "Before we do anything, you'll explain how you lot managed to crash through the Hogwarts wards." "Well," Ron exchanged a quick look with Neville. "That wasn't us so much as—" He grimaced, clearly unwilling to give up Harry as the culprit. "Potter." Snape immediately jumped to the right conclusion. "It wasn't Harry's fault. Harry was just— We needed to find out what happened, and— You can't blame Harry. Harry just sent us away, and— I think Hogwarts has pretty colors." A sharp whistle cut through their combined babble, and yanked their attention back to the concerned-looking headmaster. "Miss Granger, perhaps you could explain from the beginning what has happened." Dumbledore said calmly. Hermione took a deep breath and nodded, her hair bouncing lightly around her shoulders. "When Neville came back from the infirmary, we went to see Harry." Dumbledore's roomy eyes sharpened brightly. "You were there when I visited with Professor Trilani." "In Harry's room, yes." Hermione agreed, refusing to feel guilty for seeing Harry despite Dumbledore's advice. "When you left, well, Professor Trelawney went kind of funny and had a vision." Ron supplied, helpfully, stepping up to stand close to Hermione in support. "Something to do with someone who had worn a cursed object dying and being reunited with their loved ones, Professor." Ginny added. Harry thought. Hermione had to stop and take another breath as tears stung her eyes again at the memory of Sirius lying dead. Harry thought it meant Sirius. Ron's hand patted her awkwardly on the back. "So, we went to St. Mungo's to check on Sirius." Neville said gravely. "You did what?" Snape spluttered indignantly. "We went to London." Neville repeated, his shoulders straightening as he met Snape's furious glare. Nobody, he shot a look at Dumbledore, was telling Harry anything. Typical Potter. Snape snapped. Of course he had to know, and so off he went to London. "Snape," Moody growled, his magical I word, and spun before fixing on Neville. "That isn't the end of it, is it, lad?" Neville shook his head. "We found out." He stopped, and Hermione could see him struggle to find the words. "We found out Sirius is dead." The adults blinked at them in shock. Dumbledore looked dumbfounded. "I'm afraid that's impossible." "It's not impossible," Hermione argued. We saw for ourselves." The memory of Sirius's broken body on the gurney had her covering her face, as though she could block the sight from her memory. "Miss Granger," Snape sneered, "Black is currently alive and well. Whatever you think you saw, don't talk to her like that. We saw the body." Ron roared, white with rage, his freckles standing out in sharp relief. "Professor Snape is quite right. You might have seen a body, but it could not have been Sirius." Dumbledore asserted calmly. "Last night, it was quickly ascertained that St. Mungo's was not secure, nor could the healers there deal with his injury. Thus Sirius was taken to the Valley Clinic by Dr. Jordan. Professor McGonagall has gone with him." They all stared at him. But that can't be true," Hermione said, "because if Sirius is in the States, then whose body did we see in the morgue? And, my God, Harry." She raised her stricken gaze to Dumbledore. "Harry thinks Sirius is dead. Where is Potter?" Snape demanded. "He was just so upset." Hermione said in a rush. "He sent us back here." Neville interjected. We have to get back to St. Mungo's and find him. I will go and retrieve Harry, Dumbledore said crisply. Not without me, Hermione said, raising her chin and glaring at him. If you had just told Harry when you saw him this morning, none of this would have happened. A part of her was appalled at how she was speaking to her headmaster, but she was just furiously angry with Dumbledore. I'm coming too, Neville said firmly. I'm sworn to Harry's service. I can't leave him there. It would be against the oath I took. Me too, Ron insisted. Dumbledore held up his hand and sighed. Very well. Severus, you'll come with us and protect the children. Nobody looked happy at his pronouncement, but putting up with Snape was better than being left behind. Dumbledore whirled around and marched to the infirmary flue. He took a pinch of powder and threw it into the flames. St. Mungo's. Snape went through first, and Hermione followed after him. He held her back when she would have stormed to the morgue, and as she waited for the others, the strange chaos surrounding her filtered through her worry. A large number of Aurors were gathered in the reception, a gawking and babbling crowd around them, peering into the huddle as they tried to get more information. What's going on? Hermione murmured. A passing healer overheard her and paused. Someone wrecked the wards. She hissed and hurried off. I wonder who? Snape jeered. Hermione glared at him. The others stumbled through the flue and went as equally wide-eyed at the sight of the reception area. Dumbledore strode through and immediately caught the attention of one of the Aurors. Professor Dumbledore, sir. The dark-skinned man called out with relief. It's good to see you. The wards. Dumbledore nodded briskly, his eyes taking on a faraway gaze as he magically took in the damage. I will confer with Directors Croaker and Bones to re-establish them. Where? Morgue, sir. The Auror gave a grateful smile. Epicenter of the magical disturbance was there. Hermione followed after Dumbledore, Ron falling into step beside her. Luna and Ginny flanked Neville, while Snape brought up the rear. The morgue fairly glimmered with magic. Oh, my dear boy, muttered Dumbledore as he passed through the double doors. The inside of the morgue was filled with people Amelia Bones, Bertie Croaker, and Remus among them. Remus caught sight of their entry immediately and did a double take. He strode over, a furious scowl on his face. Where is Harry? He glared at Dumbledore. Now, Remus... Dumbledore began soothingly even as he sketched a privacy bubble that encased the room and its occupants. Don't. Remus growled, his eyes flashing amber. His magic is all over this room. What was he doing here, and where is he now? He's gone, asked Hermione before Dumbledore got a chance to derail her question. Remus snapped his eyes to hers. What happened, Hermione? I think we would be... Dumbledore began. Harry overheard Professor Trilani say that someone wearing a cursed object would die, and he thought it was probably Sirius, so we all came with him here to find out, and, well... Hermione waved a hand towards the once again covered-up body across the morgue. We thought that was Sirius. Remus glowered at Dumbledore and took a step toward him. Why would Harry come here when you were supposed to tell him that Sirius was at the Valley Clinic? Dumbledore's cheeks tinted red. I had to spend most of the morning with Hagrid after that appalling article this morning, and I thought it was perhaps best to wait until I had more time to explain. Hermione noticed Snape shoot Dumbledore a disgusted look before he hid it behind his usual sneer. Of course you thought best. Remus shook his head. Why didn't you tell him? Ron blurted out. Hermione folded her arms and pierced Remus with a pointed stare as she registered the truth of Ron's accusatory tone. Yes, she added briskly. Why didn't you? You said something about how you were going to tell Harry Sirius was gone when Harry and I eavesdropped on you earlier. What? When? Remus looked confused before the moment Hermione was referring to seemed to come back to him. I meant, how was I going to tell him Lawrence was dead on top of his being told Sirius was gone to America? He waved his hands at them. And why would you kids think Lawrence Appleby was Sirius anyway? It looked like Sirius. Ron jumped in before Hermione could reply. Remus frowned heavily, his eyes dimming down to a brown before flashing amber again. He went back to the body and ran a diagnostic spell. Amelia watched the results appear and swore. Pettigrew was here again. This is a... Remus started, but cut himself off as his eyes landed on Hermione and the other teenagers around her. He drew in another breath. So let me summarize. He pointed at Dumbledore. You decide not to tell Harry the truth about where Sirius is. I was with Hagrid and didn't want to worry Harry when I couldn't be with him. Dumbledore said defensively. And Harry, Remus continued on, worried regardless of your efforts, and attempted to come and see Sirius for himself. Only Sirius isn't here, and the rat sees Harry and sees Sirius isn't here and decides to take advantage by using Lawrence's body to mimic Sirius. He waved his hand at Hermione. Have I got this right? Hermione nodded quickly. Harry was very upset. His magic, he sent us all back to Hogwarts. He didn't give us a choice. And so we have a distraught, powerful, and grief-stricken wizard missing. Remus glared at Dumbledore, and he wasn't the only one. But more importantly, we have a young boy who believes his father is dead. To be fair, I could not have anticipated this. Dumbledore pointed out calmly, although there was a faint hint of chagrin in his blue eyes. Remus gave a huff. But you could have prevented it. He pushed a hand through his hair. I have to find Harry. Amelia placed a hand on his shoulder. We'll find him, Remus. Ron clicked his fingers. What about Dobby? Won't he know where Harry is? Remus's eyes widened for a moment before he called for the elf. Dobby didn't appear. Remus frowned heavily. Mumby, the black elf assigned to the school house, popped into the morgue with a guarded expression. Mumby Bess here, steward. I need you to tell me where Harry is, Mumby. Remus instructed tersely, almost vibrating with impatience. Hermione found herself holding her breath as she waited for the elf to answer. I cannot answer, steward. Orders from the air. Mumby said, waggling his ears in distress. Harry thinks Sirius is dead. Hermione jumped in. Can you tell him he isn't and to come home? Mumby's round, protruding eyes blinked rapidly. Elves cannot be sensing Lord Black. That's because Lord Black is in a time bubble. Bertie explained patiently. You can inform Harry that his father is at the Valley Clinic. Mumby started rocking side to side. Air orders, all but Dobby from his side. Only the Lord can overrule. Damn it. Remus snarled and whirled away. Thank you, Mumby. Amelia said softly. I believe you can return to your normal duties. Well, this is unfortunate. Dumbledore sighed. Unfortunate. Remus stomped back up to Dumbledore. This is your fault. Perhaps rather than laying blame, we should focus on retrieving Potter. Snape stepped up to Dumbledore, drawing Remus's attention. Hermione rubbed her head and tried to think how they could find Harry. What about the family magic? Is there any way that we can find him through that? If Sirius was able to call it, yes, Amelia informed her briskly, but I'd rather not wait until he's back before we try to find Harry. That wasn't what she had meant. Hermione fumed silently. Of course, they couldn't wait for Sirius to return in a week before trying to find Harry. Merlin help us all if we haven't found Harry by the time Sirius returns. Bertie pointed out quietly. The family magic, Snape pondered out loud. Won't he realize that he was wrong about Black's demise when he does the inheritance ritual? I very much doubt that Harry will attempt the inheritance ritual. Severus. Remus retorted. He's grieving for Sirius. Confirming his succession as Lord Black is going to be the last thing on his mind. Snape looked at him, skeptically, but bowed his head in acceptance. Ginny tentatively raised her hand. Wouldn't he have gone back home? I mean, that's where I would go if. Remus brightened at the thought and snapped his fingers. I'll check. Good. Amelia said crisply. We'll reconvene in 1 hour at Hogwarts, if you haven't found him by then. I want to come with you. Hermione stepped in front of Remus as he made to leave. Remus gently shook his head. You said Harry sent you back to Hogwarts? I'm sure he was trying to protect you, and that was right. You should all be back at Hogwarts. He placed a hand on her shoulder. I'll find him. Without another word, he marched out. Amelia sighed and rubbed her head. Let's hope Harry has gone home. We can't publicly declare Harry missing and do a large-scale search. It'll play right into Voldemort's hands and cause chaos. Agreed. Bertie sighed tiredly. We should start thinking about how we can find Harry if he isn't at any of his usual abodes. Well, let's put our thinking caps on and reconvene in my office in an hour. Dumbledore asserted authoritatively. That should include us too. Neville waved a hand at the group of teenagers. They all turned to look at him, and Hermione realized with a start that her friend had assumed his role as Harry's second. His face was set in determined lines, a stubborn cast to his jaw. Now, Mr. Longbottom. Dumbledore began. Headmaster, this was your doing. Neville stated forcefully. Had you told Harry the truth, as Remus clearly asked you to, Harry would never have come here. He would never have been tricked into believing Sirius was dead. We would not have been tricked. And just because you're our headmaster, don't think for a moment that you're in charge here and making the decisions. That's enough, Longbottom. Snape snarled angrily. Neville ignored him, continuing to glower at Dumbledore. Harry being missing is an alliance matter. He's sworn to protect us, and we are sworn to protect him. He's right. Amelia stated firmly. The Alliance, well, key members of the Alliance at any rate will need to be informed. Dumbledore made a dismissive hand wave. I'm sure young Remus will find Harry shortly, and we can put this whole thing behind us without anyone else having to be involved. Amelia regarded him evenly, and Hermione admired her rock-steady calm in the face of Dumbledore's natural authority. Amelia didn't challenge him aggressively, but she made it clear that she wasn't afraid of him and wasn't simply going to bend to his will either. We'll wait until we meet in your office in an hour. Amelia made a circular gesture that encompassed the teenagers. All of us. If Harry is back, fine. She smiled humorlessly. If he's not, then we'll inform those who need to be informed. Very well. Dumbledore said, clearly irritated that he wasn't getting the final say. Hermione didn't care about his annoyance. She was just relieved that she wasn't going to be shut out of looking for Harry. And as she turned to follow the headmaster back to the flue, she only hoped that Remus would find Harry, and that it wouldn't matter at all. Somehow Harry had expected it to be much harder to get to the Potter Vault, but when he'd shown up at Gringotts and made his request to a teller, it had been surprisingly easy. He quickly filled a pouch with money. He was going to need money to travel, to buy food, all the necessities of life. Surviving had been the only coherent thought he'd had once he'd operated away from the hospital. That, and he had to move fast. The sheer amount of magic he'd expended at the hospital would soon alert everyone to his running away. No, not running away. He wasn't running away like a coward. He was staying away from his friends and family to protect them. Retreating. Regrouping. The terms from the military books Moody had made him read as part of his leadership training echoed through his head. He'd ensured he was hidden. He'd called Dobby to collect a few key items for him, namely his invisibility cloak, his photo album, and some clothes. He'd also called the black elf that had taken over from Creature and ordered that his location not be disclosed to anyone, that the elves themselves stay away from him, so they would be safe, just like he'd sent his friends to safety. Ron and Hermione were going to be furious with him, probably Neville too, but they were safe, and that was all that mattered. He wouldn't let anyone else die trying to protect him. His eyes caught on the trunks from Godric's Hollow. Too many people had died, already. He shivered, a tug on his spirit, and his gaze drifted to land on the small innocuous box that sat on the shelving. The Resurrection Stone. Without thinking, he raised his hand, and the box zipped across the space and landed in his palm. He struggled with the storm of emotion that swept through him like a tidal wave. He could talk with Sirius. He could talk with his parents. He closed his eyes and wrestled the temptation back. He pushed the small box into a pocket and stood up to leave. His exit from Gringotts was swift, and he immediately operated again. His bedroom at Privet Drive was freezing. The house had been abandoned by the Dursleys and bought immediately by Sirius. He'd told no one except Harry that they owned the property. Harry's mind slipped back to the summer. He was always happy to spend time with his new father and thrilled that their Sundays had been designated for father-son quality time. He sensed Sirius was a little nervous about their trip that day, though, and wondered why. "Hold on," Sirius said. "We're going to apparate to our destination." He placed his arm around Harry's shoulders, and Harry leaned into Sirius's solid premise. They landed in the back garden of Harry's old house. "Phew," Sirius said brightly. "Was a bit worried I wouldn't remember it right." Harry tensed. "Why are we here?" "Good question. Pronglet," Sirius said, leading him up to the back door and waving his wand at it. So it opened. "We're here because this just became our newest property." "Why?" demanded Harry as they stepped into the kitchen. It had been left with the Dursleys' old furniture and belongings as part of the deal Sirius had agreed with Petunia on Harry's custody, had him providing a sum of money for her to furnish and decorate her new property. "Because it's an asset," Sirius said with enough gravitas that Harry knew he was serious. "An asset," Harry mumbled unbelievingly. "Your mum created a blood ward around this place. A very strong, pretty, impenetrable blood ward that kept you safe for years. It's weak right now because you've barely lived here for most of the last year, and your aunt has moved out, and its strength was predicated on you living here with your aunt, renewing its energy through the spell of protection your mum cast at her death." Sirius spun his wand in his hand, absently. "Now there's no way that we're having you live here with your aunt, but I did some digging, and there is another way to renew the protection." "How?" Harry asked, curious despite himself. "Blood," Sirius grimaced. "We have to unfortunately reinforce the original binding with our blood. Your blood and mine, as you living with me, is now what anchors your protection." "But why keep this place at all?" Harry asked tentatively. "I don't get it. I mean, we have our house and the manor and all the other properties, so why have this place?" "Because very few people would ever think to look for you here," Sirius said patiently. "Nobody except Dumbledore and a few others even know the address of where you used to live, and certainly those who do wouldn't think you'd ever return here, since you hated your life here. A bit like how nobody thought I'd go back to Black Manor this time because I hated it there." Harry began to understand. "People will look in the obvious places," Sirius continued. "They'll look at places you considered safe and home. This place isn't one of those, and that's why it's perfect. Not only that, but only you and I even know we own the property now. I've already added some minor wards, notice me not, muggle repelling, that kind of thing. Once we've renewed the blood ward, this will make a good bolt hole if we ever need it." Only you and me? Harry frowned. Remus doesn't know. Sirius shook his head. I trust Moony, Harry, I do. But we need somewhere even he doesn't know about. This place, he waved a hand around the kitchen, is our secret. And it had remained their secret. Harry swiped at his eyes, and when he lowered his hand, Dobby was there in front of him, sat on a small trunk with Hedwig perched on his shoulder. Dobby sniffed at the sight of the bedroom and snapped his fingers. Instantly the broken furniture was mended, the stale air gone, and a magical warmth covered Harry like a blanket. Hedwig flew to Harry's shoulder, and she began nuzzling his hair. He felt his resolve waver under her comforting touch. Don't you be worrying, Master Harry Potter, Dobby said solemnly. Dobby's be taking care of you. You should leave, Dobby, and I bess a free elf, and I bess choosing to remain with you as your Patty would have wanted. You's be hungry and tired. Too much magic. You'll need to sleep. Dobby ushered him to the bed, and a moment later Harry was in pajamas and being tucked into bed, horizontal, the last of his energy drained out of him. He was tired, so tired. The pain of his loss snaked through him again, and he gave a sob, turning his head into the pillow. He felt the tug of Morpheus and gave into it, tumbling into sleep and darkness where the pain couldn't reach him, where he could dream that he hadn't lost Sirius. The newspaper was thrown across the kitchen with a snarl, and Peter quickly rearranged his expression into one of abject servitude. He had known as soon as he had read the rag with its report of a magical catastrophe at St. Mungo's the day, before being nothing more than a result of a cursed body being blown up, that the Dark Lord was not going to be happy, especially when he'd been so gleeful at Peter's retelling of what had really occurred. Report. The Dark Lord snapped at Dennis Travers. Travers drew himself up, but his expression was respectful and filled with deference. The traitor Karkarov reports that the boy is back at Hogwarts and is currently being kept in protective seclusion in his rooms along with Black. You don't believe it. The Dark Lord's red eyes bore into his minion. The Alliance kids had been sent home rather than staying on at the castle as planned. Travers shrugged. If Black and Potter are there, why do that? Something's not right. You believe Potter is still missing? The Dark Lord probed. Travers nodded. Patrols this morning acted as though they were looking for something, and the oaf left his shack to join them, search the forest at the headmaster's urging. He's been shut in there since Skeeter's article yesterday about his being half-giant. The Dark Lord turned to Barty, who was kneeling by his chair, and pushed a childish hand through Barty's hair. Has Severus made contact? No, Barty said, leaning into the touch in a manner that made Peter's gut churn. Contact him. The Dark Lord ordered. He will know the truth. Barty immediately leaped to his feet, eager to prove his worth after his previous failure. The Dark Lord nodded approvingly at Travers. You've done well, Dennis. Return to Hogwarts and continue to watch. Travers gave a small bow and disappeared into the vanishing cabinet. Fetch a map. The Dark Lord motioned at Peter, and Peter knew better than to dally. He hastened to the sideboard and pulled out an old encyclopedia that had been left there. It had a map of Britain, and he swiftly flicked to the right page and placed it in front of the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord pointed his wand at the book and muttered a spell under his breath. A yellow light sprang from the wand's tip, skittered around the map, and slid off the page to dissipate harmlessly on the floor. Interesting. The Dark Lord mused contemplatively as his snake slithered around his chair. Potter is well shielded or somewhere unplottable, but he is definitely not at Hogwarts. He tapped his fingers against the edge of the dining room table. Shall we search for him? Peter inquired, unable to stay silent any longer. The Dark Lord's eyes slid to Peter briefly before returning to the map. No, I think not. A wave of his wand had the book sent back to the sideboard. We shall let him remain broken and hiding, grieving for his father, looking over his shoulder in the belief that I will try to find him when he is so vulnerable. What better way to torture him for our ritual? Brilliant, master. Peter simpered. The Dark Lord's lips twisted into a mockery of a smile. And I believe we shall ask Severus to pass on that we are hunting for Potter, though. It should keep Dumbledore and his minions running around and allow us time to set things up for the second task. Peter smiled tightly and nodded. It looked like he had been right in his decision to remain loyal to his master. Potter had run away like the scared child he was, and the Dark Lord was once again proving why he was the most powerful wizard around. Remus blew out a frustrated breath as he dropped into the chair by the fire. The parlor in the schoolhouse was small but cozy, and Remus needed its warmth and familiarity while he took a moment to rest. He rubbed at his tired eyes. It had been 5 days since Harry had gone missing. 5 very long, very tiring days of searching with no sign of Harry. It looked increasingly likely that they weren't going to find Harry before Sirius came home. Remus closed his eyes. He wasn't looking forward to telling Sirius Harry was missing. Guilt suffused him again. He should gone to Hogwarts as soon as Sirius had disappeared in the whirl of the portkey to the valley. Clinic. He should have ensured Harry was comforted and fully informed about Sirius's healing and condition. Sirius was going to kill him. Why had he trusted Dumbledore to tell Harry what had happened? Why had he chosen to stay at the hospital in the hopes that Wormtail would reappear and they could trap him? Hadn't he learned from what had happened in 81 when Sirius had made the same choices? It wouldn't happen again, Remus swore to himself. He only hoped Sirius and Harry would forgive him for his poor decisions. The thought made him pause for a moment, as he realized deep down he expected that when Sirius did return, Harry would be found. Of course he believed that, Remus mused, Sirius would turn over every rock in Britain to find Harry. Padfoot wouldn't rest until he had found his son and brought him home. Home. The memory of searching Griffin House and finding nothing raced through his brain again. He had been so sure Harry would have sought sanctuary there. The sound of the fire flaring caught Remus's attention. The flames turned green, and a moment later Tonks stepped out. She looked frazzled. Her pink hair was tied back into a braid, but tendrils had come loose and drifted haphazardly around her face. There were purple circles under her eyes, giving truth to her exhaustion. Her aura robes were wrinkled and creased as though she had been wearing them for days. "Hey," Tonks said, and fell into the opposite chair with a groan. She raised her hand and gave a half-hearted wave. "Anything?" Remus shook his head. "Nothing. You." It was Tonks's turn to shake her head. The directors got more patrols out in the alley, around Hogwarts and Hogsmeade, and at the hospital, but so far nothing. The underage magical sensor hasn't activated either. So wherever he is, he's either not doing magic or he's heavily shielded. Has there been no sign of him at any of the properties? I've alarmed every property in the Black and Potter estates here in Britain, Remus said. He's not taking refuge in any of them. He sighed. None of his friends have had any contact with him. I know Amelia was hoping that by sending them home to their parents, it might tempt him into approaching them, but are you sure they aren't lying, protecting him? Tonks asked carefully. Remus nodded. Hermione's too upset that he's missing for him to have contacted her. Ron is angry and resentful that he hasn't been contacted. It's written all over his face. Neville's too stoic when asked. He's trying to keep it together because Harry isn't around. He sighed. I don't think Harry's close enough to either Luna or Ginny to have approached them, and besides, he sent them all back to Hogwarts to protect them. He's staying away from everyone to protect them. That had been clear Once they'd had the chance to examine Hermione's memory of what had happened at St. Mungo's in Dumbledore's Pensive, a noise behind them had them both turning. Sion stepped into the room, tying the belt on her silky purple dressing gown tighter. "You both look wiped out. Have either of you eaten?" Both Remus and Tonks replied negatively at the same time. Sion motioned for them to follow her into the kitchen. "Where's Mumby?" Remus asked, slumping onto the bench at the kitchen table, Tonks sitting beside him, and leaving the opposite bench free for Sion. "Back at the manor," Sion said, heading to the Aga and pulling on heavy oven mitts. "I thought it was best to have someone there in case." Remus gave her a grateful smile, oblivious to Tonks's annoyance at the other woman's thoughtful action. Sion took out a casserole dish from the lower oven and set it on the center of the table. A moment later, she had cutlery and plates in front of them and was spooning out a thick, beefy stew. She set bread on the table beside it, and without asking, she poured them both a glass of Merlot before sitting down with her own glass of wine. "Thank you, Sion," Remus said, his stomach growling appreciatively at the taste and scent of the food. He hadn't eaten since a quick chocolate bar at lunchtime. "Yes," Tonks waved her spoon. "Thank you. I hope Harry has something to eat," Remus said, feeling a little guilty as his hunger abated. "Dobby is with him," Sion pointed out. "He's pretty devoted. I can't see him letting Harry starve." "He won't," Tonks agreed. "That elf is too obsessed with his master Harry Potter." She twirled her spoon around. "And we know Harry has money, Remus." It was the one thing that they had been able to verify. Harry had gone straight to Gringotts and visited the family vault. There had been a small withdrawal of funds too small to sustain Harry for long, but enough to tide him over for about a month. "What I find weird is that any male owl won't leave with a letter for him," Tonks added. "He somehow managed to convince them that they're not to give him anything. Is Hedwig still missing?" Sion sipped her wine. "Nobody's seen sight nor sound of her." Remus scooped up some stew. "The current theory is she's with Harry." He let a small smile touch his lips. Somehow knowing the owl was with Harry reassured him. Hedwig seemed to consider Harry her charge. She would look after him. "So," Tonks said despondently, "we know nothing. There are no leads, no reports of him, no signs of contact. It's like he's disappeared into thin air." "Which is good, isn't it?" Sion said softly. "If we can't find him, neither can you know, Voldemort." Remus stressed the name and shot Tonks a look not to argue with Sion. He gave a short, sharp nod. "And in some ways, you're right. Severus says that they're looking but haven't found him yet. He's leaking false leads to them to keep them off track." He pushed his plate away and picked up his wine. It was horrifying that the only good news they had was that the bad guys were no closer to finding Harry than they were. "Mom and Dad are devastated," Tonks murmured. "They think they should have offered to have stayed with Harry when they heard about Sirius being injured." She grimaced. "I should have stayed with Harry. Dumbledore should have just followed his bloody instructions and told Harry the truth." Remus countered before his ire deflated. "In truth, there's plenty of blame to round. I should have been with Harry." Sion reached over and clasped his hand. "This wasn't your fault either, Remus." Tonks placed a hand on his shoulder. "Sion is right. The only people to blame here are Dumbledore for not allaying Harry's worry in the first place, causing him to run off to St. Mungo's, and the Rat for taking advantage of Harry's suspicion that Sirius was dead and tricking him into believing it for real. Remus was going to kill Wormtail. Slowly, the wolf inside him was in complete agreement. "What's the plan for tomorrow?" Sion asked. "Are you going out searching again?" "I'm going to talk to Petunia." Remus noted their blank looks. "Harry's aunt." Tonks pulled a face, her hair cycling through colors and giving away her inner thoughts. "Why? You don't think Harry would have gone to her? Seriously? She's his aunt. Remus said simply. She and that horrible family of hers might have treated Harry appallingly, but they were to all extent and purposes the only family he had for years. He took a sip of his wine as he tried to put his thoughts into words. I don't think he's with her, but I do think she might know where he would have gone. I doubt that woman has any idea where Harry might have gone in the magical world. Tonks argued fiercely, but she might have some idea of where he'd hide in the Muggle. Sion rejoined fiercely. Her eyes flashed across to Remus's. That's why you want to talk with her, isn't it? To see if Harry is hiding in the Muggle world. Partially, Remus said carefully, trying not to let his discomfort at the two women glaring at each other show. She may well have some thoughts about the Muggle world, and if so, I'm hopeful that they'll translate to the magical. I don't believe Harry is in the Muggle world. Dobby and Hedwig would be difficult to explain. You really think she'll know anything of value? Tonks said skeptically. She knows Harry. Remus repeated. As much as I hate to admit it, she was his caretaker for the first 13 years of his life. And yes, she might not have wanted to have anything to do with him, but she raised him, and on some level she knows his habits, where he goes when he's upset, what he's likely to do. He sighed heavily again, or at least I hope so. Tonks patted his shoulder and gave a sympathetic grimace. Well, we've got to have hope, right? Remus nodded and felt Sion's fingers tighten around his. He drew away from the comfort of the two women, uncomfortable with their support and feeling decidedly undeserving of it. Thank you for the food, Sion. I'm going to turn in now. He wouldn't sleep again, would stare up at the ceiling as he had done every night since Harry had gone missing. Perhaps tomorrow they'd find Harry, and then he could sleep again. December 31st, 1994. Harry woke between one breath and the next, sitting up and gasping for air. He sat, panting softly for a long moment, before he rubbed a hand over his face and tried to remember what had happened. Everything came back to him in a rush, and he slumped back against the pillow, huddling back into his bedding. Sirius was dead, and he was back at Privet Drive because nobody would look for him at his old Muggle house. Because Sirius had bought it as a bolt hole for him. Because Sirius had cared about him, loved him, and Harry had never told him. The tears seeped out of his eyes and into the pillow. There was a gentle flap of wings, and he felt Hedwig landing on the pillow behind him, her beak nuzzling into his hair as she gave what comfort she could. He missed Sirius so much. A small pop gave away Dobby's entry, and Harry wasn't startled when the elf's hand patted his back awkwardly. All's as being all right, Master Harry Potter, sir. Dobby murmured quietly. Harry shook his head. Nothing's going to be all right again, Dobby. He shifted carefully, aware of Hedwig beside him. She hopped up onto the bedside table, and Dobby handed him his glasses as he got himself upright. He felt exhausted still. He inched out of bed and to the bathroom, standing under the warm spray. Memories filtered through the fog of tiredness, of waking up before, fed warm soup and urged to drink sweet hot chocolate, of a cool cloth against his forehead, of being ushered into the bathroom, into a shower, and clean clothes, fresh bed linen scent as he slid back to sleep again. He felt a momentary flush of embarrassment that Dobby had taken care of him so much. He finished up his shower and dragged on a bathrobe. He wandered back into his old bedroom and found Dobby waiting with a tray of food. Harry pushed his embarrassment to one side and met Dobby's kind eyes directly. You've been taking care of me. The tiredness that still dogged his limbs was familiar, magical exhaustion. Dobby will always best taking care of his master Harry Potter, Dobby stated with complete conviction. Harry nodded as he got back into bed. Thank you, Dobby. He looked around the room, At the thin daylight filtering through surprisingly cheerful curtains, Dobby had obviously redecorated while Harry slept. "How long was I?" Dobby silently handed him a stack of newspapers as he settled the tray across Harry's lap. "Dobby, best getting you breakfast." It looked good, and Harry's stomach growled appreciatively. He dug into the scrambled eggs and buttered toast while flicking open the paper on the top of the pile. It was dated the day after Boxing Day, and the headline gave away the cover story for what had happened at St. Mungo's. He scanned the articles and couldn't find anything about Sirius's death. He tossed it aside and reached for the next newspaper. Several newspapers later, and he'd pushed the tray away, frowning as he considered the lack of any kind of announcement about Sirius. He was certain that they would have reported it. Maybe the War Council or the Alliance had decided not to publish the information to the press yet, Harry mused. Maybe they'd decided it wasn't politically the right time, or would give Voldemort too much of an advantage. It was probably why there was nothing about his own disappearance. His gut twinged with guilt as his gaze snagged on a small article in one of the early papers about how the rest of the Hogwarts students had returned home. He wondered what had happened to the plan for everyone to stay on at the school. Maybe they'd gone home out of respect for Sirius. His heart ached a little at the thought of Hermione. They'd had plans for New Year's Eve. Nothing very special, just a promise to spend it together, to kiss at the change of the year. But it was New Year's Eve, and he couldn't spend it with her. He had to protect her. And if that meant he couldn't be with her, then that was just the way it was. His fingers brushed over the article again, and he pressed his lips together. "Dobby," Harry said, "is the last paper today's paper?" Dobby nodded eagerly. "So, it's the last day of the year." Harry murmured. Tomorrow would bring a new year. A year without Sirius. Harry rubbed his head tiredly and picked up his abandoned cup of tea. He sipped as he tried to come up a plan. Any plan. What would Sirius want him to do? Well, it didn't matter because Sirius wasn't there anymore, Harry thought angrily. But his anger drained away, quickly overwhelmed by the pain he felt at not having Sirius in his life. It came down to what Sirius had been trying to teach him, and what they had planned already. His responsibility to the houses of Black and Potter, being prepared to fight Voldemort, not giving in and coming out fighting in the tournament. So, he sipped his tea. First thing was his responsibility to the houses of Black and Potter. He shouldn't have just run off and left them. Yes, he'd done it to protect them, but he owed them more than silence. He sighed and pushed a hand through his messy hair. Hedwig spread her wings and looked at him pointedly. "Letters. I should send letters." Harry paused. Or a letter. Maybe to Augusta. She would be the de facto adult leader of the Alliance, with Sirius gone. Of course, if he only sent a letter to Augusta, Neville would be pissed, Hermione hurt, and Ron incandescent. And he probably owed a letter to Moony, who was no doubt as devastated as Harry was himself about Sirius's death. He blew out a frustrated breath. Okay, so he was writing letters to all of them. What could he tell them? What exactly was his plan? To track down Voldemort by himself and confront him once and for all? It was a plan, of sorts. The Alliance could focus on the last piece of the treasure hunt, and he would take care of Voldemort. But he needed everything to happen before the second task in February, or he'd end up having to go to Hogwarts to take part in the tournament no matter what. He probably needed something more than taking care of Voldemort as a plan too, possibly maybe more than finding Voldemort. He scratched his forehead absently. One thing at a time. Harry's eyes strayed to his heir ring. He should probably consider doing the inheritance ritual, but he couldn't face it. Not right then. Tomorrow, Harry decided, he would do it tomorrow at the beginning of the new year. But first he needed to say goodbye to Sirius, to his father. There'd been no report of a memorial or funeral, but Harry was certain that they wouldn't have waited for him, and if they were, there was no way that he was going to be able to go. No, he'd say his goodbyes in private. He glanced over to the small wooden box on his old desk, felt the tug in his spirit as its contents called to him once again. And he just knew how he was going to do it. Remus stared at the package of letters that sat on the coffee table as Augusta directed everyone to their seats. He was perched on a chair, almost falling off the edge, his eyes pinned to the large envelope. Hermione sat down in the chair next to him, her mother offering Remus a sympathetic smile as she sat on the arm of her daughter's seat and placed a comforting arm around Hermione's shoulders. Ron sat next to Neville on the sofa, the two of them both wearing determined, stubborn expressions that gave them an air of solidarity. Arthur and Molly Weasley took the second sofa, while Dumbledore conjured himself an armchair. Andromeda followed his example. Both Richard and Amelia Bones eschewed a seat, choosing to stand, and Augusta took the remaining chair. Augusta cleared her throat. Just after lunch, Hedwig appeared in the garden. She flew in, dropped the envelope, and flew out again before we could attempt to stop her. "You're certain it was Hedwig?" Amelia asked tersely. Augusta bristled. "I recognize the owl, and we've checked the envelope just to be safe. There's no sign of tampering." She motioned at Remus. "Perhaps you could do the honors." Remus practically pounced on the envelope. He opened it and tipped it up. A cascade of letters fell out and onto the table. Remus scooped them up and handed them out. Hermione clutched hers tightly, hope and fear shining out of her brown eyes. Ron's face settled into grim satisfaction. Neville looked relieved, while Augusta looked surprised when Remus handed her the final one while he kept his own clutched in his hand. "It's addressed to the Potter Alliance." Augusta said slowly. "Read it." Richard encouraged. Augusta unfolded the letter. "Dear friends, I should start with an apology for leaving the way I did, but with Sirius's death, I can no longer justify placing others in danger when I am sworn to protect you." She stopped abruptly before she swallowed hard and continued. "I want you to know that I will defeat Voldemort. I don't ever want you to doubt my commitment to that. I will return to Hogwarts for the second task, but it is my hope that I find him before then." Remus paled rapidly. Merlin. Harry was intent on going after Voldemort by himself. Augusta cleared her throat noisily. "I need the help of the Alliance to continue to maintain the political pressure on those that would support Voldemort to help me find him and a way to defeat him. I know Sirius is a great loss in our fight, but I hope we will honor his memory by continuing his plan. I will be in touch. Harry." She carefully folded the letter and handed it to Amelia. "That poor boy," Dumbledore murmured. Remus suppressed the wolf's urge to growl at him. Instead, he turned to Harry's friends and motioned for them to read their letters. "You don't have to share, but please, read them." It was Ron who tore into his first. He quickly scanned it, frowning, then smiling broadly. "He's good. Says he wants us to continue planning for the second task and making sure things stay the same at Hogwarts." Neville nodded, reading his. He looked reassured, more confident, and Remus was certain that Harry had given him the task of leading the heirs. In contrast, Hermione gave a sob and ran out. Her mother gave an apologetic sigh and went after her. Ron gazed after them unhappily. I guess he didn't say he was being stupid, and asked to get back together with her. Harry had hurt Hermione badly, Remus surmised. It was going to be a mess when the young wizard did return. He slowly unfolded his own letter and scanned the message. "Dear Moony, I feel terrible leaving you to handle everything with Sirius's death and looking after the houses. I know you're grieving for him just as much as I am, and I'm safe. I'm somewhere Sirius found for me. Dobby's looking after me, and Hedwig. I'll keep writing, I promise. I'm so sorry, Moony. It's all my fault, and I promise I'm going to make it right. Snitch. Oh, Harry. Remus murmured softly, his emotions churning wildly. His heart ached for the loss that was written in every word, the grief that seeped through the paper and through his fingers and into his bones. He felt a renewed rush of guilt that he'd trusted Dumbledore to inform Harry hadn't been there for Harry once again. Harry was safe somewhere Sirius had found for him. The thought suddenly stampeded through his head. Of course, Sirius had planned for every contingency. He had known Harry might need a safe place to go at some point in their fight against Voldemort, somewhere secret from everyone, including Remus. The contrast with Petunia was marked since Harry's aunt had expressed little knowledge of Harry's habits when he was upset beyond him doing weird magic. Remus, Andromeda prompted gently. Sirius gave him somewhere safe to run to. Remus replied without looking up. He's there. Well, Dumbledore clapped delighted. All's well. As soon as Sirius returns, he can retrieve Harry, and we'll be lucky if Sirius doesn't kill the lot of us for letting Harry think he was dead in the first place. Remus pointed out, dryly. He deliberately met Dumbledore's eyes, and the old wizard did at least have the grace to look ashamed. But Dumbledore was right. There was nothing more to do than wait until Sirius returned. Another day, and Padfoot would be back in England, hopefully fully healed from his experience at Christmas. Remus felt frustrated that his own efforts to find Harry had been so unsuccessful, but it was gratifying to know that Sirius's contingency planning had worked. Harry was safe. I don't think there's anything more we can do. Remus said out loud. Amelia huffed out an irritated breath of her own, her eyes raking over Dumbledore before she nodded. Cornelius will be relieved to hear that Harry's well-being is confirmed. She shook her head a touch, as though to shake the thought of the Minister of Magic away. I've already sent a portkey to the Valley Clinic for Sirius to use as soon as he's released. It will return him to my office at the Ministry. I thought it was best he find out about Harry on relatively neutral ground. A good idea, Amelia. Dumbledore demurred. Remus suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Amelia didn't. This could all have been avoided, Albus. Amelia stressed. She pushed away from the mantelpiece and glanced at her brother and Augusta. I take it the Alliance will wait for Sirius's return before doing anything else. Augusta gave a slow nod. Her fingers traced over the letter she held. Knowing he is safe. She sighed. We'll wait for Sirius. Although I think one of us should talk with Sirius when this calms down a bit. Richard said, firmly. I can understand why Sirius gave Harry the bolt hole at the beginning of the summer, but things have changed. Harry should view the Alliance as his safe place to come. Exactly. Molly nodded enthusiastically. Harry's just a young boy. He needs supervision and emotional support. What he must have gone through these last few days. Harry doesn't want to put any of us in danger. Neville countered, defending his absent friend. And it's not like he's thinking straight. Ron jumped in. He's grieving. Molly bristled. Ronald. That. Remus raised a hand, bringing an end to the debate. I don't disagree that Harry should view his new extended family and his allies as his first port of call now, when Sirius isn't around, but the boys are right. He rubbed at his forehead tiredly. Harry's in a great deal of pain, blaming himself for Sirius's death, and, in his grief, his immediate thought is that he doesn't want to be the cause of anyone else getting hurt. Hence why he's pushed us all to a distance. And in the case of his school friends, that pushing had been very literal. Well, he's wrong. Hermione's voice sounded from the doorway. She marched into the room, stopping by her previous seat. You can't tell me you think he's right? We should all get to make the decision for ourselves. Actually, Amelia stated dryly, I, for one, am glad he reacted the way he did that day at the hospital. It's all too likely that Pettigrew and maybe some of Voldemort's other minions were close by. If Harry hadn't sent you all back to Hogwarts, we may have ended up with another abduction attempt or worse. Neville's face blanched white, and a quick look at Augusta had Remus convinced that she was in complete agreement with Amelia. Molly placed a hand on Ron's shoulder, and Remus knew she was also contemplating how close the kids had come to being seriously hurt. You'll get the chance to talk to Harry about it when he gets home. Miriam Granger reminded her daughter with the air of something that had been oft repeated. Maybe I don't want to talk with him. Hermione muttered and sat down, crossing her arms over her chest. Remus looked over at Miriam with a grimace. Yes, there were definitely going to be stormy times ahead for the teenagers. He smoothed a hand over his letter. They would count themselves lucky that Harry would be back for there to be stormy times, Remus mused. And regardless that he dreaded serious learning of what had happened, he couldn't wait for Padfoot's return, for Padfoot to make it all right again. The sun shone brightly above him, but Sirius ignored it in favor of glowering out at an undefined point in the majestic scenery. He was back in his Padfoot form. It had taken him a while after waking from the 3-week-long healing coma he'd been placed in to be able to manage the shift without excruciating pain, but he was damned if he was going to let Crouch or anyone deny him the comfort of his animagus form. Sirius fidgeted, his claws sinking into the ground below him. He'd felt as weak as a kitten when he'd woken up 3 days before and hadn't been able to argue with Minnie's sound logic that the valley had been the best place for him to receive treatment. But he had also chafed badly at the news that no one had considered letting Harry accompany him. Sirius missed his son, so much it ached. More than that, with each day that passed, he couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something wasn't right with Harry, that Sirius was needed back home. It was the reason why he'd sought the spot on the mountain where he and Harry had talked once when he'd gone for his morning run. Footsteps alerted him to the approach of Nashi, and Sirius didn't move. Sirius wasn't surprised Nashi had come looking for him. The healer had personally overseen Sirius's treatment. Sirius gave an internal sigh and morphed back to his human shape. Nashi smiled and sank to the ground to sit beside him. "Thank you for changing back, my friend." Sirius huffed audibly. "Minnie told tales on me, didn't she?" The old professor had been hovering worriedly over him during his stay at the clinic. "She is concerned about you," Nashi said calmly. Sirius knew it was futile to argue Minnie's concern wasn't justified. He surrendered gracelessly. "I had another nightmare." Nashi's eyes sharpened thoughtfully. "The same one?" Sirius nodded. "Every night the same thing." Nashi motioned at him. "Tell me about it." He had already described the dream once before, but Sirius acquiesced to the request with a tilt of his head. "Harry is missing, and I'm desperately trying to find him." Sirius swallowed hard, remembering the ache in his heart that had echoed through his dream and into the reality of waking. "And I find him in the cemetery by his parents' grave. I'm running as fast as I can, but before I can reach him, death appears, and—" He sighed heavily. "And that's when I wake up." Nashi regarded him contemplatively. "You are worried about your son. To dream of him is natural. He has a heavy destiny to face. If this was just one dream, one night, I might agree with you." Sirius murmured. "This feels more." He shook himself. "I think something is wrong now." And as he put it into words for the first time, he was struck by the sense that he was right. Something was wrong and his son needed him. "You were involved in a traumatic situation prior to waking here," Nashi said. "Are you certain that isn't simply preying on your mind?" "No," Sirius retorted firmly. "Something is wrong. I just know it." Nashi nodded slowly. "You are mostly healed. I would prefer you to stay a while longer, but I believe returning home and reassuring yourself of Harry's well-being will accelerate your remaining healing." Is there any way I can borrow one of the amulets that allow you to overcome the time bubble? Sirius asked. Nashi raised his eyebrows a touch. You believe you need to return before a week has passed outside. My gut is screaming at me that I need to get home right away. Sirius said, standing up. Then we will get you home. Nashi said. Things moved fast after that. It was only a few hours later that Sirius found himself hugging Minnie goodbye in Nashi's office. Minnie stepped back and patted his arm consolingly. I really hope you are wrong about this, Sirius. So do I, murmured Sirius. He accepted the amulet Nashi handed to him with grim satisfaction. I cannot guarantee how much time will have passed on the outside, how much time you may gain back. Nashi cautioned. Sirius nodded in understanding. He knew deep in his gut that the amulet would return him to when he was needed. Nashi passed him a portkey. I understand it will take you to Director Bones's office. Sirius appreciated that someone had considered the logistics of getting back to Britain. He grimaced apologetically at Minnie. I'll get a replacement sent straight away. As soon as it arrives, Minnie said, I will follow you. Nashi sighed. I am sorry that I was only able to secure one amulet for you. Sirius waited a moment while Minnie assured Nashi that it was fine. I should go. He placed the amulet around his neck and, with a final goodbye, headed out of the clinic. He walked until he felt the telltale tingle on his skin of passing through the magical time barrier. He paused and checked the date, New Year's Eve. He had been gone almost the full week. He frowned and activated the portkey. The tug on his navel was wrenching, and he was wincing when he landed in Amelia's office. Sirius realized he should wait, but the urge to find his son was too great. He made for the flue and headed straight to the schoolhouse. He could walk up to Hogwarts from there. The cozy Hogsmeade house was filled with welcome warmth when Sirius stepped into it. He brushed the remains of the flue powder from his shoulders as he made for the front door, stopping abruptly as he almost collided with Remus in the doorway of the parlor. Moony! Sirius stared at him with bemusement. What are you doing here? Why aren't you with Harry? And the certainty that something was wrong grew in the face of Moony's guilty expression. Sirius drew himself up and glared at his oldest friend. Where is Harry? Remus tried to usher Sirius into the parlor, but stopped when Sirius refused to budge. First things first, Remus said soothingly, Harry is safe. He raised his hands as though to ward Sirius off, but mostly to stop him from talking. He's at the bolt hole you arranged for him. Why? Sirius demanded. The house at Privet Drive was meant to be used only in a dire emergency. Remus sighed tiredly. Did Minerva explain why you were at the clinic? Sirius nodded impatiently. St. Mungo's couldn't treat me. And Wormtail paid you a visit. Remus added. He pushed a hand through his hair, and Sirius absently noted how weary Remus looked. Harry was safe at Hogwarts, so I left it to Albus to tell him what was going on, and I stayed to see if the rat showed again. Sirius suddenly understood where the story was going. What did the old coot do now? He snapped. More what he didn't do. Remus muttered, pushing his hand through his hair again. He didn't tell Harry anything. The growl was completely involuntary and unavoidable. Sirius felt strangely connected with his inner Grim after the fight with Rookwood, and his inner Grim was ready to tear Dumbledore to pieces. Trilani was looking after him. Trilani. Remus continued. Harry overheard her having a vision where she said someone would die, and he thought it was you, so... He sighed. He broke out of Hogwarts with his friends and went to St. Mungo's. This isn't explaining how he ended up running away. Sirius said impatiently. Remus waved at him to calm down. The rats saw him at the hospital, realized Harry thought you were dead somehow, and prompted Sirius, a dread gathering in his gut. and made Harry think you really had died. Remus finished at a rush. Wormtail transfigured Lawrence Appleby's body to look like you. Sirius felt the panic start to rise like a tidal wave inside of him. If Harry thought he was dead, he thought I was dead, so he ran to the bolt hole? Yes. Remus nodded. Sent the rest of his friends back to Hogwarts first, somehow breaking up with Hermione in the act, and I think he ran to protect the rest of us. He sent us letters today, and he pretty much admitted that protecting us was his motivation. He motioned at Sirius. He thinks you died because of your association with him, so... Buggeration, Sirius said furiously. It was a complete mess, but all that mattered was his son was at Privet Drive, thinking Sirius was dead, was alone and hurting, grieving for no reason. He pushed past Remus and headed for the door. As soon as he was clear of the wards, he would apparate. Where are you going? Remus hurried after him. Where do you think I'm going? Sirius snapped without turning around to look at him. I'm going to get Harry. I'll come with you. Remus offered immediately. Sirius whirled around and glared at him, anger at his old friend storming through him suddenly and overwhelming his urge to see Harry. You'll stay here. Remus looked crestfallen and guilty. Sirius. But Sirius was too angry at him. He stabbed a finger in Remus's direction. I trusted you to stay with Harry if I couldn't be there for him. I thought we were trying to avoid the mistakes of the past. And in bloody hell, Remus, you just committed the same mistake I did trusting Dumbledore with Harry's safety. And where is Harry again? Hurt and alone, and... He choked on his words, turned around and stormed out of the house, aware that Remus wasn't following him. He felt a twinge of remorse for yelling at Remus, but his mind was too preoccupied with his need to get to Harry. The wards passed over him as he jumped over the garden gate, and he immediately focused to apparate. The back garden at Privet Drive was in darkness. The Muggle houses next door were lit up with bright green and red Christmas lights. No such effort had been made at Harry's old home. The house was shrouded in darkness. It was late, almost midnight, Sirius assured himself, even as he bounded for the door. Harry had probably decided just to go to bed early. He entered the back door, almost at a run. The kitchen was empty, and the living room clearly hadn't been lived in for a long time, and Sirius wondered if Remus was right and Harry was there. He made his way upstairs, hope and foreboding warring inside of him. Something told him to ignore the rooms that had once been allocated to the Dursleys. He made straight for the smallest bedroom. He opened the door and froze. Master Harry Potter's Patty. Dobby rushed towards him and wrapped himself around Sirius's left leg. You as being alive. Sirius continued to scan the bedroom for any sign of Harry, even as he dropped a hand to pat the elf kindly on the top of his head. Harry had clearly been living in the room. The desk was cluttered with the remains of letter-writing paraphernalia. The bed was made but had clearly been used. Clothes were neatly stacked in the wardrobe, and Hedwig's perch had been placed near the window. Where's Harry, Dobby? Sirius asked urgently, stooping to push the elf away from his leg and look him in the eye. Dobby's ears waggled a sign of distress. Master Harry Potter went to say goodbye to his Patty. Where? Sirius pressed. Dobby fidgeted unhappily. Cemetery. Dobby scared, and Master Harry Potter told Dobby to stay behind. Cemetery. Oh, Merlin. Sirius felt his heart stutter in his chest. Harry was at the cemetery, just like in his dream. He raced out of Privet Drive. He wouldn't let anything happen to Harry. His nightmare was not going to come true, Sirius swore to himself. He wouldn't let death have Harry. Harry transformed back into his human form with a small sigh of relief. Hedwig had carried him in his snitch form most of the way to the cemetery on her back, and tucked up in her feathers, he had been surprisingly warm and comfortable. But he had flown some of the distance, and his body felt sore and tired. Of course, Harry mused, some of it could simply be his lingering magical exhaustion. He hadn't made it better using his animagus form, but he hadn't wanted to take the risk of being spotted by either ally or enemy, and Snitch allowed him to travel about inconspicuously. He had his invisibility cloak with him too, and he was glad of the extra warmth as he wrapped it over his other clothing of heavy denim jeans, a thick black cable sweater, and a short black corduroy jacket. The air was bitterly cold. He was regretting eschewing the black woolen hat and gloves Dobby had tried to press upon him, and as he cast a new, warming charm on himself. He glanced around the cemetery. It was empty, and he figured that most people were tucked up inside their homes, celebrating the new year. Shadows drew strange patterns on the icy ground between the headstones, and a brief look upwards had Harry frowning at the beginnings of a fall of snow, small flakes drifting down from the heavy cloud above that obscured the moon. Harry shook himself and cast another spell to keep the snow off him. He didn't want to get wet. He aimed another spell at Hedwig, perched on a nearby tree, and she hooted appreciatively. It seemed odd that only a week before he'd been there with Sirius, both of them saying goodbye to Harry's parents. Now, Harry was back only to say goodbye to Sirius himself. Harry blinked back tears. He reached into his jacket pocket and took out the wooden box containing the Resurrection Stone. He unholstered his wand and pointed it at the lock, muttering the spell under his breath. Nothing happened. He tried again. The lock shook but didn't open. Harry frowned, frustration curdling in his gut and stinging the backs of his eyes. All he wanted was to say goodbye. Just to say goodbye. Was that too much to freaking ask? His magic surged up to the surface and swirled around him, sending the invisibility cloak flying from his shoulders like Superman's cloak. He snorted and hurriedly reached to tug it back around him. He was no Superman. He breathed in shakily and wrestled his magic back under his skin. Think, Harry told himself briskly. Why wouldn't the lock open? It had obviously been locked by someone powerful, someone like Dumbledore or Bertie. He had the power to overcome their spells, he knew he did, but he couldn't force that amount of power through his usual wand. He wasn't certain his second wand would be any better either, and it was a moot argument as he didn't have it on him. It was exactly like the problem with the collar that Sirius had been forced to wear by Crouch, Harry mused. He had needed the Elder Wand to unlock that, and he needed the Elder Wand to open the box. The problem was that the Elder Wand was with Dumbledore, and Harry wasn't foolish enough to go back to Hogwarts to ask him for it nicely. He figured Dumbledore would lock him into Gryffindor Tower to keep him safe, or maybe lock him into the headmaster's office. He shook his head and put his own trusty holly wand away. What was he going to do? Wait. Hadn't Ollivander said he could call the Elder Wand to him? He frowned heavily. He couldn't remember whether it was Ollivander or Remus or someone else, but who had said it didn't really matter. What mattered was whether it would work. Harry breathed in deeply, closed his eyes, and centered himself as Nashi had taught him over the summer. He reached inside himself and found the tendrils of magic that signified the bond between himself and the wand. And he reached, called out with his mind, "I need you." There was a strange tug as though he was pulling something toward him, and a moment later, the touch of smooth wood against his palm almost made him jump. The wand was in his hand. It had worked. He could call the Elder Wand to him. Harry's heart pounded in his chest, nerves and excitement warring with trepidation. He shook off his tumultuous thoughts about being able to call the wand and focused on unlocking the box. It sprang open easily when he cast with the Elder Wand. He tucked the wooden box back into his pocket and held the stone. He wasn't sure what to do, but the stone sang in his hands just like the wand. He could feel it reaching out with cold fingers to envelope his magical core, settling against the binds of the wand with something that felt like relief and welcome. Focus, Harry thought determinedly, closing his eyes once more. He needed to focus. He wanted to say goodbye to his father, tell him that he loved him, and that he was sorry that he had never told him. He wanted to see again the man who had been a father to him. The silence of the cemetery penetrated his concentration. There wasn't a sound. No trees rustling. No wildlife moving. No snow landing with a quiet hush. And it was cold. A different kind of cold to the bitter winter chill that he had felt when he'd arrived. This was colder and warmer, and something was there in front of him. Harry opened his eyes warily, and they went wide with shock. The shade of James Potter stood in front of him, almost translucent, a flickering, glowing being that shimmered against the dark backdrop of the cemetery's shadows. Harry drank in his dad's image. His father was young, the age he had died. The dark mop of unruly hair that they shared thanks to their genetics fell over his dad's forehead and against the wire-round frames he wore. A warm smile creased his father's worried face. "Dad." Harry breathed the word out in a stream of mist. "Hello, Pronlet." His father's smile widened, but the look in his eyes remained sad. Harry shifted awkwardly, moving his weight from one foot to the other. It wasn't that he didn't want to see his dad, but I wasn't expecting you. His dad nodded with understanding. "You wanted Padfoot. It's not that I don't want to see you." Harry hurried out. "It's just that. Padfoot is the father you know." His dad said, "He's the one you think of when you think of a father." He smiled again. "It's okay, Pronglet. It's why we made Padfoot your godfather. We knew he'd be there for you." Doesn't he want to see me?" Harry asked, an edge of desperation creeping into the words. "He isn't dead, Harry." His dad said softly, "Padfoot isn't here. I'm the only one on this side who has died, who was a father to you." Harry reeled back as though he'd been hit. "Padfoot wasn't dead, but I saw him." "You were tricked," his dad informed him briskly. He reached out as though to touch Harry, but stopped just short of Harry's arm. "Believe me, Sirius is alive." "Then where is he?" Harry demanded. "And why didn't anybody tell me? I'm afraid we don't get all the news on this side." His dad looked both apologetic and frustrated. "All we know is that he isn't here, and so he must be alive. As for someone telling you, you've been hiding away from everyone for the past week." That was true. Bugger. I had to hide away. Harry pushed a hand through his hair, tugging on it slightly as he tried to make sense of his thoughts. "I had to protect everyone. Because you thought it was your fault Sirius was dead." His dad said quietly, "You have to know it wasn't if it had happened, and will not be if it ever does. He's in danger because of me." Harry replied, fiercely, "Because Voldemort's after me." "He's in danger because he's against Voldemort." His dad retorted just as strongly. "We were in danger because we were against Voldemort, and your mom and we placed you in danger because we were against Voldemort." The heartfelt words arrowed through Harry's angry defensiveness, and he stared at his dad blankly. "Don't you see, Harry?" His dad said softly, "We all made choices before you were born. Your mom and I, and Padfoot and Moony to stand against Voldemort, Voldemort to come after you, Wormtail to betray us. None of this is your fault." Harry's gaze dropped to the floor. He had heard the words his father had spoken, but he was loath to believe them. "Tell me, Harry," his dad continued, "do you blame us for putting you in danger?" Harry's head snapped back up, and he stared in shock at his dad. He shook his head furiously. "Of course not. It wasn't your fault. It wasn't. But it was." His dad insisted. I was the one who insisted on joining Dumbledore's order. Your mom and I were the ones who thrice defied Voldemort and wouldn't join him. We were the reason why you matched the criteria in the prophecy. You couldn't have known, though, when you defied him. Harry pointed out. And if Voldemort hadn't believed it, his dad nodded. But he did, and he came after us, and it's his fault that we died. His ghostly gaze held Harry's gaze fast. Just like it's Crouch's fault that Padfoot was hurt, not yours. Do you understand? Harry nodded, willing on some level to accept his father's argument that the bad guys were to blame for others actually being hurt, but still unwilling to completely let go of his guilt and his viewpoint that people were better off without him, and, if Padfoot was still alive, that included Padfoot. Harry, Padfoot loves you, his dad said quietly. More than anything. He'd be incredibly hurt if you pushed him away, especially now. Harry flushed red with guilt, the heat of his shame storming across his cheeks. Merlin, I'm pants at this, his dad said suddenly, his hand going to his hair in a familiar gesture. Lily is so much better at this kind of thing than I am. She was meant to take all the serious talks, and I was meant to talk to you about Quidditch and girls. Lily, his mum. He'd forgotten about the stone in his hand, and as he thought about her, Lily Potter appeared, shimmering into view beside his father. The shade of her was as beautiful as the spirit that sometimes appeared to him thanks to the family magic. Hair cascading down her shoulders, a friendly warm face with eyes that looked at him so lovingly. Oh, Harry. His mum said breathlessly, Look at you, Mum. Harry whispered. He could hardly breathe. He was standing in front of their grave, but his parents stood beside him, talking to him. He thinks everyone's better off without him, Lily. His dad immediately ratted him out. Harry winced under the sharp gaze that was immediately leveled at him. Harry James Potter, Lily said briskly. That's complete rubbish, and you know it. The matter-of-fact maternal scolding shattered through Harry's stubbornness like a battering ram and left him feeling foolish. But he began weakly. You really think Sirius would be better off without you in his life? His mum demanded. He only pulled himself together. Because of you. He loves you. Harry grimaced because he knew she was right, and he hated the thought of Sirius wasting away in Azkaban, or as a fugitive. How would you feel if Neville thought he was bad for you and tried to push you away? His mum continued relentlessly. Or if Ron was in trouble and didn't come to you? Or Hermione? Harry deflated. He rubbed his cold nose. I'd hate it. He said out loud, answering his mum's questions. I'd want to be there for them, and I'd refuse to believe that being close to them was a bad thing. And he wouldn't blame them if he got hurt. He realized any more than they would blame him. They were his friends, and they wanted to support him. His mum nodded, seeing her message had seeped through. They love you, Harry. He'd hurt them when he'd pushed them away. He knew he had because thinking about it. He would be hurt if they had done the same thing to him. He hadn't meant to hurt them, although he'd known his breaking up with Hermione had been going to hurt her. But he'd thought it was for the best, and now he really didn't know what he thought. It's not easy knowing that because they're close to me, they're at risk, that they can get hurt. Harry said quietly. We know. His mum murmured. And we know that your childhood with your aunt, and believe me, I will be having words with Petunia when she dies and her loathsome family told you that everything that went wrong was your fault, but it's not. They were wrong. Very, very wrong. Shutting other people out isn't the way to go, kiddo. You're stronger together. His dad said, You told the kids of the Alliance that, and you're right. When the Marauders stood together, there was nothing that we couldn't accomplish and nobody we couldn't defeat. It was only when we fell apart that, well, things fell apart. I get it, Harry said with a sigh. Good. His dad seemed to look beyond Harry for a moment, his expression shifting to fondness. Because you and Padfoot make a great team. Harry bit his lip, feeling guilty again. Don't feel guilty, his mum said quickly, wrapping her arm around his dad's arm, the two of them leaning towards each other with an innate affection and intimacy that Harry drank in eagerly. Sometimes I think this was what was meant to be, you and Sirius. From the moment you were born, you had a connection with him. You always did love him. Her eyes slid momentarily to something over his shoulder, but he kept his attention on her, and her gaze returned to him. I've never told him. Harry confessed. That's why I came here tonight. I wanted to use the stone and say goodbye and tell him I love him. And it's not that I don't love you guys. It's just, he's your dad. His parents said it in unison, and Harry grinned weakly back at them as they beamed their approval at him. That's what we wanted, Harry. His dad said firmly. Well, not what we wanted exactly, because that would be us raising you ourselves and not dying, but the next best thing, because Padfoot does love you to bits, and we knew... James. His mum interjected, exasperated. He knows. She let her gaze slide over Harry's shoulder again and smiled somewhat smugly. And now, so does Padfoot. And suddenly Harry knew. He knew exactly where Padfoot was. He whirled around and threw himself at the man standing just behind him. Sirius caught him and hugged him hard, his arms wrapping about Harry's shoulders even as Harry wrapped himself around Sirius, tears falling of their own volition down their faces as they embraced the reality of each other. Pronglet. Sirius kissed the top of Harry's head. Harry eased back a smidgen, but only a smidgen. He didn't really want to let go at all. Sirius was alive and warm and alive, and there and alive. I thought. Harry managed to choke out. I know, Pronglet, Sirius said, smoothing a hand over his back. Mooney told me, but I'm fine. Yes, I was a bit battered, but Nashi healed me right up, and I came home as soon as I could. Harry shuddered and squirmed closer to Sirius again, wanting to feel his warmth, hear his heartbeat and the steady rise and fall of his breathing. All the signs that told him the undeniable truth that Sirius was alive. Don't leave me, Harry said desperately. Don't ever leave me. Promise. Because he'd thought Sirius had died. But if he had died, and Harry had been on his own, but Sirius hadn't died, and Sirius wasn't going to die, not if Harry had anything to say about the matter. Without realizing it, with that last thought, ancient magic long spelled into 3 wondrous artifacts reached out and invisibly twined around Sirius, anchoring the older wizard's life to Harry's own even as Sirius moved to look him straight in the eye. Pronglet, I promise that I am going to do all I can to be with you for a very long time. I promise that I am going to try and be there when you graduate Hogwarts, when you tell me there's a girl you want to marry, when you hand me your son and tell me he's going to be called Quaffle. Harry gave a snort of laughter, remembering the teasing Sirius always gave him about his Marauder nickname being Snitch. I promise. Sirius ended softly. And I expect you do the same. Harry gave a quick nod. I promise. Sirius pulled him in for another firm hug, and Harry was luxuriating in the proof of Sirius's existence when he felt the other man tense up. Harry peered up at him and saw Sirius's gaze fixed on the shades of Harry's parents, who had remained quiet during his and Sirius's reunion. Prongs, Sirius said shakily. Lily. Harry shifted until he was standing beside Sirius, his own arms still wrapped around Sirius's waist, while Sirius kept an arm over Harry's shoulders, tucking him into the shelter of his body. Padfoot. His dad smiled fondly at the man who had once been his best friend. I just can't say how sorry I am about. Sirius stuttered out. The rat's fault, not yours. His dad said, interrupting. Please don't tell me we have to have the it's not your fault talk with you too, Sirius. His mum joined. In. You're supposed to be the adult. You know me, Lils. Sirius replied shakily, making an attempt to banter. Harry squeezed his lightly, supporting him, knowing how hard it must be for Sirius to see them again, talk to them again. And it's all right, Sirius, that Pronglet loves you, his dad said. Like we said, if we can't be with him, then we're glad that it's you and that he loves you, that you love him. Harry felt Sirius relax, a deep breath that eased out of him in a long sigh. And you should know that I do approve of your plan. His dad grinned impishly, and Harry could see the mischievous boy he'd seen in the memories he'd been shown. Didn't we agree as Marauders to take over the wizarding world one day? First year, Sirius agreed with a choked voice. On the train home, he stared at Harry's dad, and Harry wondered what the exchange was about. You heard that? We hear things. His mum replied. She smiled. I'm glad you get it, Sirius. Anything, Lilyflower. Sirius said sincerely. Harry looked from one to the other, confused. Am I supposed to know? Sirius glanced at him and shook his head. Just a conversation I had with your parents, only I didn't think anyone was listening. He paused and stared at the shades of his friends again. I'm not sure what's weirder, that or this. And he was right, it was weird. I guess. Harry felt the weight of the stone in his hand again. We should probably say goodbye. A lump coalesced in his throat, hard and tight. We should. His mum agreed. The stone uses your magical energy to power pulling us over. Oh. Harry hadn't thought about that. All magic demands a price. His mum said, You're right about that, Harry. Do you know what the power is that he's meant to have to defeat Voldemort? Sirius suddenly asked. Harry straightened, interested in the answer, but he could see his dad was already shaking his head. Prophecies are strange things. There are always possibilities. Just like it could have been Neville Voldemort chose to mark, and not Harry. His dad replied, answering Sirius seriously and giving Harry a glimpse into the Lord Potter his father had been so very briefly. Harry, his dad waited until Harry looked at him. You have more power than you realize, political, emotional, and magical. Any of it could be the power he knows not. I guess I was hoping for something more definitive. As a reply, prongs. Sirius sighed. I'm afraid we don't know anything for certain. His dad said, Only what we've said before. You're stronger together than you are apart, so stop pushing people away. Harry completed. He tightened his grip on the stone. I shouldn't call you again, should I? Not like this. Cadmus could never say goodbye to his love. His dad explained. He held onto the stone until it drained him of his magic, and he died. We don't want that to happen to you. His mum said. Harry glanced at Sirius, a silent question of whether Sirius was ready to passing between them. Sirius gave him an answering nod. It's time, Harry. Harry looked over at his parents, drinking in the sight of them one last time. He remembered how he'd done the same each night when he'd sat in front of the mirror of Eriste, how lost he'd felt in the days after the mirror had been moved. Letting go of the stone would create a similar ache in his heart, but he knew it would be easier because of the man stood beside him, the weight of his arm around Harry's shoulders still providing comfort. Harry pushed the elder wand into a pocket while he took out the wooden box that had held the stone. He looked over at his parents again. Look after each other. His mum said softly, We don't want to see either of you for a very long time. His dad added, Goodbye, Lils and Prongs. Sirius murmured. Harry couldn't speak, so he settled for giving his parents a wobbly smile and nodding his farewell. He slid the stone into the box, and they disappeared in a swirl of snow. Sirius tapped the lid shut with a finger, and Harry pulled out the elder wand again to lock it. He handed the box to Sirius. Maybe you should keep hold of it. Harry mumbled, a little embarrassed that he'd succumbed to the temptation to use it. He swayed on his feet, tired suddenly. Maybe we should give it to Bertie to look after. Sirius replied with his own chagrin, steadying Harry without a thought. Harry agreed. He rubbed a thumb over the wand he held and willed it back to Dumbledore, while Sirius's attention was focused on the box. The wand complained a little, but went, leaving behind the sensation of grumpy acquiescence to Harry's wishes. A bell rang out, and another. Their attention moved to the church, and Harry counted the bells as they marked out the midnight hour and the turn of the new year. Sirius wrapped his arm back around Harry and pulled him close again. Well, not quite the way we planned it, but Happy New Year, Pronglet. And it would be, Harry swore to himself. He was done being tricked and trapped and maneuvered by Voldemort and his cohorts. Voldemort meant to hurt everyone Harry loved, that much was clear, and if Harry truly wanted to protect them, he had to stand with them, had to fight for the people he loved until Voldemort was defeated and couldn't hurt anyone ever again. It was time to end it. That's the end of Part 9, where Harry's growing reach starts to feel more like a burden than a blessing. Which moment in this part made you rethink your view of a character? Are the Marauder's methods helping or beginning to backfire? Share your thoughts and predictions below. We love reading your insights. If this episode struck a chord with you, please like, subscribe, and share the series. Our wizard army makes it possible to continue uncovering incredible fanfics like this one. Did you know? A Marauder's plan was once paused mid-series, but overwhelming fan demand brought it back. The story's blend of cleverness, mentorship, and emotional realism has made it a standout in the Harry Potter fanfic community for years. Coming up next, Part 10, where threats multiply, trust is tested, and Harry steps into a role even he may not be ready for. Until then, true strength isn't in knowing everything. It's in knowing who you are when it all falls apart. Stay wise, stay kind, and as always, stay magical.